Chapter 1 Opening a Girlfriend. 8 p.m. Magic City. Magic City Radio Center. Wang Su, who was sitting in the restroom and dozing off, violently opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. Am I crossed over? He looked at the unfamiliar yet handsome face in the mirror with a shocked face. What the hell? Wasn't it just an accidental electrocution during a funny show? This is directly hiccuped through? Wang Su patted his somewhat fainting head, although he couldn't believe it for 10,000 times. After a large number of memories that didn't belong to him flooded into his mind, he had to face this reality. He had indeed crossed over. His memories told him the owner of the body he was attached to at this moment was still called Wang Su, and was still engaged in the same job as he was in his last life, a radio broadcasting host. However, the difference was that the Wang Su of his last life was a funny anchor, recording funny segments late at night, while this world Wang Su is a late-night chicken soup anchor, specializing in late-night recitation of all kinds of workplace, life and emotional chicken soup. The program he hosts is called Your Moon, My Heart. At this moment, Wang Su looked down at tonight's script in his hand and found that it was densely written with all kinds of chicken soup quotes. After he roughly scanned it, he saw the following sentences. 1. Some roads, walk down very bitter and tired, but do not walk you will absolutely regret. 2. Even if the whole world denies you, you have to believe in yourself. 3. Believe in the power of hard work, and those who work hard will surely shine brightly and achieve success. Vomit. Looking at these mushy to the core quotes on the manuscript, Wang Su almost vomited directly. He pressed his eyes and said to the original owner of this body, I say brother, you couldn't have been poisoned by these chicken soup of the mind, right? This is too poisonous, Wang Su said to himself, but the owner of this body could never answer him. Alas, forget it, brother, no matter how you go well on the road. Wang Su could not help but mourn for the original owner of this body, but he then could not help but mourn for himself after remembering what happened to him. But how can lousy not be? Yesterday, the new year-end bonus of $100,000. I haven't spent a dime. And my new girlfriend. We are going to see a midnight movie tomorrow night, and then a small hotel to discuss anthropology knowledge. It's all gone to hell. God, how can you be so cruel? Wang Su thumped his chest and lamented about the misfortunes of life. Then he learned from the fused memories that this body, although younger than himself, with a better body than himself, and with a much more handsome look than himself in his last life, was only a college graduate who had just engaged in work for a year. This stage of the man can be said to be, to money no money, to ability no ability, in addition to the white hand to success this road, nothing. This is simply crossing over to a man's most miserable stage. It is not as good as what I was before I was reborn. Wang Su was somewhat unable to accept it. However, now that the crossing over had become a fact, it was useless to spit out whatever he wanted. Ding dong, and just then, a beep suddenly sounded. The invincible sweepstakes system is binding the host. The system? Wang Su froze at once. As a senior bookworm who was addicted to web novels, of course Wang Su knew what a system was. It was the golden finger for a traveling protagonist to walk up to the peak of his life. A must-have benefit for the traveling party. Thinking of this, Wang Su quickly revealed a smiling face and excitedly asked about the functions of the bound system. And after some in-depth understanding, Lin Tian also finally understood what the system he was bound to was. Invincible sweepstakes system. As the name suggests, it meant that he had the right to obtain system rewards through lucky draws. His chances of winning the lottery were obtained by a point called shock value. As long as he shocked the people of this world through whatever means in the real world, he would be able to generate shock points. When the shock value reached 1,000 points, Wang Su could have a chance for a primary lottery. According to the system, there was no upper limit to the number of shock values that could be obtained, which also meant that there was no upper limit to the number of times that Wang Su could have a lucky draw. As long as he obtained more shock points, he would then be able to have more chances of lucky draws. And as for what he could obtain from the lucky draw, the system didn't elaborate. It just told him with certainty, as long as he drew a prize, he would definitely get a prize. After knowing these powerful abilities of the system, Wang Su's originally frustrated mood instantly boiled over. However, after boiling for no more than a moment, he thought of another frustrating thing. That is, this shock value. How to obtain it? According to the development of the previous life of the main character of the various network novels, want to make the world shocked, where the hand either can write and dance of the literary copy of the public, is the world's business wizards, or the worst, there is a ring-old grandfather to guide him to alchemy back to the technique. But I myself, I don't know anything. Wang Su, system, is there a copyist system attached here? System, no. Wang Su, is there a ring grandfather here, such as medicine old man and so on? System, no. Wang Xu, then there is a what strong body and health techniques, or singers attached to the body or something. There should always be it? System, none. Wang Su, then what do I rely on to shock others? Relying on playing a mouthful? Wang Su had a black line. System, this system has no function other than lottery. But if the host wants to have those abilities you mentioned, he can get them through lottery with the 0.1% chance of lottery each time. Wang Su fell into contemplation. And just as he was contemplating, a mass of memories came flooding back. This mass of memories was about a big beautiful woman, and the identity of this big beauty is it my girlfriend? The original owner of this body of mine, surprisingly has a girlfriend? So this time it's crossing over to start off with a girlfriend first? Wang Su, who was still worried about his future, at this moment, after realizing that he had a girlfriend, the haze in his heart suddenly dissipated, and the whole person shook his shoulders and laughed. Hey, according to the memory of this body, this girl is a senior student who just graduated this year? Wang Su thought of this along with his memories, and for a moment, he couldn't help but stand up in excitement. Ha, thieving god, it can be lose the east and gain the west. Not bad, I like it, I can. Wang Su covered his mouth and smiled cheaply, and then, according to the memories in his mind, very soon, Wang Su learned more specific news about this girl. This girl, named Wang Zian, it is Wang Su's schoolmate, also a senior graduate of Mordor University today. Currently, like Wang Su, she is also working in this Mordor radio station. Only the difference with Wang Su is that Wang Su has been a quasi-employee of this radio station for 1 year, while Wang Zian is still just an intern with a salary of only 2,000 because she just came here. But this is just the surface. According to Wang Su's memory, although his girlfriend Wang Zian is still a trainee, because of her good appearance and high ability in school, she was sent to the top-ranked program poetry conference to be a trainee after she came to the radio station. This kind of treatment can be said that, if there is nothing serious, after a year in the station's status, will be far more than Wang Su. As for Wang Su, as an employee who has been working in the radio station for a whole year, he is still only a small host of a third-rate program, and this program is still a garbage program that can be removed by the station at any time. This also means that Wang Su is likely to go from a low-paid employee to an unemployed employee at any time. And this point, the original Wang Su, that is, the original owner of Wang Su's body, in fact, has long known, and after knowing that, the original Wang Su, also almost every day, entered a high-pressure work state, attempting to make the program ratings become better through hard work, so as to make his girlfriend feel secure. Only, from the current reality that Wang Su has crossed over to, the original Wang Su, it seems that before he could achieve his goal, he directly died suddenly due to overwork. Alas, brother, so this is how you died. This is really a bit too tragic. Wang Su touched the manuscript prepared by the original Wang Su on the table, and sighed sadly as the rabbit died. Don't worry, brother, you have a good journey. Where's Zian? I'll take good care of her in the future. Wang Su patted his chest to the departed Wang Su and promised. Afterwards, a knock sounded on the door. A voice like that of a lark came from outside the door. Wang Su, how's your preparation going? I'm Zian, I came over to see you. Is my wife here? Hearing the voice of the woman outside the door, Wang Su quickly substituted into the role, and the whole person stood up with a miso sound. Then after carefully straightening his clothes, he walked to the door and gently moved the door handle. Zian, you're here? Wang Su's soft voice rang out, while smilingly looking towards the door. Chapter 2 Opening a female secretary. The girl outside the door. Very beautiful. It could even be said that she was so beautiful that she was naturally beautiful. She simply embodied the innocence and temptation of a college girl to the fullest. Zigzag. Cough. I'm satisfied. Very satisfied. 90 points. Wang Su looked at his quasi-girlfriend, couldn't help but gulp, and then hit a maximum score. Wang Zian, on the other hand, frowned in displeasure when she saw her boyfriend's face, and then asked, Wang Su, what are you doing alone in there? It can't be that you're asleep, right? Tonight's program will start soon. How are you prepared? Ahem. Almost ready. We can go to the radio room together. Wang Su's face returned to normal. His right hand clamped the file bag, and his left hand wanted to wrap around his girlfriend's shoulder. But at this moment, Wang Zian, who noticed Wang Su's action, silently sidestepped and avoided Wang Su's salty hand. And, what do you mean? Between male and female friends, can't they even hug each other anymore? Could it be that I was seen as an imposter? Wang Su's keen observation power quickly told him that there was a problem. There is a big problem. According to his 99 people chop scum experience to analyze general between male and female friends, the girls suddenly and deliberately keep a distance. This absolutely emotional out of the crisis. Hard not to. I'm not opening a girlfriend, but a cuckold? Wang Su's heart thumped. and he opened his mouth to try to find out what this new girlfriend means. But this new girlfriend opened her mouth directly. Wang Su, let's slow down and go to work first. I have something to say to you, Wang Ziyan said softly with some hesitation on her face, then gently closed the door of the lounge. With a look of ruthless determination in her eyes, she said, that, Wang Su, have you ever thought about our future? What do you mean? Wang Su was a little confused by the question, but he meditatively seemed to feel that he was about to lose something. What I mean is, Wang Su, I don't think we're suitable because I really can't see our future from your body. Wang Ziyan bit her lips, then drummed up a breath, raised her head and looked straight into Wang Su's eyes and said, I think we should break up. Let's work on each of us first. If we have achievements in our career later, we can think about it again. Okay? Wang Ziyan's lark-like two words buzzed in Wang Su's mind, and her pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes also looked at Wang Su tightly at this time. Only, when Wang Su looked at this pretty girl's face this time, his heart only felt an emptiness. Clear water out of hibiscus, natural to carve and decorate? Ha yuck, the youthful temptation of a female college student? Ha, I'm satisfied? Yuck, 90 points? Meh blah blah blah, 10 points, can't be much more than that, unless you're willing to let me gallop now, otherwise, hey, yeah. Wang Su looked up with a gangly grin on his face and said danglingly, break up, it's okay too, just in time, I've been a bit annoyed lately, then let's break up. Wang Su smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then smiled as if nothing had happened. Wang Ziyan, on the other hand, frowned even tighter after seeing her boyfriend react like this. And, Wang Su, you don't want to look like this. I know you are having a hard time right now. I am also having a hard time. But you think about our future. Your future. Think about it. The two of us once again. We will only drag each other down. Do you understand? Wang Ziyan said with hatred. Do you think I want to break up? I still love you too. It's just, but where your job can be just a little bit better than now. Just a little bit better. I won't even say the word breakup. But look, you've been working for a year now. Your after-tax salary is only less than 5,000. How can we live with such an income? You think about the standard of living in Magic City. Hey, you stand still. Where are you going? Wang Ziyan was talking vigorously, but she looked up and realized that Wang Su had gone more than 10 meters away without knowing when to go to work. Otherwise, you support me? Wang Su turned back towards Wang Ziyan and shrugged his shoulders and laughed, then turned his head and walked away without looking back. Only Wang Ziyan was left standing in place with a face full of anger, stomping her feet vigorously. Unproductive men are always like this. Can't listen to a word. You deserve to be poor for the rest of your life. Wang Su. Wang Ziyan Wang Su's back as he left, cursing viciously. On the other hand, Wang Su, who was broken up in the opening round, didn't have any color of loss on his face. Even, it seems like he doesn't care at all. I'm just kidding. Otherwise, do you think that my 99 people chopped off the name of scum is a waste of time? Wang Su coldly grunted in his heart. It's not just being dumped. If the old one doesn't go, the new one won't come. My peach blossom luck will come soon. Wang Su secretly swore in his heart. At the same time, he took a step and walked to the door of his studio in his memory, pushed open the door and walked in. Afterwards, he looked up and shook his eyes, and saw a beautiful girl whose looks were not inferior to Wang Ziyan's in the slightest, blinking her eyes as she looked at herself. It was simply a case of what you think comes to you. Did this peach blossom luck come so suddenly? Wang Su instantly widened his eyes and raised his hand, ready to greet that girl. However, he didn't expect that. That girl saw Wang Su come in, but she took the lead and waved her hand with a warm smile. Good evening, brother Wang Su. I'm here to be your secretary again. The girl winked at Wang Su and made a face. Looking at this, she seemed to be familiar with Wang Su, and it was true. This girl's name was Lu Yuan, and just like Wang Ziyan, she was also a senior student of Magic City who just graduated today. At the same time, she also had a hidden identity. She was Wang Su's crazy little fangirl during his school days. It was also this little fangirl's identity that allowed Lu Yuan to enter the Magic City radio station directly after graduating from the university without saying a word, and willingly come to Wang Su's third-rate program as his little secretary with the identity of an outstanding graduate. Her behavior, almost as long as it is a person, if not stupid, can see, this Lu Yuan to Wang Su is that aspect of the meaning. But the strange thing is, the original owner of Wang Su's body is that stupid man. He just thought that Lu Yuan was really here to study, and in the past 1 month, except for counseling the other party's work, he didn't say a word. Waste, simply a waste. Wang Su looked at Lu Yuan's absolutely beautiful face, and for a moment he understood the reason why this body is still a virgin at the age of 25 so far. The reason why the male is still a virgin at the age of 25. This is what happens to a straight man of steel. Wang Su couldn't help but feel sorry for the little Wang Su under his crotch, following such a master. Let you suffer, little brother. Brother Su, I've adjusted all the equipments. You can see that there's no problem. We can start directly. Just when Wang Su was pondering, Lu Yuan but once again opened her mouth and said with a smile. Thus, Wang Su looked up at this girl's pair of beautiful eyes, and momentarily thanked God once again for the crossing benefits. Sure enough, all bitterness is good in the end, and if it's not, then it means it's not yet the end. However, I'm going to endure. I have to endure. It can't be endearing to be an empty joy again. Wang Su's heart was in turmoil, but on the surface, he nodded towards Lu Yuan with a fake calmness, and then walked to his work equipment, adjusted his seat, and sat on the main seat of the anchor studio. At this moment, it was 19:55 p.m., 5 minutes before the program started. As a Wang Su with 2 lives of experience as a host, he no longer indulged in the beauty of the girl on his side and began to devote himself to his work. After trying the equipment seriously, he spread the script prepared by the original Wang Su in front of himself, and found that there was only less than 1 minute left, so he cleared his throat and directly entered the state. At that moment, the operator outside the glass window in front of him also made a gesture towards him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening, everyone. This is your moon my heart. I'm the host Wang Su. I'm glad to meet you all again. Wang Su followed the words on the script, and in an authentic broadcasting accent he then read, Dear listeners, after finishing a day's work, what are you busy doing at this moment? Today, I want to talk to you about life. Life, sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, 100 flavors, each of us feel differently. About life, do you have any stories? I first want to tell the ground a story. Is a message from a male fan yesterday. He said, he feels that the young people nowadays are burdened, no matter whether they are poor-born farmers' children, or rich people's rich second generation. In fact, they all live a very bitter life. On this issue, I would like to say that I totally agree. Indeed, no matter poor or rich, we are all walking with a heavy load. Life never favors anyone. As long as you work hard seriously, you will have a wonderful life. Wang Su's high-pitched voice resounded in the studio. According to the script that his original self had prepared in advance, he crackled and snapped his way through the regular chicken soup quotes. The crowd in the studio listened patiently to his speech. Wang Su, on the other hand, in this habitual reading, the more he reads, the more he feels unsteady. This chicken soup is too poisonous, isn't it? Whether poor or rich, everyone is the same? This is not bull *********. It's true that everyone is traveling with a heavy load, but everyone's load can be the same? Wang Su read sullenly, but at the same time, he couldn't help but reach out and pick up his pen. Drawing X on all the lines of chicken soup he read on the manuscript. He was getting more and more dissatisfied with the lines of chicken soup in his hand, because these words were completely against the truth of this world. And so, Wang Su carried this emotion with him, always reciting with a low mood, all the way until, when he finished reading the 3rd page of chicken soup in his hand, and was ready to turn the page in between, he finally couldn't hold back, holding the microphone in his hand, and his voice mumbled a phrase of skin, saying, each of us, indeed, is traveling with a heavy load, but, there are some of us, who are carrying ants and credit cards, and some of us, who are carrying Gucci Dior Hermes. Are these people who carry ants and flowers credit cards? And those who carry Gucci Dior Hermes, the same? Chapter 3, Shock Value Surge. Silence. The air was quieter than ever, whether it was in the radio station, or outside the glass window. Everyone present was staring straight at Wang Su without saying a word. Everyone froze. They were all attracted by Wang Su's speech and then fell into deep thought. In a somewhat awkward air, Wang Su was at a loss for words. How? What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Wang Su gently pushed the microphone in his hand back, and somewhat timidly shrunk his neck back. Just now, he really couldn't help himself for a moment and didn't want to listen to himself saying those chicken soups filled with bad smell, so he subconsciously blurted out a paragraph. But he didn't expect that it would lead to such a big reaction. It couldn't be that my speech just now affected the production of the program and everyone got angry, right? Wang Su's heart was a little embarrassed. But don't be, I'm still counting on this program to give me a lot of money. I'm still counting on this program to earn me shock value. Big deal. For the sake of the system lottery, I'll continue to read this chicken soup text in the future. Wang Su was apprehensive. Put. And right at this moment, Lu Yuan, who was on Wang Su's side, suddenly burst out laughing directly as if she couldn't hold it in. She was sitting in the closest position to Wang Su, so she heard Wang Su's speech just now most clearly. At this moment, she was also the first to react to the laughing point of Wang Su's paragraph, and when she couldn't hold back, she burst out laughing, and when she laughed out loud, a few staff members of the mixing desk outside the glass door, for a moment, also could not hold back and laughed out loud. Truth be told, in fact, everyone in this room, except for Wang Su, Everyone was used to listening to Wang Su reciting chicken soup in the past. Therefore, when Wang Su recited the chicken soup text just now, the crowd was actually a bit distracted. After all, hearing it every day, they were already too tired to be bored. However, the reversal came in the moment when Wang Su suddenly stopped saying chicken soup and instead opened his mouth to say a paragraph. The crowd's attention was instantly attracted by Wang Su. At first, they thought it was Wang Su who was going to explain the missing points in the chicken soup text, but without thinking, Wang Su instantly made them happy with a rhetorical question. Ha 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 ha, Brother Su, you're too damaging. You'll break everyone's heart if you're honest like that. Lu Yuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but reach out and put her hand on Wang Su's shoulder, laughing her head off. The other staff members in the studio also smiled at Wang Su and gave him a thumbs up, laughing and saying, Brother Su, you are too talented. Ha ha ha, someone is carrying Gucci Dior Hermes. This can be too terse. It's much more interesting than those chicken soup you originally said. Yeah, Brother Su, how did your brain grow? I can't come up with that sentence. Lu Yuan covered her mouth and laughed again. As for Wang Su, who heard the laughter of the crowd, at this time, he just smiled somewhat helplessly. LOL, don't comfort me. You guys must be pretending. If you guys really think it's good, how come the system can't receive any shock value at all? Wang Su had a sad face. It seems that it's better to honestly read chicken soup with a future. Ding dong. And just at this moment, Wang Su's ears were violently hit by a prompt sound. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining Lu Yuan's shock value +3. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining Nyoli's shock value +1. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining Wang Wei's shock value +2. Ding dong. A string of dense prompts came one after another, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Su realized that his system background had a few hundred more shock value incomes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Wang Su was instantly shocked as well. Could it be that my words just now really had an effect? The listeners in the radio station were also shocked after hearing it. Wang Su, who was originally ready to give up the road of Duanzi, was instantly energized again. At that moment, a new memory flooded into Wang Su's brain. This memory is the original Wang Su residual memory about this world. After Wang Su was caught off guard and received such a powerful memory, his head felt a bit dizzy instantly, but after he closed his eyes and slowly digested these memories, a shocking discovery instantly made him tremble with excitement. This discovery was, originally, this world was extremely lacking in humor segment type programs. This world, although it belonged to a parallel time and space with the Earth that Wang Su lived in his last life, however, this world, because of some differences in the development process, made this world currently under an extremely high-pressure way of existence. Many young people in the present day have received the most orthodox and rigid education in school since they were young, and they were warned not to do anything out of the ordinary, and not to have any out-of-the-ordinary ideas. This cultural atmosphere makes them conform to the rules, not daring to imagine ideas that are different from the world's orthodoxies, and this has led to a life where there are few funny programs to supplement their lives. Many young people, from elementary school to college and then to work, have always been in accordance with the rules of the framework, running tightly. They do not dare to challenge the authority, and even more so, do not dare to challenge the rules of the world. Such a way of life, although it seems to make the whole society maintain a stable and harmonious development, however, it also makes the society less a kind of courage to flirt with everything. After all, you know, the so-called humor, the so-called paragraph, the earliest is to challenge the authority of the alternative words. If there is no courage to deny everything, there will not be the emergence of humor paragraphs come. These young people who do not have humor wrapped up in life, their biggest spice, is that whenever a tired day, you can turn on the phone radio, listen to the radio host with a soft voice, read once again the chicken soup of the soul, and then re-love of life, so that the next day, you can continue to run around for a new life. This kind of life habit also leads to the fact that the radio programs in this world are exceptionally hot. Take the program Your Moon, My Heart, hosted by the owner of the body Wang Su, crossed over as an example. It is a small and insignificant program among many chicken soup radio programs, but despite this, even when the ratings were at their lowest, the number of people online at the same time was tens of thousands of people. This broken chicken soup program, there were even tens of thousands of people listening to it. Wang Su was instantly shocked. As a broadcaster who was also a radio host, Lin Tian knew what a program with tens of thousands of listeners meant. It meant that his chance had come. Wang Su couldn't help but think, if the original Wang Su could have tens of thousands of listeners tuning in by reciting chicken soup, then, if I rely on the segments that will reverse the layers, I think, as long as I perform a little better, earning a few thousand shock value shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? After all, one can just now collect several hundred shock values in a flash. So, if I think well, It's very likely that I can really rely on my mouth cannon and collect shock value? When Wang Su thought of this, the mood that he was still worried about obtaining shock value was instantly swept away. What turned to replace it was the vigorous combat power that instantly came to him. In that case, then, come on, let this world come and feel the might of a divine segmenter to the fullest. Chapter 4 Listening Friends Interactive Session. Brother Su. Next is the interactive session for the book lovers. Keep it up and play well. The staff outside the glass window excitedly reminded Wang Su. After all, this next listening friend interaction session was the time when the program had the highest listening rate. In the past, almost every time the program reached this segment, the online listening audience could soar to tens of thousands, so the crowd all hoped that today's Wang Su could perform well. Like what he did just now, he could make them feel the surprise. No problem. Wang Su nodded with a serious face. After a fist pump, he put on the headphones and started the most important part of the program. Drip drip drip. After the technician confirmed that the connectivity was normal, he gave the OK gesture to Wang Su. Then, under Wang Su's nod, the staff opened the voice connection, and in a moment, hundreds of calls came over. The staff then randomly selected one according to the process and dialed into the hotline. A girl's voice then came in. Hello, host. The girl's clear voice rang in the headset, and Wang Su heard from the girl's tone that she seemed to be a bit depressed. Hello, may I ask this lady if you are suffering from something in your life recently? As a host with many years of experience, Wang Su's professionalism was still extremely excellent, and almost at the first time, he entered the state. Brother host, hello, I am a freshly graduated college student. Today is my 5th month out of work. I would like to ask you a question. You say, if we work all day long and tire ourselves out, only to get a job with a monthly salary of a few thousand, is it meaningful? The female listener directly stated the doubt in her heart. It could be seen that she had just come out of school after facing the huge pressure of survival in the society, and had great doubts about life. This young lady, are you encountering something difficult in your life? Wang Su paused, wanting to further understand the girl's mental activities before making an evaluation. It's like this. After I came out to work, I found that many rich second generation with good family around me, in their first year of work, their parents bought them a car and a house, while I've been working for a little more than half a year, but I can't even save up $10,000. So do you think that my hard work is still meaningful? What can I teach my children years from now after I've worked so hard? The girl asked the question seriously, and when she finished the question, instantly, the program's listenership went up immediately. Although I'm not a rich kid, but I'm hardworking enough. Hard enough? What can I teach my children? Such a question is a common problem faced by almost every young person who has just come out of the society, even those who have been working for many years. Therefore, the girl's question could not help but evoke the attention of many listeners. Of course, if they were to do it differently, they wouldn't necessarily take it so seriously, because according to their understanding of this program, the next host will definitely say a lot of chicken soup. What? Believe in the power of hard work. Believe in the power of struggle. Believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely bring your children a better future. Many people have heard these words and their ears have become calloused. Most people, even, can recite them in the same tone. Therefore, more listeners, at this moment want to hear is not these chicken soup for the soul. They are more looking forward to. This just exported is a paragraph of the host. What will be the next words to surprise people? What can hard work and struggle teach children? Besides, Wang Su shook his head and smiled bitterly after hearing this question from the girl. He could feel that the girl was looking forward to hearing him say, "Don't be discouraged. As long as you struggle, the next generation will be better," and so on. After all, this program was famous for comforting people, giving people in the midst of trials and tribulations chicken soup for the soul, giving them hope for life. This is the purpose of this program. But, what this girl didn't realize was that the host had changed at this point, replaced by a big devil who was motivated to shock the crowd with his segments. Her expectations were going to be dashed. Soon, Wang Su's head was flying with paragraphs, and after a few seconds, he thought of how to answer. He only saw that he turned to the microphone and slowly said, "In fact, even if we are not the second generation of rich people, I have always believed that the power of struggle is infinite." Wang Su's voice spoke righteously. Only halfway through his words, the tens of thousands of listeners listening to this program could not help but be a little disappointed. Even many listeners sighed with loss and prepared to cut the frequency. Alas, originally thought to meet a different host, did not expect, after all was said and done, or that a few old talk chicken soup, the crowd momentarily felt that this program was a bit boring again. At that moment, Wang Su seemed to sense that the audience of the program was dropping. Wang Su seemed to sense the declining mood of the program audience, and immediately continued, "Although we are not the second generation of the rich, I believe that as long as we work hard enough, we will make our offspring Become a person who can afford to suffer. The words fell. On the other end of the phone, the female fan who originally thought that Wang Su would say a whole lot of chicken soup text in a sprawling manner, suddenly froze, and outside the glass window, the few staff members who were tuning the sound were also suddenly dumbfounded. This segment of Brother Su, it simply came when he said it, until a few seconds later, the female fan on the other end of the phone seemed to recall the humor in Wang Su's words, and couldn't help but let out a burst of stifled laughter. Put. Ha 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 ha. The female fan laughed, openly laughed. Compared to those thousands of chicken soups, it seemed that Wang Su's casual saying of this paragraph made the female book lover have a different mood swing. After all, although chicken soup is good, but if you drink more, you will always get tired of it. And like Wang Su, with the way of telling a paragraph, say the cruel truth of life, but let the female book lover, the original gloomy mood, sweep away. And, that is, as Wang Su finished speaking this sentence, on the message board of the program channel, there were instantly hundreds more comments. Ha 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 ha, the host is too daring to say it. 6666. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought it was just another piece of chicken soup. I didn't expect this reversal almost flashed my old man's waist. Although I'm not a rich second generation, I believe that as long as I work hard, I can definitely make my offspring become a person who can afford to suffer. Ha 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 ha, that makes too much damn sense. I can't even refute it. The host is too showy. What kind of poisonous chicken soup is this? Ha 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 ha. Host, are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my ants? The screen full of comments directly brought the program to its hottest state. This scene was not expected by anyone. Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the side of Wang Su, was stunned when she saw the rising number of listeners. Brother Wang Su, you are also too strong. Worthy of being my favorite man. Boing boing. Love you. Chapter 5. Can't even play a hooligan. What makes you have love? Host, brother, what you said hurts my heart too much. I almost went autistic just now. On the other end of the phone, the girl laughed and complained. Although her mouth said that she hated it, the cheerful tone of her voice as she spoke betrayed her. It could be heard that at this moment, the girl's mood was much better than just now. What this guy said was obviously so annoying, but for some reason, I'm not sad at all, but instead, I'm a bit happy. The girl was surprised by her own heart's activity, and after seeing the intense reaction of the crowd, Wang Su was also very excited at the moment, because, on the system panel in his mind, the shock value was also at this moment, soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fan Xian's fan value +3. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for gaining Si Li's fan value of +6. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for gaining Lin Wanair's fan value +2. A series of prompts kept ringing in Wang Su's mind. In less than a minute's work, his shock value had directly soared from the original several hundred to over 1,000. Shock value over 1,000. This meant that Wang Su now had a chance to win a lottery. Wang Su was laughing for a moment. As a result, his mood to tell a segment suddenly rose even higher. Anyway, it's still early. Let's see if we can get a few thousand or hundreds more tonight. Thinking so, Wang Su took the microphone and continued to smile at that female fan and said, "This listener, in fact you don't have to be sad. Although the rich second generation is rich, but in fact you don't know, they will also be sad and confused. And the second generation of rich people will also be confused?" The female listener on the other end of the phone was attracted by the topic that Wang Su said. The second generation of rich people have endless money. What are they confused about? The female listener thought puzzledly. The tens of thousands of listeners in front of the channel were also interested. Those years, about the rich second generation confused those things? This one is good. This one I love to listen to. Countless people couldn't help but think. And so for a moment, the program's listening rate hit a new high. The listeners, during which a few rich second generation people who were eating melons, heard this topic, but immediately pricked up their ears. What's going on? Am I lost? I have a car and a house. I'm not lost at all. The rich second generation momentarily scoffed at Wang Su's words. Humph, this host looks like a poor guy, full of nonsense. I have endless money to spend. Every day's happiness. You can't even imagine. You're the one who's lost. Your whole family is lost. The rich second generation snorted coldly, arrogantly muttering to himself. Yet he still couldn't help but turn up the radio's voice, wanting to hear what kind of nonsense this host could say. Host, you're not kidding. How can a rich second generation be lost? They have everything at a young age. How could they be as lost as me? The female listener asked suspiciously. Alas, about this point, I was actually confused too, but until my rich second generation friend said that to me, I suddenly came to a realization. Wang Su slowly laughed. Oh, what did he say? the female listener couldn't help but prick up her ears. In front of the radio station, tens of thousands of ground listeners, at this moment, also held their breath and pricked up their ears. He didn't say anything, just sighed and said to me, "Alas, Xiao Sua, you say I'm so young and have everything. This future money in the end how to spend? Which car should I drive tomorrow? Which girl should I find the day after tomorrow? Alas, these difficult problems plague me every day. Really too confused. Quiet." In front of the microphone, the female bookyu said nothing at once after listening to Wang Su's words, and on the pop-up screen on the radio homepage, it also fell into silence for a while, until more than 10 seconds later. Swish swish swish, hundreds and thousands of comments and messages suddenly exploded the entire screen in front of Wang Su. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Host, you're too much. Do you want to hurt me so much? All stop talking. Let me calm down for a while. Host, this wave of Operation 666, although hurtful, but too damn real. Host, you've gone too far. Luckily, I thought rich people were really confused. It turns out that everyone's confused is completely different. Ooh, we're not the same. I also want to feel the rich people's confusion. The female bibliophile on the other end of the phone, at this time, also snorted a smile and pouted at Wang Su, chastising him, and where Wang Su couldn't notice, a few rich second generation who were enjoying themselves couldn't help but show a smile at this time. He, this host is interesting. Indeed, Lousy does have this confusion. This kid understands me too damn well. I take back what I just said. Little brother, you are right. I'm confused. Ha. Such confusion, please let me keep it for the rest of my life. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining Wang Duoyu's fan value +6. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining Wang Duo Shrimp's fan value +6. An incessant beeping sound rang out again. Wang Su looked at the shock value that was dabbling up, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but get even brighter. This is the feel flavor. Twice as cool. Okay, now let's invite the next rich second generation. Shucks. The next enthusiastic listener finished speaking. Wang Su made a look towards the staff outside the glass, and the staff outside the room, at once, looked down and then noticed that the number of calls dialed in this time had more than tripled for a moment. Gulp. Connecting staff saw the crazy caller's listener now, holding back the excited heart-trembling hand, directly and quickly selected a number. Doh. The call was heard through. Whoa. A male's magnetic howl rang out at once. In an instant, all the listeners suddenly came online again and listened to the program attentively, and Wang Su froze for a moment when he heard the cries coming from his earphones. Little friend, how much sadness do you have? Crying is too miserable, right? Wang Su took a deep breath under his heart. Once again with a smile on his face, he asked in a deep tone. This listener, are you experiencing any sadness? With the inquiry, the listeners in front of the radio station all of a sudden held their breath and listened carefully, and the choking man, also slowly sobbing, withdrew his cries, and with up and down undulating breath, said intermittently, Host, I'm really having a hard time. Just now, I found out that the goddess I chased for 3 years without getting my hands on was chased away by a scummy man in 3 days. Whoa, why? What's wrong with this world? Why are girls being chased away by hooligans? The man howled. There was a moment of ear-splitting fuming from the radio station. Wang Su couldn't help but be startled by this lost man's voice and couldn't help but rush to lower the volume. Wang Su was startled by the voice of this man who had lost his love. Why are all the girls being chased away by hooligans? This question is also one of the major soul-searching questions that the majority of listeners often encounter in their lives. Right. Why don't you like the fact that I don't smoke, don't drink, go to bed early, get up early, and don't burn my hair, but like a hooligan scum? Many of the straight men in front of the radio cannot help but be annoyed by the man's cry. The rest of them have had the experience of picking up girls and know the correct way to chase girls. The rest of the scumbags who had experience in picking up girls and knew the right way to chase girls were secretly hemming and hawing at this time. As for more female listeners, at this time, but to this call crying man, a face of disdain. Humph. It's clearly you can, this group of dead straight men who don't understand our girls' hearts. How can you say that we like scum men? Tens of thousands of people were all floating around for a moment. Only, at this time, more people, not in sympathy with this lad. What they were looking forward to more was to hear how Wang Su, the host, was going to open his mouth to comfort this big brother. With the previous 2 experiences, the crowd was ready to burst into laughter at this time. Somehow, when listening to more positive chicken soup, they were completely immune to these things and even felt disgusted. Compared to the chicken soup language that was read from the book, they were more eager to hear Wang Su say some leathery to the core sentences. So, almost every listener, at this time, held their breath and crazily looked forward to Wang Su's speech. And after listening to the man's complaint, Wang Su, at this time, cleared his throat, and then said in a gentle voice, that, this listener, For this question of yours, I also have a question that I want to ask you. What? The man on that phone said subconsciously. In front of the radio station, tens of thousands of listeners, at once, also raised their ears high, wanting to hear what the host was preparing to ask. I want to ask you, you can't even play rogue. What makes you have love? Chapter 6, Open guns are easy to hide. Secret love is hard to prevent. You don't even know how to play a hooligan. What makes you have a girlfriend? Wang Su's voice spoke calmly, but when his words fell, the person on the other end of the phone went directly silent. It's a bit different from what I thought. Could it be that didn't understand? Wang Su looked at the message on the display screen that the other party was still online, and his heart couldn't help but guess. This guy, it seems that he didn't comprehend the essence of the words. So, after a pause, Wang Su continued to add, if you didn't comprehend it, then I'll simply use another sentence as an analogy. This listener, have you ever heard of a phrase called open fire is easy to avoid? Secret love is hard to prevent? It's easy to hide from a gun in the open but hard to prevent a secret love? The man on the opposite side of the phone froze when he heard Wang Su's sentence. Is there such a sentence? Shouldn't it be it's easy to dodge a gun in the open, but hard to defend against a dark arrow? The tens of thousands of listeners of the radio station, after hearing this strange sentence of Wang Su, were also happy at once. It's easy to dodge a gun in the open but hard to prevent a secret love? What's the matter with this? Which somehow rhymes with secret love. The crowd couldn't help but be interested in Wang Su's words again and listened carefully, and then, only heard Wang Su leisurely said, Dear friend, having a crush on a girl is a very normal thing. If you have a favorite person, go and chase after her boldly. Wang Su said righteously, you have to believe that a crush is like a secret arrow. As long as you boldly show your shameless spirit, you will always succeed. Big brother, wake up a bit. If you want to gain the heart of a goddess, start boldly by being a hooligan. Buzz. Wang Su's deafening words were like a sharp sword, directly inserted into the man's three views, shattering his straight male faith that he had insisted on for many years. As for the open fire is easy to avoid, secret love is difficult to prevent, the sentence, but also directly let the man on the other end of the phone was enlightened, and then fell into a long time in contemplation, while listening to the tens of thousands of viewers, at this time but at home one by one laughing out of the pig. Ha 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 ha, real, too damn real. Host, this little word of yours is simply a set of words. I can't defend myself at all. Ha ha ha, it's easy to hide from a gun, but it's hard to prevent a secret love? Is this even possible? Ha 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 ha, this is too classic. It's a pain in the ass. It's easy to dodge a gun, but it's hard to prevent a secret love. That's the most important thing in the world. I was caught off guard. Good line. What a great line. It's a philosophy of life. You don't even know how to be a hooligan, and you still want love? My God, why didn't I think of this before? So I lost because I don't know how to be a hooligan. Humph, I told you, men who are solicitous for nothing are either adulterers or thieves. Stinky men, they are all big pig's hooves. Right, the host is a big bad guy. He's got a belly full of flowers. More fan comments popped up on the radio program for a moment. The variety of listener messages almost paralyzed the entire radio system. The technicians sitting outside in the monitoring room were shocked beyond words when they saw the densely packed screen. My God, in the past, there were never so many people commenting on this program. The crowd looked on, their hearts filled with admiration. Lu Yuan, who was on the side, also flashed her big blinking eyes and looked at Wang Su with a face of admiration. How come I never realized before that brother Wang Su could say such talented quotes? It's also too handsome. Love love love. Worthy of being the man I, Lu Yuan, have my eye on. Wang Su looked at the public's enthusiastic response at this time, and his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of beauty, because as everyone's reaction got stronger, the shock value that he systematically collected was also rising. Before, his fan value was 133. Now, with the 2 paragraphs of flirty talk he had just made, his fan value had directly soared to 4,000. It had directly doubled. Seeing this situation, Wang Su immediately felt that he had to step up his efforts to make the program even more explosive. After all, if hosted well, it was likely that the shock value could break 10,000 tonight. For this reason, he didn't wait for the other party to answer and took the lead to say, This friend, are you still there? After about 10 seconds or so, a ghostly voice came from the other end of the phone. Subsequently, only this lost love male listener said, Host, although I admit, what you said, indeed woke me up. However, I'm not willing to give up like this. She is after all the goddess that I have loved for 3 years. Moderator, do you know what it's like to love someone deeply? Do you know what it feels like to love someone deeply? These words, like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirred the soft hearts of tens of thousands of listeners. That's right, that feeling of loving someone deeply, that feeling of loving someone without asking for anything else, just wanting her to be happy. Everyone has had it. And when facing such a girl, who can bear to be a hooligan? The listeners in front of the radio station, for a moment, also fell into silence. A few middle-aged men who had passed their prime could not help but think of the girl they had a crush on back then, revealing a despondent look. Hey! And right at this moment, Wang Su's light laughter came from the radio. The crowd heard it, but for a moment, they couldn't help but raise their gods and violently perked up their ears once again. Nope, they almost forgot that nowadays, this was not a cozy chicken soup program. How could this foul-mouthed host be subbed into the ditch by this listener? Thinking about it, he must have something flirty to say again. Thinking about this, the listeners couldn't help but return to their senses again, waiting earnestly for Wang Su's answer. Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the side, also had an expectant look on her face at this time, wanting to hear how Wang Su would tell about the feeling of loving someone. The feeling of loving someone. Wang Su, brother, have you also had this feeling for a girl? Lu Yuan looked at Wang Su's handsome side face and thought fondly. This dear listener, the feeling of loving someone, to be honest, I indeed haven't experienced it because, Wang Su said here, paused, on behalf of all the people focused on looking at him, only then smiled and leisurely said, because loving one person is too tiring. I usually love 10. Put, ha 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 ha. As Wang Su said yet another flirty sentence in a serious manner, many listeners in front of the radio station who reacted quickly couldn't help but laugh out loud after reacting violently, and the man on the other end of the phone, who had just been immersed in sorrow, couldn't help but break into laughter at this time, convinced by Wang Su's pretense and shameless spirit. This Nima, loving one is too tiring, so love 10. Host, are you speaking human words? Divine segmentation player without a doubt. In terms of flirty words, host, I serve you. Ha 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 ha. 2. Thanks to this, I was still immersed in the atmosphere of nostalgia for my first love, but the host said this. Host, you're disrupting my emotional incoherence. I was really waiting for the host to talk about his emotional history, but I didn't expect the host to be so thick-skinned. Ha 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 ha. Host, keep up this pace. I love to see someone as shameless as you pretending. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This twist is too fast. It almost flashed my waist. What's going on with this program? How come I didn't realize before that there are such cheerful and shameless shows? Pink, on the message board, one comment after another, and don't want money generally brush out. And Lu Yuan, who was on the side of Wang Su, after hearing his cheeky answer, at this time, she also snorted and covered her mouth and snickered. Ha ha ha, brother Wang Su, you are so bad, but I still like it. Boing boing. Chapter 7, Love her unchanged. Love other girls 90% of the time. The male listener in front of the phone. At this moment, after hearing Lin Tian's flirtatious reply, his complexion slowly changed from sadness to joy. He gradually walked out of the pain of being abandoned by the goddess. Right, why should I be the goddess's spare tire and licking dog? I want to love 10 too. I'll find true love again too. Without her, I can still find a better one. The male listener thought with conviction. The heart was momentarily filled with impassioned words of endeavor. But this piece of ambition has not been maintained for a few minutes. The male listener instantly fell into deep thought. Because, although Wang Su had set him a new goal in life, but what should he do next? Still confused. Main, host, then what do you think? What should I do next? Immediately delete this woman. Never care about her again. And then go find true love? The male listener couldn't help but ask again. Yes, what should I do next? Is it to decisively give up this woman and go find the next one? Or, in front of the radio station, countless lickspittles who had the same trouble instantly perked up their ears. At this moment, they had taken Lin Tian as their love mentor, and they couldn't help but to pin their future happiness on Lin Tian. Finding out that the goddess has a boyfriend, what should we do next? For a moment, this question resounded in the minds of countless Earth listeners. He. At this time, Wang Su revealed a burst of laughter. This listener, in response to your question, in fact, your answer just now has already told half of the correct answer. Half of the correct answer? When the crowd heard this, they all recalled what the male listener said just now. What should I do next? Immediately delete this woman. Ignore her, and then go find my next true love? Which half is right? And where did the other half go wrong? The crowd couldn't help but frown and ponder. And at this moment, Wang Su's magnetic voice came from the radio. You just said immediately go and find your next true love. That's right, completely right. But you said, to immediately delete that former goddess. This would be doing it wrong. Deleting the former goddess would be doing it wrong. The male listener was confused. Then the host, what do you say I should do? Do you want me to keep in touch with my former goddess? Of course, not only to continue to keep in touch, but also to continue to hush. Why is that? The crowd was all puzzled for a moment. Why is this? Brothers, think about it. When you shush one woman, you are her spare tire. But when you're nice to 10 women, then it becomes you have 10 spares. the cause and effect in between is much different. Wang Su said with a smile on his face. According to me, this caller's brother, you can continue to love your goddess, only that, in the days to come, you can continue to remain unchanged in loving her and unchanged in loving other girls. Wouldn't you say? Love her unchanged and love other girls 90% of the time in the days to come. My God. These words, which shattered all the licking dog's 3 views, were like a bolt of lightning breaking through the dark clouds, hitting everyone in front of the listening stage head on. I don't know. I can't believe it's still possible. I've learned. Asterisk. I can't help it. I'm going to make that my motto. Awesome. The host looks like an expert who has fought 100 battles. Honestly, aren't you the legendary 100 maniacs? This isn't a late night mind program. It's just a scumbag's love sharing tips. No. I feel like I've realized the true meaning of scum. I'm going to turn bad. Host, my girlfriend is listening with me. She is now ready to text 1,000 female contacts in my WeChat. What should I do? Please save. Host, I won't even hold up the wall to serve you. Ha. The host is so bad. This male listener, you must not listen to him. In a moment, a dense piece of messages came once again from all over the world. And in the system in Wang Su's mind, the shock value skyrocketed again. And the male listener in the radio station couldn't help but show an enlightened smile. He only heard him exclaim repeatedly, Host, really thank you so much. Although what you said was a bit nonsensical and not at all proper. I know that you must have been flirting under false pretenses, but were actually trying to enlighten me with humor. Don't worry. From today onwards, I will live a good life. I won't harbor resentment towards her. I will have a new life and love the next girl I meet in life. Host, really thank you. After the male listener finished, he hung up the phone. And from his last paragraph of spirited tone, it is not difficult to feel that the other party has been completely relieved. However, Wang Su was a little confused after listening. What I said was nonsensical and full of flirtation. No, not that's really what I thought. What's wrong with this audience? They're too good at brainstorming, aren't they? With this dumbfoundedness, the message boards were filled with more and more messages. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The host must be flirting. He's trying to use the reverse motivation method to get those caught in an emotional whirlpool to come out. In the days ahead, the phrase, love her unchanged, love other girls 90% of the time, can also be interpreted to mean you don't just have love, you have affection, friendship, you have your family, your mom, your sister, all the other people around you who love you, besides your goddess. Asterisk. You are so right upstairs. When you said that, it suddenly occurred to me that the host, from the very beginning, was actually using humorous big truths to enlighten us step by step. He said, life is all about walking with a heavy load, but some people are carrying ants and credit cards, while others are carrying GUCCD or Hermes. This sentence is not to enlighten us. Let us not feel free to compare with others, although we are all young people, but the reality is completely different. And that sentence, the purpose of kissing ass is to ride a horse. This sentence, put into work, is also completely considered a philosophy of life. As we work our way up the ladder as junior officers, isn't the purpose of holding our tongue for a while the purpose of raising our eyebrows in the future? Host, you're just too positive. My goodness, I didn't know that the netizens didn't analyze it. With this analysis, the host is too awesome. The host is so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. The host is too eloquent. I originally thought that the host was just a funny segment player, but I didn't expect that under the host's humorous appearance. He has such a positive heart. I'm a fan. Kudos to the host. Big guy. Let me brush positive energy host 666 together, okay? I don't know who suddenly said the above sentence. And so, in an instant, the entire message board changed suddenly. On the electronic screen in the hall of the recording studio, the words positive energy host 666 floated by like a tsunami. The entire Your Moon, My Heart radio program, the number of people online at the same time, directly exceeded the 50,000 mark. Now, Wang Su was dumbfounded. The entire radio studio staff was also dumbfounded. The new intern, Lu Yuan, was instantly dumbfounded. My God, 50,000 people online at the same time. Senior brother Wang Su was also too powerful. I've never been so close to a host who's so good. One moment, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with adoring starlight as she looked at Wang Su. Ding dong, congratulations on getting Lu Yuan's shock value plus 10. Chapter 8, I'm good at coaxing girls. A series of shocking values, just like a bamboo tube bursting beans, rang in Wang Su's ears. He looked at the series of soaring shock value in his mind, just like seeing a stack of soaring bank card numbers. Gulp. He couldn't help but gulp, withdrawing the heart that was meant to defend. Since everyone likes whatever I say, what am I waiting for? Continue. Wang Su was instantly combative. He only saw him take the microphone and said by way of the slope, "Since all of you guys can understand my good intentions, then I sincerely hope that you all will support this program as always. So here's an invitation for one of our lucky listeners to come under the ground." He finished speaking. A large group of fans then hurriedly left a message. Ha 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 ha. Well. Another person is going to realize the true meaning of life. Next listener, please tell your story. Looking forward to it. I'd like to see just how much flirty talk the host has. Ha ha ha. Finished. I'm too excited. Looks like I won't be able to go to bed early tonight. As the string of messages soared, Wang Su hurriedly squeezed his eyebrows at the staff outside the glass window, signaling them to connect to the next one. After all, with one more connected listener, tonight's shock value could potentially double. Wang Su thought as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. At this time, the operator outside also saw Wang Su's eyes, and immediately came back to his senses from the shock, and directly accessed more than 2,000 connected phones, and looked for a cell phone number with the most 8 to connect. Soon, a clear female voice came from the headset. "Wow, moderator, it's you, the host of Your Moon My Heart." Hearing this burst of female voice, Wang Su did not forget to humorously reply back that, "Shoo, don't be alarmed. Although I know you can't help but be excited when a big handsome guy who is hard to come by in 1,000 years is speaking, but keep the girls reserve. Put. The host is too shameless." Wang Su's opening remarks directly made the many listeners in front of the listening station laugh again. No one had expected that this sister, who had been picked up this time, had been molested by the host at the beginning of the first round. The host is shameless. Host, may I ask why you stole my lines? Can't it be that you're actually a handsome guy like me? If I had such a thick skin as the host, how come I'm still a mother fetish solo even today? Ha. A once in a millennium handsome guy? Host, you are too narcissistic. Large scale pretending. 13. Scene. I originally thought that you, the host, were just flirty. I didn't expect you to be a real pretender. I didn't expect you to be an unadulterated pretender. I didn't expect you to be a real pretender. All. Pussy. Few people stand up and pay homage to the Grandmaster. An endless stream of flirting flew up on the message board. Accompanying this was the shock value collection ringing once again in Lin Tian's head. Ha. As expected, I've mastered the correct posture for collecting shock value. Looking at the soaring shock value, Wang Su almost couldn't help but let out a long whistle to the sky. Only the female voice in his earphone pulled him back to reality once again. Ha. Host, you're too funny. You're so good at talking. You must be good at coaxing girls, right? After the female listener was amused, she slightly collected her excitement and smiled as she chatted with Wang Su, while Wang Su, after hearing the other party's question, flipped his hair, still maintaining his humorous persona, and said, "That's true. Of course I'm good at coaxing girls, and I'm the best at coaxing girls to sleep. Every time I say, 'Are you there?' Every time I say, 'Are you there?' they all reply back in seconds, ready to go to sleep. Are you there? Ready to sleep?" A group of listeners, listening to this example that Wang Su suddenly said, they felt that the dialogue was very familiar. They couldn't help but freeze. The female listener also froze, until a few seconds later, the female listener snorted and laughed out, then laughed. Ha. Which one of you is good at coaxing girls? You're clearly being disliked by girls, and people don't even want to talk to you. Ha. After hearing the female listener's explanation, the crowd of listeners immediately came to their senses and immediately understood that Wang Su was inadvertently telling another segment. One by one, they couldn't help but laugh again. At the same time the message said, "Host, so you also have today. Ha. I didn't realize that you, host, had the same experience as me. Ha. I'm finally not the only one who was disliked by girls. Ha. Like this. Coaxing. Girl. Sleep. The way I would. And it works every time I try it. This is how I coax girls. Asterisk. I was really waiting for the host to share methods of coaxing girls. I didn't expect the host to catch me off guard and tell my story. Host, please put yourself in your place. You are not allowed to grab the method of coaxing girls with me." On the message board, a segment flew in unison. These young people who had been suppressed for a long time were also brought full of paragraphs by Wang Su at this time, and couldn't help but flirt with each other. But no matter what, at this moment, the crowd had been completely convinced by Wang Su's humorous character, and couldn't help but include this program in their daily picks list. At this time, Wang Su also restored the professional quality of the host and asked kindly, "I don't know this listener. Do you have any doubts that you can't solve? Or have you recently encountered something unhappy?" When he finished, the listening audience, which had already grown to more than 60,000, suddenly became serious, one after another. They listened carefully. However, something disappointing came. The female listener appeared to have no story. Directly smiling, she said, "No, recently, I've been in good health and everything is going well. So I just happened to hear your program and thought you were too interesting, so I tried to make a call. However, although I do not have a question, but would like to for the majority of listeners, to ask you a question, may I ask the host? You were just in the enlightenment just now that the lost love of the listeners, a look of experience. You say, do you have a lot of love stories? Humph, tell it like it is. You say, do you have a lot of love stories? This topic about love caught everyone's attention almost instantly. Ha ha ha, right. This host looked like he had been through the ages and had seen through the world, so he definitely had a lot of love stories. Host, I'll vote for Missy, indicating that I want to listen to your love stories as well. Right, host, if you don't tell it, I'll complain about you. Ha 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 ha, 10,000 people. Blood, book, beg the host to tell the story of the girls the host chased after during those years. Right, host, if you don't say 30,000 words tonight, you're not allowed off the air. A string of messages urging for more work instantly exploded in the background. The shock value received by the system and Wang Su's mind also soared to a new height once again. Only, Wang Su had a feeling of being counted this time. I didn't expect. This girl is so powerful. Mouth. In 3 words, all the listeners will be wound in, directly turning me into a sniper target. Wang Su couldn't help but laugh bitterly. However, humph, soldiers come to block the water and water to cover the earth. I'm not afraid of you, little ninny. Wang Su directly pulled over the microphone, sighed and said, alas, a moment of inattention was your little girl around in. I did not expect. You girl's heart is also so black? Directly put me on the fire roast. Oh, and, you girls, are you girls so black-hearted? What does this also mean? Listening to Wang Su's words, the audience couldn't help but show their unintelligible smiles. On the phone, the girl who originally had a happy face, after hearing Lin Tian's words, her face turned a little red, and she couldn't help but pout. Host, you're so bad. Ignore you. All the people who were listening to the program were immediately plunged into a world of floating thoughts, and at this time, Wang Su, however, opened his mouth. And, what am I so bad? What is everyone thinking? I'm such a pure person. I won't allow you to slander me. I'm talking about a girl's pupils. Aren't girls' pupils black? What are you all thinking? I don't understand. Please teach me. A gloating voice rang out from Wang Su. The radio listeners instantly but all exploded. Good wow. The host is being naughty again. This, by is pretending to be 6,666. Honestly, I don't understand what they're at. I'm a pure child. Ha ha ha. Host cowhide. Host this wave of Operation 666. The host is really a heifer sitting on an airplane. Cowbye to the sky. A string of messages flew up again. The girl on the other end of the phone, after hearing Wang Su's serious explanation, her face turned even more scarlet and grunted. The host is too bad. You definitely did it on purpose. Unless you tell a love story, I'll never pay attention to you again. Humph. Ha 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 ha. Fine. Fine. I'll tell. Love stories? Well, I have plenty. Wang Su said with a smile. Chapter 9: The Host's Love Story. A talk about love. Almost instantly, the entire radio station listeners are unable to hold down the heart of gossip. After all, gender relations, since ancient times, has been the one topic of conversation in the streets and alleys. There is no one. Therefore, at this moment, I heard that the host of the program even prepared to share their own relationship stories. The crowd instantly shifted their attention. Cannot help but urge Wang Su to come. Of course, another important reason why everyone was so enthusiastic at the moment was because Wang Su, the host of the program, was just too terse. Listening to an interesting person telling a story. This is the favorite thing of Chinese people from ancient times to nowadays. Host, stop nagging. Hurry up and start. Yes. If you don't tell him 100 or 80 stories tonight, you won't be able to get away. The doors are welded shut. Don't get out until I doze off. Host, the wine is ready. Please tell your story. On the message board, a pop-up screen urging for more information whooshed and flashed. The number of listeners on the entire radio station, once again, slowly climbed. It was conceivable that it could be the original listeners who had also pulled their relatives and partners to gather around. Ahem. And at this time, Wang Su, who had been brewing for a long time, cleared his throat and prepared to start. Alas, it's rare that all of you listeners are so enthusiastic, so I'll be respectful. Wang Su grinned and sold a secret. The female listener on the other end of the phone who had waited for half a day couldn't help but urge again, saying, hurry up. If you keep bull ****** ting, I'll go down the phone line and blow your head off. Okay, I'll say. Wang Su then said in a serious manner, speaking of love, that little brother, I really have too many stories. Everyone this violently urged. I don't know where to start from for a moment. How about, just start from my last relationship. That said, my last relationship began in that winter of 2019. The first snow of that year came a little earlier than usual, and it was also in that first snow of that year that the jade-like, suave, candy-like lovely me met the beautiful people love her. For a minute, Wang Su told his love story in a poem recitation-like form with extremely shameless adjectives, and the female listener in front of the phone, listening to Wang Su's messy adjectives, but couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What's all this mess? Host, can we stop your endless idiomatic show-off moments first, and cut straight to the point? Good. Wang Su didn't get angry and was extremely gentle with the anxious female listener. Subsequently, he began to recall the story of that day. The tone was sad. Listening to the feeling, he seemed to be telling a sad story. My ex-girlfriend and I, to put it mildly, it was like glue. Lifting eyebrows, you are thick, and I am in a mess. Feelings are so good. Grace? What kind of mess is this? The listener in front of the radio station, listening to Lin Tian's wild adjectives, instantly went out of character once again. Especially the female listener in front of the phone couldn't help but want to interrupt Wang Su's nonsense again. However, before she could utter a warning, Wang Su's story, it seemed, had finally cut to the chase. When it comes to this ex-girlfriend of mine, it's really 1,000 times better. Just grumpy. The time I spent with her is something I can't forget nowadays. It's just that the breakup story is too sad. In fact, we had a pretty good relationship. Only one night, she couldn't sleep, and then I coaxed her to sleep, but she suddenly lost her temper and mentioned breaking up, vowing never to be with me again. Putting a girl to sleep, and the other party mentions breaking up? How is this possible? As Wang Su's words were uttered, in an instant, a big question mark surfaced in the heart of the female fan's head. After all, she was also a girl and had been in love. Knowing that girls only get angry when their boyfriends refuse to coax them to sleep, how could they get angry just because their boyfriends coax them to sleep? Therefore, after Wang Su finished saying this, the radio station's message board flashed out many messages expressing doubts in an instant. How is it possible? Are you saying the opposite, host? Yes. How in the world can there be such a girl? Are you sure you're serious about your girlfriend? Host, tell me the truth. Did you just say that? We girls will never break up with our boyfriend just because he puts us to bed. Many female messages filled the message board at once. Countless girls with doubts in their hearts sent out a bunch of questions. The female listener who was on the phone with Wang Su couldn't help but ask, yeah, host, although I think you won't lie to us as a host of a popular radio program, as a woman, I still have to ask you seriously, are you sure your girlfriend broke up with you because you coaxed her to sleep? Could it be that you didn't seriously coax her? Of course I did. Wang Su couldn't wait to reply back. I was more than serious. I was practically coaxing her with full concentration and no distractions. These words came out. The vastly puzzled audience was instantly even more puzzled. And, seriously coaxing his girlfriend to sleep and the other party proposes to break up? Is there even such a thing in the world? Can it be that this host's girlfriend is really that unreasonable person? The crowd in front of the radio frowned, thinking to themselves, this host is really a bit miserable. Could it be that all the good men under the sky are really let down by negative women? The audience was skeptical. 60,000% skeptical, especially some of the female listeners in between, were even more disbelieving. The girl who was connected to the program couldn't help but ask, host, then tell us in detail how you actually put your ex-girlfriend to sleep. How can there be such an unreasonable girl in the world? I don't believe that a girl would break up with her boyfriend for no reason. You must be covering something up. You're lying. Lying? How can that be? I vouch for my identity as the president of the National Face Value Association. I'm definitely not lying. My girlfriend really broke up with me because I seriously put her to sleep, Wang Su said with an anxious face. The crowd of listeners who heard him boasting about his extraordinary face value were momentarily nonplussed. Bah! Stinking shameless. When did the National Face Value Association make you its president? How come I don't know? Good. So you kid took over my class. Come on. I'm diabetic. Let me nourish this kid. Can't be cheap. Big brothers, do you have any uremia? Give the host a wave. On the message board, rows and rows of messages shouting Wang Su's shamelessness swiped the screen once again. However, for the messages, the crowd was more concerned about the fact that the host was dumped by his girlfriend. The woman on the line still couldn't help but ask, host, what's going on? How on earth did you coax your ex-girlfriend? Quickly say it. I can't wait. As soon as the words fell, the messages on the message boards momentarily became a lot less. It could be imagined that the crowd of listeners in front of the listening station, at this time, also perked up their ears and listened patiently. Alas. Well, then I'll tell the story of how I coaxed my girlfriend. Wang Su pretended to sigh loudly and began to tell his story. Chapter 10. My attitude toward money has always been one of no humility. No humility, no resistance. The story, it happened late one night. I forget what my girlfriend and I did that day. I just remember, we were both in high spirits that night, and we couldn't sleep. So, my ex-girlfriend and I decided to count sheep together. I have to say, the game was still a joy. We counted with gusto, all the way from the first one, counting and counting, counted to over 100. We were counting alternately. I counted the first one, she counted the second one, I counted the third one, she counted the fourth one, and just like that, when I counted to the 107th one, I realized that my ex-girlfriend was actually in a daze and about to fall asleep. So, I was furious. Backhandedly, I slapped her and yelled at her, "What are you sleeping for? It's your turn." Then, she suddenly sat up in tears and wanted to leave and run away, saying she was ready to break up with me. Ugh. Listeners, you say, is this my ex-girlfriend's fault? I really think about it nowadays, are full of hot tears. You guys say, under the sky how can there be such a ruthless woman? I was so serious about playing games with her and counting sheep with her. You guys say, how can she let down my good intentions? Wang Su's last sentence was said in tears. It was as if he had suffered a great grievance. Inexplicably the tone of voice carried a tone of a whining woman who was not as good as she wanted to be. Just after he finished speaking, the other end of the phone was silent. The girl on the line seemed to be deeply touched by Wang Su's words. So Wang Su couldn't help but ask in a serious manner, "How is it, this listener? Are you also filled with righteous indignation for what happened to me?" However, instead of waiting for the other party's agreeable response, Wang Su heard a sound of stifled laughter. Then, the maniacal laughter from the other end of the phone couldn't be stopped. Ha 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 ha. Host, ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. This really deserves to be dumped. The other girl was so sleepy from counting sheep and was ready to sleep, but you woke her up with a slap. Why are you so straight? How on earth do you have a girlfriend? Ha 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 ha. The female listener was really laughing like crazy. And at this moment, she also snapped back. It turned out that Wang Su had set a trap for the crowd from the very beginning. He staged suspicions and seduced the crowd step by step to be attracted by his questions, and then told such a humorous segment. This host is really too amusing. In an instant, the connected listeners were deeply convinced by Wang Su's sense of humor. And again, listening to 60,000 listeners, when they followed the words of the connected listeners and reacted to the story Wang Su told, a burst of wild laughter also resounded in all corners of the city. Convinced. Ha 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 ha. Host, you tricked me into laughing with the segment again. My mask fell off from laughing. You compensate me. Bull batch. The host is worthy of being a god-level segmenter. This segment is simply indefensible. We all have the same 9-year compulsory education. Why are you so good? First time I've seen such a straight contestant. Host who gets broken up if you don't. Ha ha ha. So this is storing up energy for more than 10 minutes and holding it in? Thanks to that I was really seriously thinking about it. I knew it. Host you have a bad stomach. You made my stomach hurt from laughing. You quickly count sheep to comfort me. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I've met a contestant who's even more straight than me. This host, pink. On the message board, comments from various cowboys and demons whooshed and bounced. All the listeners knew that Wang Su would definitely tell segments when talking about his love story, but they didn't expect it. This guy had actually brewed a big paragraph from the very beginning. At this moment, when this paragraph baggage was shaken out, the crowd instantly laughed their asses off, and each of them once again gave the host a thumbs up. And in the midst of the crowd's wild laughter, the female listener who was connected to the program, but she once again voiced out, "Host, in view of your just now straight male performance, I now seriously suspect that in your life, there is no one like you. Honestly say, is it never received a girl's confession? Not even a single text message?" The question of the connected female guest once again aroused the interest of the crowd. While Wang Su sniffed, he returned with a cold snort. "What nonsense, how come there's none? Just a few days ago, I even received a confession text message." The female listener of the connection was interested for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, what was written on the text message? Of course, it wrote some words about trying to seduce me with money. I still have it now. Come, I'll read it to you. Wang Su hummed arrogantly, pretended to touch the phone from his pocket, and slowly read, "This handsome man, hello, my name is Yang Chunlan. I'm only 28 years old this year. My family has millions of dollars. My body is graceful, but I don't know why my husband doesn't lift, so I'm looking for a child. I've been looking for a husband for a long time, so I've been looking for a son for a long time, and I'm going to give you $500,000 after I'm done. Please call me if you are interested." Muah. This last muah, all let Wang Su with exquisite language vividly show out. In a moment, countless listeners in front of the radio station heard it, then instantly goosebumps rose to the ground. Eek, greasy, too greasy, it was simply an oily thing on earth. Host, this is a scam text message. It's not a confession message. You've been tricked. Right, host, you're smart but confused. How can you believe such a cheap scam SMS? Come on, don't even say it. The host has definitely been single for too long. Let me wake him up with my urine. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any urination problems? Give the host a shot? How many dishes? Drinking like this? Can't even tell the difference between a scam text and a confession text. The autopsy report is out. There are no internal organs in it, only alcohol. But where there is a cephalosporin, you will not be drunk like this. For Wang Su's behavior of interpreting the fraudulent text message as a confession text message on its own, the listeners of the radio station were all out in force, answering up with all sorts of tish words that were activated by Wang Su in isolation. As for the connecting girl, she couldn't help but laugh at this time and reminded Wang Su that, yeah, host, this is a fraudulent text message. Don't fall for it. You didn't reply to her, right? Of course I answered her. Facing the female listener's question, Wang Su replied with a righteous face, after all, $500,000, it's not a small amount. You know, I'm a person whose attitude towards money has always been neither lowly nor humble, neither humble nor resistant. So of course, I can't miss this good opportunity to earn $500,000. Ah, this is a scam text message. Host, what did you reply to her? The girl on the phone sniffed somewhat anxiously. Right, this is a scam text message. Host, don't be fooled. The viewers in front of the radio station were also nervous for a moment, while a few listeners who seriously savored Wang Su's speech, but recalled what Wang Su just said. The attitude towards money is not lowly, not humble, not resistant sentence, then instantly again cannot help but laugh. Ah, this host, he really has a lot to say. Ahem, how do I return to the ground? I saw this person, of course, is to answer truthfully. He asked for a sub, so I'll give it to her. Wang Su raised his voice with a serious face and said, I just answered back righteously. I said, Mom, from now on, I am your son and you are my mom. We don't distinguish between you and me. Chapter 11 Wang Su, I heard you got dumped. Mom, from now on, I'm your son and you're my mom. We don't distinguish between you and me. No one expected it. The host, who was so silly just now, opened his mouth at this time but said such a paragraph, and when Wang Su's answering words fell, the crowd froze. The female listener who was connected to the line was also dumbfounded. No, he was clearly seeking his son. Seeking his son, although this is also you, but that's not what they meant. Everyone was screaming loudly underneath their hearts. However, none of them stood out to say that Wang Su had said something wrong. Instead, one by one, after half a day of being dumbfounded, they nodded up for Wang Su's witty answer. Ha, the host is so awesome. You're drilling the liar's hole. When the liar turns around and sees your text message, he'll still be mad. Bull batch. Worthy of being a flirty host. I knew it. Your kid has a belly full of bad water. How could you fall for this kind of trick? I've learned. Listening to the host's words is better than reading 10 years of books. I'm going to catch every episode of this program from now on. Don't talk about it. When are you going to publish your book? I'll book it in advance. And I'll buy 5 copies for everyone in our company. Right. 10,000 people have written in blood, begging the host to publish a book. The title of the book will be, The Way of Speaking of the Talking Host. Ha, it's too much fun. I can't imagine that everyone is a hidden segmenter. It's true that those who are close to pigs are fat, those who are close to ink are black. Everyone has been brought down by this talking host. A segment of the message was leathery to the point of flying. It can be imagined that the group of listeners before the radio station who had listened to Wang Su's endless reversed paragraphs, at this time, also could not help but activate the hidden path of Talk for several years, and also transformed into a paragraph player one after another. And looking at the densely packed pop-ups, Wang Su also reaffirmed 2 things at this time. The first was that the sense of humor in this world was relatively low. The few paragraphs he just told were actually a few more cliched stories in the previous world, especially the last story of a rich woman seeking a son with a lot of money. In the previous world, it was even more almost well known, but in this world, the listeners in front of the radio station seemed to have never heard of it at all. One by one, they were directly excited to the point of frenzy. And secondly, it was the fact that the listeners in this world were actually all hidden jockeys. It was only because in the past, this world was filled with a large amount of chicken soup and inspirational celebrity quotes, which cut off the path of all the people's paragraph writers. At this moment, Wang Su came out of nowhere and used his own way of telling paragraphs to save the crowds that had been driven crazy by chicken soup, bringing them towards the path of paragraph writers. In fact, such a thing was nothing strange at all. In the world where Wang Su was, in fact, during certain years of certain dynasties, the whole society would also be under such a huge high pressure, causing the crowd to lack a sense of humor. Only, later on, with the opening up of the era, and the emergence of one cowman who brought his own humor attribute, the trend of the era was reversed. The trend of the times was reversed, and in this world, without any surprise, Wang Su would become the first person to reverse the trend of this world. Wang Su could see it very intuitively from the messages of his listeners. One had to admit that the power of the masses was powerful. It can be found that in just over an hour, this group of Your Moon My Heart listeners, one by one in the body of the attribute of the paragraph, has been slowly stimulated. And Wang Su, after discovering this situation, was also smiling, because after the interactive session of the listeners just now, the shock value of the system in his body has flown from more than 1,000 to more than 10,000. That is to say, nowadays, he already had 10 chances of lucky draw. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Su's mouth couldn't help but rise up. But, after seeing the glass window, the staff reminded him that time is up. Get ready to go off the air. He also understood that this session was coming to an end, and he had to finish this process as soon as possible. Of course, after more than an hour of dry mouth recording, he was a little bit tired, and it was time for him to take a rest. So Wang Su said into the microphone, "Dear listeners, the time of joy is always short." After 3 listeners called in, it's time for us to say goodbye to today's program. As for me, I just received a call from the Face Value Association, saying that another person had a heart attack and went to the hospital because of my handsome picture. So I have to go and apologize to the people of the association as soon as possible. Because of that, today's program ends here. Listeners, we'll see you tomorrow. Before closing the program, Wang Su still used the language of pretending to the extreme to skin a bit, and after peeing, he took off his earphone and turned off the radio system. The intern Lu Yuan on his side, on the other hand, hurriedly reached out to receive the equipment he handed over with great excitement, and gave Wang Su a thumbs up with a face of adoration. "Brother Su, you're too good. You are simply my idol. It turns out that radio programs can be done like this. I want to go back and do my internship report. I want to let the whole class know that there's still a talented person like Brother Su in Magic City radio and television station. You're so handsome." Lu Yuan's eyes glittered with bling-bling light, looking at Wang Su with eyes full of love. Right, Brother Su, you're simply too hung. You know what? You just broke all the records since this program started in just 1 hour. Whether it's the number of people online at the same time, the number of messages left, or the number of callers at the same time, all of them have been broken. If this kind of heat keeps up for a few more days, our program may even make it to the top 3 of our station's prime programs. The 2 staff members in charge of the connection ran in with excitement, excitedly reporting to Wang Su about the results of the broadcast just now. It was no wonder that they were making such a fuss. Wang Su knew that as a participant of a program, if the ratings of this program were high, the participating staff, bonuses and whatnot, would be doubled. And when they walked out the door and met the staff of other groups, they would also look very dignified. This was a good thing that could not be found. Therefore, Wang Su smiled and waved his hand towards them, encouraging them to cheer more as well. And at this time, the door of the recording studio was pushed open. A thin man with gold-rimmed glasses walked in. "Shui, Choi Ho? What is he doing here if he's not next door hosting his poetry competition?" After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the middle-aged people in the studio were all a bit confused for a moment. In fact, there was no reason for them not to be confused, because this guy who pushed the door in and called Shui Hao, he can be regarded as the #1 gold medal host of Magic City Radio, the Magic City Poetry Conference audio program hosted by him, in the past 6 months, has been the first place on the ratings list of all the radio stations in Magic City. On the other hand, Your Moon, My Heart hosted by Wang Su, for the past 6 months, it has been the bottom of the ratings chart of all the radio stations in Magic City. When comparing the results of these 2 programs, it seems that Wang Su's program is really too low, and it is not even qualified to give the other program a leg up. And because of this, in the past, when Wang Su's studio staff met the staff of Poetry Conference, they felt inferior and were bullied by the other side. Today was no different. When Shui Hao walked in with a condescending face, all the staff in the entire studio, except Wang Su and Lu Yuan, subconsciously lowered their heads and flashed to the side. "Yo, everyone is here." Shui Hao, who walked in with 8 steps, smiled and opened his mouth to wave his hand towards the crowd, as if he was treating himself as some kind of leader coming to inspect. And after seeing this complacent look of his, Wang Su's smiling face immediately cooled down and asked in a cold tone, saying, "Brother Chui doesn't go to host your poetry conference properly. What's the point of coming to my small temple here?" "Hey, Wang Su, you still speak so coldly?" Chui Hao looked at the other party with a cold look on his face, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he continued to walk to his side with a smile on his face, and quietly said, "But it's alright, I'm here today to host your poetry conference, but it's okay, I especially understand you today. After all, being dumped, it's normal to be a little emotional. How's that? Isn't it hard to feel like you can't even keep your girlfriend?" Chapter 12, Rookie Bundle. How's that? Isn't it bad to feel like you can't even keep your girlfriend? Cui Hao finished with a gloating expression. Wang Su didn't have time to react. Lu Yuan on one side, but her face instantly changed. What? Brother Wang Su, you broke up? Lu Yuan didn't hold back and directly yelled out. When she had just finished speaking, she saw the strange gazes cast by the surrounding crowd, but immediately realized that she had been reckless. The tone of my words just now didn't come across as overly happy, did it? Shouldn't I be showing a complex mix of sadness, grief, heartache, etc.? That's normal. Roheim's heart was pounding, while she couldn't help but brainstorm. However, if she had to think for half a day about whether or not to show sadness at this moment, then there was no need to think that what she was really feeling inside must have been happiness to the point of exploding. And the fact was indeed so. After hearing the news of Wang Su's breakup at first glance, Lu Yuan's first reaction was, my god, that's too good to be true. So, I finally have a chance? So, a man like Wang Su, who is tall and handsome and has positive energy and humor when he works, is going to belong to me soon? Lu Yuan couldn't help but glance at Wang Su's nice sharp side face at this moment, and couldn't help but reveal a burst of little fangirl's delicate smile. And after this thought grew in her mind, for a moment, she was a little unable to control her joyful look, and after failing to forcefully hold back her sad expression for 4 or 5 times, Lu Yuan decided to hurry up and leave this wrong place. Otherwise it would be bad if brother Wang Su could see her little thoughts. Lu Yuan thought shyly. Her face couldn't help but turn red and hot. At this moment, she simply wanted to run to the mountain, shouting, the sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the age in the first year, Lu Yuan on the throne, a few slogans, and it can also be seen that at this moment, she is completely happy and can't close her legs. Therefore, when Lu Yuan looks up again and sees Cui Hao, the man who came to specially tell her about Wang Su's brother's breakup, she can't help but feel that this man is simply too good to be true. So, Lu Yuan gave a rare smile to Cui Hao and said excitedly, the program hosted by brother Cui Hao is very good. I listen to the replay every night after work. It's just great. As she said this, Lu Yuan gave Cui Hao a victory pose, and then, after bowing goodbye to the group of seniors in the recording studio, she hurriedly covered her reddened cheeks and left the Magic City broadcasting station after work. As for Cui Hao, who had originally stared at Lu Yuan, a big beauty, for half a day, and was somewhat moved, when he saw that this girl had even directly praised her program in front of her head Wang Su, he suddenly, only felt a light feeling, as if he had instantly stepped onto the peak of his life. I didn't expect Lu Yuan to be a big fan of my program as well. Could she be making a sideways gesture to me? Could it be that she also wants to follow me to host the program at the poetry conference? It's hard to believe that. She was hinting at something just now. Can it be that? She likes me. Can it be that? She's decided to marry me and have kids? But I haven't saved up the money for the schoolhouse yet. Isn't it a bit too early? No. I have to persuade this girl and ask her if she can get married without a bride price. One bold idea kept surfacing in his mind. Cui Hao only felt that in an instant. He seemed to have a double blossom of career and love, so he couldn't help but puff out his chest and raise his head, and his eyes were full of self-confidence. At this moment, he glanced at the office staff who were standing aside, keeping their heads down and peeking at him, and couldn't help but to bring the soul of the director of education online again, and educated them by saying, ahem, Xiao Wei, Xiaoli, look at your expressions. It seems that following Wang Su to do this program is very tiring, right? Alas. In fact, I completely understand. After all, who followed Wang Su so no house, no car, and just lost his girlfriend, who was also tired. But don't be too frustrated, the show still has to go on. Although this program is definitely not as good as my poetry conference, but if you guys do a good job, you still have hope that this program won't be cancelled by the station, especially Xiao Wei. Your level, originally is the bottom of the station. Following Wang Su this half-ass level, even more to work hard, do not work negatively. Cui Hao had the expression of a leading cadre encouraging his subordinates, while reaching out and patting the 2 old colleagues in charge of tuning in the recording studio. After hearing this, Xiao Wei, who was originally excited and ready to show off the news of today's Your Moon, My Heart program soaring ratings to Hyungsu, suddenly fell silent. What do you mean by absolutely not as good as your poetry contest? Tonight, under the leadership of Brother Su, the number of people online at the same time of our program has tripled. Okay? What do you mean? I'm at the bottom of the list? What kind of level does it take to get a single line? Your studio Xiaolu dropped out of junior high school, and I dropped out of junior high school, and I have a higher education than him. Have you ever properly investigated before pushing? Xiao Wei heart a burst of spit, but he did not say these words out. For one thing, he is, after all, a very low status. If rashly talk back, it is likely to really lose the current job. Secondly, there was an inexplicable thought in his mind. If he told this Cui about the ratings just now, not only would he not think that Brother Su was great, but instead, he would be jealous and secretly do something detrimental to the program. In that case, it would definitely be a big bad thing that would be harmful to the program. Xiao Wei pondered in his heart, so he hardened his stomach and didn't say a word. As for Xiao Li on his side, after seeing his silent look, she seemed to have instantly realized what he was thinking, so she also closed her mouth and didn't say a word. For 5 or 6 minutes, when Shui Hao felt that he had nothing to criticize, he waved his hand towards the two and told the two tuners to go home from work. At this point, in the recording studio, only Shui Hao and Wang Su were left. At this moment, Shui Hao was in a state of extreme mental state, and his mood was also in a high moment of springtime. After all, if Wang Su broke up with Wang Ziyan of his studio, then he can pursue Wang Ziyan in a big way later on, Shui Hao thought excitedly, and when he looked at Wang Su at this time, because of his good mood, he found that this guy, despite his smelly face, was not so annoying. Thus, infinite emotion surged to his heart. Shui Hao patted Wang Su's shoulder with a grandiose face to inspire him and said, "Xiao Sua, don't be too sad. It's normal for young people to break up. Isn't it just a breakup? You can just find another one. Although I know that you are also bad, you may not be able to find a better one than Ziyan, but you should not be too proud of yourself. But you don't have to be so presumptuous. In the future there is nothing to listen to my brother's program. Slowly learn some of the principles of being a person. Love can't work. Let's engage in the cause of it." A series of heartfelt persuasion slowly said, Shui Hao face full of bitter expression, and he opposite Wang Su, although from beginning to end did not say a word, also did not nod once, but from beginning to end our lowered head, patiently listening. I think, this is still not out of the shadow of lost love. The mood is a bit gloomy, right? As for why he kept his head down, this guy, it's likely that he's afraid that he'll see him secretly touching his tears. Sigh, why is this necessary? I didn't expect this Wang Su to be a man of nature. I can't see that he has such deep feelings for Ziyan. I wonder if he slept with Ziyan. If he did, then I'm determined not to marry that little girl. In the future, just take it as wrapping up a lover. Shui Hao looked at Wang Su, who was trembling with his head down and couldn't help but mentally brainstorm about himself hugging the other party's girlfriend. Tease, the image of flirting. Afterwards, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and in the end, he didn't want to hit Wang Su anymore. After a long sigh, patted his shoulder, turned around and pulled the door to go, and a long time after Shui Hao left, in the large recording studio, Wang Su, who had been trembling with his head down for a long time, slowly raised his head at this time. Only, his face, is not Shui Hao thought of the face full of tears expression, but the opposite. Wang Su was giggling with a cackle on his face. Original, he had just lowered his head, not because he was sad about losing his girlfriend, rather, it was because, he had encountered something extremely happy within him, and because he was worried that Shui Hao would find out, he kept his head down to stifle his laughter. As for why his body was trembling, it was because he later realized that the surprise from this happy event was so great that he actually couldn't help but shiver with laughter. Ha 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 ha. At this time, after watching Shui Hao walk away, Wang Su, who couldn't hold back any longer, finally laughed out loud. "System, you're too hung. I love you. System, muah," Wang Su shouted excitedly. At the same time, his eyes were gazing closely at the golden package that was glittering in his mind. On that system panel, that parcel was the one that the system automatically issued to Wang Su just after he went off the air. And the words that the system uttered while issuing the golden parcel, Wang Su still remembered clearly at this moment. The system said at that time, "Congratulations, dear host, because you collected shock value full of 10,000 points within 3 hours after crossing over. The system has sent a newbie gift package. Please check and receive it." Host, newbie gift pack. This is too much. Wang Su couldn't help but think excitedly while urging the system to open the package quickly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie gift package. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Imitation Darling Permanent Skill Pack, Beginner's Pack. The number of people that can be imitated is capped at 3. Imitation Master, Upgradable, Skill Pack. When opened, the host can choose to imitate the voice of any familiar character in his memory, as well as all of his quotes, with an imitation realism of 99,999%. Upon seeing the Divine Skill Talent skill that was exploded from his newbie gift pack, Wang Su was instantly shocked once again, imitating the voice of any familiar person. This was a skill that every host had dreamed of for a long time, especially for Wang Su at this moment. If he possessed such a skill, it would really be a god blocking killers, Buddha blocking killers, an absolutely unbeatable killing weapon. After all, Wang Su at this moment, although he can rely on the paragraph to attract countless fans, however, in the long run, he will definitely fall into a career development bottleneck. And if he can imitate those funny people in the previous life, then his future development. Simply, the future development of him is simply unlimited. Thinking of this, Wang Su couldn't help but show a smile on his face again. As for the words that Cui Hao said when he hit in just now, he completely put them behind his head at this time and couldn't remember a single word. Who is Cui Hao? I don't recognize him. You don't have a girlfriend? Then find another one. No, find 10 more. Wang Su is smiling. Chapter 13. God of Fortune Gift Pack and Charm Gift Pack. After getting the big gift pack from the system, Wang Su couldn't help but check his system's shock value collection panel again and realized that at this moment, he had already accumulated nearly 20,000 shock values. 20,000 shock value. This meant, he could make 20 initial draws. Wang Su thought excitedly, then without any further hesitation, he immediately packed up his things and couldn't wait to go out and take a taxi towards home. Because the program he hosted was a late-night radio station, it was already more than 10 o'clock when he returned home from work. So Wang Su, who no longer dawdled, directly undressed and washed up. After bathing and dressing, he sat on the bed with an excited look and called out the system. System, start the lottery. Without saying anything, Wang Su directly gave the order. And just at this moment, the system popped up a reminder window once again. It was written on it. System warm reminder, the invincible drawing system is divided into low order, middle order, high order, and super order modes. Among them, under the low-level draw mode, each draw costs 1,000 shock points. In mid-level lottery mode, each draw costs 10,000 shock points. In the high lucky draw mode, each draw costs 100,000 shock points. In super lucky draw mode, each draw costs 1,000,000 shock points. Under different modes, the host may draw different levels of prizes. Generally, the higher the level of the lucky draw mode, the more advanced the prizes the host can draw. After carefully reading the system's lottery rules, Wang Su paused and thought that this time was his first time to draw a prize. Let's pick a low-ranked one to practice first. Thus, he chose to pay 1,000 points of shock value without hesitation. And as his order was conveyed, a huge golden carousel appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, this carousel rotated rapidly without any wind, until 10 seconds later, a drop sounded. The carousel slowly stopped. In front of Wang Su's eyes, a small sky blue bottle appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the host full voice gift pack, primary. Ding! May I ask the host if he chooses to upgrade the prize he drew? According to the system rules, you can choose to upgrade the prize to the 3 levels of intermediate, advanced, and super. If the host chooses to upgrade, they will need to pay the corresponding shock value. When after the extraction, the system's prompts rang out one after another. Hearing the prompts, Wang Su's eyes then quickly looked towards the small blue bottle. He just looked over. In an instant, a burst of introduction appeared. Host full voice gift pack. Function description. After opening, the host will have the voice level of a first-class host. Whether it is in tone, pitch, or range, the host will have the level of a master host. Note, upgrading the level of the grand gift pack, the voice ability gained will be even more extraordinary. This one was also too awesome. After seeing the introduction of this voice gift pack, Wang Su instantly boiled over. One must know that a first-class voice and master-level hosting skills are absolutely rare abilities at any time. Wang Su, who was a radio host in his last life, knew that before he crossed over. There were only a few hosts who could be counted as master hosts in his country, despite having more than 1 billion people. Even some hosts who have hosted for more than 10 years are not worthy of the name master level. Thinking about this, Wang Su didn't think too much and directly said that he wanted to upgrade this prize. To upgrade to intermediate level, please pay shock value 2,000. To upgrade to advanced, please pay a shock value of 4,000. To upgrade to super, please pay a shock value of 8,000. The system's prompt rang out again. Upgrade to super, Wang Su said without hesitation. A first-class hosting level was definitely what the current him craved for the most. Such a good thing couldn't be stingy. Therefore, even though at this moment, Wang Su only had more than 20,000 shocking values, he still chose to spend 8,000 shocking values to purchase this host full voice potion. Just like that, after receiving Wang Su's command, the system flashed a golden light. Afterwards, a huge bottle of blue potion appeared in front of Wang Su. Wang Su looked at the words Total Voice, Super Edition, on the bottle of the potion. He didn't hesitate and directly picked it up and gulped it down. After drinking it, almost instantly, Wang Su felt a tingling sensation coming from his throat. This feeling lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually fading, and when Wang Su felt his voice return to normal, when he opened his mouth to speak again, he found that his voice had become both magnetic and with an indescribable gracious softness. As we all know, a person's voice is born. It can be said that there is no possibility of changing it after birth. According to the order of the voice, a person's career development prospects will also be divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. if Wang Su's original voice talent can make his career prospect reach the broadcaster, then at this time, Wang Su's voice level can directly be comparable to a CCTV first-class host. After feeling his changes, Wang Su's confidence in the system at this moment was also instantly high. He stared at the lucky draw panel that appeared in front of him again, and took a look at his remaining more than 10,000 shock value, and decided to draw 2 more primary prizes to try. So he directly paid 2,000 points of shock value to the lottery panel. Once again. Afterwards, the huge golden carousel then rotated once again. 20 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prize, God of Fortune's blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Blessing of the Beautiful Man. The results of the 2 draws appeared in front of Wang Su's eyes. This time, strangely enough, it wasn't any big gift package prizes, but 2 blessing packages that shone with golden light. Wang Su frowned and looked over. The introduction of those 2 prizes quickly surfaced. God of Wealth's blessing. After opening it, the host will have a certain chance to receive a cash gift of 10W100W. Blessing of the Beautiful Man. After opening it, the host will receive a 10-point bonus to the face value of the Beautiful Man of the Heavenly Realm. Looking at the introduction of the prize, Wang Su froze. Cash and face value? This was a good thing that no one could get enough of. Wang Su was instantly happy, and just as he was about to open it, he realized that the prize drawn this time even had an upgrade function. So, without hesitation, Wang Su directly pulled out the remaining 8,000 shocking values in the system and chose to upgrade the 2 blessing packs to intermediate gift packs. Thus, after a flash of golden light, Wang Su's hands once again appeared with 2 enlarged prize packs. He directly chose to open the 2 blessing packs. Then the system prompt sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the God of Fortune's blessing and obtaining 150W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Blessing of the Beautiful Man and obtaining a 20-point increase in charm value reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering an additional prize when opening Beautiful Man's Blessing, a 10-point increase in all attributes. A loud prompt rang out. When Wang Su heard that the system's prizes were all distributed at the end of the day, his cell phone at this time, however, also sent out a prompt. This prompt was from the merchant's bank. It read, user with tail number 1234. Your bank number transferred an amount of 150W at 2335. It's really there. This speed of transferring money is much more punctual than paychecks. After Wang Su looked at the 7-digit number on his cell phone prompt, he was so excited that he almost cried out. In less than 5 hours before and after this day, he went from a penniless fresh graduate to a millionaire with 1.5 million assets. Such a life experience he had never experienced before. This is the power of the system, Wang Su thought excitedly, and at this time, he thought that he hadn't checked that Beautiful Man's blessing yet. So, with a thought, he summoned the personal attribute panel carried by the system again, only to see it written on it. Host, Wang Su. Age, 25. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 96. Charm value, 99. Money, 152W. Natural skills, Mimicry Master. Occupation, radio host. Shock value, 23,245 points. Wang Su couldn't get enough of his attribute panel and looked at it 5 or 6 times. The more he looked at it, the happier he became, especially after he saw the height and charisma value columns. He was grinning to the back of his head. Height, 183 centimeters. This height, he was far from reaching before the lottery. After crossing over to this world, he deliberately compared his height and determined that it was only around 175. I think, just now the system said full attribute value enhancement is to refer to the height of this column, surprisingly high enough to come 8 centimeters, and the charisma value of that column is directly rose to 99. This is simply just one step away from perfection. Wang Su excitedly looked at his angular face, and then hugged his perfect muscles, and slowly fell asleep in his magnificent face. Chapter 14, The Redhead Who Lives Upstairs. One night passed quietly. The next day, 11 o'clock at noon, Wang Su was woken up by a noisy DJ sound coming from upstairs. Although he went to bed early last night and slept until 11 o'clock today, however, it was always a very irritating thing to be woken up by some violent noises when one was sleeping. Therefore, after waking up, Wang Su simply washed up, and then angrily ran directly to the upstairs, intending to question this upstairs guy is trying to demolish the house. The voice is so high in the morning. Only, when Wang Su knocked on the door of this family upstairs with an angry face and saw the head poking out from inside, the whole person was instantly frozen. The girl upstairs, so pretty? Wang Su, who was wearing a pajama top and pajama pants, couldn't help but stare at the girl in front of him with wide eyes. This was a young and pretty girl in her 20s, with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes and a head of fire-like long hair. She was currently wearing a Beats headset around her neck, and she was wearing a loose short sleeve and fat shorts, although this outfit wrapped her body tightly. But Wang Su still discovered this girl's exquisite figure at the first time. This girl, extremely good gulp. Wang Su, who was somewhat mesmerized by the messy flowers, couldn't help but shake his head, which was a bit bloodthirsty, before he remembered that he was here to be accountable. Miss, can your sound upstairs be a little smaller? I'm on a late shift. It's not easy to make up a sleep during the day. Okay. That red-haired girl at first also froze instantly after seeing Wang Su's face. Then after hearing the other party's intention, she hurriedly nodded her head and answered down, and Wang Su looked at the other party so quickly agreed. Also no longer say anything, directly nodded, then went home. Only, what Wang Su, who turned to leave, didn't notice was that the girl in front of him, who he was amazed by, was equally amazed at the sight of his face, giving birth to the feeling of being amazed. Bang! The red-haired girl gasped and closed the door, then leaned her whole body against the wall and breathed heavily. Who? This boy, is he newly moved in? How come I never knew before that there's such a handsome guy in our neighborhood, and he even lives downstairs from me? The red-haired girl's face became flushed for a moment. There was no way. Last night under the enhancement of the system's charm potion. At this moment, Wang Su was indeed counted as one of the few men in this world whose face value could reach 99 points. With such a charisma halo boost, even the red-haired girl, who was such a great beauty on earth, couldn't help but sigh at his looks. Little dagger, what are you doing? Going for so long? Come on. Immediately parachute. Beats headset. This time came the shouts, but suddenly woke up the red-haired girl in silence. So instantly awakened her, and even answered to the headset said coming. Immediately. Then she quickly ran back to the bedroom. No way. Now is not the time to commit nymphomania. As an ethical anchor, the red-haired girl's computer screen. At the moment there are hundreds of thousands of fans in the live room waiting to see her fight. And the other end, Wang Su, who returned home, soon realized that the DJ sound upstairs had indeed disappeared. But he couldn't sleep at the moment, so his stomach was a little hungry. He walked to the kitchen and casually made a little something, and brought it out to eat it while he looked up at the emerging world and thought about some things he hadn't noticed before. It occurred to him that, this century, the so-called lack of sense of humor, to what extent is it lacking? In this world, will there be a Deyunshi? Will there be Zhao Benshan's Spring Festival sketches? And those comedy movies from the previous life, as well as those comedy programs, did they exist in this world? One thought after another kept surfacing. Wang Su couldn't help but guess in his heart, although he had inherited the memories of Wang Su in this world, but because he also had the memories of his own life and the previous life in his mind at the same time. This sense of interlacing created by the fusion of two people's memories together would cause Wang Su to have an extremely vague impression of many of the realizations of this world. After all, the two parallel worlds were too similar. So similar that if Wang Su didn't stop and take a closer look at the current situation of this world, the memories of this world in his mind would probably be a muddle. So holding this thought, after Wang Su finished his meal, he directly got up and went to the biggest library in Magic City. He started reading from the media introduction on the first floor, and kept reading through the summary of the development of Chinese media programs in recent decades. After 3 hours of immersive reading, Wang Su finally had a clearer understanding of this world. Regarding humor, this world was indeed extremely lacking. The Deyunshi, Zhao Benshan sketches that he had originally thought of, and even those comedy movies of comedy stars such as Stephen Chow in his last life, were all absent in this world. As for the Spitting Assembly, Joyful Comedian and other comedy segment programs, this world also does not have them. Wang Su, who knew this, was like a fish in water for a moment, and snapped out of it, knowing how his next path should be taken. So, with an excited mood, he walked out of the library and went to work at the Magic City TD station. When Wang Su arrived at the radio station, there was still the last half hour before the start of the broadcast. He straightened his collar and walked step by step into the radio station without panic. Because he had been working in this radio station for more than a year, Wang Su had become a familiar face in the eyes of the staff. So when Wang Su walked into the elevator, a pair of eyes looked towards him with smiles. Good evening, Brother Su. Good evening, Brother Su. Many female co-workers of the company who were also on the night shift greeted Wang Su enthusiastically. Only different from the past days, today these female co-workers didn't turn their gazes away the first time after greeting. Instead, they kept staring straight at Wang Su. There was no way. Wang Su seemed to become special bright eyes in their eyes today. If the previous Wang Su was just a young fresh meat who looked a little handsome, today's Wang Su seemed to have turned into a dazzling male god in a flash. This was the effect of last night's face value addition. Wang Su got off the elevator expressionlessly and walked towards his radio recording studio, seemingly not noticing the gazes of these girls. However, the system ringing in his head had reminded him that just now, there were already a few girls, whose hearts were racing, so excited that they couldn't close their legs because they were shocked by his face value. There is no way. If you are handsome, you can flirt with girls invisibly. Wang Su laughed lightly and walked into the recording studio. Tonight, he is confident that with the help of the host's voice potion that he got last night, he will make the program Your Moon. My Heart reached the first place in the ratings of the whole radio station. Although Wang Su hadn't prepared a segment in his mind at the moment, but he was just so confident in the system's gift. Good evening everyone. Pushing open the door, Wang Su smiled and waved his hand at the people in the recording studio, revealing a spring breeze-like smile. Chapter 15, The Return of the Young and the Old. Good evening, Brother Su. Brother Su. Good evening. The staff of the radio studio greeted Wang Su warmly when they saw him coming in. Because of last night's great radio ratings, the staff of the radio studio was especially motivated today. They came 1 hour earlier than usual to warm up and prepare. The intern Lu Yuan, who learned about Wang Su's breakup yesterday, changed into a beautiful uniform and drew a delicate makeup. The whole person looked more beautiful and attractive. Only, Lu Yuan froze violently after looking up at Wang Su. This is Brother Wang Su? A flash of shock passed through her eyes. How come it feels like today's Brother Wang Su is more than twice as handsome as yesterday? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think, and for a moment, she looked at Wang Su's exquisite side face with some shyness. To be honest, the reason why she dressed up today is because yesterday she learned that Wang Su and Wang Zian broke up, and she somehow felt that this is a good chance for her to catch up with Wang Su's brother, so she had to dress up a little bit prettier. Secondly, it is because Lu Yuan found that yesterday's Brother Wang Su seems to be different from the past Brother Wang Su, like a would never look at him, while last night's Brother Wang Su, his eyes seem to have been secretly glancing at himself, which makes Lu Yuan very happy, and feels that this is a sign that Brother Wang Su likes himself. And in addition to that, at this moment, Lu Yuan, after looking at Wang Su's face value which had also improved more than double compared to yesterday, this conjecture of hers became even stronger. After all, in this little secretary's opinion, Wang Su's sudden change in appearance must be due to the fact that he specially dressed up for her. Therefore, when Lu Yuan looked at Wang Su again, an indescribable sweetness welled up inside her heart. So it turns out that Brother Wang Su also likes me, Lu Yuan thought shyly. As for Wang Su, he naturally didn't notice Lu Yuan's mental activities from the beginning to the end. As soon as he entered the recording studio, the first thought in his mind was to start the broadcast quickly. After all, last night, that loser himself had directly used up all his shock value, so he had to earn him hard today. So, when Wang Su sat down to his hosting position, he impatiently opened the radio message board, checking out the netizens' messages, and on the message board, just as Wang Su expected, there were already quite a few viewers waiting in advance, leaving many pop-ups. Looking forward. How come there are still 3 minutes left before it starts? I can't wait anymore. Host, get on the line. Host, the countdown is up. There's still 1 minute left. No delaying the shift. Looking at the enthusiastic audience, Wang Su was instantly in full form. There was still 1 minute left. Wang Su adjusted his state to the hosting equipment and cleared his throat. Nodding towards the staff outside the glass window, he signaled that he could start. A drop sounded. The device connected. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing by the phone, dear? Welcome to I'm With You in the Dark. Headphones on as sunshine on late night radio, Your Moon My Heart. I'm Wang Su, the host who has just given the program a head start on everything. When Wang Su's voice rang out, so the listeners were immediately excited. And at this time, the staff in charge of watching the data and connecting to the program couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk. The number of listeners broke 100,000 people, 100,000 listeners, and it was still the data that had just been broadcast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the workman would definitely think that he had misread it or that something had gone wrong with the data. And Lu Yuan, who was sitting on Wang Su's side and was monitoring the radio station's message board, also opened her mouth in surprise at this time, only to see that on the message board. At this moment, the pop-ups on the message board had broken through. 10,000 messages. This was an achievement that hadn't been seen since the program Your Moon My Heart started. Lu Yuan looked at Wang Su with admiration. Wang Su, on the other hand, was currently looking at the program flow sheet in his hand with full concentration, using his magnetic voice to say the prepared introductory speech. The program Your Moon My Heart has a total of 1 hour. This hour is divided into 2 segments. The first segment is the message segment. Each day, the program will allow listeners to vote on their own, specializing in some of the issues of the competition. For example, the first question that was voted on yesterday's message board was Chui Hao's question. What's your story about life? Because this topic has a high degree of extension, the original Wang Su, when preparing his speech in advance, started from the angle of life is fair. Everyone is walking with a heavy load written by a listener. Today, Because of Wang Su's operation last night, the hot topics on the message board are a bit strange. At this moment, Wang Su is looking at the first-ranked super words on the message board, crying and laughing, only to see the above written. 10,000 people wrote a letter of blood, strongly requesting that tonight's host not only to say tart words, but also to use ancient poems to say tart words, the ancient poems to talk about. Seeing this, Wang Su instantly knew that this was a problem that the listeners had given him. It seemed that the ordinary poetic words couldn't satisfy these guys' appetite anymore, and they had started to test themselves now. Wang Su quickly figured out the wolf's ambition of his friends. However, he didn't panic at all. Isn't it just ancient poems and slogans? Simple. Wang Su snorted arrogantly, grabbed the microphone and said, I've seen all the requests from all the listeners. Isn't it just using ancient poems to book tawdry words? Simple. I don't know anything else, but I'm famous in the world for my words. Don't you all know that there was a poet who wrote a poem praising me in ancient times? Wrote a poem about you? The crowd in front of the radio station froze at the words. Afterwards, a two-way sound was directly emitted. Ah, two-way. The host stinks of table face. How could an ancient person write a poem to praise you? Did he cross over to modern times to recognize you? The host has blown a huge amount of this bull. I don't believe it. The host is shameless. I think you want to be woken up by urine again. Host, don't sell out. Have the guts to say which poem the ancients have written that complimented you? Right. Host, which poem do you think it is? Say it and I'll believe it. A mountain of pop-ups floated by. Wang Su looked at the crowd of trolls and smiled heatedly. Then he lazily said, that ancient man praised me. He said that I left my home when I was young and returned to my old age. And I learned a lot of flirty words. It's simply a tart-talking wizard who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. He said, I've learned a lot of flirtatious words. I left home when I was young and returned to my old age. And I have learned a lot of tart words. When Wang Su finished this poem, the crowd in front of the radio station was stunned. Afterwards, they couldn't help but hold their bellies and laugh. The host is bullish. A young man leaves his home and returns to his old age, and he learns a whole lot of flirty words. This little poem is simply a set. If I hadn't gone to elementary school, I would have been fooled by you. Ha 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 ha. The host is really a cultured person. I'm ashamed of myself for reading this poem. We all have the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so showy? Ha 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 ha. Plagiarism warning. He Zhizhang is on his way here. Please turn yourself in as soon as possible. The host is bullish. This wave of ancient poetry caught me off guard. I'm not even ready yet. And it's starting already? Fasten my seatbelt. The host is a ing talent. I'd like to see how much more you can come up with. The host is so good. I can't help but look forward to the next interactive session. Host, I'll give you a monkey if you can talk in ancient poems the whole time tonight. Chapter 16. A friend comes from afar. The host is so damn talented. I'd like to see how many more tart words you can come up with. The host is too good. I can't help but look forward to the next interactive session. Host, I'll give you a monkey if you can talk in ancient poems all night long. The series of messages were like a river of spring water flowing eastward in an endless stream. Wang Su, on the other hand, looked at the feedback from the crowd and couldn't help but squint his eyes with a smile. Hearing the praise from everyone, he was very happy. And the most happy thing was that the shock value in his system was also soaring crazily at the moment. 333, 789, 875, 943. Looking at the string of climbing numbers, Wang Su no longer hesitated and pulled over the microphone, ready to start the second listener interaction session directly. So he pulled over the microphone and said, since everyone is so looking forward to tonight's interactive session, let's start straight away. Come on, listeners, hotline up. I'm here waiting for your challenges. Beep. A connecting beep sounded. The pop-ups on the message board suddenly decreased a lot, and it could be imagined that at this moment, there were countless listeners picking up their phones and preparing to dial the hotline of the program Your Moon, My Heart in the thousands of homes in the Magic City. In the recording studio where Wang Su was, the link man sitting in the small box outside was also busy all of a sudden. He was sweating profusely as he clicked on the channel button, and instantly froze. This was because thousands of connecting calls popped up on his screen in almost an instant. 3,456, 3,790, 3,908, 4,678, 5,732. The number of calls to the connecting line soared at a rate of several hundred per second. Just in the instant that the connecting officer froze, the number of callers went up by more than 2,000 more. Gulp dash. The connecting officer, Xiao Wei, couldn't help but gulp. He then hurriedly pulled to the refreshed latest page, randomly selected a listener caller, and clicked on the connection. Drip. The connection beep sounded. Wang Su pulled over the microphone and directly then asked, the first friend who connected successfully tonight. Hello, may I ask how to address you? Hello host, my name is Zhang Zhang. I'm Zhang Zhang, the bow-length Zhang, the Zhang with a strong iron bone. A man's strong voice came from the other side of the headset. Hello Mr. Zhang, I hear that your voice is dull. Is there something you are unhappy about recently? Yes, I have recently encountered a particularly annoying matter, and I am in a very bad mood. The man named Zhang Zhang sighed and said, oh, then Mr. Zhang, tell me in detail, which aspect is it about? Wang Su asked seriously. It's about things between friends. Zhang Zhang sighed and said slowly, moderator, it's like this. Last week, a friend of mine who I hadn't contacted for a long time suddenly called me, saying that he had just recently renovated his house and was ready to move in, but found that the indoor formaldehyde odor was too great and he couldn't move in directly yet, and the house he originally rented had been retired. So after he heard that my house was quite big, he asked me if he could stay at my house for 2 days. I'm a person, and I'm usually pretty brash. Once I heard that my friend was in trouble, and it was only for 2 days, I didn't care too much and casually agreed. Who would have thought that the next day, this friend of mine directly brought his wife and 2 children to move to my house. His children, one of them 5 or 6 years old, not yet in school, after coming all day in my house crazy running crazy screaming. Once, he also took a color pencil, painted my several pairs of limited edition basketball shoes. His second child, just born a few months ago, every day from morning to night crying, a dozen pieces of diapers hanging all over my living room, my wife in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, but also accidentally touched a piece of direct paste all over the face of his wife, is even more excessive. Directly sneak away my wife thousands of dollars of skin care products with. I cannot help but remind her 2 sentences. She also angry, said my wife stingy to them face, and the most crucial thing is that he came to my house from last week to now, and has stayed for 8 whole days, and yet there's still no sign of leaving. Moderator, what do you think we should do when we meet this kind of friend? My wife and I are going crazy, the connected listener said in a sad tone, especially, when he got to the last sentence, are now about to go crazy. This hardened man, for a moment, could not help, but directly whimpered and cried out. And here a big man holding the microphone sobbing. The radio station more than 100,000 listeners, but not a word of ridicule. On the contrary, all the listeners started to leave messages on the pop-up screen to comfort this unfortunate listener. Asterisk. Brother, your friend is too much. If I were you, I'd tell him to get lost. Right. What's the point of keeping such a shameless friend? Just cut him off. Too much. If any woman steals my skincare products, I'll tear her face off. I can't help it. Where's your house, bro? Tomorrow I'll take my brothers to your house to clean up this shameless asshole. This kind of person simply don't want to force face. Brother, you can directly throw his children and even his wife out together. The pop-up swept across the sky. Zhang Zhang, who was holding the phone and sobbing, seemed to have seen the replies from the netizens on the other end of the phone, so he sniffled and thanked them. Wang Su, on the other hand, after patiently listening to this listener's confusion, and the feedback from the crowd of netizens, he was silent for a while. Then he said, this listener, about this issue, in fact, you should not be so sad. Think about it. Since ancient times, we have countless Huaxia country cultivate oneself, admonishing us how to get along with friends. Among them, the sentence that Confucius said having friends come from afar is not a bad example of how to get along with friends. Do you still remember it? When Zhang Zhang on the other end of the phone heard Wang Su's words, he was first stunned, and then couldn't help but say, moderator, I've heard this saying before. I also understand all the reasons you said. Having friends from afar is not a good thing. I know that. Not only do I know that, but I have always been a kind and charitable person, and when my friends are in trouble, I often come forward to help them. But the problem is, this time, I really can't help it. The listener spoke impassionedly. On the message board, a group of listeners also rushed to Zhang Zhang's defense after hearing what Wang Su had just said. Right, host, how can you advise this brother to be generous? This kind of thing, I'm already so angry just listening to it. Yeah, host, your ancient poetry this time is not good at all. Host, you disappoint me too much. This brother has been bullied so much. How can you still recite chicken soup to him? The pop-up screen was crowded with excitement. Wang Su, however, froze. No. Why do these listeners like to make up their own stories so much? Why do they like to answer by themselves so much? What I want to say is not this famous quote. Wang Su's heart was stifled. For this reason, he immediately interrupted Zhang Zhang's voice and spoke in a serious manner in front of more than 100,000 listeners. No. This enthusiastic listener, you've misunderstood. I'm not advising you to be generous. And the words of Confucius that I'm talking about are not this one. What I want to say is dash. If a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. Chapter 17, a trifecta of flirty words. If there are friends coming from afar, they will be killed even though they are far away. As soon as Wang Su said these earth-shattering words, the entire radio studio was suddenly silent. Zhang Zhang, who was on the other end of the phone, did not make a sound for a long time as well. At the same time, on the radio station's message board, the countless pop-ups also stagnated. It was only after 10 seconds or so that Put came out. Lu Yuan, who was sitting beside Wang Su, was the first one who couldn't hold back her laughter. To be honest, before Wang Su said the ancient poems, Lu Yuan also thought that Wang Su was advising the listener to be more generous. At that time, she was still unhappy, thinking that her brother Wang Su had changed. Unexpectedly, the peak turned around. Wang Su threw another stunt out with an ancient poem. In an instant, Lu Yuan's admiration for Wang Su rose another degree, and the crowd of listeners in the radio station, after reacting, couldn't help but be happy all of a sudden. 666,666. I almost forgot that tonight's host is going to use ancient poems to say flirty things. If a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. I'll take note of that line. Host, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. You're a real talent. Host, you're a real showman. I think we should change the name of this program. Let's call it, the personal talk show of the host of sluttish words. Host, you're really a talent for learning and utilizing classical poetry. I almost fell into your trap again. Host, 10,000 People's Blood Books. Please come out with a book. I'll be the first to buy it. Upstairs is right. I'll reserve 10 sets first. I'm convinced. This program, it's much more enjoyable than the poetry conference next door. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups on the message board were frantically refreshed. The crowd was all impressed by Wang Su's talent. Zhang Zhang, who was on the phone, couldn't help but laugh out innocently after hearing Wang Su's sultry ancient poetry. Host, you're right. If a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. I won't tolerate this kind of friend of mine any longer. Let him roll away tonight. The connected listener swore with conviction. The 100,000 or so fans listening to the radio station also cheered him on in succession, and after sensing that his tart words had given his listener a new strength, Wang Su was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, so he couldn't help but say, again, brother, you did the right thing. People live a lifetime. Naturally there will be countless friends, but I always feel that even if they are on good terms with each other, they should keep a proper distance, and for this friend of yours, I suggest that you guys be separated by yin and yang in the future. Yin and yang apart. Separated by the yin and yang. Put. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn yin and yang are separated. Host, are you the devil? Too poisonous. Asterisk. Learned. What a yin and yang separation. Speaks my mind. I just heard to keep a proper distance. I thought the host was going to come with chicken soup again, but I didn't expect another wave of unguarded tart remarks. The host is awesome. Simply every sentence is famous. But I have a question. The host didn't use any ancient poems in this tart remark just now. I suggest punishing the host for coming up with 2 more ancient poetic tart remarks. Right. Host, you're breaking the rules. You can't use idioms to say tart words. You must use ancient poems. Host, make up 2 more sentences of ancient poetic tiness. Otherwise I'll force you to have a monkey with me. Wang Su's phrase yin and yang are separated once again aroused the enthusiasm of the listeners. But because he didn't use ancient poems in this phrase, he was caught by the crowd, which caused dissatisfaction from everyone for a while, and demanded him to say 2 more ancient poems. Even Zhang Zhang on the other end of the phone couldn't help but break into laughter after seeing everyone's uproar and urged Wang Su as well. Wang Su, who felt the enthusiasm of the crowd, looked at the screen full of pop-ups requesting 3 more lines and smiled. After clearing his throat, he laughed and said, well, it's not just ancient poetry. I have a lot of hosts, and not only can I say a few more lines, I can also say a few more lines along the lines of friends come from afar. Everyone listen carefully. Ahem. As the saying goes, if a friend comes from afar, he will be executed. As the saying goes, if you have a friend coming from afar, you must first suffer your heart and mind, labor your bones and muscles, starve your body and skin, empty your body, do what you want, and then move your heart and mind to tolerate sex, and gain what you can't do. As the saying goes, if you have friends coming from afar, whip dozens of them and drive them to another yard. The tart words have been 3 in a row. How do you all feel? Wang Su's magnetic voice just fell. A group of listeners who had listened to all the ancient poems with bated breath instantly boiled up again. A burst of hoots and hollers floated across the pop-ups on the message board. It could be imagined that if the message board could give gifts, it was estimated that the screen would be filled with big rockets at this moment. There was no way. Wang Su's wave of recitation of poems was really too shocking. The same sentence of having friends from afar. The other party was able to bring out 3 completely different poems. Talented. It was really too talented. Zhang Zhang, who was on the line, could not help but applaud and applaud. It could be imagined that this man, who was tortured to death by his friend, must have doubled his courage after experiencing this bowl of poisonous chicken soup with Wang Su's 3 lines, and probably decided to go home to fight with his fists and claws after hanging up the phone. Although you are far away, you will be killed. The number of online viewers of the program Your Moon, My Heart has also exceeded the 200,000 mark at this moment, reaching 210,000 online listeners. It's currently ranked number 1 in tonight's ratings. At the same time, he also set a new record for the Magic City radio station, 8 p.m. listening to all radio stations, and the message board fools. Just tonight there have been more than 80,000 pop-up messages, directly become this year the largest number of single-day message record. The number of callers, also with a hot level of more than 5,000 people, ascended to the first place. This is almost impossible for anyone to imagine a miracle. You know, just before last night, this program is still just an inconspicuous program in all the radio programs of Magic City TV. And just tonight, Wang Su used his strength to make him a rising new radio program. It could be imagined that once this data was released at the end of the month, it would cause a great shock in the entire Magic City radio circle. At that time, the name Wang Su might become the brightest name in Magic City's radio station overnight. However, Wang Su's ambition could be more than that. After his trip to the library this afternoon, his outlook on the future development goals at this moment was that he hoped he could make this program the number 1 in the country. Then, using this program as a pivot point, he would gradually pry up the entire entertainment sector in his future grand blueprint. With this belief, after bidding farewell to the first listener caller, he quickly said to the linkman, "Xiao Wei, please welcome the next lucky viewer." Chapter 18, In Heaven. I wish to be a bird with 2 wings. When Wang Su finished speaking, Xiao Wei didn't waste any time and directly turned on the connection mode. As soon as he turned it on, with a swish, more than 7,000 incoming calls directly confused him. Even though he had already prepared himself, he was still shaken for a moment after seeing the screen full of caller numbers. Then, in just one breath of time, the 7,000 plus calls directly soared to 10,000 incoming calls. It instantly broke the record for the highest number of callers the entire station had ever seen. One must know that even for prime-time programs that invited some celebrities over, the highest number of calls in 10 seconds or so was only over 8,000. This figure was hung up in front of the main hall of the station, specifically to motivate every staff member. Only, all of this was reduced to history at this moment. Besides, Xiao Wei, he took a deep breath and stayed for a full minute before answering the second listener. It wasn't that he intentionally sold out. Rather, it was because, according to the station's rules, hotline calls must be answered after 1 minute. The purpose of this was to keep track of the number of callers to each station. In a minute's time, 23,863 incoming calls shockingly appeared in the middle of the screen. Xiao Wei's head was already buzzing with surprise. Thus, he hurriedly drew a lucky viewer from the more than 20,000 incoming calls as he went along. When the connection was successful, as if this listener had already prepared for it, he immediately shouted, "Hello host, I'm your loyal listener. You can call me Xiao Mei." The voice came from a girl. When he finished speaking, Wang Su followed and replied, "Hello Xiao Mei, thank you for supporting the program Your Moon My Heart. I wonder if you have something on your mind or are you unhappy? If there is, you can boldly say it. Don't worry, no matter what you say, this host's flirty words will definitely flirty break your waist." It had to be said from. At this moment, Wang Su was already in full state. With this opening, he immediately drew countless joys. Ha 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 ha, the host is too flirty. How can you do this to our cute little beauty girl? The host has gone berserk. It seems like he's so immersed in his role that he can't get out of it. Host, I would like to call you the number 1 person in Magic City's radio station Tennis. Ha 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 ha, host hurry up and start. I can't resist listening to your tart talk anymore. Ooh, not only is the host a good tart talker, his voice is also so nice. Host, I'm going to take my bedroll and go to your house tonight to give you a monkey. Upstairs beauty, let's both go together. I want to go too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with this world? Do women have no resistance to men with good voices? My name is Magic City's Daniel Wu. Miss Upstairs can also consider me. The listeners on the message board were getting more and more excited. If the various listeners, they all learned to create their own stems, and began to talk to each other in a flirty nagging manner. And in the earphone, this listener called Xiao Mei was also prepared for this. After she heard Wang Su's words, she first laughed and then said, "Host, I don't have anything troubling me. I just think it's too much fun when you talk about ancient poems in tennis, and I want to call you to keep talking about ancient poems. Only I have a small immature suggestion. I think it's too easy to let you play free with the old poems. So I want to play a game with you to test you. The game is called Ancient Poetry Solitaire. That is, I'll start with a normal ancient verse, and then you have to come up with the second half of the verse in a minute. The requirements for the second half of the line are, you can't say the original text, it has to be a tart, it has to rhyme, and it has to satisfy me. Do you dare accept my invitation to play? Do you dare to accept my invitation to the game? Faced with this connected girls challenge, Wang Su hadn't answered yet, but the fans on the message board boiled over. Ha 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 ha, this is good, that's how it should be. Little girl, you're fantastic. I want to see you guys play ancient poetry solitaire. Moderator, say yes to her. Whoever doesn't say yes is a puppy. Right, host, quickly promise this listener's sister. If you don't, I'll cancel your title of the first person of Magic City radio sluttiness. Ha 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 ha, there's a good show to watch again. I want to see how the host will respond this time. The city people nowadays are really good at playing. The battle escalates. Host, do you dare to answer the battle? Pop-ups whooshed by. For a moment, public opinion reached another climax point. Only, after hearing the request of this person named Xiaomei, and already the cries of the crowd of listeners, Wang Su was not flustered at all, and just smiled faintly, and opened his mouth to the microphone and said, no problem at all. I accept Xiaomei's invitation. Isn't it just an ancient poem solitaire? Let the horses come. Asterisk. Really agreed. The host is bullish. The host is a man. Don't even say it. Whether the host can match the little girl's ancient poetry or not, I'm fan. There aren't many people who dare to face up to life's challenges like this. I would like to say a word of admiration to the host. Worthy of the man I've fallen in love with. Whoa, the host is fantastic. Win this little girl and we'll go home and have monkeys. Upstairs, you are so shameless. This is clearly my man. Get out of my way. Wang Su didn't care about the listener's clamor. He just smiled and waited patiently for the first question of the caller's listener. And the connecting guest, Xiaomei, no longer hesitated at this time and directly opened her mouth and said, then host, listen up. The first question, the first half of my sentence is, in the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings. Please say the second half of the sentence. 1 minute timer starts. Click. A mechanical sound rang out. This cute caller girl, who actually had her own stopwatch, directly started timing in front of the 200,000 or so listeners. The 200,000 or so listeners on the phone, however, could not help but fall into silence as this timing sound rang out. In the sky wishing to be a bird with two wings. Its second half of the line is, in the earth wishing to be a branch with two wings. This verse, taken together, is, in the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings. On earth, I wish to be a line branch. This is a classic ancient Chinese poem. What it expresses is the beautiful emotion of a man in love and a concubine in love, both of them wishing to be in love for the rest of their lives. From this poem, it can be seen that this girl called Little Sister should be a young girl who has an innocent yearning for love. And for such a classic ancient poem, what verse would Wang Su use to correspond to its second half? The crowd couldn't help but think once again. This girl who asked the question. The request made to Wang Su was that the second half of the line that he matched could not be the original text, and it had to be a tart, and it had to rhyme, and it had to satisfy this little girl. This is too difficult. You have to know that poetic counterpoint is not just a matter of saying something that rhymes. Once the second half of the line is said, the mood of the poem, the meaning conveyed, will be affected. A bad pairing will not only make people laugh, but may even make a mistake, causing his image to plummet instantly. The crowd guessed so. They couldn't help but remain silent, patiently waiting for Wang Su to think. After only 10 seconds, Wang Su seemed to have already thought of a countermeasure to break the situation, only to see that he smiled and took the microphone. And with a smile, he rushed to the microphone and said, Miss Xiaomei, in the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings. The second half of this poem, I've thought of it. My answer is, in the heavens, I wish to be a bird with two wings, but in great difficulties, they fly apart. Chapter 19. Catch the sky with endless leaves. In the sky wishing to be a bird with two wings, flying separately in the face of great difficulties. When Wang Su slowly read out this poem, the radio listeners who had remained silent all this time were instantly dumbfounded. After the dumbfoundedness, a burst of explosive laughter then resounded directly in the thousands of homes in Magic City. Ha 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 ha. In the sky wishing to be a bird with two wings. In great difficulties each fly separately. I think it can be. It's ing right on the money. Without further ado, one click trifecta away. Asterisk. Host Ghostwriter. A poem that simply speaks the true meaning of love. Admirable. The host is definitely a person with a story. This pair of pairs is right. People with no life experience can never say it. Host Tian Xiu. I've copied this famous quote. Ha 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 ha. Is it really good for you, host, to poke holes in love's lies like this? The little girl will not be able to think straight. Ha 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 ha. Moderator. In terms of how to destroy the meaning of an ancient poem in one sentence, I would call you number 1. Worthy of being the #1 Thai host in Magic City. What a ing talent. Moderator, I would like to honor you as the Divine Dwanzi Master. Please teach me, Master Segmenter, how I can have the same talent as you. Everyone did not expect that the pair Wang Su made was not only sound and rhythmic, but also had a deep meaning. Especially after carefully thinking about it, they realized that the poem had a deep meaning and reversal. After Wang Su said this poem, the female listener on the other end of the phone was instantly stunned, and then she snorted and couldn't help but laugh out. Host, you're too bad. You've spoiled a good poem. The female listener let out a pout at Wang Su. Then after giggling for a few seconds, she continued, saying, "Humph, then this first game, let's just say you won. Next the second game, I'm going to make it more difficult," the female listener said enthusiastically, seeming to be rubbing her fists and preparing to hold back a big one. The more than 200,000 listeners who were online at the same time couldn't help but get nervous for Wang Su after hearing her threatening words. The difficulty is increased. This is too much of a challenge. Even if the host is too quick-witted, won't he give him a few minutes of rest to slow down? This is the second round? Women really can't be messed with. The listeners were terrified. At the same time, on the studio's message board, several pop-ups instantly floated by as follows. My God, this frequency is too fast. I can't even stand it. Upstairs I suspect you're engaging in pornography. Although I don't have any proof, I have experienced it. I can't stand it either. This female listener, you're too fast with this question. I haven't finished my notes from the previous sentence. The listeners were full of complaints, and they were all fighting for Wang Su. However, the female listener who was connected to the line was not affected by these message board fans in the slightest, and after a dozen seconds of silence, she cleared her throat and continued, saying, ahem, the host is ready. My second question is about plants. The first half of my sentence is, the lotus leaves in the sky are endlessly blue. Please match the second half of the sentence. About plants, lotus leaves in the sky. As soon as the female listener's title appeared, the pop-ups on the message board instantly stopped. In its place was the frowning listener in front of the radio station. In thousands of homes, the questions from this connected fan could be said to be completely unstructured. In the last round, it was clearly about love's winged bird, but in this round, it went straight to the turquoise leaf and lotus flower about plants. There's no set way to solve this. If we want to solve the problem, we can only rely on our wit and talent. The listeners each thought nervously, but the more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It couldn't be helped. Although everyone could be a keyboardist spitballer, not everyone could be a godly segmenter. Soon, the listeners who had given up were betting their hopes on the program host Wang Su, and Wang Su, who had been thrown into high hopes by the crowd, seemed to frown a bit tangled after hearing this second question, falling into silence for a while. This silence in a few seconds, no doubt let the cell phone radio before the countless listeners, also cannot help but nervous up. Could it be that the host of the Tart Talk cannot come out? The listeners thought apprehensively. Although they would leave a message to spit at Wang Su for speaking too tartly every time after he spoke a tart word, but in fact, it was the performance of the listeners who liked Wang Su. If Wang Su couldn't speak a tart word at this moment, to be honest, the crowd would be a little depressed instead. After all, it was not easy to find such an interesting radio host. If they just watched each other fall like this, it was really a sad story. The crowd of listeners all fought so nervously, and as the time passed and the silence continued, the tension under the hearts of the crowd became more and more raging. Until Wang Su on the radio, a whole 30 seconds of silence, but has not yet said a word. The crowd of listeners is unable to help but sigh. It seems that the heart has ruled that Wang Su has admitted defeat. Ahem. And just then, after Wang Su was silent for 38 seconds, at the time when everyone thought that Wang Su couldn't say anything tart, Wang Su, who had been silent for a long time, but suddenly coughed. I'm sorry for keeping everyone waiting. It's my fault that I'm too stupid. I thought for such a long time before I came up with the answer to the second verse. Please forgive me. Wang Su's gangly voice sounded once again on the radio. The message board that had originally fallen into silence, but at this moment, instantly boiled again. Asterisk. The host is bullish. This came to mind again. I thought you were going to admit defeat. I knew the slutty host would never fall. Host, Ali gives. Ha. Moderator, come on with your new quote. My little notebook for taking notes has been starving for it for a long time. Host is so handsome. I'm sure you won't let me down this time either. Dense words of encouragement filled the whole screen for a while. Wang Su, who made a short pause, then also stopped staying and slowly said with a smile as he held the microphone. This caller listener, in response to your second question, catching the sky lotus leaf infinite blue, I think the answer is, the lotus leaves in the sky are infinitely blue, and a branch of red apricots comes out of the wall. Lotus leaves in the sky. A branch of red apricots coming out of the wall. Lotus leaves in the sky. Yes, A branch of red apricots. Infinite blue. Yes, out of the wall. Hiss. The crowd in front of the radio station thought carefully and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This poem, right? It was really quite neat. And not only was it neat, the meaning of the poem. It's really immodest as always. This host is a ing talent. How the hell did he come up with this? The crowd couldn't help but be amused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another famous quote. Infinite turquoise. Turquoise. To the red apricot coming out of the wall. Out of the wall. This poem really has a different connotation. As always, it's flirty as hell. I feel that every poem of the host has a profound meaning. Everyone who is married, tell us what you feel after listening to this poem. Don't even say it. I get it. If the host's previous line, in the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings, but in the face of great difficulties, each one flies separately, is about the end of love after encountering challenges, then this line, the lotus leaves in the sky are infinitely blue, and a red apricot branch comes out of the wall, is about the crises that are hidden under the love. Ladies and gentlemen, how well do I understand? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs, shower, your understanding is a bit bullish. Honestly, what level are you currently at that the host is talking about? Say it to make us happy. Yellow warning. I sense that all of you are about to prepare to drive. Cuffs are ready. Please be careful what you say. Chapter 20. Sitting up in shock from a dying illness. As a series of pop-ups popped up, the entire radio message board was once again lively. At the same time, after hearing Wang Su's reply, the connected listener was first stunned, then burst into tears and laughter. And, host, what kind of nonsense is this from you? From your 2 consecutive answers, I feel that you are full of pessimism about love. Truth be told, do you have any bad memories of love? Is that why you're so skeptical about love? Have you had any bad relationship memories? Wang Su froze for a moment as he listened to the question. Then he smiled. This listener was too uptight? Isn't it just a pair of ancient poems? Is it necessary to go to such a serious level as the concept of love? Wang Su pondered for 2 seconds and continued. For this question, I would like to ask this listener a rhetorical question first. Is this your third question? The third question? The connected listener was stunned for a while. Then she heard Wang Su continue to ask. This listener, you've already asked 2 questions, and we've been connected for more than 2 minutes, so please cherish the number of questions you've asked. I may have to invite the next listener after answering one more question. Oh, in that case, okay. After hearing Wang Su's urging, the connected listener was a bit nervous for a moment, and seeing that, this connected listener, who had not made it difficult for the host to come up with questions twice in a row, some of the radio station's 200,000 or so listeners, who had also pondered over many ancient poems and wanted to quiz the host, got excited at this time as well. Right, this listener, you have too many questions as well, and none of them have any level. Hurry up and get off the line for me. Moderator, quickly let this listener go. I'll do it. I'm sure I can beat you. I can think of a verse too. Moderator, hurry up and link up again. I can do it too. On the message board, a crowd of listeners went crazy when they heard that Wang Su was preparing to connect the next listener. One by one, they scrambled to recommend themselves. The listener on the other end of the phone, urged by the crowd, couldn't help but look flustered, and without thinking carefully, he continued. Host, moderator, the question I just asked is null and void. My third question is, yes. My third question is, sitting up in a dying sickness. Please give me the next line. Aha, sitting up in fear of dying? Wang Su fell into silence for a moment as he listened to this question from the other party. He thought of the original line of the poem. Sitting up in shock in a dying sickness, dark winds blowing rain into the cold window. This was a narrative love poem written by Yuanjin, a great poet of the Tang dynasty, after he was relegated as an official. It's not too easy to adapt this sentence with humor and fun. Wang Su pondered and seriously thought about the second half of this ancient poem. Who would have thought that without waiting for him to ask a question, the connected listener spoke up first. And, moderator, this question of mine has an additional requirement. That is, not only do I need you to match the second half of a funny line, but I also require you to match 2 lines. In that case, do you dare to accept? 2 sentences in a row. Dare you accept? This was really a question whose difficulty had instantly escalated countless times. When Wang Su heard the girl's unintentional smile in his earphone, he instantly understood that this listener, from the very beginning, was aiming to give him a difficult problem. Sitting up in a dying disease, the next half of a sentence. Wang Su held the microphone and fell into deep thought. The more than 200,000 listeners who were online at the same time also fell silent for a moment after hearing this third question. Unexpectedly, this connecting listener was a Taoist high, directly on the last question, gave Wang Su an ultimate difficult question. Now, could the host still turn the danger into a success? Many listeners who had picked up their phones and were ready to call the hotline froze in place, holding their phones for a while. The listener who asked the third question seemed to feel that Wang Su was also stuck by this question, and then he was a bit complacent. It seems like the host is going to fall head over heels this time. She laughed secretly, seemingly overjoyed that she was finally able to quiz the host. However, she was going to be disappointed after all. Wang Su's silence this time only lasted less than 30 seconds before he smiled and spoke. I've kept you all waiting. I came up with this listener's third question. Moreover, not only are there 2 sentences, I came up with 3 sentences that can be used as reference for the next half of the sentence. Please have this listener check it out. Wang Su finished. More than 200,000 fans, however, froze. A total of 3 sentences were thought of. Is this host so quick-witted? I originally thought that he was going to be overwhelmed, but I didn't expect that he had opened hell mode for himself. The crowd sighed for a moment. All of them were shocked by Wang Su's reply. And the next moment, Wang Su's answer was slowly spoken. This listener, your third question, sitting up in shock from a dying disease. My answer is, first sentence, sitting up in shock in a dying sickness, laughing and asking where the guest came from. Second sentence, sitting up in a dying sickness, laughing and talking for another day. Second sentence, sitting up in a deathly illness. I eat 300 lychees a day. Chapter 21, The Collapsed Chui Hao. First sentence, old man chatting about youthful madness, curing kidney loss, no sugar. The second sentence, gently and slowly twisting and wiping and picking again. From now on, the king does not have an early morning court. The third sentence, when a young man leaves his home, the chrysanthemum has become a sunflower. Wang Su smiled and said his 3 sentences of reply. The countless listeners in the entire live broadcast room instantly had a cranial orgasm. This is simply triple kill. Little Prince of 3 bets. SKR. The host is so awesome. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of listeners heard Wang Su's marvelous segments, and each of them laughed with joy. Ha 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 ha. Bull batch. Bull batch. I never thought that these 2 donkey phrases could be linked together one day, and inexplicably go together. The host is too much. A good melancholic ancient poem. Hard for you to say it in a wonderful way. I now announce that you are suspected of smearing our country's classical culture, and you are cuffed. Please come with me, and from today onwards, you're only allowed to speak this kind of ancient poem to me. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, you've gone too far. How can such a talented host be yours alone? The host is for everyone. Unconditionally call for brother Wang Su. Please trouble me with a dozen of such ancient poems. Ha 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 ha. The message board was filled with laughter from the listeners. Almost instantly, the pop-ups about touting Wang Su's cowhide surged onto the entire screen like waves. Even a few girls who were originally skeptical about Wang Su's ability, after pondering over the 3 lines of Wang Su's couplet, they snorted and laughed, and secretly gave a thumbs up to Wang Su. And in the studio, Lu Yuan, who was paying attention to the whole message board, saw that Wang Su directly gave 3 answers to the listener in one breath, and she was also excited with a face full of stars. Only, as the saying goes, a man with talent is like a shining star in the dark night, always so compelling. So, some of the girls who were convinced by Wang Su's talent, at this time, they even had feelings for Wang Su. Secretly, host, call out your phone. I'm going to your house tonight, 1,000 words omitted here. LOL. Host, I want to go too. I want to, 2,000 words omitted here, too. Bold messages from some female listeners instantly floated across the message board. Lu Yuan, who was responsible for monitoring the content of the message board, on the other hand, after seeing these bold women who dared to seduce her brother Wang Su openly, she was instantly infuriated, and with a cold snort, she pinched the mouse with her fingertips, and then she pulled all these female listeners who had left messages into the blacklist. Humph, want to seduce my brother Wang Su? No way. Lu Yuan straightened her chest, with the expression of a proper house teaching a maid a lesson. Some changes in the shadows were like the above, constantly brewing and generating. As for Wang Su, naturally, he had absolutely no time to pay attention to these. After answering the questions of this connected female listener, he realized that the other party had shyly hung up the phone directly, so with a he smile, he no longer hesitated, and after directly comparing a finger to the connected person outside the glass window, he rushed the microphone and said, "Thank you for the second listener's call tonight. Next, let's access the third listener." Beep dash. The connecting call authority opened. In the studio, the staff member in charge of the connection, Xiao Wei, immediately opened the connection channel. Almost instantly, the screen full of hotlines was instantly swished and refreshed automatically, and on the upper right corner of the screen, the total number of people connected to the hotline was constantly soaring. In just 10 seconds, Xiao Wei realized that it had already exceeded 5 digits. Hiss. Connector Xiao Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. Immediately afterward, the entire person became abnormally excited. There was no way. After practicing as a linker for so many years it was the first time that Xiao Wei felt what it was like for a program to be on fire. He felt that he was heading towards a new peak in his life. Drop. A minute later, looking at the rising number of people, Xiao Wei hurriedly rushed at the screen and randomly chose a connecting practitioner. Then, another lucky person was connected into Wang Su's program hotline, and at the same time, in the Magic City radio station, in another studio, in charge of Magic City, Poetry, Chui Hao, the host of the audio program Magic City Poetry Conference. At this time, after finishing a long paragraph of ancient poems, he also entered the interactive part of the listeners only, and in the past he was familiar with the poetry. Words, General Assembly interactive program is different. Today, Chui Hao found that the number of listeners dialed in the program line, but greatly reduced. Few or two. Even the staff behind the glass window showed a look of disbelief when they saw the statistics on the screen. However, after repeatedly refreshing 4 or 5 times, the staff found that the number of listeners connected to the hotline was still less than 1,000, and they could only accept this reality, and less than 1,000 of this number, although the connecting personnel have no choice but to accept. Chui Hao, the host, and Wang Zian, the intern who has been listening to the program for a week, are still confused. This is impossible. You have to know that the program Magic City Poetry Conference is the trump card program of Magic City Radio. Its ratings have always ranked as the top 1 program on the radio and television. The peak number of people online at the same time can reach 80,000 people. With such high ratings, how could there be so few listeners in the interactive segment? Even at this time the day before yesterday, the number of fan calls that came in was 4 to 5,000. What's going on today? Poetry, Conference Studio. Chui Hao and Wang Zian looked very embarrassed, especially Chui Hao. At this moment a face is pulled old black. To know, as the Magic City radio station's gold medal host, in the past every time Chui Hao shot, that can be a minimum of 60,000 guaranteed number of people online. Today Hao will. After Chui Hao listened to the number of people online broadcast by the linkman, he only felt that the pressure in his heart suddenly increased. The entire person was instantly extremely tense. No matter what, this program must be made hot again tonight, Chui Hao secretly swore in his heart. Afterwards, he took a deep breath. Smiling, he picked up the phone of the first connected listener. Hello, host, are we connected successfully? The listener on the phone asked excitedly. Right, this listener. This is the Magic City Poetry Conference program. May I ask which poet's work of which poet's story you would like to share tonight? Chui Hao, speaking in a standard hosting accent, pontificated and asked. Ha, I don't have anything I want to share. I'm here to ask a question to the host who said the tale. I came up with the previous line, life is all about death, so please ask him to match the next line. What did you just say? Chui Hao was stunned for a moment. A host who says flirty things? We don't have such a host for this program. As for life being a life of its own, the next line of this poem is, leave the heart of the Danwei to shine through the sweat and green, and it was written by the Song Dynasties. How? The connected listener heard Chui Hao's answer, but directly interrupted him with a confused face. This program of yours? Tonight's column? Isn't it the Ancient Poetry Slurring Solitaire Conference? Am I mistaken? Ancient Poetry Slur Solitaire? When Chui Hao heard his listener's question, his face instantly sank. This listener, please watch your words. Our poetry conference is a serious and proper program, and there is absolutely no such program as Tart Word Solitaire. A serious and shocking program? The connected listener was once again staggered, and at this time, on the side of this connected listener, his friend's voice rang out. I told you that you made a typo. Who listens to this boring poetry program now? They've all gone to listen to that segment program next door. You hang up and call this number I'm talking about. Beep 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 dash. A blind tone sounded. Chui Hao listened to this hung-up phone. His whole face, instantly staggered, plus 10,000 times more embarrassed. Now, who is still listening? This program, boring poetry program? Chui Hao's heart roared as he thought about the last words that came over the phone. Who the hell was that? Who was the asshole who started that bull ***** poetry solitaire program? Chapter 22 Successive Strikes. At this moment, Chui Hao was broken. Only because the program had to continue. He couldn't show a bit of a breakdown yet. He could only hold on to his smile and continue to signal the staff to connect to the next hotline. When he signaled the staff to continue connecting, the staff suddenly looked a little embarrassed and handed him a note, telling Chui Hao something even more painful, that is, at this time, the number of calls paged in. There are already only more than 400 incoming calls. This connecting number was a disaster for a program with 100,000 listeners. Phew! Chui Hao squeezed the note and took a deep breath. He mentally kept telling himself, be calm, be calm. After all, there shouldn't be anything worse than now. right? Chui Hao mentally comforted himself. Drop. A connection beep sounded. Chui Hao took the headset, and after the beep sounded, he continued to put up a smiling face, and said in a magnetic voice, "Hello this listener, this is the Magic City Poetry Conference program. May I ask, what is the story of poetry that you would like to share?" It had to be said that Chui Hao, as a broadcast host who had been on the job for 5 years, was still very professional in this aspect of adjusting his state. In just a few words, it was completely impossible to hear any element of resentment in his mood just now. Only, the next question asked by his listening friend on the phone, however, made Chui Hao's face almost collapse. Moderator, I'm not here to share a story about poetry. I'd like to ask, what's the hotline number for the program Your Moon My Heart that everyone is talking about on the message boards at this moment? Is it convenient for you to say? And, what's that? The message board? Your Moon My Heart? A hotline? Chui Hao was instantly confused 3 times after hearing his listener's question. He then hurriedly looked down towards that message board, only to see that it was currently filled with many overlapping pop-ups. Brothers, you guys still watch this chicken soup poetry program? The tart poetry program next door is killing me. The host is too happy. Come on, everyone, upstairs, what's the slutty poetry program? How come I've never heard of this program? You're not familiar with the program, are you? The program I'm talking about is called Your Moon My Heart. The host is a talented and humorous segment player. Come and listen. Your Moon My Heart? That's not right. I know this program. He's talking about chicken soup. How come it's a poetry program? Don't worry about that. Just come anyway. That program has now broken 200,000 viewers. Half of Magic City's listeners are gathering there. Come on. What? 200,000? Is that too much? I want to see it. Come on. Come quickly. Other brothers come quickly too. A pop-up screen swished by. Only, hilariously, as the number of message pop-ups increased, the ratings of the program Magic City Poetry Conference, however, continued to decline. As for Chui Hao, after seeing one of the messages on the pop-up screen, his entire face became more and more gloomy. Wang Su, this asshole Wang Su, what the hell is he up to? What kind of flirty poetry? Is he humiliating me in a different way? Chui Hao's heart roared. On the other hand, Wang Zian, the intern sitting on his side, was instantly shocked after gazing at the content on the message board. Simultaneously 200,000 people online. How is this possible? Even for this Magic City Poetry Conference program that I'm in at the moment, its peak number of online people is not much more than 100,000 or so. More than 200,000 people online. Hiss. Wang Su, how on earth did he do that? Wang Zian's heart was filled with question marks. After all, as far as she remembered, the Your Moon My Heart program hosted by Wang Su was the program with the worst ratings in the entire broadcasting station. How could it be? Today, Wang Zian was filled with suspicion. However, she keenly noticed that Chui Hao's complexion was not good, so she didn't directly speak out her doubts, but just quietly sat on the side, not saying a word. Host, are you still there? And at this time, the telephone connection listener, but could not help but voice out again urged, Host, have you looked up the hotline number for the Your Moon My Heart program? Can you please tell me about it? Who? Chui Hao, who was clutching his earphone, slowly replied back to his senses when he heard his listener's question. Then, he closed his eyes and took another long breath. Under his heart, he said, calm down, I can do it. Chui Hao opened his eyes with great interest. He then smiled and replied, hello, this listener. The hotline number for this program Your Moon My Heart is 345,345. Thank you for your support of this program on our station. May I ask if you have any more questions? Chui Hao almost finished the number through gritted teeth. When he finished speaking, he felt like his heart was dripping blood, but he couldn't help but say it, because the Magic City radio station explicitly required that every program host must remember the hotlines of other programs, in order to be able to quickly contact each radio station in the event of any emergencies. Therefore, Chui Hao remembered the hotline number of the program Your Moon My Heart very clearly. It can even be said that because of professional needs, subconsciously, Chui Hao almost always remembered the phone number of this program. Only, he never thought that he would one day wish that he didn't remember the phone number of this program, because he was giving someone else a diversion. Or to that little brat Wang Su. Okay, I've memorized the phone number. Thanks to the host. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Soon you can have a chance to host the program Your Moon My Heart. Cheer up. Da. The phone then hung up, and Chui Hao was confused. Work hard early. A chance to go to Your Moon My Heart? Me. I'm the ING gold medal host of our station. Chui Hao's face was filled with desire to cry. He wanted to roar, to look up to the sky and curse. But, When he lowered his head and thought about the fact that this listener was clearly encouraging himself, and that he couldn't afford to lose his demeanor for a bit, he could only continue to keep his depression bottled up in his stomach and continue to remain silent. Okay, thank you for this listener's call. Let me have the third listener tonight. Chui Hao's gentle voice once again rang out. At the same time, he waved his hand to the staff behind the glass window, signaling that he could connect. Only, the staff member in charge of connecting the line, after waiting for more than 10 seconds of silence, awkwardly ran to his side, and quietly said to him, "Brother Hao, not many people are calling now, and on the message board, no one is discussing poetry. Do you think we should skip this part first?" Chui Hao stared wide-eyed. What the hell did that son of a Wang Su do? That program is so horrible like this? I used to. How the did I never know ah? Chapter 23, Life from the Beginning to the End? Just when Chui Hao was holding the microphone, he was about to break down. On the other hand, the number of online viewers of the program Your Moon, My Heart successfully exceeded the 300,000 mark at 9 p.m. Along with this historic moment, what went down in the history of Magic City Radio was that the cumulative pop-ups of this program also directly exceeded 450,000. On average, each person contributed 1.5 pop-ups. Such a record could be said to be unprecedented. Wang Su deserves to become the #1 viewer of the whole Magic City Radio tonight. Only, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to this. In order to gain more shock value, he was busy answering one call after another from his listeners. When it was 9:20 p.m., which was exactly 50 minutes after the program started, Wang Su had already answered 15 calls from fans. Immediately, he was about to receive the 16th connected listener tonight. Duo dash. The phone was answered after a short blind tone. Hello, you. Hello, pig. The pig bearer. I. My question. The question is, the caller listener stammered. One could imagine how nervous the young man must be at this moment. After all, being listened to by 300,000 people at the same time. This was just too much pressure for an ordinary person. This customer, don't panic. Seriously, say your request. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Su's voice was flirtatious, charming, enchanting. Wang Su joked in a different way, attempting to ease the tension of the connected listeners. Ha ha ha, report the host for driving. Even though I have no proof, I'm just going to report it. Done and done. It feels like I'm being led astray by the host. Hiss, the host imitating a woman's voice is too similar. Done. A voice controller, have also fallen. What kind of god is the host? Just now, he was obviously a pure man. Why did he turn into a sissy in the blink of an eye? This voice is too much. Host, I want to be your sister. Countless pop-ups whizzed by. The host's voice was just a random sentence. Flirtatious. The person who could draw such a reaction from the listeners under the seduction of his words. It had to be said that in the Magic City TV station, only Wang Su at this time could do it. Ha ha ha. Host, my request is very simple. As long as you can answer the question I asked, you'll be considered to have satisfied me. After the connected listener felt Wang Su's kind joke, she took a long breath and replied playfully as well. Ha ha, this one is simple. Then, this listener, please say the first half of your sentence. Wang Su laughed easily. Ahem. Host, listen up. The first half of my sentence is dash. The connected listener sold his words and then said, word for word, life from the beginning of time. Will the host please correct the second half of the sentence? The second half of the sentence of life from the beginning of time. Have to say, life, since ancient times, who has no death. When these 7 words are combined together, no matter how beautiful the original poem is trying to convey, in the ears of the listeners of Your Moon, My Heart at this time, it seems to be colored with a layer of different mood. And it is true. After hearing this title, Wang Su couldn't help but show a hee-hee laugh for a moment. This laughter was soon heard by the more than 300,000 listeners on the radio. Almost instantly, the hormones of the masses were once again ignited. Report! I can tell right now just by listening to this host's laughter that this guy must have a belly full of bad water in his heart. Host, I'm going to report you. Ha 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 ha. The host's laugh is too bad. I want to hear what funny couplets he's going to come up with this time. Upstairs, how can you say the host's laugh is bad? That laugh, it's obviously sexy and cute. Host, quickly tell your answer. I can't wait. The heavens, the earth, what's wrong with this society? I can't believe everyone isn't touched when they hear a verse like life from the past. This is a famous line from the ages. I don't believe the host can match the funny second half of the line, unless you tell the answer right away. Ha ha ha. As soon as I heard the host's bad joke, I knew this question was a sure thing. Say no more. My little book is turned over, so please feel free to show off your literary skills. Host, as a series of messages floated by, Wang Su, who had laughed badly for a few moments, also corrected his demeanor once again, grabbed the microphone and slowly said, "This connected listeners, about this question you asked, I have the answer. My answer is dash. Life from the beginning of time who has no death. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Are you still satisfied with this answer? Spring night, a moment, worth $1,000? Another ancient verse that had been exiled for thousands of years slowly gushed out from Wang Su's mouth. Immediately afterward, it flowed down the netline and into the ears of hundreds of thousands of people in thousands of homes in Magic City, stirring up a wave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is also possible. Host, what kind of brain circuits do you have here? Done and done. My ancient poetry is going haywire. What's going on here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. As expected of a host. I'm so impressed with this verse, right? Say no more. It's already been reported. I won't allow such a foul-mouthed program to continue to exist. This will greatly affect my Tsinghua exams. Upstairs. If you dare to report it, I'll kill you with a knife. Woo. What's wrong with this program? I was just listening to the poetry conference next door, and I was mesmerized by the vastness of the poetic mood. How come in the blink of an eye, that absolutely beautiful poetic mood in my mind is gone? Host, please return the poems and songs in my mind. Don't think about it upstairs. You've come and you still want to go back. The car is welded shut. No one is allowed to leave tonight. Whoever leaves, I'll stab him with a needle. The noisy and lively pop-up screen scrolls slowly. The entire message board of your moon. My heart seemed to be holding a grand poetry party. Only, unlike traditional poetry gatherings, at this moment, this program had been completely spoiled by Wang Su, who has not died since the beginning of time. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It's beautiful. I'm very happy with the host's answer. I'm very satisfied with the host's answer. I give the host a big kudos. At this time, the connected listeners also reacted to the humorous tartness in the verse and couldn't help but laugh out loud in admiration. Then, the phone hung up. The time had already gone to 9:25. In 5 minutes, it would be the end time of the program Your Moon, My Heart. Therefore, after noticing the time passing by, Wang Su reached out and grabbed the microphone. Reaching out, he grabbed the microphone and laughed softly. Dear listeners, happy times are always short. In another 5 minutes, it will be the moment for us to end this program. So let's link in now, the last lucky listener. Chapter 24, Last Lucky Audience Member of the Night. Let's link in now, the last lucky listener tonight. When Wang Su finished his sentence, many of the listeners who were still jumping up and down on the message boards were suddenly quiet. That's right, the time of joy was always short-lived. Although the program Your Moon, My Heart has been on air for almost an hour now, and the host, Wang Su, has said almost 20 classic poetic words. However, as a listener, everyone seems to feel that the program has only started for a short while, and some of them are not yet finished. Because, when Wang Su said that the next is the last listener, the listeners in front of the radio station, their faces were a bit gloomy and lost. Host, this is also too fast. Strongly request for extra time. I haven't listened to it enough. Right, how come it's the last one? I've only just entered the channel and I've only listened to not even 2 of them. Woo. Host, slave can't let you go. People still want you to continue. Don't stop. Be more intense. Moderator, you can't end it like this. My diary for the next month will be supported by your Thai words. If you don't give me 10 more ing lines, you're not allowed to leave the line. More than 300,000 listeners left their comments almost simultaneously at this moment. The already small message board was instantly filled to the brim with clusters of square characters, even because of the number of messages floating by at the same time. When Lu Yuan wanted to clear the bold and passionate declarations of love from a few girls, she found that she couldn't find the cursor on the screen to control the screen. Thus, Lu Yuan, who was at her wit's end, finally had to look at a group of girls showing off to her brother Wang Su with a huff and a puff, and could do nothing about it. However, although Wang Su felt the enthusiasm of the big group, he couldn't fulfill their requests. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Even on the contrary, if the platform allowed it, if Wang Su was allowed to say another hour, he could happily agree. However, the evening program arrangement of Magic City Radio had already been stipulated to death. When the program Your Moon, My Heart ended, the channel would immediately switch to the evening news. At that time, no matter whether Wang Su had finished the program or not, for the viewers, they could no longer receive his audio. Therefore, Wang Su, who knew all this process, appeased the audience with a few words and expressed his helplessness. Then he smiled and let the linkman Xiaowei access the next listener. A connecting beep sounded. The hundreds of thousands of listeners in front of the radio station who were always watching the program instantly fell silent. Surprisingly, there was no way to resist, so they could only obediently enjoy the fun brought by this last listener. The listeners all sighed and thought so. Beep. Drop. The connecting phone. 2 was connected at this moment. Wang Su's earphone. Then came a girl's clear voice. Hello, host. Hello, are we connected successfully? If you want, you can also consider us holding hands successfully. Wang Su smiled and joked. After the 300,000 listeners heard this, each face couldn't help but show a meaningful smile. This host as usual, he is still flirty. Ha ha ha. Many people thought in their hearts. Only, at this moment, more people no longer chose to send pop-up messages, because, after all, there was not much time left in the program. People were afraid that if they sent out a pop-up, they would miss the final climax of the program, and that would really be a loss. So, after hearing the chat between Wang Su and the girl, the crowd listened quietly. Ha ha ha, it's really you, the host. As soon as you opened your mouth, I knew it couldn't be wrong. The female listener giggled. Then after a pause, she proceeded to laugh, saying, looks like I'm that last lucky connected listener, right? That's right. You are the last lucky listener of the night. So what topic are you going to come up with? After you think of one, you can start anytime. Wang Su smiled confidently. My topic. I thought of it a long time ago. It's just that I want to ask the host first. Since I'm the last lucky listener tonight, can the host attach some extra rewards to me? Extra rewards? When the crowd of listeners heard this request from the connected guest, they all perked up their ears at once. This is interesting. The city will play. I bet this female listener came prepared. The reward she wants is definitely unusual. I just wonder, will the host agree? The crowd thought with smiles, looking forward to Wang Su's answer. Wang Su, however, seemed to have no hesitation at all, so he spoke directly. Ha ha ha, want a reward? No problem at all. I don't know this female listener. What reward do you want? It's a bit difficult to say what I want as a reward. Are you sure you can fulfill me, host? The female listener said with a smile. You can say it out and listen. Wang Su also said with a smile. Good, then I'll say it. The female listener hummed, then said, the reward I want is, I hope I can be an ancient concubine once tonight. Can you fulfill me, host? An ancient concubine? SSSH. What the hell kind of strange request is this? What's wrong with this girl? Has she watched too much Legend of Concubine Jinhuan? She's got a demonic disorder? This night, even if the host has the means to help you find concubine clothes, there is no place to go to find an actor to accompany you to act. After the listeners heard the girl's request, each of them couldn't help but secretly spit it out. In their opinion, this girl was simply a strong man locking up men. How could the host possibly do such a request? The more than 300,000 listeners all felt that the female listener's request was a bit too much. Therefore, they all opened their brains and helped the host think of ways to break the problem. Only, no matter how the crowd pondered, they always felt that in order to realize the female listener's request, they had to spend a great deal of human and material resources and financial resources. And just at this moment, Wang Su, who had been pondering for a few seconds, opened his mouth with a smile. This female listener's question, to say it's simple and easy, to say it's difficult, it's not difficult, just I have to ask one more time. This young lady, are you sure that the reward you want is, to experience the feeling of being an ancient concubine once? I'm sure in a million. When the female listener heard Wang Su's confident question, she was a bit flustered and couldn't help but think, could this really be difficult for him? Only, after thinking so much, the female listener still straightened her chest and loudly expressed her confirmation again. Good, then I'll let you experience it, Wang Su said with a smile. How to experience it? Consort, change my clothes. Chapter 25, There is a way to heaven. Don't you want to go? Concubine, change my clothes. When Wang Su's reply with a smile slowly surged through the microphone to the more than 300,000 listeners in the radio station, many old drivers who had long been well versed in Wang Su's linguistic humor instantly recalled the meaning of Wang Su's words. Ha ha ha, I get it. The host is playing a cosplay himself. Calling himself me is equivalent to him playing the emperor himself and letting the little sister on the phone play the concubine. This invisible also took advantage of the little girl. Asterisk. The host's brain circuit is really bullish. We all thought about how to find an actor to play this little sister, but we didn't expect the host to directly recommend himself and play the emperor himself. This operation is too saw. The host is really still the same host. There are no words for saw. Woo. Host, you negative man. How could you do that in front of me? Flirting. Tease. Other girls. You big pig's hoof, I don't like you anymore. Awesome. The host can bend and drift with this brain circuit. My mundane people admire it. Put. Ha. Sure enough, the host is still the most flirty one. Is it okay to call yourself your majesty and let your beloved concubine dress herself? Awesome. I have to say, I admire Mr. Wang Su's divine replies every time. Say no more. From today I am a loyal listener of this program. As long as Mr. Wang Su is still this flirty Mr. Wang Su. I won't give up this program for a day. A group of listeners who had recalled the connotation of Wang Su's words once again captured the entire message board. The entire Your Moon, My Heart program, towards the end, once again ushered in a collection of pop-ups from the listeners. At this time, the listener also realized the deep meaning of Wang Su's words just now, and instantly her face turned red with shame. However, this was, after all, a girl who could boldly ask for rewards from Wang Su. After being shy for not more than a moment, her complexion returned to normal, and with a haughty cold snort, she once again laughed and flirted with Wang Su. Okay then, Your Majesty, isn't it just to change your clothes? No problem. A fluffy voice came from the phone, instantly provoking a fierce reaction from Wang Su's 100,000 female fans. Bah! This shameless woman. You ask a question, just ask a question. How can you seduce my host? The host is mine. No one is allowed to take it away. Right, sisters, we can't just stand by and watch such an attractive host be seduced by this woman. Protect our host. Charge. Down with the phone, mistress. The host is ours. A group of women who were impressed by Wang Su's charisma competed for Wang Su's right to belong and spoke out angrily. Wang Su, on the other hand, looked at the layers of protect the host words popping up on the pop-up screen, and burst into tears and laughter. It seems that the charm value given by the system is really strong. These listeners haven't even seen my face, but they've been developed into fans by themselves. If they were in close contact, wouldn't they be able to eat me alive? Wang Su thought with trepidation, but he couldn't help but feel a hot gaze coming from his side. He couldn't help but slowly turn around and look. He found that Lu Yuan, the intern, was holding the mouse, rushing to the screen to delete the several messages with explicit language, frantically clicking to delete them. At the same time, this girl even gritted her teeth and muttered, "Oomph, a bunch of shameless women. Brother Wang Su is mine. No one is allowed to rob him." Hiss. System, the charm value you're giving away is a bit too powerful. If this goes on, it will be dangerous for me to go out. Wang Su's scalp was numb for a while and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that when boys go out, they really need to protect themselves well. Well, host, let's talk about something serious. The first half of the verse I'm going to say is ready. Are you ready to respond? The connected female listener also seemed to feel the pressure from the message board pop-ups, so after Wang Su was silent for more than 10 seconds, she smiled and changed the topic. This female listener can say anything. I can start any time. Wang Su, who had returned to his senses, also once again asked in his soft and refined voice. In an instant, countless women, after hearing Wang Su's voice, felt like spring breeze again. The host's voice is also too crispy. Like, okay Lu. Then the host, please listen to the question, the listener said with his fist in his hand. The question I've come up with this time, strictly speaking, doesn't come from an ancient poem, but rather a common saying often spoken by the folk in our country. Its full sentence is, there's a way to heaven that you don't go. Please ask the host to come up with a rhyming second half of the line. My request is, the second half of the line must be the same as the other lines the host has come up with before. It must be an original line from an ancient poem of ours. Writing your own doesn't count. Moreover, after the second half of the line is matched, the whole verse must convey a positive and upward mood, urging people to learn. No more spoofing like the host did before. Writing your own doesn't count. And, to convey a positive and educational message, the female listener hummed justifiably when she said she wanted the last requirement, as if she felt that this would definitely be difficult for Wang Su, and after she finished the question, the crowd really couldn't help but let out a gasp. This question, compared to the question that the host had encountered earlier, the difficulty had been elevated by not a single level. Unexpectedly, this little girl with a halfway decent reputation was dealt a deck of cards of King Bomb difficulty right out of the gate. How can the host play this now? The program ends in less than 2 minutes. Can the host really come up with an answer in this last minute? All the people, once again, were scared for Wang Su. There was no way that the crowd could not be nervous. It was important to know that the host had been continuously high-pressure brain activity for almost an hour. At this time, even the smartest person should have exhausted his talent. Can't the host continue to answer in seconds as before? To be honest, everyone could not believe it at this point. But, can't believe. A real miracle is always born in the nick of time. Wang Su, who wasn't favored by the crowd, didn't choose to give up as the crowd guessed. After he heard a few rather harsh requests from this connected listener, although there was a brief moment of panic, after freezing for a few seconds, he let out a light laugh, and still answered without pausing for a second, saying, "This little sister, this question of yours is really interesting. There is a road to heaven that you don't walk? Well, I really didn't expect that you would use a Chinese folk saying to ask a question. This is indeed creative to the extreme. Only, the second half of your question is not difficult to guess. I thought of one here first. I think it's quite interesting. Let me tell you about it. The verse I came up with is, there is a way to heaven that you don't go. The sea of learning has no end to be a bitter boat. Chapter 26, Wang Su, are you plagiarizing? There's a road in heaven that you don't take. The sea of learning has no end to be a bitter boat. As Wang Su finished this sentence, the caller's end was quiet. After a short period of silence, a burst of laughter directly resounded throughout the entire radio station. Ha 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 ha. Host, bull batch. There's a road to heaven that you don't walk, and the sea of learning is a bitter boat? This damn is indeed very positive. I like it, I like it. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. The maniacal laughter of the connected female listener was like a plague, instantly spreading over the heads of every audience member who was listening. In an instant, all the viewers who were still worried and nervous for Wang Su were all filled with dismay. Simply unbelievable. I thought the host was going to admit defeat this time. I didn't expect another second answer. In a flash, the reactive listeners immediately let out thunderous laughter. Put my holy, I really did underestimate the level of the host's ancient poetry. Ha 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 ha, the host is too talented. It's over. I'll never be able to look straight at the verse about the sea of learning being a boat of suffering again. Ha 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 ha, my heart aches for 3 seconds upstairs. I won't be able to look straight from now on either. Host, are you forcing me to be a 5 speaking, 4 beautiful, 3 loving motherland flower by making couplets like this? I don't care. It's amazing that you've even paired a verse like, the sea of learning is a bitter boat. I'm sure you've got a lot of nonsense in your stomach. Spit it all out for me. No hiding. Broken. And at the moment when the audience was laughing the most exaggeratedly, the linkman in charge of watching the data, Xiao Wei, suddenly shouted out in excitement, only to see him pointing at the radio station's data and reporting loudly. The number of online listeners reached 387,492, accounting for 49.87% of the city's simultaneous radio listening rate. The number of people leaving messages online reached 159,931, accounting for 54.45% of the entire station's single-day listening audience. The horrifying data was burst out by Xiao Wei. Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the side of Wang Su and had been responsible for recording the data, instantly became completely stupefied. This data, it was simply horrifying. Even if it was a golden program, it was impossible to have such explosive data. But now, it was this kind of art that landed in this small, uneventful program. You know, this program has always been considered the bottom program in Magic City radio and television. In just 2 nights, it's now number 1 in the ratings of all Magic City radio stations. And it's only getting more popular. Look at this, the entire Your Moon, My Heart studio was overwhelmed with excitement. And just after such explosive data appeared, tonight's program came to an end with Wang Su's slow farewell. Brother Su is bull. Brother Su ox. Brother Su is bull. In the studio, everyone looked at Wang Su with eyes full of admiration. Undoubtedly, Wang Su smoothly won everyone's trust by virtue of his perfected level of storytelling and superior reaction ability. It can be said that tonight is not only the beginning of the breakthrough of the program Your Moon, My Heart, but also the beginning of Wang Su's journey to this world. It was also the beginning of Wang Su's first time to completely capture the shock value of the masses after he traveled to this world. So, looking at the full shock value in his system, Wang Su revealed a satisfied smile, and then, under the wave of the crowd, he walked out of the studio and left the station. Walking on the way home, Wang Su remembered tonight's 1-hour hosting time, and suddenly felt a lot of emotions. It must be said that although in the eyes of many listeners, his performance tonight could be said to be nearly perfect, but in fact, when he was hosting, how anxious his heart was, only Wang Su himself knew. Those poetry solitaire challenges one after another, although after answering successfully, the shock value obtained was doubled. But this process of constantly waiting for the unknown, every time could make a person with poor heart capacity instantly collapse. Thinking of this, Wang Su suddenly realized one thing. That was, the amount of his own segments. Although he had stored a lot of segments in his head in his last life as a host of a segmented program, to be honest, as a host, what was more tested was actually his ability to react on the spot. There were some flirty words that stirred up the atmosphere, and he could easily say them, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be difficult in the days to come. For this reason, Wang Su was ready to take out a few hours every day in the next period of time to organize the paragraphs in his head, and it was better to make a systematic classification, so as not to be prepared for any trouble. With such thoughts, Wang Su accelerated his pace home. Only, just as he had just left the door of the radio station's building, behind him, a familiar voice called out to him. Wang Su, wait! It was that lark-like voice. When Wang Su heard this familiar voice, he couldn't help but think of the good-looking face of the mistress of this voice again. Could it be that she has suddenly realized how good I am, so she wants to come back to me and ask for a reunion? What's wrong? Wang Su thought of this and turned around with a lazy face. intending to greet the other party's apology. Tonight's program, how did you do it? Wang Ziyan trotted in front of Wang Su. Seeing the other party's exquisite face, she was first stunned, but she didn't say anything and directly cut to the chase. Haven't you always been speaking about chicken soup? Why are you suddenly talking about poetry? Could it be that you plagiarized the idea of our poetry conference? Plagiarizing? Wang Su was a little confused by this word question. Wang Su, I've said long ago that one can be poor, but not without ambition. You are also a student of Magic City University. Why would you do something like plagiarizing the fruits of other people's labor? You now immediately follow me to apologize to Brother Cui Hao and try to get his forgiveness. Wang Ziyan spoke through gritted teeth, not giving Wang Su a chance to argue from start to finish. The only reason why she was so sure that Wang Su was plagiarizing was because when she was off work just now, Cui Hao coldly said to her, Wang Su, this guy, he can't do anything else, but stealing other people's ideas is very fast. She was sure that Wang Su had plagiarized Cui Hao's idea. After hearing this woman's slander, Wang Su couldn't help but laugh. I plagiarized other people's knowledge achievements? Who said that to you, Cui Hao? You don't care who said it to me. Anyway, if you did something wrong, you have to admit it. Now, immediately, follow me to the station to admit your mistake. Otherwise you'll lose your job. Go-san's sculpture thing. Why don't you let him come and apologize to me? Facing Wang Ziyan's angry rebuke, Wang Su didn't budge and directly then opened his mouth to curse. That's right, the Wang Su at this time was no longer the original insistent Wang Su in this world. Want to slander him casually? No way. Wang Su glanced at Wang Ziyan with slanted eyes, then without saying a word, he turned his head and continued to walk out. Wang Su, stop right there. Wang Su, if you leave like this today, you'll lose your job tomorrow. Wang Ziyan roared loudly after Wang Su, but Wang Su never looked back at her again. Ziyan, don't mind him. No good men are all like this after all. They can't be helped by mud. And right at this moment, in the distance, a man in a black suit, after seeing this scene, jogged up and directly grabbed Wang Ziyan's waist, holding her in his arms. At the same time, Wang Su also noticed the voice of this man and curiously frowned as he turned his head to look at. Chapter 27 Red-haired beauty chanting dagger. This is a man with a good face value. Almost. Equivalent to 1/10 as handsome as me, I guess. This was Wang Su's first impression of this man who suddenly appeared. Subsequently, the second impression was that this man seemed to have a close relationship with Wang Ziyan, because Wang Su saw that Wang Ziyan did not resist at all to this man's movement of wrapping her arms around her. Death to Wang Su. My condolences. Wang Su couldn't help but burn incense in his heart for the Wang Su who left this world. He used the method of spiritual victory very well. All good. That is attributed to themselves, all shameful things, all attributed to the last Wang Su. This way those who leave are at peace and those who stay are relieved. How good is that? Thinking like this, Wang Su smiled at Wang Ziyan and the man and directly turned around to leave. Hey, Wang Su, you're leaving just like that? Who would like to think? At this time, that man is not happy. He seems to think that Wang Su's reaction is a bit bland, not enough to let his vanity be satisfied. So he put his arm around Wang Ziyan, and while walking, at the same time, he touched a BMW car key out of his bosom, and pressed it to a convertible BMW car on the side of the road. Buzz! The BMW unlocked in response. Then the man grunted towards Wang Su and said, don't be in such a hurry to go. Now it's more than 10 o'clock in the evening. The car is not good to fight, or I'll send you a section. My car, more than $1 million. Sitting is definitely more comfortable than that cab. How about it? The man said provocatively. The words fell. Wang Su's heart momentarily gave birth to a wave of inexplicable indignation. Then, he could not help but fantasize about a series of 13-faced plays too. For example, at this moment, there is a big beautiful woman driving a Lamborghini from the sky, and then said to call me husband? But, how could that happen? Isn't this purely a daydream? Wang Su mentally thought about the face-slapping plot for half a day, but the performance still sighed and cursed himself for being delusional. Only, when he had just dispelled his daydreaming thoughts, a racy burgundy Lamborghini suddenly came from the distance with lightning speed, and then stopped straight in front of him. After that, the butterfly door opened. A pretty girl wearing tight jeans and white halter, with a head of burgundy big waves, smiled and came down from the car, looking at Wang Su and shouted, sorry husband, the road is a bit jammed. I'm late. Hubby? After hearing the girl's name to Wang Su, Wang Ziyan and the BMW man on one side were instantly confused in the wind. What the hell is this? Wang Su could have such a beautiful and rich wife? What kind of international joke is this? Wang Ziyan was the first to question this. As for Wang Su, he recognized the girl the first moment he saw her coming down from the car just now. This is that. The pretty red-haired girl who lives upstairs from me? Are you? Thinking about it, to be sure, Wang Su couldn't help but ask. what are you? You can't even call your wife when you see her? After the girl heard Wang Su's voice, she directly interrupted him, then changed to an angle where Wang Zian and the others couldn't see her face, and winked at Wang Su and smiled. Hubby, what are you waiting for? Why don't you get in the car quickly? And, get in the car? After Wang Su heard the other party's words, he didn't react at first, but then after seeing the other party's eyes thrown towards him, he instantly understood that the other party, this was coming to relieve himself. Thus, Wang Su, who was good at substituting his role, quickly cleared his throat and automatically role-played up. Still want me to get on the car? You came so late, almost didn't freeze me to death. Tonight, go back and give me 100 pounds on my legs. No cheating. Wang Su had a stern face, a look of an old parent educating his own country mother-in-law. Then he lowered his head and grinned greatly as he got into the car. While in the distance, Wang Zian, who saw this scene, was instantly shaking with anger. Good, Wang Su, I knew it. It turns out that you have long been rich woman, bought, bread. I'm sorry, I said why are you so cold after hearing me break up with you? You scum, you'll die a horrible death. Buzz dash. The Lamborghini's sound wave boomed at that moment. Wang Zian's voice was completely swallowed at once. In the car, Wang Su hadn't heard every word his ex-girlfriend hissed at him. Instead, he listened carefully to the self-introduction of the red-haired beauty on his side. Introduce yourself. My name is Rao Xiaodao. You can call me Xiaodao, or Dagger, both can. The girl who called herself Rao Xiaodao introduced herself graciously, while Wang Su froze for a moment after hearing her name. Chattering little Dagger. What a familiar name. This isn't from the world before I crossed over. That dress-up girl who was red all over Jitterbug? I'm Wang Su. Facing the enthusiastic Dang Xiaodao, Wang Su was also so excited that he was incoherent as he introduced himself. While seeing this nervous and excited look of Wang Su, Rao Xiaodao couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, why? Didn't you just look like you were in control and wanted me to go back and whack your legs with a bull? 13. Coaxing look? Why are you blushing as soon as you see me? It's not that I'm too pretty, so you're shy, right? Rao Xiaodao flirted, the corners of his eyes filled with laughter. As for Wang Su, what he was actually originally most excited about was not being accosted by such a beautiful girl. After all, in his last life, he was also a relationship veteran who had read countless women. The reason why he was excited just now was because this girl claimed to be Rao Xiaodao, so he couldn't help but get a little flustered. Therefore, after hearing Rao Xiaodao's flirtatious language, Wang Su quickly recovered his normalcy, then pondered for 2 seconds and laughed cheerfully. I'm not going to be shy because I'm too pretty to see you. You think that you're a little bit of a big deal? Let me tell you, a woman like you, I love one when I see one. And, Duo Xiaodao couldn't help but freeze when she heard Wang Su's vicious words. To be honest, she originally thought that Wang Su's sudden fierce expression was angry and was ready to argue in annoyance, but she didn't want to. After the other party let out a string of harsh words, she finally said a woman like you, I see one, love one, this, put. After realizing that Wang Su was praising himself in disguise, Duo Xiaodao was once again amused by him. She couldn't help but cover her stomach and giggled loudly. And just at this moment, ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the shock value +3 of Little Dumpling. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining Ma Xiaoyun's shock value +1. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining Lei Xiaojuan's shock value +2. Ding dong, a string of shock value, once again, bombarded Wang Su's ears like a message from WeChat. Wang Su, who originally only wanted to shake his head, was instantly shocked as well. What's going on here? Ma Xiaoyun, Lei Xiaojun, where did these guys come from? Can it be that there's someone else in this car? Chapter 28, Are you craving my body? Is it possible that there's someone else in the car? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. This car can only have 2 seats. Wang Su denied the first guess and couldn't help but turn his head towards the outside of the car, only to find that out of the car window, a male onlooker on the side of the road was looking at him with envy and jealousy. Could it be? Is it contributed by the passers-by? Wang Su couldn't help but think, but he immediately overturned this possibility, because the shock value that was ringing in his mind at the moment was soaring at a rate of several thousand per minute. Such a high frequency of shock value acquisition was something he had never experienced even when he was in the broadcasting studio just now, not to mention the little bit of passers-by that were spectating here. This kind of sight could only occur when tens of thousands of people were watching themselves at the same time. Could it be that? Is chanting Little Dagger eccentric? Wang Su couldn't help but have another guess. Thus, he squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the chattering small knife. And just after he carefully scrutinized the dress code of the little troop for more than 10 seconds, he soon discovered an abnormality. This chattering little knife didn't come empty-handed. Her clothes, at this moment, is pinned a small daisy trim. That little daisy is very small. Just now Wang Su did not notice, When he looked at this moment, he realized that it was not a decoration, that it was a miniature camera. Little Tuan Tuan is broadcasting live. Wang Su instantly came to a realization, and right at this moment, Chattering Dagger seemed to have noticed that Wang Su seemed to have discovered his secret. So embarrassedly, she spat out her tongue at him and apologized. That, I'm actually an anchor, and I'm doing an outdoor live broadcast right now, so if you mind, I'll turn it off right away. No, don't mind. Listening to Dang Xiaodao's guilty words, but Wang Su waved his hand with a smile. Just kidding, how could one refuse? This was a good opportunity to refresh the shock value. Definitely can't miss it. And after seeing Wang Su's unconcerned look, Chattering Dagger was also instantly happy. She then said, then, if you don't mind, would you like to treat me to a dinner? Consider it as a compensation for me helping you out just now. How about it? Treat me to dinner? No problem at all. Go, my treat. As soon as he heard that the big beauty on his side took the initiative to make a dinner date with himself, Wang Su agreed with a smile on his face. Don't forget, after last night's lucky draw, the current me, I'm also worth $1.5 million. Wang Su thought arrogantly, and at the same time, Chattering Dagger's live broadcast room, however, blew up. Asterisk. Sister Dagger took the initiative to ask a man out for dinner. This isn't like our Dagger's style. Our Dagger sister used to be indifferent to other men. Ha. I told you a long time ago. Little Dagger has moved on to men this time. Now you guys believe it, right? Don't believe it. Wasn't it all because of us that Dagger wanted to help this man out just now? Dagger herself didn't say she wanted to help this man. I don't believe that Dagger would fall in love with this man. You forgot. Sister Dagger was deliberately baiting us at the time, saying how poor and pitiful this man was, when in reality it was she herself who pitied the man. That's why she decided to help. And you guys are all conspiracy theories. I don't believe it. Tuanzi is mine. No one can take it away from me. The water friends in the live broadcast room chatted with one sentence after another, and if Wang Su could see what they were chatting about, he would have guessed that the reason why Chattering Dagger suddenly appeared here and also unraveled herself around was closely related to the fact that she was live streaming. Things are like this. Half an hour ago, Dang Xiaodao in the live broadcast room and water friends to play Truth or Dare. The results Dang Xiaodao lost. The water friend then let the chattering knife to say her last heart is when. Then, the wind-up water friends, then urged to go to the knife to find this little brother chat. The small knife was reluctant, but in the live broadcast several big brother brush several rockets, really cannot bear to caress each other's face. Will go downstairs to inquire about Wang Su's workplace, specially rushed to this Magic City radio station to wait for Wang Su, and in 10 minutes ago, in the downstairs waiting for Wang Su dang knife, far in the sea Wang Su out, was going to get off the car rushed over to the other side of the accosting. The results witnessed Wang Su by her ex-girlfriend and ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend humiliating scene. So, the road to see the injustice of the dangling knife, decided to go out to help Wang Su a hand. This, then, is the story of how she drove her car and rushed to Wang Su afterward. The Lamborghini stopped in the parking lot of a commercial street after driving on the wide road of Magic City for 10 minutes. This commercial street was the notorious snack ghetto of Magic City. At this time, it was also the time when the nightlife had just begun. So this place gathered a lot of crazy young people. When the outstanding temperament and appearance of Rao Xiaodao appeared on this commercial street, almost instantly, countless male gazes were looking this way, and when they realized that there was also a man who came together with Dang Xiaodao, they immediately sighed with remorse. However, Wang Su did not notice these emotional changes of the crowd. He had already been hungry for the whole night, and at this moment, his eyes were hungrily looking at one barbecue stall after another, drooling. Soon, the two of them found a relatively quiet barbecue restaurant. After casually ordering some common grilled meat and vegetables, they then sat down and waited patiently. And at this time, a woman's gentle prompt came from the earphone worn by Dawning Dagger. Little Dagger, the fans in the live broadcast room are getting more and more now. It's going to be 50W soon. Many people from other live rooms, after hearing that you had asked your heartthrob boy out for dinner, even more directly ran over. They are now frantically swiping gifts, expecting you and this man to spark up a bit. You quickly stop doing what you're doing and chat more with this host. The person who spoke was the female management of Chattering Dagger's live room. Generally when every big anchor is on air, in order to maintain order, they will hire such a management to monitor the dynamics of the live room water friends in real time. At this moment, after hearing the management say that the number of live broadcasts had risen, Chattering Dagger instantly revealed a wry smile. It seems that the strategy of going offline this time was the right one. Chattering Dagger couldn't help but smile as she thought. And the image of this excited smile of hers was also captured by Wang Su in the first moment. After Wang Su looked at Rao Xiaodao was looking at himself with a colorful face, his heart was a little flustered. After a few seconds, he just couldn't help himself and asked nervously, "Hey, is there some bad idea about me in your head? I'm warning you, don't think about me all day long, it's always me in your head. It's a very erotic thing. It's a very erotic thing to do. Don't think I don't know. Tell me the truth. Are you craving my body?" Chapter 29, Wang Su's criteria for choosing a mate. Are you craving for my body? After Wang Su finished the sentence with a serious face, Deng Xiaodao was instantly confused. Greedy for your body? I am a big anchor with millions of fans. I will be in front of so many people in the live broadcast room. I will be greedy for your body, which is a man who is just known for not 1 hour. Although I have to admit that you do have some good looks, but I'm not that hungry. Mr. Wang, this is a bit too much narcissism. Mr. Wang, this is really a bit of narcissism. However, the 50W aquatic friends in the live broadcast room were boiling at this time. Ha 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 ha, ghost talent, ghost talent. This is the first time I've seen Chattering Dagger so clueless. Brother is 2-6. Are you craving my body? This sentence is 2-6. Ha ha ha. I would like to honor this brother is Chu 6666 young. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother's eloquence is really okay. To be honest, I also feel that Dagger's eyes are craving for your body. You have to be careful. Big brother, ha ha ha. Are you craving for my body? Are you craving for my body? The more you read this phrase, the more brainwashing it becomes. I bet this phrase will be popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River in no time. Don't even say it, ha ha ha. I'm a fan of this brother. This is the first time I've seen someone who can describe narcissism in such a refreshing way. A series of pop-ups filled with heckling instantly boiled over in the entire live studio. Almost instantly, the popularity of Chattering Dagger's live room rose another full notch. And at this time, Chattering Dagger couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Auntie, I don't crave your body at all. You're too narcissistic. Who gave you the confidence to think you're so handsome?" Alas, when it comes to the word handsome, although not very willing to admit it, I still have to say that it has been accompanying me from birth to growing up. Wang Su sighed and pretended to be deep. I vaguely remember that when I was born, my father had cried hoarsely for more than a month, and he killed himself not willing to believe that I was a child inherited from his chromosomes. Later, in order to prove her innocence, my mother dragged my father to the hospital to do a paternity test, and the doctor unraveled the quilt and only looked at it and cried, wiping his nose and saying, "Go back. It's not your child. No one's. Human beings can't give birth to such a handsome child." A small nurse intern came over and immediately looked for a box of red sealing clay, printed my questioning, and spread the coiled hair at once, murmured to me, "Long hair for the gentleman to stay. This life if you do not marry you. Long hair is not seen." The green lamps and ancient Buddha, self-combing in the boudoir. Later, I grew to 15 years old when I was still afraid to go to school, not without going up. I went to half a day of kindergarten. The results of the whole garden children teachers plus the dean are crazy. My little face are swollen into a watermelon by the little girl kiss. Once, the focus interview program group to interview me, carrying the camera of that beautiful woman fainted 3 times, responsible for the transcript of that little girl raw Chinese into Italian plus Spanish. The United Nations allocated transfer funds for me to build a hiding place, located in the Himalayas on the top of Mount Everest. I enjoyed the real quiet. The blue sky and I was incredibly close. God simply sold can. Although the quiet, but also extremely troubled, I stood at the peak and shouted, "I'm not handsome." Suddenly, the voice of God came from the sky, "No, you lie." And that's it. A series of monologues from the bottom of his heart came out fluently from Wang Su's mouth. When he finished speaking, the entire audience choked. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly silenced. Rao Xiaodao also froze with a blank stare. Until this moment, Rao Xiaodao realized how thick-skinned this guy in front of him was. Originally thought, this kid only rubbed rice so righteous. Did not expect nowadays narcissism up is also unique. The crowd was shocked. And Wang Su said here seems to be a little unfulfilled. Sighed and said again, "Speaking of which, I can't help but want to take a mirror to look at myself." After saying that, he then picked up a piece of mirror from the table and shook it towards the miniature camera in front of Deng Xiaodao's chest, deliberately letting the crowd in the live broadcast room see it. He then aimed the mirror at the corner of the table. In an instant, the sound of the mirror cracking rang out, and when the sound rang out, Wang Su's voice with a wail accompanied it. "Mirror, I'm sorry for you. I forgot that it was my fault that you couldn't handle my handsomeness. Everything is my fault. Oh heaven, oh earth, why do you want me to be so handsome? Why? Thespian, a proper playwright." After seeing Wang Su being so serious and nonsensical, Deng Xiaodao, who was sitting opposite to Wang Su, was instantly messed up in the wind. And in the barbecue store, the waiter uncle who was preparing to serve food to the two of them, also instantly froze in place with his skewer. And at the same time, the 50W aquatic friends in the live broadcast room also could not stop sucking in a breath of cool air. madly spitting up. Come, I have diabetes. I'll go first. Can't cheapen him. I have yellow urine. I'll go first. Big brothers, do you have uremia? Give this kid a wave? How many dishes? Why are you drinking like this? I've seen thick skin, but not this thick. He's too self-absorbed. He's just too self-absorbed. I originally thought that Your Excellency was Chu 6666 Xiang, but I didn't realize that Your Excellency was actually the legendary Simon the Bragger. A series of trolls flashed out from the live broadcast screen. Under Wang Su's boastful narcissistic performance, the paragraph attributes within the 50W aquatic friends also exploded collectively at this moment, revealing their sharp edges. The number of people in the live broadcast room will soon reach 80W. Rao Xiaodian, don't stop him. Let him continue to spread out and blow. And right at this moment, the administrator of Chattering Dagger's live room also spoke out once again. However, at this time, Rao Xiaodao didn't care much about the number of people in the live room anymore. I don't know why. Although this guy Wang Su was blowing up a set of bulls and was extremely pretentious, but Chattering Dagger didn't know why. But when he saw him blowing up, he couldn't help but want to hold his cheeks and continue to listen. Maybe, this is the legend of the interesting soul? Rao Xiaodao couldn't help but think. The eyes that looked at Wang Su once again flashed with bling light. So with this kind of emotion, Rao Xiaodian couldn't help but ask Wang Su again. Hey, since you are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? I guess you, the world's unrivaled big handsome guy, must have very high standards for choosing a spouse, right? Rao Xiaodao asked again after a pause. Choice of spouse standard? Wang Su glanced at Rao Xiaodao's eager eyes, blinked, and said, in fact, originally I was not too clear about my choice of spouse standard, until I met you. I realized, Wang Su said here and paused. Duo Xiaodao heard this but couldn't help but blush. Only after meeting me did I know my own choice of spouse standard? Could it be that I'm his ideal type? Rao Xiaodao couldn't help but think wildly for a moment. The water friends in the live broadcast room momentarily also revealed a hee shameful smile. Only, Duo Xiaodao after half a day of deer in the heart, then thought, this guy in front of him is not a person who will suddenly say meaty words. There must be a deception when he said so. So, Dang Small Knife straightened his chest. A serious asked, until you see me, you do not know. What do you know? I knew. Wang Su frowned and said with a serious face, although I don't have any standards for choosing a spouse, but after I met you, I realized, those like you, can't be wanted. Chapter 30, Sister Dagger is convinced by it. Although I don't have much criteria for choosing a spouse, after I met you, I realized, you like this, can't have. When Wang Su said this sentence in a serious manner, the Dang Xiaodao, who had an expectant face, first froze, and then reacted fiercely. She was furious, and stretched out her fist, making a gesture to whack Wang Su. You give me clear, how can I like this cannot want? Right, our little Dagger is so beautiful, and her body is so material, why can't we have her? Little Dagger is not angry, he doesn't want you, I want you. This brother, your eyesight is a bit too high, isn't it? Put the knife, such a big beauty do not want. You want what kind of? After hearing Wang Su's words of faith, the group of fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but come out to call for Dang Xiaodao. Even the uncle of the barbecue store had a puzzled look on his face at this time. Right, this little girl is so good looking. What's wrong with this little brother? People are so beautiful but can't see it? In a moment, Wang Su was once again pushed to the center of the storm. Almost tens of millions of people, all of a sudden, gazed straight at Wang Su, asking him for an explanation. After looking at the small pink fist that Rao Xiaodao angrily raised towards himself, Wang Su was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and asked Rao Xiaodao, saying, Little Dagger, what kind of person do you think I am? What kind of person are you? Dang Xiaodao frowned as he looked at the guy in front of him. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder why he would suddenly ask himself this question. It's hard not to. This guy is trying to wait for me to say something bad about him and then turn around and say that I'm a vicious woman. That's why he's saying that you can't have one like me. Right, it must be like that. Dang Xiaodao thought so in his heart. For a moment, his heart was rebellious and he couldn't help but secretly think, you want me to say bad things about you? Then I'm not going to say it. I want to praise you, compliment you well. This will make me look like a beautiful person with a good mouth. Let's see how you can still say that I can't have such a thing. Humph. Little Dagger thought so in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was extremely smart. So after puffing out his chest, he said, in my eyes, of course you are tall and handsome, kind and upright, and like you said on the radio, jade-like, suave and candy-like. Well, how can you say that about this guy? Dagger, this guy just said you can't have one like him. Yeah, Dagger is too nice. Not only did she not say anything bad about this guy, she even complimented him instead. Ooh, Dagger is too kind too. Worthy of being the woman I'm in love with. How can you praise this guy? Little Dagger, you are aiding and abetting the enemy. Little Dagger, you'll be bullied if you're too kind. My little Dagger is too simple. This guy is bullying you so much and you're still saying nice things about him. What should I do? My little Dagger is a stupid white sweetie. This woman is also too available. As Rao Xiaodao gave Wang Su a fierce praise, the water friends in the live broadcast room suddenly whimpered, all feeling unworthy of Xiaodao's behavior. While Rao Xiaodao heard in the headset, his own administrator explained to himself that the live room was in such a state, but for a moment his heart was sweet and happy. Looks like I was right to say so. I would like to see how this guy is going to answer the question that he just said. I can't be wanted. Hey, I've answered the question you asked me, so you should tell me the question I asked you, right? You give me an honest answer. Why do you say I can't have one like this? Chattering Dagger asked as he put on an aggressive expression. After hearing Dang Xiaodao ask again, the fans also quieted down and waited patiently to see how this narcissistic man would explain. As for Wang Su, after hearing Rao Xiaodao praising himself, he didn't seem to have an embarrassed expression. Instead, he revealed a confident smile, as if he was a hunter who saw his prey fall into the trap he had set, and looked towards Rao Xiaodao with a hee smile. Rao Xiaodao looked at this guy's expression, for a moment a touch of ominous premonition, and at this time, Wang Su leisurely opened his mouth, only to hear him say with a long sigh, alas, I knew that I must be such a dashing and handsome, kind and upright image in the eyes of little Dagger. It's just a pity that all the women in the world look at me in such a way, which often troubles me. So after I've seen more girls like Dagger who adore me, I'm starting to understand what my view on choosing a spouse is. That is, in the future, I can't always rely on my face value and personal charms to conquer others. I have to be more worldly, earn more money, and look for a woman who falls in love with me because of my money, instead of only looking at my kindness, integrity, and appearance. In that case, that's why I said that I can't have a woman like Dagger, because the me in Dagger's eyes is too perfect, and this is different from my philosophy of choosing a spouse. When I say this, do you understand, little Dagger? Wang Su finished, and his words fell behind. The entire live broadcast room was instantly quiet. Dang Xiaodao, who was sitting opposite Wang Su, and the grilled meat uncle who was standing on Wang Su's side, also froze instantly, until more than 10 seconds later. Millions of fans instantly reacted. In an instant, pop-ups appeared like snowflakes in the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 666 666 6666. Nima, this guy is really pretending all the time. Ha, this is definitely a ing ghost talent. Shower, is that you? When will I be able to match your show? Say no more. Give show a diploma. Pretending to be a bully to the extent that there is nothing left for the teacher to teach. I just thought that this kid must have nothing to say this time, but I didn't expect that the road would turn around. It's just like a village with flowers in the dark. Put. I was just drinking water. Now I sprayed my daughter-in-law's face. What should I do? Don't panic upstairs. You let her spray you in the face at night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why did this car suddenly start? I'm a bit incoherent. Stop it. I'm arresting everyone in this car. It had to be said that Wang Su's shameless declaration of choosing a spouse had once again triggered the water users in the live broadcast room, and it has to be recognized that his wave of actions just now was simply dancing on a tightrope. First of all, he directly said that the knife this kind of woman cannot be, provoking the anger of the group, and then politely said, the knife cannot be, because of their own choice of spouse different views. They like vulgar women. Such a turn of phrase, not only praised Dang small knife as not vulgar, but also coldly pretending to be forced, simply can be said to be divine. Directly let the crowd on his favor again rose a height. This is not. When the reaction came, Dang Xiaodian had already disregarded the image of a lady, directly cackling and covering her stomach and laughing. The laughter was not loud, but the people in a barbecue store couldn't help but twist their heads to look. The barbecue uncle of the barbecue store? At this time, when he looked at Wang Su again, his eyes also showed a look of appreciation. This young man, he's extraordinary. He's great. This guy, one moment, he can tease the girl to start a temper, and another moment, he can tease the little girl to laugh and flutter. The young people nowadays, not simple awe. Everyone couldn't help but sigh for Wang Su's wit, and when Rao Xiaodao looked at Wang Su again, his eyes were full of joy. At this moment, Rao Xiaodao was completely convinced by Wang Su. This intimate feeling came out in his lifetime, and for a moment, Rao Xiaodao wanted to stay with Wang Su even more. Chapter 31 Alliance of Avengers. Just as Dagger was looking at Wang Su with a dazed look on his face, the skewers they ordered were served. Smelling the strong meat flavor, Wang Su was no longer reserved, and directly opened his bowl left and right, and ate it with great gusto. As Dagger looked at this guy's devouring face, he felt a sudden craving. His stomach growled, so he also joined the battle without any hesitation. So, in the miniature camera, The two actually in front of hundreds of thousands of people do not care about the image of eating up. This picture-style sudden change of eat broadcast, so that the live broadcast of a crowd of water friends instantly mouth. Wailing call also want to order takeout to start the sin of late-night snacking life. And 10 minutes later, when Wang Su and Knife You Scramble for Me, will be on the table of a number of gourmet wins swept away to eat a clean. Found that the live broadcast water friends actually rely on the pop-up screen. Chatting up the Magic City which barbecue restaurant takeaway is the most delicious this topic. The two of them couldn't help but laugh at each other. Afterwards, because it was getting late, Dagger drove Wang Su back home. Of course, after turning off the live broadcast, Xiao Dao secretly asked Wang Su for his WeChat. A million fans level netizen to a notorious radio supporter to take the initiative to ask for WeChat. This unbelievable scene. If those male fans of Little Knife saw it, they might have to cry in the toilet. If those male fans saw this scene, they might have to cry in the toilet. If you want Dagger's private microsignal, you have to send a rocket in the live broadcasting room before you can have a chance to get it. Wang Su, on the other hand, didn't seem to be very excited about it, and after he passed Dagger's friend application lightly, he returned to his rental house directly without looking back. Of course, Wang Su is not excited. There is a knife such a big beauty initiative to send themselves home, but also take the initiative to add their own WeChat. Of course, Wang Su is very excited. Only, at this moment, Wang Su had a thing that made him even more excited. That is, the system had just sent him another message, claiming that just when Wang Su was eating kebabs just now, his shock value income had reached $100,000. $100,000 shock value. When Wang Su heard this number, he was simply instantly excited and couldn't close his legs, so he hurriedly ran back home, intending to plan the next road of the lottery. And right after he ran home and laid down on his bed, he suddenly looked at the imitation master in the talent column and pondered. This was the newbie gift pack that the system had given him yesterday afternoon, because he was busy with the lottery last night, and he had dinner with Dagger tonight. He hadn't had time to look at it. At this time when he came down from his leisure, Wang Su couldn't help but focus on this skill again. Imitation master. Which one should I find to try first? Wang Su pondered silently. His cell phone rang at this time, however, taking it out, he found that it was from Xiao Dao. She asked Wang Su if he was asleep and wanted to talk to him about an annoying thing. Annoying thing? Wang Su noticed that Dagger spoke with a muffled mood, and asked curiously, "What's troubling you, Dagger beauty? Dagger, you haven't slept yet." Alas, nothing, it's just a small matter. Forget it, don't say it. Wang Su looked at the chat box. Know that this is the other side of the small trick, so smiled back. In the end, what troublesome? Quickly set out to let me happy. Dagger, angry, roll. Dagger, there's nothing. It's just a matter of tomorrow's live broadcast. Dagger, you know what? Wang Su, I'm actually a singing area anchor, usually live singing every day, but it's very painful that I sing at an average level, and everyone says it's boring to listen to me sing. Usually people say this is nothing, but recently, because I'm in this live platform, came a new anchor. Singing is also better than me. People are also beautiful, mouth is also sweet, so we all go to her live room. Today, in fact, the reason why I will halfway suddenly run to listen to your radio, but also because the number of people in the live room dropped, disheartened to go. Tonight, although the number of people in my live room went up again because of you, but tomorrow, when I play the game, I'm sure the number of people in the live room will drop again. What should I do? You're so funny. Can you teach me 2 ways to make people laugh? Dagger's help messages were sent one by one. Between the lines are all miserable complaints. Wang Su looked at the chat box in his cell phone that was constantly vibrating, and the depressed mood that was originally caused by the entanglement of using imitation master to imitate first gradually became clearer. Singing is too common. How to find another way? There she is. She's the one. The first person to imitate Little Tuan Tuan. Wang Su thought excitedly. He thought of his last life, when Little Tuan Tuan's song Su Fei song was a hit all over the internet. That song, which could be described as a ghostly music, could be said to have become a hit on the streets, and also because of that song, completely established the position of the last generation of Little Tuan Tuan as the first sister of the teasing fish. And according to Wang Su's knowledge, in this life, Little Tuan Tuan had not come out yet. In that case, if he uses the ability of imitation master to sing that song to this world's little Dagger, let her learn it, and then go to tomorrow's live broadcast room to open the show. I don't know what the effect will be. One bold idea surfaced in Wang Su's mind, shattering Little Dagger's face. Little Tuan Duan's voice. This picture is too beautiful to imagine. Wang Su thought excitedly. Thereupon, he no longer hesitated and directly dialed the voice call with Little Dagger, cleared his throat, and said, "Little Dagger, I have a method that will allow your live broadcast popularity to rapidly soar." "Ah, what method?" Little Dagger, who had just connected the voice call, was confused plus excited. Listen carefully, I'm going to sing a song next. I want you to imitate my voice and memorize the song properly, Wang Su said with an excited face, and then directly opened the imitation master mode, clicked on the music in his cell phone, and sang along with the accompaniment to do 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 do. Everybody get high. I can't sing. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me if I can't sing? I'm the worst singer in the world. What can you do to me? What's wrong with me? I won't listen to you. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change. When Wang Su finished his song, The Knife on the Phone, he was already dumbfounded. To be honest, with the help of the plug-in imitation master, Wang Su song, it was just as good as the original song. But even so, at this moment, the knife on the phone seemed to be very unacceptable. No, not very, but extremely, extremely unacceptable. Yes, that's it. Although it's a bit funny to say it, but I have to admit that this world's dagger seems to show serious skepticism and distrust towards the rookie song composed and written by Wang Su's original world's Little Tuan group. Wang Su, are you sure I can attract fans by singing this song? Dagger couldn't help but wonder. I've never heard an anchor who can't sing say that he's a rookie in such a rational manner. Don't people who come to the live broadcast room to listen to the anchor sing expect the anchor to sing heavenly music? Would anyone listen to a tone-deaf singer? Moreover, this tone-deaf person is also so reasonable, he even made up his own rookie song? Are you sure this won't piss off the fans and cause everyone to run away? Dagger chattered on and on as she asked, not commenting on this proposal from Wang Su, and she was indeed right in thinking about it. In this world that Wang Su had traveled to, the industry of live broadcasting was still a new industry, and the top-ranking singing anchors today were all popular for their sweet voices. There is not really an anchor that is famous for singing a bad song. However, just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Since ancient times, the first person to eat crabs would be called a genius by future generations. Wang Su believed that when this world's little dagger, after catching fire with a song of Souffle Souffle by Little Tuan Duan, if next, she then fires up with a cross-dressing video at a later stage as she did in her previous life, the contrast brought about by the before and after will definitely make her fan fervor skyrocket even more. If I said I would, I definitely will. Dagger, you just need to tell me, can you imitate the timbre of the song I just sang one-to-one? Imitate the timbre of your singing? You mean, that childlike speaking voice of yours just now? Little Dagger was a bit puzzled for a moment, not knowing why Wang Su would ask this. However, she still tried to imitate it. This imitation, however, she froze. It was because she realized that this off-key singing voice, although it sounded simple, it was extremely difficult to actually sing. Chattering Little Dagger tried several times back and forth, and still found it difficult for her to imitate it well. Little Dagger was shocked. Although it's a bit harder to learn at first, it'll be much easier later on. After Wang Su heard Dagger's imitation voice, he cheered her up, and then continued to encourage Dagger to practice more. At the same time, he took Dagger to repeat the melody of the song over and over again, until after more than an hour, Dagger skillfully memorized the song Souffle Souffle. Wang Su was satisfied and said, no problem. After that, Wang Su guaranteed her that if she could overcome the obstacles in her heart and sing this song in front of her friends in the live broadcast tomorrow, the number of people online in the live broadcast room would surely explode. After hearing Wang Su's affirmation, Xiao Dao decided to practice the strange song a few more times before going to bed, even though she was still half believing in it. After all, she was very favorable to Wang Su at the moment, and was very attached to this guy's advice. And after instructing the knife, Wang Su realized that it was already late at night, so he directly fell down and went to sleep. And at the same time, right after Wang Su huffed and puffed, on the other side of the Magic City, a big discussion about Wang Su quietly unfolded. The cause of this discussion, the reason for this discussion was because on the program Your Moon, My Heart, Wang Su exuded too much damn charisma with his endless flirtatious remarks. This made an organization that had not been moving see a new hope of rebirth. This organization, it's called the Avengers. The object of this organization's revenge doesn't mean to point to some illegal and criminal people, avenge, but rather, to those who promote the slogan of positive energy chicken soup, but in fact for the sake of the interests of the chicken soup masters by any means. To know, this world that Wang Su had traveled to, because of the rapid development of science and technology and other levels, made women in society get unprecedented attention, thus prompting a great improvement in the status of women. This indirectly led to one thing: many spiritual masters who smelled the huge benefits saw the business opportunities that could be brought by publicizing the power of women. So much so, that some chicken soup gurus who are willing to go to any lengths to make a profit have been popping up like crazy. In the meantime, Some TV programs even openly invite some well-known chicken soup masters to comment on social phenomena, and use extremely radical ideas to stand up for women and denounce men openly and honestly. In the meantime, a guru who publicizes emotional chicken soup said that contemporary women should not stay at home as housewives. They should go out and fight for their ideals. Women who only cook and wash pots and pans and clothes are definitely women who have no talent. Such women are the scum of our women. We must resolutely boycott them. Women should bravely fight men in pursuit of freedom and ideals. Look at that. Is this ing human? Because of this kind of chicken soup guru's inflammatory, irresponsible rhetoric, leading to many originally happy families towards a crisis, or even broken. Women should fight for their ideals. This is certainly true. In contemporary society, everyone should bravely pursue their own ideals. However, not every woman's ideal is poetry in faraway places, all the stars and the sea. It is also the ideal of many traditional women to teach their children at home. And this chicken soup master, but completely ignored the reality, directly rebuked these women as the scum of the women. Such thinking has caused many women who originally enjoyed their status as housewives to feel ashamed and clamor to go out. But in the end, because they cannot get used to the life of struggling women, and one by one, they hang their heads every day. And this master of chicken soup, the last words, women, should fight bravely against men for freedom and ideals. This sentence, after being heard by many modern women, one by one only remember the second half of the sentence, forgetting the first half of the sentence. So all the women started to fight with their own husbands unreasonably. And when the dumbfounded men chose to compromise and beg for forgiveness, they all took away the man's bank card in a condescending manner and went on a shopping spree, as if this was the spoils of the struggle. Such a struggle, such a quest for freedom. Men can compromise for a while, but never in silence. The vast majority of men, who no longer perish in silence, explode in silence. Soon, they will then choose to fight back in droves because they can't stand their own women. And when that happens, the masters of the chicken soup society will immediately jump out and preach to the women that love is sacred. He will not be tainted by anything. When a love affair ends, there is only one reason, that the man has changed his mind. And so, another big hat is put on the man's head. Chapter 32, The Hope Brought by Wang Su. When the organization Avengers first came out, thousands of people responded because of its philosophy, all men in the organization. Subsequently, almost in just a few days, this organization spread rapidly and developed into a huge group with over 10,000 members. However, as with any organization formed in a short period of time in history, the development of the Avengers was hampered by the lack of management skills, oratorical skills, and debating prowess of its founders. And today, it is in a state of decline. Of course, they were not without their glory. At the beginning of the establishment of this organization, it also had a great crusade to many chicken soup masters, and even because of the size of the big, but also on the microblogging hot search, it was only because the members of this organization were, after all, just a group of rabble with little combat power, while the object of their battle was the battle-hardened chicken soup masters. So, the result of the two sides of the battle is not surprising. The final Avengers was the opponent said speechless, sadly end, in a group of women boo defeat, and that's why. Just last week, the three founders of the organization held a private meeting to discuss many matters regarding the dissolution of the organization. But now, Liu Xiaobo, who is the manager of the organization Avengers Alliance, after listening to the program Duanzi hosted by Wang Su, in the darkness, he seemed to have caught some new ideas and fell into deep thought. Subsequently, when he finished contemplating, he directly opened his cell phone without saying a word, entered the Avengers Alliance management group. He directly at all the members and sent out 6 words. There is hope for the organization. There is hope for the organization. At the other end, in a luxury district in Magic City, the motor that was squatting in the toilet to brush the toilet bowl, felt the vibration of the cell phone, touched it out, and after seeing these words, the whole person, his face instantly turned red. Motor, Magic City city level afraid of wife representative, national level anti-chicken soup player, miserable man who suffers from his wife's bullying, sworn defender who vows to rebel against the brain-damaged chicken soup master. If there was anything else in this world that was worth fighting for this man's cause until then, wholeheartedly fighting for the status of family for the majority of men who were bullied by their wives would definitely become his number one pursuit. Bo, what hope? Quickly say. Motor excitedly gripped his cell phone and sent the message. As soon as he heard that there was an opportunity to continue adding to the organization's construction, Mama simply couldn't wait a moment longer. And just then, the other representatives in the group also launched their words. What's hopeful? What's going on? Brother Bo, don't sell out. Speak up. Where are the other representatives? Come out and say something. Bo has a new plan. 10 minutes later, the other representatives came online. What is it? Bo, didn't you say that our organization was ready to disband? I've gone back to my old days and started washing my wife's panties. What hope have you found? Is it reliable? Yeah, Bo, I just finished kneeling on today's scrub board. What kind of hope are you looking for? Are you sure there's a future with you this time? A series of ding-dong sounds began to frantically bounce around the WeChat group. Lu Xiaobo also after seeing the crowd's speeches, then an instant full of black lines. In his heart, he said, "What the hell is wrong with you guys? Are you still men? I just said a few sentences about the possibility of the organization being disbanded, and each and every one of you immediately started to concede to your wives again. Sad. Too sad." Lu Xiaobo let out a long sigh, and then thought of his own loyal supporter Motor. After the organization was established, its fear of wife's attribute seems to have dropped significantly. In the organization's first time and the chicken soup masters battle, the Motor seems to be also a tongue-in-cheek, and all the chicken soup masters argued a red face and ears, although ultimately lost. But think, today's Motor should nowadays, different from the past, in the face of the wife's suppression, dare to stand up his chest, brave resistance, right? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaobo seems to have some relief, decided to cue the Motor. Let him use his own story to inspire everyone. So Lu Xiaobo said at Mata, "What were you doing just now? Replying to messages so quickly, is it that your mother-in-law at home has been tamed into submission by you?" After Lu Xiaobo finished typing the last line, a pleased smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen Motor's majestic reply, and Motor's reply soon appeared on WeChat. "No, Bo, the mother-in-law at home is now the head of the house again. I was just brushing the toilet, and later I have to cook her a late-night snack to eat. What hope have you found? Say it quickly, and then late I will be scolded again." The Motor finished. Lu Xiaobo's smile that originally surged up, froze on his face. This Nima, what a mess. It's only been a few days and his own troops are falling apart? Lu Xiaobo momentarily felt that the team was too bad to lead. However, although he felt that the members of his organization were really wimpy, after a moment of silence, he still sighed and said everything about Wang Su's program. After saying that, he also found a link to the replay of Wang Su's program, copied and pasted it and sent it to the group. "Brothers, I'm 99% sure that if the host of this show can join us, our organization can definitely rise up in a wave of majesty." After sending out the link to the program, Lu Xiaobo couldn't contain his excitement inside and said, "Motor, brother, you said the same thing last time, but after you invited that man on the program, he was sprayed by the opposite side's feminist chicken soup master, and we were thrown banana peels by a bunch of female viewers at that time. Have you forgotten the memories? Groupie A. Right, Bo, it was that time when over 100 people threw tomatoes and smelly bananas at me. Ancient parade is just like that, isn't it? I don't want to be humiliated anymore." Groupie B. Right, Bo, when I heard you hired a host again, my legs instantly went weak. After listening to Lu Xiaobo's hope, the group members expressed their skepticism at first, and Lu Xiaobo on the crowd's speech but not comment, just insisted that everyone listen to Wang Su's paragraph and then make comments. So the guys, all will doubtfully point into the group's link. Put on headphones, quietly listen up. 1 hour later, the program ended. Calm for a long time and the group instantly exploded. Motor, asterisk. What kind of god is this person? Awesome. Groupie A. Bo, I take back what I just said. I see hope in this man. Groupie B. I bet, with this host's reflexes and quick wit, he can definitely talk those chicken soup gurus into a corner. Groupie C. Bo, I definitely support you this time. I've never seen someone who can talk so well, almost in just a few seconds. Half of the group's groupmates were all excited because of Wang Su's wonderful performance in the program. A new hope seemed to be right in front of them. Chapter 33 Lu Xiaobo's visit. In fact, strictly speaking, Wang Su's playful humor, and the Avengers' anti-feminist dogma, does not have much to do with it. At this time, the group of friends, the reason why Wang Su's performance is horrified. In fact, more in Wang Su's ability to randomly react, and that completely unable to guess, but can make people instantly hilarious ability to throw the terrier. A man who can play chicken soup quotes and ancient poems in the palm of his hand. I have to say, it's really too charming. If such a man is allowed to act as the representative of the Avengers Alliance against the chicken soup masters, and fight with those chicken soup masters on the program, I think the effect of the program must be an unimaginable explosion. The water friends in the group all thought so excitedly. To tell the truth, at this time Wang Su, in the eyes of these people, is absolutely priceless. So, soon, the crowd who saw hope again, started urging Lu Xiaobo, telling him to contact this host. Brother Bo, you don't worry about inviting this segment host, you find him and tell him that I, Motor, will be the fastest and arrange for him to be on the hottest chicken soup program lately. Help him get through all the connections to get on the show. As long as he can up this group of obnoxious chicken soup masters, I would like to promote him as the #1 fire host. Right, Brother Bo. Don't worry about hiring him. If he has financial requirements, I'll put up the money, as long as it ranges around $1 million. I can afford to shell out. This time, the hope of the brothers' rise to power rests on this brother. In the group, the crowd urged Liu Xiaobo with a lot of words, and seeing the members of the organization who were once again enthusiastic, the flame that was about to be extinguished within Liu Xiaobo's heart, once again blazed. Don't worry, brothers, I will definitely invite this brother to our organization this time. Wang Su obligingly agreed. Afterwards, everyone in the group sent out a please gesture and retired from the group chat. Then, he gently deleted the group's chat records, to prevent his wife from finding out. If all goes well, a bloody struggle is about to begin. But until then, the life of enduring, still have to continue to live. Dead motor, brushing a toilet for an hour. You don't want to sleep tonight, right? An evil female growl came from outside. The 7-foot man motor instantly shivered, then stood up trembling and shivering, and responded, shivering. Don't, daughter-in-law, I want to sleep tonight. I was just on my cell phone learning to fry your chicken for you. Motor's disheveled back walks into the kitchen. Meanwhile, in countless families in Magic City, the same dismal men were all experiencing the roar of the evil girl in the house together. However, tonight is different from before. Tonight everyone, there is a flame in the heart. It is called hope. The night passed. Early the next morning, Liu Xiaobo then got up and came directly to Wang Su's residence. It wasn't hard to find news about Wang Su. Liu Xiaobo casually made a few calls to his friends in the station and asked them, and Wang Su's home. Wang Su, who had stayed up all night organizing the segments and lay down just before dawn, had just drooled and entered his dreams when he began to hear a sharp knock on the door. He half squinted his eyes and looked at his cell phone, realizing that it was only more than 9 o'clock at the moment. He instantly covered his head with the blanket and continued to sleep. Only, the continuous knocking never stopped. This guy who came to visit early in the morning, seemed to not stop until he saw Wang Su. After knocking on Wang Su's door for 10 whole minutes, there was still no sign of leaving. So, Wang Su, who was on the verge of collapse, finally could only choose to get up and open the door. After opening the door, a 20-something strange man appeared in front of Wang Su's eyes. Wang Su's entire human color instantly more bad. This is not knocking on the wrong door, right? Wang Su's temper came up at once. Looking for who? That young man looked at Wang Su's face, then took out his cell phone and scratched out a photo for comparison. After that, the whole face first showed an excited glow, then he couldn't help but roar with tears in his eyes, saying, Teacher Wang Su, you must do it for the tens of thousands of men in our organization. The man's unreasonable crying voice directly caused Wang Su to freeze. In an instant, he didn't doze off. This Nima, it can't be that the original owner of this body of mine has messed with some social organization outside, right? Wang Su couldn't help but think. Afterwards, he hurriedly reached out to cover this man's mouth and hurriedly asked, Brother, who are you? Do we know each other? What organization are you talking about? Wang Su's puzzled look was reflected into the man's eyes. The man hurriedly stopped his raging tears, and seemed to realize that his words just now were inappropriate, and hurriedly said in a positive manner, Hello, Mr. Wang Su. I'm Liu Xiaobo, the Alliance leader of Magic City Avengers Alliance. Avengers Alliance ally? Wang Su instantly became even more dumbfounded after hearing the other party reveal himself. Avenger Alliance? Brother, you can't be kidding, right? Could it be that I didn't check all the information yesterday? Am I actually traveling to the Marvel world? Wang Su couldn't help but think of Team America, Iron Man, Hulk, and Black Widow. Bah, it's Black Widow. But then, after he looked at the comrade in front of him who called himself Liu Xiaobo and saw his skinny body, the thoughts that came to mind were shattered with a crash. Absolutely not. This guy is as thin as a bamboo pole. How could he be a member of the Avengers? Wang Su sighed with some disappointment. Will Liu Xiaobo first invited into the home? Patiently asked the other mouth-set Avengers this organization to. After smoothly entering Wang Su's home, the original excitement of Liu Xiaobo, the excitement of the heart seems to be somewhat eased. After taking a deep breath, will slowly Avengers Alliance anti-chicken soup masters of the purpose, and the members of the predicament faced by one-to-one Wang Su said once again. When Wang Su listened to Liu Xiaobo's tearful report, he immediately frowned, realizing the seriousness of the problem. From Liu Xiaobo's mouth, Wang Su knew. Currently, the most popular program in the entire Magic City is the Chicken Soup program. The resident chicken soup masters in these programs almost all have hundreds of thousands or millions of fans. It can be imagined that if these chicken soup masters, regardless of the social impact of the random release of toxic chicken soup, that caused the consequences, is absolutely immeasurable. And the fact is indeed so. According to Liu Xiaobo said, just last week, a harmonious family, because of these chicken soup masters of one of the masters of the poisonous chicken soup provocation, and towards the destruction. The process went like this. Chapter 34, Wang Su, I promise. The story goes like this. A man with an ordinary family background, in virtue of his parents' savings for many years, put together a huge dowry, married his beloved girl to become a family. Subsequently, after years of hard struggle, it is difficult to survive to the level of 30,000 a month, counted to give his wife and children a better life of economic strength, so a long sigh of relief, full of joy will be their payroll card to his wife. Thought, I so behavior, will impress his wife, let him know that he is not easy all these years, but I did not expect that his wife, because of the many years by the chicken soup master poisonous chicken soup, just because the feminist chicken soup master said a sentence, monthly salary of 3,000 you are absolutely worthy of a monthly salary of 100,000 husband. With this one sentence, his wife then instantly got brain high and felt that her husband deserved to give all his salary to himself, and not only that, she feels that her husband's monthly salary of 30,000 is too low to fulfill her aspirations for her other half. Therefore, in life, the wife is always day and night nagging her husband is too bad, not worthy of her, from time to time, but also to humiliate her husband a lot, that he can marry himself is completely high, and do not know, she herself is just a monthly salary of 3,000, only a junior high school diploma of the ordinary woman only, and in addition, his wife, but also because of listening to the chicken soup master wrote 2 articles she is 83 years old and sex, life, you, and our love, is sleeping out. After that, then she asked her husband to regularly pay enough public rations 23 times a month. 1 month, 23 times a month. This means that, in addition to the and to come, the woman asked her husband to be everyday energetic, always be ready to open fire on her. The woman asked her husband to be ready to fire on her every day except when her period is coming, always ready to fire. Such a request can be easily done for a man who is in his youth, energetic and dislikes the world every day. But his husband was already over 30 and maintained an exhausting year-round 996 life, so it was incredibly difficult to maintain such a state. And it is true, this man in hearing his wife's unreasonable demands, simply want to cry, hanging heart even have. But in the end, in order to prove that he loves his wife, he must also agree to, and then in order to fulfill his promise, quit smoking, quit drinking, quit and brothers to find a little sister to chat about the spare time, every day to insist on exercising, leeks and eggs every day, and in addition to this, he has to ensure that he will always have desire for his wife. This can be too difficult. In the end, the man insisted on a month, then because of kidney loss, brain neurasthenia, baldness and hair loss, he had no choice but to give up, and this in turn allows his wife to find an excuse to verbally abuse him. Even it's again after listening to the chicken soup guru an article called Husband Does Not Want to Be With You. On bed, sorry, he doesn't love you anymore. After listening to an article by Master Chicken Soup called Husband Doesn't Want to Sleep With You, he doesn't love you. He doesn't love you. IING. Your man are for you kidney loss nerve failure. He is not enough to love you? Eventually, the man finally his wife's one-time unreasonable, intolerable, after some angry quarrel, and the result of the quarrel is that the two decided to divorce, the end of conjugal relations. Thus, a good family, a family that could have been happy. So there is no, and such a story is by no means an isolated case. According to Liu Xiaobo's statement, there are many such cases in their association. The difference is only that some men are still patient. Some people choose to give up marriage. According to statistics, the families who choose the latter, there have been more than 1,000 cases, and such as the former that, all day long because of the feelings of discord, quarrels, fighting, completely countless. After hearing these instances, Wang Su's brows became tighter and tighter. He could realize the abominations of these chicken soup masters from Liu Xiaobo's words, but he still didn't figure out why Liu Xiaobo would think that a program segmenter like him could convince these masters. Subconsciously, Wang Su still felt that the other party was joking with him, until Liu Xiaobo said that he wanted him to be the second generation of the Avengers alliance. He suddenly realized that the other party was serious. This man is not joking, is really inviting him to come out and these chicken soup masters battle a hand. But my main task now is to prepare the segment, Your Moon My Heart program to the First National, so as to build up the shock value. This Avengers alliance, although there are over 10,000 participants, helping them can earn a lot of shock value, but compared to a program of 300,000 people, this scale is still a little small. Unless an idea surfaced in Wang Su's mind. Liu Xiaobo, on the other hand, seemed to see Wang Su's hesitation and directly opened his mouth. Teacher Wang, as long as you are willing to make a move, I will soon be able to organize tens of thousands of people to start propaganda. At least 100,000 people are guaranteed to stand behind you. And that's just in the Magic City. If the scope spreads to all the men suffering from poisonous chicken soup throughout the country, there will be millions or even tens of millions of people who will follow you. Moreover, I can promise you right now that as long as you are willing to be the ally of our Avengers Alliance, our association is willing to hire you with an annual salary of $1 million per year. Just as long as you agree to become our alliance leader. Everything else, our team will be responsible for doing. All you need to do is to rely on your eloquence to compete with those chicken soup masters. We'll arrange for you to participate in TV programs to expand your influence. We will organize manpower to promote you. We'll make up for the popularity of your program Your Moon, My Heart 100 times over. Bottom line, our association is not short of money, nor are we short of a platform for you to express yourself. The only thing we lack is a commander-in-chief like you whose talent is directly proportional to his face value. Liu Xiaobo finished his generous speech. Wang Su's originally hesitant heart gradually followed the agitation. The annual salary of $1 million was not enough to impress Wang Su. However, the 100 times popularity value made Wang Su's heart stir. What does Wang Su need nowadays? What he needs is millions of viewers. What he wanted was the popularity value. As for money and stuff, he didn't care at all. You know, just the day before yesterday, just by relying on a few tens of thousands of popularity value, he casually drew an intermediate gift pack and possessed millions of wealth. If he could draw the shock value of millions of people and open that super gift pack, wouldn't he be able to leap into a billionaire in one night? Thinking of this, Wang Su's face was full of smiles and he nodded his head in agreement. After seeing Wang Su's statement, Liu Xiaobo also breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he revealed a mysterious smile and slowly began to talk about his plan. Chapter 35 Excited Management Group. Liu Xiaobo pulled out a delicate document from his file bag and quickly explained one plan after another. It turned out that the Avengers Alliance Association had already had the experience of struggling with the chicken soup master many times. In the midst of countless struggles, Liu Xiaobo nowadays had already summarized a set of concise and efficient struggle process. In simple terms, the fastest way to make Wang Su quickly make a name for himself was to make him appear on a TV program. For example, just now, Wang Xiaobo mentioned we can help Wang Su to appear on TV programs. The TV program mentioned here is a brand new variety show that started planning last month. This program is called Tonight's Couple. Its initial planning was actually commissioned by the Chicken Soup Masters to the TV station in order to publicize the reputation of the Chicken Soup Masters. There are countless programs like this in China today, and this program, in fact, according to the general process, it is also watertight, and will soon be able to pass the audit and land on the TV station to broadcast. Only, planning this program of chicken soup advocates, how did not expect. The television station is responsible for reviewing the program director. In fact, secretly is also a member of the Avengers Alliance Association, and suffered from chicken soup poisoning of the director. And how can let this kind of harm to the members of the alliance of the program on television in a dignified manner? Once it's on, there's no telling how many families will be destroyed. Therefore, this station manager had not approved the recording of this program. This delay was a month. Until now, the program is still in the filing status, without officially entering the recording process. Now, Wang Su's sudden appearance made Liu Xiaobo notice the significance of this program's existence again. Imagine, if Wang Su and those chicken soup masters participate in this program together, and then Wang Su with his excellent talent, shine on this program. TSK. Thinking of this, Liu Xiaobo instantly couldn't help but get excited. So, he hurriedly exchanged contact information with Wang Su, and then he was ready to go home to find the TV station director and negotiate with him to let Wang Su on this program. After Liu Xiaobo left, Wang Su soon realized that he was pulled into a chat group. This group is naturally the Avengers Alliance Management Group that Liu Xiaobo chatted with before. At this moment, when Wang Su entered this group, the originally quiet management group instantly boiled. Welcome Mr. Wang. The savior is here. Teacher Wang, your program is too funny. I'm practically laughing my ass off after hearing it. Mr. Wang, you're the person I'll admire most from now on. Mr. Chen, Teacher Wang, you must save us brothers. Right, Teacher Wang, seeing you come, it's as if I can already see my life when I'm out of my misery. Whoops, Mr. Wang, nothing more to say, as long as you can make my wife who was brainwashed by chicken soup come back to me, from now on you will be my brother for life. Wang Su, who had just entered the group and was already confused, was instantly even more confused after seeing the exuberant speeches of the crowd. Not, big brothers, are you all so enthusiastic? How much did each one of you suffer? Wang Su's heart instantly gave birth to a feeling of pity. Brothers are too miserable. This chicken soup master is really harmful. My 358th regiment. I must help the field this time. Wang Su thought so. Liu Xiaobo also launched his words in the group at this time. Brothers, I've already invited Mr. Wang, and on the side of Director Gao, I've also contacted him. He will approve the program Tonight's Couples to pass the audit today. At the latest, tomorrow at 7 p.m., this program will start its first live broadcast. According to Director Gao, this program is currently proposing to hire 2 chicken soup teachers. The first one is WeChat Public Number Emotion Master Misty Monk. The second one is the Workplace Inspirational Master Sinking Fruit on the Shake Voice platform. These 2 teachers are the hottest chicken soup godmothers in the entire country of China today. They're pumpers, almost all of them have millions of followers as their basic unit. And in addition to that, I've already spoken to Director Gao and asked him to arrange for our Mr. Wang Su to appear as our third guest teacher. At that time, Mr. Wang Su will use his sharp paragrapher's words to fight a good battle for us. Let these asshole chicken soup masters completely get out of our lives. Come on, brothers, let's wish Mr. Wang Su success in advance. Liu Xiaobo finished with some impassioned leading words. The weather-beaten group of friends, all of a sudden, one by one, were like people who had found manna for a long time, and fell into an uncontrollable frenzy. Mr. Wang is bullish. I'm the first to support Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, do a good job. Kill these feminist gurus who sell poisonous chicken soup. Mr. Wang, do your best. Don't say anything else. I'll be on the live channel tomorrow night to cheer for Mr. Wang. Woo woo. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Teacher Wang, I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to talk the pants off those chicken soup masters. The group's friends grouped together and left messages to state their positions. And Wang Su was filled with emotion at this moment when he saw such enthusiastic members of the Avengers Association. But at the same time, he couldn't help but shiver. No, brothers, it's just a wife. Is it that scary? This damn. I look at all feel pity. In the future it seems that can not just marry otherwise, my brother's present is my future. Wang Su couldn't help but think. And then he didn't hesitate, and directly spoke to the WeChat group, saying, don't worry brothers, this battle, I will definitely fight with 12 points of spirit, and will never let down the expectations of everyone. Finished speaking. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shock value of +2 from the motor. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shock value of +2 from Liu Xiaobo. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a shock value of +2 from Yuan Shuai. In just a few minutes, Wang Su received 4 to 500 shock value. Hiss. Wang Su looked at the number of group members, 102/105, online, and a warm current could not help but flow from his heart. The group of 100 people out of, yet it contributed 4 to 500 shock value. Such a contribution ratio. If he could really beat those chicken soup masters on tomorrow's program, then according to Liu Xiaobo's words there will be hundreds of thousands of fans watching online. His shock value tomorrow night would probably exceed 1 million. Thinking about this, Wang Su instantly took this matter as a top priority. While the crowd was excitedly reveling in Wang Su's speech, Liu Xiaobo spoke out again at this time, letting everyone pay attention to keeping the secret that Wang Su would be appearing on the stage. After all, there were many people. Once there was any change today, the crowd's expectation would be disappointed again. So in order to be on the safe side, Liu Xiaobo asked everyone that the matter of Mr. Wang Su joining the Avengers Association should be announced to the members of the Avengers Alliance at around 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow night. In this way, even if there are some people with ulterior motives in the team, it will be too late for them to do any damage. And Wang Su nodded appreciatively after hearing Liu Xiaobo's arrangement. It had to be said that people who had experience in struggle were different. At a glance, this program is something that only someone who has suffered can come up with. Wang Su let out a sigh. And for a moment, he was also somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's program. Chapter 36, Drawing the Lottery Again. It soon came to the next day. Wang Su was not working today because of his work transfer. So he woke up early in the morning and lay on the sofa and started to study the program Tonight's Couple. Because of Liu Xiaobo's backdoor, Wang Su got the first-hand information. With that, he hugged the folder and started to study it. After perusing the program's planning scheme, Wang Su roughly understood the flow of this program. Overall, the program Tonight's Couples, although the name of the program was to solve the conflicts between couples as the main task, in reality, the main focus of its entire program was still centered around the two masters of chicken soup, Mimao and Shenghua, and was held to enhance their fame. Besides inviting Mimang and Shenghua, as well as Wang Su as a temporary judge, the program will also invite 300 couples to appear in person. Most of these 300 couples are fans of the two chicken soup masters, Mimang and Shenghua. They were basically between the ages of 22 to 30, with most of them being women. The flow of the program is, Step 1, the host announces the start of the program, introduces the 3 guest teachers, and then uses a lottery to draw a pair from among the 300 couples as a lucky audience as they go along. Step 2, the lucky audience will be invited to the stage to talk about their marital problems. Step 3, 3 guest teachers will answer the questions raised by the couples. As usual, this is the highlight of the chicken soup master's brainwashing and poisonous chicken soup. Step 4. The audience applauds the guest teacher's speech and the lucky couple expresses their gratitude. The program comes to a successful conclusion. The total length of this program is 2 hours and 30 minutes, although it was titled as Solving Problems Between Couples, but in reality, 70% of the time is actually reserved for the chicken soup masters to play, as a way to publicize their chicken soup ideology and enhance their reputation. As for the problems between husband and wife, it's just a fuse to publicize their ideas. After knowing this, in order to have a more comprehensive understanding of the two chicken soup masters, Mimao and Shenghua, Wang Su went to see their public numbers and Douyin numbers. This is not to know. I'll look simply shocked. First of all, it was Meng's public number, claims to have 10 million fans. It was said that every time its public number articles were released in less than 10 minutes, they would be read by 100,000 plus. And the feminist articles it writes, it is said that 50% to 60% will become a phenomenal hit, popular on the day of release of The Circle of Friends. I have also heard that because Mr. Mimao is so hot, a term called Mimao Index was invented based on him. The so-called Mimao Index is to find Mimao public number through WeChat, see how many friends concerned about Mimao, and then divide this number by the number of their own friends, resulting in the value of the Mimao Index. According to the survey report of the Friends, almost everyone in China is affected by the Mimao Index. From this, Mimao's influence can only be described in 4 words, terrifying. After knowing Mimao's horrible influence, Wang Su carefully browsed a few of her articles and realized that the eye-catching value of the titles of the articles written by Master Mimao was simply out of the sky. The excerpts are as follows. What kind of men do women like? Hard. How do people talk about love in a time when there is no such thing as a date? How do people fall in love in the era of no dating? Our love. It's sleeping out. Today, I'd like to talk about something inappropriate for adults. The title of almost every article can arouse the most primitive desire. Just by looking at the title of an article, one can almost feel the horrible inciting power of the words written by this master of chicken soup. It is no wonder that it is known as the public number's first poisonous chicken soup mother of God. The strength really can't be underestimated. Wang Su then carefully read Ning's article, and found that many of her remarks are even more destructive, such as, not every man is worthy of letting me spend his money. This is the highest state of a woman. Understand? At first glance, this sentence does not sound wrong, but if you look at it carefully, you will realize that the 3 views in this sentence can be called vicious. What do you mean? Not every man is worthy of letting me spend his money? It means that your husband works hard to earn money for you, and you still have a reason to think that this is what he should do? It means that it's only right for your husband to make money to support you, and he has to kowtow to you to thank you for spending his money? When did the world come to the point where it says, I'm doing you a favor by spending your money, so you should thank me for spending your money? Anymore? Such a statement can simply be described as golden words tailor-made for gold-worshipping women. Shameless to the extreme, but it is this kind of sentence that is practiced by countless women. It is constantly quoted in the circle of friends, and becomes the reason for women to ask for unlimited money from men. Hey, such a feminist guru could simply be said to be a tumor of society. After reading this, Wang Su sighed and started to read the second chicken soup master, the godmother of Douyin's 10 million fans and a well-known female intellectual in China, Shenghua. It was also said to be a college philosophy master, sealed by countless women as the female leader of this era, the strongest workplace inspirational chicken soup master. However, when it came to the Avengers Association, this woman was known as the domestic godmother of poisonous chicken soup and the strongest empty thinker, because of this person's boastful and irresponsible idealized remarks. I don't know how many young people have been poisoned by her and have taken the path of empty talk that leads to a wrong life. After reading the information of these 2 people, Wang Su closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Obviously, the opponents were more powerful than he had imagined. However, he didn't put too much on his heart in. After all, although Wang Su he wrote a public number, not necessarily better than Meng, classes to popularize philosophical knowledge, not necessarily better than Xinhua, but his strength is doing programs and being clever. In this regard, Wang Su still has confidence to battle with these 2 women. Moreover, don't forget, Wang Su still has the system as a killer app. Thinking so, Wang Su summoned the system panel and prepared to draw a prize to strengthen himself. Ding! The system panel has opened. Lucky draw carousel is ready. Upon inspection, the host has a shock value amount of 257,832 at this moment. According to the system lottery rules, the host can choose to conduct 257 primary lotteries, or intermediate lotteries, 25, or 2 advanced lotteries. A loud prompt came, and Wang Su couldn't help but have a look of excitement appear on his face. Unexpectedly, after just one night, his shock value had doubled tenfold. It was also too cool. Wang Su thought so, and when he saw the large figure of 200,000 on the system page, his heart couldn't help but be agitated. Primary lottery. To tell the truth, Wang Su was somewhat unable to look at it at this time, and he began to hit on the idea of intermediate draws and advanced draws. However, before deciding to go for the intermediate raffle, he still decided to try the beginner raffle a few times first, just as a way to save up his character for the next raffle. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the 3 steps to fall card. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the mind reading card. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the truth card. Ding dong! The 3 primary draws are over. Would the host like to upgrade the drawn card? Chapter 37, Sister Dagger's Concerns. Upon hearing the prompt in his ears, Wang Su couldn't help but freeze. 3-step fall card? Mind reading card? True speech card? What kind of nonsense is all this? Sure enough, the primary lottery is a pit. Wang Su sighed and didn't choose to double the prizes, and after silently placing the 3 cards he drew into the system storage bag, he decided to conduct an intermediate lottery. Intermediate lottery. 10,000 shock value at a time. In terms of Wang Su's 200,000 shock value reserve nowadays, he could do it 20 times. However, because 3 consecutive intermediate draws, the things that he drew were really too ribald, Wang Su didn't dare to make 3 consecutive draws again, and decided that it would be better to do it properly. System, intermediate level draw. 1 time, start, buzzing, the invincible drawing carousel, sniffed and spun. 20 seconds later. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing a Magic City Songjiang District School District House. Ding dong! The lucky draw is complete. Does the host choose to upgrade the prize drawn? The upgrade options available are as follows. First, pay 20,000 shock value to upgrade to a premium prize, i.e., 2 school district houses. Second, pay 40,000 shock value. Second, pay 40,000 shock value to upgrade to a super prize. That is, for school district houses. School district houses. Upon hearing the reward of the intermediate lottery, Wang Su first froze and then became violently excited. School district houses in the Songjiang district of Magic City? My god, a house like this would be worth tens of millions of dollars, right? Now it just became mine? Wang Su looked at the glittering school district house logo on the system lottery panel and was simply more excited than seeing tens of millions of cash. System, upgrade the prize. Directly upgrade to super prizes. Wang Su excitedly rushed to roar. As if the 40,000 shock value needed to upgrade the super prize was completely worthless. And it was true. Nowadays, Wang Su was already a dog with 200,000 shock value. These shock values, he didn't care about them at all. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading his prizes. The super prize 3 school district house real estate certificates has been sent down to the host's home. Songjiang Garden, Building 1, Building 2, Building 3. Soon, Wang Su saw 3 big packets of real estate certificates on the table of his rented room. He was instantly shocked after seeing the names of the residences written on the covers of these 3 large packets. Songjiang Garden. That was the closest neighborhood to the first middle school in Magic City. Songjiang No. 1 middle school. It was said that the houses in this neighborhood had been speculated to 70,000 yuan a square meter today. At the moment, Wang Su was holding these 3 blocks of schoolhouses. Each block has 100 households, and each household has an average of about 100 square meters. If you do the math, 3*100*100*70,000 equals $210,000,000. That's a surprising amount of 1 billion. Hiss. Wang Su instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air after carefully calculating the assets on the table in front of him. What the hell? In a few minutes' time, he became a billionaire? Wang Su couldn't believe it. The product of the system must be a fine product. After feeling his swollen assets, Wang Su's whole person also swelled up instantly, and his heart didn't want to be so worried about the 2 chicken soup masters that he was going to meet at night just now. It could be said that even if the system suddenly disappeared now, he could still be clothed and fed for the rest of his life. Unable to resist his excitement, after jumping up and down in the house for a few minutes, Wang Su felt hungry and decided to go out for a big meal to reward himself. As for the 3 school district houses, he planned to wait until tomorrow after attending the program tonight, and just as he went out and found a luxurious seafood restaurant and was about to feast, the WeChat paging sound came dripping in. Wang Su originally thought that it was Lu Xiaobo urging him to leave for the recording site, but he didn't want to open his cell phone and find out that the sender was Rao Xiaodao. Rao Xiaodao? Seeing this name, Wang Su froze for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that he had taught her the Sufei song the day before yesterday. Could it be that she sang it during her live broadcast in the last 2 days? Thinking of this, Wang Su hurriedly clicked on the chat interface. However, he found that the opposite happened. Rao Xiaodao had not sung the song at all. Rao Xiaodao, brother Wang Su, are you there? I want to say sorry to you. the song you taught me yesterday. I hesitated all night, but I still didn't dare to sing it in the live broadcast. Aggrieved. And Wang Su frowned and said back, why? Chattering dagger, last night when I was live streaming, the fans scolded me for being a vegetable again, saying that I'm stupid. I'm worried that if I sing this rookie song, people will take me off. Wang Su. To be honest, Wang Su completely understood Duo Xiaodao's concern. After all, such as her big blogger who already has millions of fans, the impact of a random dynamic is not to be underestimated. If the knife sang this song, as she thought, instantly dropped hundreds of thousands of fans, may shake fish this platform, in the future will not invest too much resources in her body. However, although Wang Su knew Dang Dagger's concerns, he was more convinced of his own experience in his last life. In his last life, the song Su Fei which was popular in the whole of China, Wang Su guaranteed that in this life, it would also achieve good results. After all, this world is now in an era of fiction. Everyone is chasing after humor. Anti-cliché paragraph era. This song of Dang Xiaodao will surely become the opening song of the new lifestyle of this era. Thinking of this, Wang Su typed to encourage Rao Xiaodao, if you believe in your brother Wang Su's words, live broadcast tonight, sing this song boldly. If you fall out of favor, I will go to your live room and be your special guest, and I'll make sure to pull your popularity back again. Ha! Brother Wang Su promised to come to my live room as a special guest? Seeing this message, Dang Xiaodao instantly got excited, rushed back, Brother Wang Su, are you telling the truth? Wang Su, it's true. Dang Xiaodian, you're not lying to me? Wang Su, I'm not lying to you. Dang Xiaodian, good, then I'll believe you for once. Brother Wang Su, I'll sing this song tonight. Wang Su, I will sing this song tonight. Dang Xiaodian sent a wait for my good news emoticon, and went to prepare for the live broadcast. As for Wang Su, he put down his cell phone, continued to eat 3 pounds of crayfish, and after burping, he prepared to go to the Magic City TV station to record tonight's husband and wife. And at this time, Lu Xiaobo's news also came. Originally, he disappeared for a day to prepare a publicity plan. Inside this plan, it explained in detail about tonight, how to promote Wang Su's programs. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Wang Su clicked on the group file and carefully looked at the plan. Chapter 38. The program begins. The publicity program is like this. First of all, Lu Xiaobo would notify the various managers of the management groups at 6 p.m., 1 hour before the live broadcast of the program started, and ask them to go to their respective groups to publicize the news that Wang Su will be landing on tonight's couples in an hour's time, and try to get every member of the Avengers Alliance to go to the live broadcast room to brush up on the heat. Secondly, Lu Xiaobo will be on the air. Secondly, Lu Xiaobo would use the short video apps under his control to make this program explode in the first hour after the program started. Lu Xiaobo guaranteed that he would record the entire program online, and as long as Wang Su had an outstanding counterattack, they would quickly copy Wang Su's wonderful moments and immediately send them to the video accounts on the major apps to promote Wang Su. Although this may seem difficult, in reality, it was the easiest for the Avengers Alliance, a huge organization, because the Avengers Alliance was filled with characters from various industries, during which there were definitely not a few people working in the self-media. Some of them even had big numbers with millions of fans. These people have already stated that once Mr. Wang Su has a wonderful video to send to the group, they will be the first to edit it and then hang it on the front page of their own self-media account. The third point was also the point that Lu Xiaobo had placed the most money on. That is, when this program starts tonight, Lu Xiaobo will quickly push this program on the hot searches, and each hot search will use extremely eye-catching titles to attract popularity for Wang Su. When Wang Su finished reading the above planning program, he couldn't help but nodded his head in satisfaction. He had to say, Lu Xiaobo deserved to be the Avengers Alliance's ally. It was really reliable. Originally, Wang Su was worried at the beginning that this program would not be too big because of tonight's premiere. Audience ratings and whatnot. But now, it seems that Wang Su was overthinking. So, after confirming this publicity program with Lu Xiaobo, Wang Su was relieved to go home to revise the prepared segments. 5:30 p.m. The special car sent by Lu Xiaobo arrived at Wang Su's home and then drove him to the Magic City TV station. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Lu Xiaobo and Wang Su, met at the entrance of the Magic City television station. As soon as they met, Wang Su realized that Lu Xiaobo had one more person on his side, with a pair of gold glasses, wearing a decent suit, aged around 40 years old. Come, let me introduce to you. This is our Avengers Alliance Publicity Department Minister Zhou Yuan, and also the director of our Magic City TV station. Lu Xiaobo enthusiastically introduced the man beside him to Wang Su. Ha ha ha, hello there, Mr. Wang Su. I listened to your program all night last night. I have to say, Teacher Wang is definitely talented. I admire a talented and humorous teacher like you are. Director Zhou Yuan enthusiastically stretched out his hand and shook Wang Su's hand, completely without a trace of a stance. Seeing his action, Wang Su also enthusiastically stretched out his hand and shook his hand, smiling and said, Director Zhou is too polite. I am just a small program segment player, not really a talented master. Tonight, I came over here with the mindset of giving it a try. If I don't perform well, please forgive me. Mr. Zhou, you are welcome. Mr. Wang, regardless of how you perform tonight, you are our Avengers Alliance's forever teacher Wang, Director Zhou said in a serious and upright manner, then took Wang Su's shoulder and walked towards the TV station. Alright, Teacher Wang, let's stop chatting for now. Let's go into the station first. The program will start soon. Okay, let's go in together. Wang Su nodded and walked inside with Director Zhou. The recording venue of the program was in the 10th floor studio of the TV station, which was considered the largest recording equipment room in the entire Magic City TV station. Wang Su went directly to the 10th floor under the leadership of Director Zhou, and after a tour, he was taken directly to the dressing room. Finally, after the makeup artist dressed up carefully, Wang Su walked to the recording site of tonight's husband and wife program under the staff's guidance. At this time, it was already 6:30 p.m. When Wang Su came in, Ms. Mimon and Ms. Xinghua had been sitting on the judge's position for a long time, although both of them were famous and had millions of fans. But in fact, their looks were not so outstanding, and they could even be said to be ordinary. As for Wang Su, under the attributes of the system, his charisma value at the moment directly soared to 99. He could be said to be charismatic. It could be said that he was charismatic, and the whole style that he exuded could not be blocked. Therefore, when Wang Su walked to the side of Mi Meng and Xinghua, these two chicken soup teachers completely froze at the first moment they saw Wang Su's face. This guy, isn't he also too handsome? Mi Meng and Xinghua thought at the same time and were shocked, but their years of cultivation did not let them show this surprise. The two of them just nodded towards Wang Su and didn't show too many emotional fluctuations. However, when Wang Su sat down in the tutor's position, the eyes of the two still couldn't help but glance at Wang Su's side face, and just this light glance almost made Teacher Mimon fall instantly. There is no way. Who let Ms. Mimon is a natural face control. To Wang Su, such a big handsome man simply has no immunity at all. As for Ms. Xinghua, who was sitting on the other side of Wang Su, although she was also surprised by Wang Su's elegance, she was more restrained compared to Ms. Mimon. She was thinking more about Wang Su's identity and the purpose of his coming here. To know, even if the two of them wanted to come to this program, they had spent a lot of money and cost to select from countless chicken soup teachers, and now such an unheard of young man suddenly joined. What exactly was his identity? And who was the background? These layers of speculations could not help but make Xinghua fall into doubt. However, doubt after doubt, Xinghua also knew that this person's identity and background must not be simple, so he didn't show any disdainful expression to Wang Su in person. He could only say that he was on guard against Wang Su's identity. On the other hand, Mi Meng, after a few minutes of nymphomania, her mind gradually came to her senses and thought with Xinghua. After all, as the godmother of chicken soup, Mimon is not casually going to be completely mesmerized by a good-looking man. After thinking carefully about Wang Su's identity for half a day, Mimon was still a little wary of a sudden male tutor, subconsciously treating him as a dangerous opponent. As for Wang Su, he had kept his head down and remained silent from the moment he took the tutor's position, as if he didn't want to have any communication with the remaining two teachers. Thus, just like this, the three tutors who had their own thoughts were sitting in silence. It wasn't until 30 minutes later, when a host wearing a black suit and holding a microphone walked to the front of the stage of the live broadcast site and loudly announced the official start of tonight's couples program, that the three teachers slowly raised their heads, revealing professional-like smiles. Chapter 39, The First Lucky Couple. Thank you to all the couples who participated in the program. Thank you to the viewers who are watching this live broadcast. And thank you to the viewers in front of the television. This is the program sponsored by the author of the book Urban I'm a Divine Dictionary Player, Boss Panda Fei. Title sponsor, tonight's couples. I announce that our program now officially begins. After the host finished speaking, the entire audience of 300 couples let out a warm applause. Immediately, the host was all smiles and began to introduce the three invited mentor teachers. Before the program starts, let's first introduce the three mentor teachers. First, the public chicken soup godmother with millions of fans, Ms. Mimon. Second, the emotionally inspirational chicken soup godmother of Douyin with 10 million followers, Ms. Xinghua. As well as, in third place, the host of Magic City Radio and Television's Your Moon, My Heart, Mr. Wang Su. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. With a passionate voice, the host introduced the names and origins of the three mentor teachers. Immediately afterward, a burst of intense applause and cheers came from the entire audience. The program thus officially opened. Without further ado, when the audience's cheers ended, the host immediately entered the topic. Alright, dear viewers, next, we enter tonight's first segment, the Lucky 7 Colored Ball. The rules of our Lucky 7 Colored Balls are like this. First of all, at the beginning of our program, we've already distributed numbers uniquely belonging to each of you. The couples tonight, there are 150 in total, and one couple owns one, and at the same time, we've made a copy of each of your numbers, made it into a 7-colored ball, and placed it in this giant glass bucket behind me. Wait, when I announce start, the bottom of this huge glass bucket will spin up quickly. 30 seconds later, after the spinning program, a 7-colored ball will roll down the side of the glass barrel, and the number on the body of that colorful ball that comes out is the lucky husband and wife team chosen tonight. Everyone, do you understand our rules? The host asked loudly after finishing the rules of the lucky colorful ball. The 300 couples below the stage quickly responded with, yes, good. Then I now announce that the first round of tonight's couples, the selection of the lucky couples, will now begin. The host gave a command. Buzz. The glass body placed right in the center of the stage then spun rapidly. At the same time, 150 plastic 7-colored balls frantically spun and rolled. 30 seconds later, the host shouted stop. A 7-colored ball then slowly rolled out of the glass case, revealing the number on it, 52. Good. Our first lucky couple for tonight has been chosen. That's our couple number 52. Let's give them a big round of applause. Quack, quacky. At the call of the host's loud and clear voice, cheers and applause came from the crowd of 300 viewers. Then, an ordinary-looking man, aged around 30 years old, and a young and pretty girl, aged around 27 years old, made their way through the crowd and walked onto the stage. However, the two of them, husband and wife, although they walked onto the stage together as a couple, from the beginning to the end, they didn't have the slightest physical contact with each other. Even, both of them were expressionless, without a single bit of color exchange. This strange behavior, naturally very easy for people to associate. This couple must have a relationship crisis. The host, naturally, was also the first to notice the couple's unusual behavior. So the first time after they took the stage, they directly entered the topic and asked them to tell their story. Hello everyone, my name is Han Sanxian. I'm 31 years old, and I'm currently working in Magic City as an IT worker responsible for the company's program maintenance. After the male guest nodded over the host's microphone, he directly introduced himself, and after saying this, he pursed his lips and rationalized his emotions before taking a long breath and began to recount what he had recently encountered. My wife and I, we've been married for 5 years. We've always had a pretty good relationship, but just last month, an unexpected thing happened that made my feelings for my wife change. The thing is, on the 15th of last month, the company had asked me to work overtime, so I told my wife that I would come home late. But later in the course of working overtime, I reported to my boss because I wasn't feeling well, so I went home early. But right after I drove home, as soon as I entered the door, I found my wife lying in bed with a strange man. I'm not afraid to laugh at you all. That's right, things are just as you think. My wife cheated on me, and I was cuckolded. After I found out about this matter, I was initially extremely angry, and directly filed for divorce from my wife. But as time passed, coupled with my wife's repeated bitter pleas, as well as later, after I thought of our son who was only 3 years old, my heart gradually softened. So, it was at the beginning of this month that I chose to forgive my wife, promising to give her another chance to change her ways. After that, I didn't mention this matter again, but to my surprise, just last week, by chance, I realized that my wife had cheated on me again. This time, the object of cheating was changed, but I'm sure that the accent and attitude with which she spoke to that man was definitely like she had known him for a long time. Right now, I don't dare to trust my wife at all anymore, and I want to stick to my choice of divorcing her. Han Sanxian used a few short and sharp sentences to state the bloodshed between him and his wife. Afterward, the camera turned and Han Sanxian's wife appeared in front of the screen. This was a beautiful young woman with a marvelous figure. She was called Lu Rui and was only 27 years old. When Han Sanxian finished speaking, the host took the microphone and handed it to the woman. The woman didn't weasel out much, just showing a pair of big, tearful eyes gazing at the camera, saying, somewhat guiltily, I know that I have done things that I am sorry for my husband. I admit my faults, and I am also willing to do a review, but I just like, my husband can look at me and his many years of feelings of, as well as our children who have just learned to walk on the basis of, can forgive me this time, and I absolutely will not have a next time. The woman finished tearfully. The microphone was once again handed over to the host. Although the host, after hearing this dog-blooded drama, looked a bit dazed, he still quickly reacted, recovered his emotions, and said to the camera, as well as the other viewers present, Good. Then the difficulties encountered by our first lucky couple tonight have now been stated to be over. So let's have the parties involved to stand on the couple's mediation stage. Chapter 40, How About I Cheat on My Wife? As soon as the host's words fell, the BGM that had already been prepared for the entrance sounded in response. Then, the first lucky couple walked slowly towards the couple's mediation table on the side of the stage. From the pace of these two people walking, can be seen as the cheated party of the husband, walking but looks very tangled. Frowning has been frowned, while the cheating wife, but a big grin, does not seem to have any psychological burden, but also towards the other audience off the stage and waved his hand. And when they walked to the husband and wife after the adjustment stage, the host then opened his mouth to preside. Well, both guests, thank you for bringing the difficulties you've encountered with each other to the stage of tonight's couples. Let's get back to the topic. First of all, I would like to ask, how did the two of you meet? Met on a blind date. In response to the host's answer, the woman, Lu Rui, was the first to reveal a drop-dead gorgeous smile and grabbed the answer. The man, on the other hand, just nodded his approval and didn't say anything. Oh, met on a blind date? Then according to the words of blind date, you guys should be embracing marriage with the attitude of living life. But how come there is a conflict now? The host asked following the other's words after hearing the two state their position. And after the host finished speaking, the man, Han Sanqian, became a bit agitated all of a sudden. With a tangled look, he looked at his young and beautiful wife on his side and said, our marriage is actually quite happy. We got engaged in the first month after the blind date, and in the second month, we got a marriage license and had a wedding reception. We had our child the following year. I have also been working hard and diligently, and in the 3 years after we got married, I saved enough money to buy her a villa, and last year I gave her a BMW car. But I never expected how she could have cheated on me last month. We married to today, and only 3 years only. After the man finished speaking in an agitated manner, his face was already red, and at the same time, the entire audience let out an uproar. And under the boiling back and forth noise of the whole audience, the female party named Lu Rui, but could not help but redden her eyes, her voice aggrieved and strong. You so out of context to blame all the faults on my head. Do you think you're doing it all right? Did I want to cheat on you? Don't I want to hold hands with you and grow old together? Don't you have any responsibility for the reason why I had an affair with another man? Think about it. Since we got married, you've been working overtime almost every day. Even on weekends, you are often not at home. With such a big house, leaving me alone, I'd be lonely too. I'd want company. But you can't even find time to watch a movie with me. What's the difference between us being married and not being married? The woman, Lu Rui, spoke tearfully, and by the time she said the end, her face was full of tears that had already traveled down to her chin. And under his wife's strong accusations, the male party, Han Sanqian, for a moment appeared to be a bit shortchanged. And all of a sudden, he actually fell into silence and didn't say a word. And when the two men finished their first speech, the live broadcast of the program Tonight's Husband and Wife directly exploded. Originally, the program Tonight's Husband and Wife, which premiered tonight, actually did not have many viewers. But because before the show started, Liu Xiaobo drove more than 100 Avengers Alliance management in a few hundred Alliance Group voice, drive the organization of 80,000 members to enter the show's live room. Then, he bought half an hour of microblogging hot search, wildly promote this program. Thus, the original unattended Tonight's Couples, a moment into the public eye. Until this moment, the program has only started broadcasting less than 10 minutes. There are already more than 500,000 viewers zipped in to watch. So, when the woman, Lu Rui, finished tearfully accusing her husband, in an instant, the water friends in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Asterisk. Are all women so shameless nowadays? Derailment said so justified is no one. Had. Another idyllic feminist whore. Cheating on her husband and blaming him for working too late? Why doesn't she say she's shameless? Coming from the microblogging hot search, I thought this was some kind of funny and lighthearted program. I didn't expect this to start broadcasting for 10 minutes, and I was watching the old man with a belly full of gas. What is all this? Grass him. Milk. To their own husbands with a cuckold, but also the evil first complained? What kind of world is this? Asterisk. Are there so many people in this live room? Everyone? Is there anyone from the Avengers organization? Looking for the organization. Alliance members are here. Brother, don't panic. Did you also come here after reading the Alliance Master's message? Brothers of the Avengers Alliance organization. Is everyone here for that rumored teacher Wang Su? Where is teacher Wang? Right. Where is teacher Wang? Looking for teacher Wang. Asterisk. I want to see Mr. Wang so bad. It can't be that super handsome man in the mentor position. What the hell is with all the couples invited to this show? The first pair comes so exciting. What? Mr. Wang is that super handsome tutor? Worthy of being the man of our alliance. There's my style. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Wang is extraordinary at first glance. Mr. Wang, you're stepping in for our alliance and taking out this cheating. Among the strings of pop-ups ejected from the live broadcast, the statements of the Avengers alliance members were particularly eye-catching, especially when they discovered Wang Su's existence. In an instant, as if their souls had a home and support, they sent their blessings. Thus, all of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of excited voices, although there was no lack of voices questioning Wang Su's strength. On the whole, most people subconsciously felt good about Wang Su after seeing his amazing face value. And back to the scene. When the woman Lu Rui finished her complaint in a strong tone, the atmosphere of the scene, a moment some awkward, even the host, is also the first time to encounter this kind of problem. At the moment actually some do not know how to answer. Thus, after looking at the 3 chicken soup teachers sitting in the mentor seats, he kicked the ball over on the spur of the moment. Alright, thank you to the 2 guests for telling their stories. And what do our 3 mentors have to say about what happened to this couple? Let's hold on for a moment and listen to what the 3 mentors have to say about this matter. As the host finished speaking, the camera was given to the 3 tutors, Ni Meng, Xinguan and Wang Su, who were sitting on the other side of the stage. And all of a sudden, after feeling the camera poking over, teacher Min Meng and Mr. Xinguo on the tutor's seat were a bit embarrassed for a moment. They are also the first time to see this kind of woman cheated and still so justified people. But, after all, the 2 people are the representatives of feminist chicken soup, will never stand on the side of men. So, after a pause, the godmother of chicken soup, Mimaun, probed forward and pulled over the microphone and said, Chapter 41 The Arrogant Chicken Soup Master. Only after Mr. Mimaun took the microphone, he narrated, When I listened to the words of this female guest, the first thing that came to my mind was not cheating. Rather, it was a thing more important than cheating. After Master Mimaun finished his opening remarks, there was a pause. Only after the entire audience had furrowed their brows and earnestly perked up their ears did he continue to leisurely say, Do you all think that the real problem with this couple is cheating? No, it's not. Behind the matter of cheating, a deeper problem is hidden, that is, the women of our time are entering the most unloved era in history. Fellow women in the audience, I think we should all have experienced such a thing. We are busy from morning to night every day. Our work is our responsibility. The children at home housework is also our responsibility. And even after marriage various family relationships, we have to be exhausted for it. In this situation, we women live in extreme anxiety and busyness every day. Unbeknownst to us, we are actually also especially eager for love, especially in need of care, comfort, and to be heartbroken. But what about the men at home? They are almost the same as this Mr. Han Sanqian Han standing on the stage, working overtime until the early hours of the morning every day, not even able to see each other a few times a week. And the most outrageous thing is that they can't even find the time to accompany their wives to watch a movie. Imagine such a marriage. Can it really give women enough security? I would like to ask this Mr. Han, whenever you come home, the first thing you do should be to fall asleep, right? Even you and your wife both should have not had conjugal life for a long time, right? Or to ask a deeper point, you and your wife should be a long time have not communicated with each other heart to heart, right? Mimaun asked one question after another, like a dagger thrown out, stabbing straight into the male guest standing on the stage. For a moment, the originally excited male guest Han Sanqian actually had a guilty look on his face. On the contrary, the wife Lu Rui, who gave her husband a cuckold, was sad, with tears at the corners of her eyes, as if by how much aggrieved. After seeing the reaction of the 2 people on the stage, Mimaun was quite satisfied with the corner of his mouth showing a smile, and then continued to say, It seems that the male guest of honor was hit by me. Alas, this is you men, one by one. Every day you verbalize how much you love your wives, but in reality, you can't do it at all. So, I especially want to say one thing to this male guest, you really need to reflect on your own behavior. Why did the female guest cheat? Isn't it all because of you? You should recognize your own mistakes as soon as possible and apologize to your wife immediately. The more Mi Meng spoke, the more emotional she became, until she said the last sentence. Her entire body was already red in the face, and her voice couldn't help but raise 3 degrees, and when she finished speaking, something unexpected happened to Wang Su, only to see that the entire audience of nearly 300 people, except for most of the men, almost all of the women were crazy in an instant. They were all excited. Some of them even stood up, pulled up the banners that had been prepared and shouted Long live Mimaun, long live women. Bitchy man apologize now. And after seeing this scene, Wang Su could not help but begin to doubt his life. Not nowadays. the idyllic feminism, are all so arrogant? This female guest has cheated. This can be whitewashed. Wang Su's entire person was in the wind, and the host, being a male, his entire face was actually gloomy when he heard Mi Meng speak halfway through, and when Mi Meng finished her speech, he almost couldn't even resist rushing up to give her a slap. But as a gold medal host of Magic City TV, he still had professional cultivation after all. Years of hosting experience told him to exercise restraint and not to do this. So, he took a deep breath, continued to hold up a smiling face, picked up the microphone and said, "Alright, thank you to our first mentor tonight, Ms. Mimaun, for her comments. Now, let us invite our second mentor, Ms. Shenghua, to express her views on this matter." The words fell. The camera turned to Shenghua, who was sitting in the tutor's seat. Ms. Shenghua, on the other hand, seemed like her entire being was completely ready after listening to Ms. Mimaun's speech. So the first time he grabbed the microphone, he said, "I completely agree with what Mr. Mimaun just said. That's right. I can understand why the female guest cheated on her. It must be that this male guest neglected to care for his wife in his life. If I'm not mistaken, this male guest must still be a typical straight male cancer, right? Typical straight male cancer patients. I've long emphasized it countless times in Douyin, predominantly IT men. Doesn't know how to be romantic, doesn't know how to be affectionate, only annoying people. The majority of female compatriots remember. This kind of man must not marry." And back to the male guest, "I really despise you. It's obvious that you yourself neglected your wife's feelings, but you still blame your wife for cheating on you? Aren't you hitting the other side of the fence? Let me just ask you one thing, look at you in this sloppy outfit, and then look at your wife's bright and shiny outfit. Do you think you're worthy of her? I don't think so. And with such a big difference between you, your wife is still willing to marry you. Don't you even know how to be grateful? And, as we just saw, your wife has already apologized in front of so many people. Are you still not satisfied? If you ask me, what you need to do now is to accept your wife's apology right away. Then go home and treat her well. As long as you give your wife enough absolute love, she will never do anything like cheating again." Mr. Shenghua finished with a righteous voice. The women in the room once again boiled over. They all clenched their fists and shouted for Mr. Shenghua's powerful speech. The host, who was standing at the center of the stage, was completely speechless when he heard this. Although I had known that the women's rights fighters were making a lot of noise in mainland China, I had never thought that they could be so shameless as to reach this point. Surprisingly, in broad daylight, under a clear sky, directly reversed the black side, put a thing in ancient times to be immersed in a pigsty, said that the male side is doing wrong? The host only felt his thinking are a little incoherent. However, he was still a professional after all. After freezing, he raised the microphone, still looking at the camera with a smile on his face and said, "Okay, thank you for our Mr. Shenghua's speech. Next, please invite our special guest tutor today, that is, this person who is working on our Magic City Broadcasting Television's program, Your Moon, My Heart." This program, serving as the radio host, Mr. Wang Su. The host's words fell. The attention of everyone in the room was directed towards Wang Su. In between, the more than 100 male viewers in the entire audience who looked towards Wang Su, their eyes were especially blazing. It had been a whole night. They had already watched the women's rights fighter being arrogant for a whole night. Hopefully, the only male mentor in the audience is speaking for us men. The male audience members were all expecting this. Thus, for a moment, they looked at Wang Su with eager anticipation in their eyes. Chapter 42, Teacher Wang Su Strikes. When the host cued Wang Su, in fact, at the first moment, he was not hopeful at all. After all, a young boy who looked so young and had absolutely no reputation before. What opinion could he express when faced with such a question? Furthermore, to take a step back, after the speeches of the two chicken soup masters just now, at this moment, the entire female audience had completely boiled over, completely turning into disgusting idyllic feminist dogs, under such a powerful atmosphere. Judging from the past experience of this live host, a host who can read some eyes will usually choose to follow their words for the sake of his own reputation and not to offend the remaining two tutors, or even worse, choose to say some moderate, "No one is offended by the scene." In short, it was absolutely not going to bring trouble onto themselves. Therefore, thinking of this, the host basically already had no hope for Wang Su's speech. In his opinion, tonight's program like this would once again be reduced to a window for the chicken soup master to propagate his views, just like the past few programs. Alas, the host thought of this, the color of his face for a moment with some indescribable melancholy, and back to Wang Su. After realizing that the camera was pointing at himself, Wang Su picked up the microphone in his hand, and at the first moment did not speak to the guest, nor did he start commenting. Instead, he looked at teacher Mi Meng who was sitting on his right side, then slightly sidestepped and said to her, Teacher me. Hello, if I heard you correctly just now, you were the one who said, not only should this Mr. Han Sanqian not get angry, but instead, he has to apologize to his wife for something like this, right? Wang Su's words just fell. Teacher Mi Meng, who was cued by him, froze with a somewhat dazed expression, then turned his head to look at Wang Su's exquisite side face, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what this handsome Wang tutor's intention was for asking such a question, so he subconsciously nodded his head and said, yes, Teacher Wang, you also agree with the point I said, right? After Mi Meng finished speaking, she revealed a smiling face and even winked at Wang Su with flirtatious eyes, and after hearing her affirmative answer, Wang Su's face instantly turned grim, and then directly raised a tone of his voice and roared, ha, agree with your point of view? You're also giving yourself too much ing face, right? If I didn't ing beat you up right now, you should burn high incense. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that my teacher taught me from a young age not to litter, I would really want to throw you out right now. Boom! When Wang Su finished his speech, the entire room froze. Everyone didn't expect that this male tutor who was as gentle as a jade with a single appearance, would directly start cursing at the drop of a hat. Everyone originally thought that the reason why this Mr. Wang Su would suddenly QMS Mimon was because he supported her point of view. What they didn't expect was that he would directly open his mouth to angrily dislike Mr. Mimon. Everyone looked at Wang Su with unbelievable eyes. Although this Mr. Wang didn't have a single dirty word in his words just now, but anyone with no brain problem could understand this sentence. This was calling Mr. Mimon trash. The 300 viewers at the scene felt a buzzing in their ears for a long time, making it difficult for them to react. And at this time, the audience who saw the scene in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This teacher Wang is also too damn powerful. This speech doesn't give face to the godmother of chicken soup. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being Mr. Wang. I listened to his program yesterday and knew he wasn't simple. I didn't expect this nigga to come out and go straight to Wang Bomb. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Wang is awesome. Originally, I was suffocating to death. But once Mr. Wang said this, I was instantly boiled. Ha 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 ha. What kind of god is this teacher Wang? This is also too rigid, right? But I like it. Powdered it. Well done. In the face of brainwashed comments from a brainwashed teacher like Mi Meng, this is how Mr. Wang should engage in disliking her fiercely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did this amazing program appear? As soon as I came in, I saw tutors disliking tutors angrily. This is too damn wonderful. Awesome. Worthy of being the man chosen by my Avengers. Never bow to any evil forces. Mr. Wang. Charge. Lines and lines of loudly shouting comments instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. It turned out that the netizens who had been watching the program and listening to the crazy brainwashing of the two chicken soup masters, Mimon and Shengua, were actually being super depressed plus speechless in their hearts. After all, the woman cheated this kind of thing, said it is the man's fault. This who heard, cannot stand However, when Wang Su appeared on the scene and disliked Mi Meng, the depressed netizens directly boiled over. They vociferously supported Wang Su. Meanwhile, Mi Meng, who was sitting on the tutor's seat, was confused after hearing Wang Su suddenly dislike himself. There was no way, no matter how much she guessed, she definitely didn't expect that this little handsome guy who looked so jade-like and handsome would suddenly and inexplicably start disliking herself. God damn it. Just now, Mimon was still staring at this little brother, thinking of treating him to a crayfish after the recording ended, and communicating with him in depth. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give himself face, directly opened his mouth to spray up her. And the most important thing is, this Mr. Wang sprayed her. Language tactful, not much to say dirty words. This made it impossible for her to recklessly tear her face off and explode. That's a bit much for teacher Wang to say, isn't it? In the end, in order to maintain her composure and demeanor, Mi Meng could only bite her teeth and angrily rebuked back with a furious look in her eyes. Somewhat excessive? Oh, the one who speaks upside down and excessively to the extreme should be you, teacher Mi Meng. Just based on the poisonous chicken soup that you just used to wreak havoc on the nation and the people. If you were placed in ancient times, it would be enough to be immersed in a piggy bank, in broad daylight, in front of so many people, selling this kind of poisonous chicken soup that disturbs social morality. Mr. Me, don't you have any pussy in your heart? Do you know how much harm you will do to society with these remarks? Do you know how much damage you can do to a family by turning black and white upside down? Seeing Mi Meng's unrepentant look, Wang Su continued to dislike him without any hesitation, and after angrily rebuking Mi Meng, Wang Su didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, but directly picked up the microphone, and continued in an impassioned tone. Dear viewers, I must emphasize here that marriage is sacred. It is not to be desecrated. Let's take a good look at these two guests on the field. The two of them, after forming a family, This man worked early and late every day, working overtime non-stop in order to give his wife a good life. I remember this Mr. Han said just now that he's only in his early 30s this year. But let's all take a look at his back. It's already a bit stooped, and in looking at his hair, a large portion of it has already turned gray. How much suffering has this been through to lose his body to this extent at such a young age? And in the face of such a man, in the eyes of all of you, to think that he is a man who does not love his wife? Ladies, I really can't figure out what you think. Could it be that this guy, who only knows how to play around with his wife every day, and then owes a bunch of debts, or doesn't even have a house or a car by now, is the only one that you guys would think that this is called companionship? Is that called love? Is it after this that you guys will start praising that this is a good husband? That this guy is really nice? Ho ho ho, I suppose the opposite would be true? I think that if that were true, instead of feeling that this man loves his wife, you would turn to blame this man. You might say, this is a wimp, this is a straw man, this unmotivated garbage of a man, this complete and utter slug who doesn't deserve to be a man at all. Hearing me finish the above paragraph, do you guys feel familiar? That's right, this is the original text that this dear Master Mimoun wrote in her public number. Ha. So, in this Master Mimoun's eyes, it's a man's fault that a man works and neglects his wife, causing her to cheat on him. It's also a man's fault that a man doesn't work and spends all day with his wife. Ha. Don't people think it's ridiculous? Do you guys think it's reasonable for such a guru to talk? In my opinion, people who preach such thoughts are not chicken soup masters, but brain-dead masters. Such thoughts are also not feminist thoughts, but retarded thoughts. In one breath, Wang Su directly disliked Mr. Mimoun, who was sitting on his side, and after he finished speaking, the young girls who originally supported Mr. Mimoun, each wordlessly withdrew their raised signs and fell into silence. Chapter 43, Is It My Fault for Being Pretty? The entire female audience all fell into silence though, but in reality, not every one of them was convinced. The reason why they were silent now was not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't find the words to dislike them. After all, what Wang Su said didn't sound wrong at all. Indeed, if the couples who participated in tonight's couples were only aware of sticking to their wives because their men were too incompetent, they would definitely take the microphone and dislike the man in a frenzy at the moment. They might insult the man for being incompetent. They may also laugh at the man's lack of motivation. More likely, they would say that he was a waste, a loser, a beggar, unworthy of being a man. Therefore, Wang Su's words almost completely spoke their hearts. Although more than 100 women present, the heart is extremely unhappy. Wang Su said this kind of thinking is brain-dead thinking, but in fact, they seem to have been holding this kind of thinking to dislike men. Under such an irrefutable situation, these women's rights activists could not help but feel a bit disorganized. So, under the panic, they all blearily turned their heads to look at Mimoun, who was sitting on the tutor's stage, in the hope that she could step forward on behalf of all of them. However, it seemed that Ms. Mimoun, who had always been invincible, was also a bit confused by Wang Su's dislike. She froze in place, seemingly not yet fully reacted from Wang Su's rebuke. After seeing this situation, the more than 100 audiences under the stage were even more silent for a while. And on the other end, when Wang Su finished disliking Mimeng, he turned his head and first glanced at the female guest Lu Rui, who was standing on the couple mediation stage on the other side of the stage. Then to the male guest, he asked, Han Sanqian, let me ask you, how much do you earn in a month? Han Sanqian, who was suddenly cued, was a bit stunned for a moment, but after a momentary shake of his head, he still immediately returned. After deducting personal income tax, 5 insurance and 1 gold and such, it's almost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. How much is the bonus at the end of the year? Wang Su asked again. There's probably 100,000 or 200,000 too. Han Sanqian hurriedly returned. That means you can almost earn about $1 million a year? Wang Su asked after a pause. Han Sanqian nodded affirmatively, and after Wang Su heard the other party's answer, he then asked, then, how do you distribute all the years you earn every year? Han Sanqian didn't hesitate this time, and seemed to be very clear about how he spent his salary, so he directly said, every month after the salary of 80,000 yuan issued, we'll first take out 40,000 to pay the mortgage and car loan, as well as utilities and life on some miscellaneous expenses. The remaining 40,000 yuan, we'll take out 6,000 to my parents, and then keep 4,000 for themselves. The remaining 20,000, then all to the wife to keep. As for the bonus at the end of the year, then, it's usually directly to my wife's account, and I usually don't use it. When Han Sanqian finished speaking, for a split second, Wang Su didn't even have time to react. The viewers in the live broadcast room who were watching this scene were instantly nonplussed. What's wrong with this gentleman? He earns $1 million a year, and he only has $4,000 left for himself every month? This level of consumption is similar to that of a college student in Magic City, right? Right. Especially, he only gives his parents $6,000 at the same time, and the rest goes directly to his wife? Is this man's brain in a hole? I told you, the clothes the male guest is wearing looks so cheap, while the female guest is dressed up, so all the family's money is going to the women? Grass tets mom. This man also has a big heart. Think so many years, he simply did not save any money, earned wages all to her cheating wife, right? I was just guessing how this woman cheated, now I understand. This is the typical food and clothing thinking. Lust. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Too spoiled his wife's consequences is this. Alas. Upstairs brothers, do not be angry. Nowadays society is like this. Men leave all the money earned to their wives, but these women one by one are not satisfied. Think this woman every year to take their own husband for so many years. Life must still everywhere all kinds of look down on their own husbands, right? Right. This woman takes so much money from her husband every year, but she hasn't even bought her husband a decent piece of clothing, so it's obvious that she doesn't love her husband at all. As the netizens swiped the screen with one angry sentence, Wang Su looked at Han Sanxian, who had a naive and simple face, and his heart also sighed silently. $1 million a year, but only $4,000 a month, with all the rest going to his wife. This matter, at first glance, seemed to be a very touching thing, but the truth is linked to reality. This man has done so far, but his wife cheated on him. Thinking like this, inexplicably makes people feel a little sad. At this moment, Wang Su probably understood why this female guest named Lu Rui, who had obviously cheated on her husband first, was still acting like she was justified. This is completely this man spoiled It is this man personally fed a white-eyed wolf fat, and then this wolf in turn bit him Wang Su's heart sighed for a while. Sure enough, the poor will have a hateful place. This kind of deformed husband and wife relationship. No wonder there will be cheating party be justified thing. I'll talk to you later. Wang Su looked at Han Sanxian and shook his head, then turned his head to look at Lu Rui on the side and asked, This Ms. Lu, I want to ask you, your husband gives you so much money every year, so it's obvious that he loves and trusts you extremely deeply. There is such a man who loves you do not cherish. Why would you choose to cheat? And after your first derailment, this man who loves you, choose to forgive you later. Why would you still choose to cheat again? Could it be that you can't live without a man? Wang Su directly sent out 3 consecutive questions. The questions were sharper than one another, not giving this woman any face at all. And the female guest named Lu Rui, after listening to Wang Su's questioning, not only did her face not surface a little bit of shame, instead, she said with a straight face, saying, This Mr. Wang, please don't speak so misleadingly. My husband did leave me a lot of money every year, yes, but, like money, no companionship, no matter who, will be lonely, right? Do you think I want to cheat? Do you think I want to be poked and prodded? I'm just fed up with this meaningless marriage. I'm not just his Han Sanxian's wife, I'm also a woman. I need someone to care for me too. I also have emotions, and I also have a spiritual void. That kind of loneliness of facing an empty room with no one to talk to, 24 hours a day. Can you realize it? It's not that I can't live without a man. I'm tired of living like I'm dead. Lu Rui spoke in a harsh tone, as if in her opinion, cheating wasn't a big deal at all. Instead, Han Sanxian giving her too much money and making her annoyed and lonely was the culprit of all this. And in the face of Wang Su, the tutor who asked 3 questions in a row and spoke sharply, Lu Rui was even more ashamed. Lu Rui was not even a little bit ashamed. Instead, she turned the tables and said that she was the one who would be injured. And when she finished these words above, she couldn't help but glance at her husband on her side with contempt in her eyes again, and couldn't help but snort coldly, saying, Furthermore, the reason why I cheated on my husband is not the reason why I am too beautiful and those smelly men outside seduced me. And could it be that being pretty is my fault? Who let me this flower stuck in a pile of cow dung like him? Everything is his own fault for not being able to keep me. Boom! When Lu Rui finished saying these crooked reasons above, in an instant, Wang Su only felt that his 3 views were shattered to pieces. Thus, he, who could no longer hold back the anger under his heart, also snorted coldly, and directly and nonchalantly then taunted, saying, This Miss Lu, you are too confident in your own looks, right? You, Mom, if you were a flower, cows wouldn't dare to. Chapter 44 Shattering 3 Views, Mom, if flowers, cows wouldn't dare to. When Wang Su finished the above sentence, the entire audience in the live broadcast room first froze, and then each of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, I can't see that Mr. Wang is still a hidden paragraph player, cursing people without spitting a single dirty word. Mr. Wang is so good. Ha 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 ha, did you know that upstairs? Mr. Wang's segment Program Your Moon. My Heart was the top-rated program on Magic City Radio last night. Mr. Wan's dislike is simply completely unpaved. Spraying just when he says it. I was simply caught off guard. But the scolding is good. Ha 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 ha. If you're a ing flower, cows wouldn't dare to. That's a nice scolding. I like it. Mr. Wang is powerful. Mr. Wang is powerful. Avengers charge. Ha 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 ha. I was just wondering how Mr. Wang would tell a paragraph today. But I didn't expect that Mr. Wang's way of telling a paragraph today would be to curse. Ha 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 ha. Cursing is cool. It's too much fun for me to hear. Teacher Wang is bullish. When dealing with this kind of shameless woman, you can't give her face. Mr. Wang is too handsome. Please accept my obeisance. The live broadcast room was abuzz with comments. And in the studio scene, after hearing Wang Su mercilessly scolding the female guest, some of the male viewers under the stage, for a moment, couldn't help but snort out a laugh as well. Only, after seeing the pair of spiteful eyes of their girlfriends on their side, they hurriedly stifled their smiles and replaced them with a half-dead expression. As for the female guest Lu Rui, who was smugly boasting about how beautiful she was, after hearing Wang Su's mockery, her face suddenly became a bit deformed with anger. She even grabbed the microphone and wanted to directly spray back, but the host appeared at the right time, stepped out and intercepted the female guest with a smile, and rounded off by saying, "Okay, thank you to our emotion teacher Wang Su for commenting on this matter. Now, we've probably almost got a clear picture of what's wrong between this couple, and after experiencing some persuasion from the three teachers just now I think this couple must have a deeper understanding of their relationship with each other. Then I wonder, after listening to the three tutors' advice on your marriage, both guests, do you have anything to say to each other?" the host said with a warm smile. He then made a gesture towards the female guest, signaling that she could speak first. The female guest Lu Rui, who was originally furious and ready to voice out her questioning of Wang Su, after realizing that the audience was looking at her again, she gritted her teeth and calmed down a bit, deciding not to get into it with Wang Su for the time being, instead choosing to lower her posture and show her generous and understanding side. After all, it was better to strike first. If she was the first to apologize, this naive husband of hers wouldn't be so bad as to not give herself a step down in front of so many people, right? After Lu Rui thought of this, she lightly frowned, pretended to be aggrieved and touched her tears, and began to say, "Husband, in fact, I have always loved you, or else I wouldn't have gone on this program to beg for your forgiveness, and I admit that I cheated on you in this matter, and it is indeed that I did wrong, but it really can't be totally blamed on me. It's all because that man seduced me. I was forced to do it. I just made a mistake that any pretty woman would make. Will you just forgive me this time?" Lu Rui spoke pitifully, as if she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. However, when Lu Rui said, "It was that man who seduced me. I just made a mistake that all beautiful women make," the male guest standing on the other side of the stage said, "I'm sorry, Han Sanqian." The male guest standing on the other side of the stage instantly became furious, only to see his body trembling and pointing at Lu Rui. He said, Had, it's that man who seduced you? Are you sure? If the first time you cheated on me was because I didn't care enough about you, it was my fault, I admit it. But that time last week, when you went out on a date with that second guy, do you dare say you were the passive one? Remember now. That day, I went to get you a chow hey duck because I braved the rain, and when I came back, I ended up getting a blow cold because you had the air conditioner on at too low a temperature and refused to turn it off. So, you said you would make chicken soup for me to warm my stomach. I was still touched at the time, thinking that my wife finally knew how to feel sorry for me, but I didn't expect that just when you went to the kitchen to make soup. I saw the cell phone you put on the coffee table ringing, picked it up and wanted to tell you, but when I saw the WeChat message displayed on the cell phone, I instantly almost gasped my back. I still remember that WeChat message. It reads, "Little cutie, is your soup ready? I'm already hungry, can't stand it. You remember to cook it to me first, when I eat the rest, you in the end back to your sick husband to eat." After reading this WeChat message, my whole head went blank at that time, and my hands kept trembling. I really wanted to smash your cell phone at that time and then question you about who this man is, but I held back. I was still holding a trace of luck, thinking that it was this man who seduced you wishfully. I thought to myself, surely you wouldn't do that. After all, you're my wife, and I'm the husband who needs to be taken care of by you. But I didn't expect that later, almost half an hour or so later, your soup was ready, but you didn't serve it to me, saying something about the soup being a failure, and that you wanted to bring it to mom and dad first, so that they could try what was missing. Then you went out the door. Then an hour or so later, you came back with the soup and all that was left were some leftover broken bones. I still remember clearly today what you said then. You said, "Mom and dad didn't eat, so let them have all the soup." and the few bones that were left were for me. Ha ha ha. Maybe you forgot how you looked when you came back that day, but I still remember now. When you were sitting next to me, you had 2 huge strawberry marks on your neck, which weren't there when you went out, but were there when you came back. I understood at that time. You cheated on me again, and it was you who took the initiative to send yourself to the door. Han Sanqian's tears swished and fell as she spoke. The audience present, as well as the crowd in the live broadcast room, although they hadn't gone through such a thing with him, but none of them felt that great sadness from his narration. This man, the man is simply the contemporary Wu Dailang Ah. It is really too tragic, right? All of them, at this moment, fell into silence. Only, the thing that made people shatter their 3 views, then but once again happened, only to see that Lu Rui, after listening to her husband's tearful accusations against herself, not only did she not have a bit of shame, but instead, she directly stormed out and roared, "How dare you look through my cell phone, and peeked at my chat records with others? You're invading my privacy, you know? Han Sanqian, you're too shameless, you loser. What qualifications do you have to look at my cell phone? You're too cheap for a man." Boom! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upon hearing Lu Rui's questioning, Wang Su's 3 views seemed to collapse directly. This ing. Is there such a shameless person in this world? Chapter 45, She is not fighting alone. Lu Rui's appalling remarks shattered not only Wang Su's 3 views, but also the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, who at this time only felt that their 3 views were instantly shattered. Only, not waiting for them to send out pop-ups to condemn Lu Rui, this woman fiercely squeezed out 2 drops of tears, the first to complain, only to see her whimpering and sobbing. Her voice choked as she said, "Han Sanqian, you want to put this matter here for discussion today, don't you? Good. I'll fulfill you. I'll tell you what happened that day. The man you just said texted me is actually my childhood boyhood friend who I grew up with. He's been at the same table with me since middle school. If we would have had anything to do with each other, it would have happened a long time ago. Is there anything left for you to do now? As for him calling me cutie, that's because I used to pamper him in middle school, and he gave me that nickname then. He's been calling me cutie for more than 10 years. What's wrong with calling me that in passing? I'm asking you what's wrong. Does it mean that I don't even have the freedom to be called a nickname now? Whoops!" Lu Rui sniffled and cried, sobbing in aggravation, while her pair of big eyes, at this moment, looked at the camera miserably, as if Han Sanqian had really done something extremely excessive. And that's not all. When she covered her mouth and sobbed for more than 10 seconds, then she continued, "And as for the question of whether or not I actually went to see him, I admit that I lied to you. I did go to see him, but, do you think that under those circumstances at that time, I could have told you the truth at that time? If I told you that I went outside to see my junior high school classmate, then you would definitely be angry again. You can't blame me for lying to you. You have to blame yourself for having a bad temper. If you were that kind of generous man, would I have lied to you?" Lu Rui said in a serious manner. The tone was extremely justified, and being so righteous, she seemed to have forgotten that his husband was a man who could even forgive her for something like cheating on him. This man is generous like this, but she still thinks that people are not generous enough. This is really... Wang Su listened to this woman's upside-down black and white remarks, and for a moment he only felt a pain in his brain. There is no way. Accepting too much thinking in a short period of time, it is really a bit indigestible, and this is far from the end. As the saying goes, if there is a godmother, there must be a religious person. This sentence, in turn, is also completely valid. After hearing Lu Rui's last statement, the originally quiet godmother of Chicken Soup, Master Mimoun, nodded satisfactorily at her own congregation, Lu Rui, and then couldn't help but stand up, only to see that she gave a cold snort at Han Sanqian, and then gripping the microphone, she directly said, "MS." Lu Rui said, "MS. Lu Rui is not wrong. The reason why we women hide some personal matters from you men is entirely because you men are too suspicious. If you were willing to give us a little more trust, would we hide from you? Besides, you men are not at home all day, and we women have to worry about everything that happens at home. Do you know how much pressure we bear? Under such immense pressure, what's wrong with us going to see 1 or 2 members of the opposite sex once in a while? Besides, Miss Lu just said that she was just meeting a junior high school classmate. Is there a need to make such a fuss and be catty about it until now? This Mr. Han Sanqian, if you're a man, don't always be so small-minded. It's really too much to look down upon." Mi Meng finished with some voluble remarks. Standing on the stage, Han Sanqian's entire face was already pale. To be honest, under the bombardment of the 2 idyllic feminist fighters on the stage, Han Sanqian was already showing some signs of hidden submission, but there was still a trace of stubbornness in his heart as he said, But after she came back that day, how to explain the strawberry mark on her neck? Could it be that I have to be generous when she cheated on me?" Han Sanqian spoke in a shivering tone, and when Mi Meng heard this, he directly snorted coldly and said, "Cheating? Do you have proof? Just relying on 2 strawberry prints can prove that your wife cheated on you? Mr. Han, you're making too much of a fuss, aren't you? Your wife has said that the man is just her junior high school classmate. They are bosom friends. They wouldn't do something to cheat on each other. If you don't even have this much trust in your wife, then I think it's better for a man like you to be single for the rest of his life. Furthermore, taking a step back, even if your wife cheated on you with that classmate of hers, what would happen? If you don't say it in front of everyone, who would know? Aren't you still her husband in name only? Did you lose a piece of meat? Didn't you still drink the soup your wife made that day? Oh, Mr. Han, I'm here to tell you one thing. Your wife cheated on you. You lost but a few days of good mood, while what your wife lost was her chastity. She may have to live with the guilt of cheating for the rest of her life. She may feel sorry for you every time she sees you, and from that, she will be twice as nice to you. When you think about it, your loss is nothing at all, and what you get is double the love of your wife. Shouldn't you rejoice in that? Ms. Mimoun, the godmother of chicken soup, used her own dialectical and logical words to harden a wife's infidelity into something heavenly good for her husband. After such a shocking statement was made, the entire room was silent. Everyone fell into a deep silence. Although everyone was silent, each other's silence was completely different. Wang Su was silent because he was completely shocked by this Master Mimang's shameless remarks at this moment. He even dared to swear to the heavens at this moment that despite his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a shameless woman. This is also too damn shameless. Wang Su's heart momentarily ran through tens of thousands of grass mud horses, but he was a little unsure which one to start with. At this time, under the stage, the other women who had been silent for a long time, at this moment, exploded in silence. They excitedly raised the banner with the name Mimoun on it and shouted, "Long live Master Mimoun! Long live Master Mimoun! Down with men! Fight for women's rights! Han, go back and reflect! Mr. Han, cherish your wife! Mr. Han, don't make your wife sad anymore. She's already suffering from her conscience." The vociferous cries, like a gust of wind, instantly swept through the entire studio. At this moment, our great godmother of chicken soup, Master Mimoun, she wasn't fighting alone. She is not alone. She has millions of devotees cheering for her. She also has millions of devotees who will fight for her. Just as at this moment, the overshadowing sound of idyllic feminist slogans vibrated all around the stage. All the cameras in the room will be transmitting this scene to the TVs and computers and cell phones in thousands of homes. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before this speech on idyllic feminism would once again attract countless women to join her under the banner of Master Mimoun. And after thinking of this, standing in the tutor's seat, Master Mimoun's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. After all, she was still smiling too early. Just as she was about to spread her arms and embrace the cheers of the female audience, she was greeted with a loud slap rang out. Wang Su, who was sitting on her side, directly gave him a slap without any reasoning. Hiss. This clear slap sound directly caused everyone present to suck in a mouthful of cool air. The scene suddenly fell into silence once again, and at this time, Wang Su, however, in the middle of the crowd, slowly stood up, raised the microphone, and said with a sneer, "Sure enough, even if the economic crisis comes, you can't be expensive." Chapter 46, Who Does Curse? Sure enough, even if the economic crisis comes, you can't be expensive. An unreasonable slap from Wang Su, coupled with this unceremonious expletive, directly left everyone present dumbfounded, and the live broadcast audience, who also saw this scene, also boiled at this moment. Asterisk. This slap is too damn good. Mr. Wang Su is awesome. Relief. So relieved. When I was listening to this Ms. Mimang speech just now, I felt that she wasn't a good thing. One set of bull asterisk reasoning after another. Simply disgusting to the extreme. After this slap, my heart was instantly relieved. Ms. Wang is great. For this kind of woman, you can't spoil her. Teacher Wang Su is too good. Ha ha ha. Even if the economic crisis comes, it's not expensive. This sentence is too awesome. Ha 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 ha. It's not wrong at all. This kind of deserves a hard beating. Mr. Wang Su is mighty. Members of the Avengers Alliance, everyone charge. Dry, deaf, idyllic feminism. A pop-up screen of clapping and shouting, almost instantly, swept across the entire screen of the live broadcast room, and Liu Xiaobo, who was also in the live broadcast room, was almost on the verge of crying with excitement in an instant after seeing Wang Su strike out and directly fling the feminist Power Master in the face. It's too good, too damn cool. What? Are the days of our Avengers Association being suppressed by Master Chicken Soup finally going to be gone? Liu Xiaobo thought excitedly. He then hurriedly greeted his brothers sitting on his side and prepared to start intercepting the video. There is no time to wait. Mr. Wang's highlights will definitely appear again soon. Liu Xiaobo's heart surged. Personally sitting in front of the computer, he began to intercept the video screen of the live broadcast too, and at this time, at the recording site of the program, after Master Mimon was caught off guard and was directly slapped by Wang Su, his right hand was trembling and covering his cheeks at this time, and his eyes were full of indescribable horror. I was beaten up just like that. Mimon only felt that her entire head was buzzing at this moment. There was no way. She just couldn't believe that she, a Chinese chicken soup godmother who had millions of fans and was admired by millions of people everywhere she went, was just casually beaten up by a man? It's fantastical, isn't it? Mi Meng gritted her teeth and thought. The more she thought, the more angry she became. Finally, this time, she completely stopped caring about her identity, only to see her face instantly hideous, openly and angrily slapped the table. Hissed at Wang Su and questioned, "Did you just call me a? You are not, but all look like you." Wang Su disliked back nonchalantly, not giving her any face at all. "You asshole, you're the one. Your whole family is." Mi Meng completely exploded this time. After hearing Wang Su's dislike back, she directly then cursed back in a loud and angry voice, and after Wang Su heard her insults, he didn't seem to be angry at all. He just faintly asked, "Who is scolding?" Scolded you. Without thinking, Mi Meng directly disliked her again. "Ha ha ha, that's right, it's scolding me. This master, you are quite self-aware, knowing that you are a." After Wang Su heard Mi Meng's dislike back, he directly laughed out loud and said. When he finished speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room first froze, then after savoring the seconds in Wang Su's words, each of them couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. "Ha ha 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 ha, wonderful ah. Grandmaster Wang scolded people in an invisible manner between the clouds. Admirable. I'm so impressed. Cluck 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 cluck. I can't help it. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. This Master Mimon is too good. He can't even pass 3 rounds under Mr. Wang Su's hand. Mr. Wang Su is awesome. Awesome. Asterisk. So it's possible to curse like this. Learned. Mr. Wang is awesome. In the future, I'll learn from you about cursing. Painful. Ha 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 ha. It's too damn painful. I don't know why, but seeing this kind of idyllic feminist dog being scolded makes me feel indescribably relieved. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all jumping up and down in excitement. At the same time, the program's ratings continued to rise as more and more viewers flooded in. It was only at the recording site of the program, the female viewers under the stage, after realizing that their godmother of chicken soup, Master Mimon, had been humiliated by Wang Su, all of them hung their heads like frosted eggplants. Almost in an instant, the idyllic women's rights fighters who had been looking down on the entire audience just a moment ago, instantly shriveled up. And the one who caused all this transformation was that tutor Wang Su, who looked like a fluttering gentleman with red lips and white teeth, without the slightest bit of offensive power. It had to be said that Mimon's godmother, who had reigned over the chicken soup session for many years, had indeed looked away today. She had come through the storm one step at a time, but today, she had capsized in front of such a little person of no reputation like Wang Su. And the killing power of this little man of no reputation was still abnormally large, so big that Master Mimon was directly pissed off by this guy and almost turned his back. This is reflected in, now from just now Wang Su scolded Mimon. The time has passed more than 2 minutes, but Master Mimon is still shivering in anger. Half a day did not slow down. This Master Wang, you are too disrespectful to your elders, aren't you? As a program mentor, not only did you hit someone in public, but you are also full of foul language. Do you think you deserve to be a program mentor? Seeing her spiritual mentor, Mi Meng, being insulted, Lu Rui, who was standing on the stage, was also finally unable to voice out in anger at this time. It's not for you to judge whether I'm worthy or not. You give me a break. I only want to scold people today. I don't want to scold you. Facing Lu Rui's questioning, Wang Su sneered with a leathery smile and didn't even look at her. And when his words ended, Lu Rui, however, froze. I only want to scold people today. Didn't want to scold you. What does this mean? This guy is saying, I'm not human? Lu Rui couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room, however, reacted. The meaning of Mr. Wang's words, it was indeed scolding Lu Rui for not being human. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Wang's golden sentence is here again. Brothers, quickly take out your little notebooks and take notes now. Teacher Wang is invincible. On the piece of how to civilize cursing, I serve no one but Teacher Wang. Asterisk. Teacher Wang is so top-notch. I was just wondering how Teacher Wang was going to scold this woman, but I didn't expect that Teacher Wang would directly choose to ignore it. Ha ha ha. It's too damn powerful. That's right. Against such a woman, it's not even worth giving her a face. Teacher Wang's passive skill triggered the king's god's contempt. Ha ha ha. Awesome. The viewers each discussed passionately. And in the studio, Lu Rui, who froze for a long time, also finally reacted to the meaning of Wang Su's words. So she burst into a rage and directly stretched out her finger to point at Wang Su and roared, "This tutor Wang, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not I'll let the program team invite you out." Chapter 47, There's a traitor among us. This tutor Wang, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll have the program team invite you out? Lu Rui pointed at Wang Su's nose and snapped. Only, her words had just fallen. Wang Su, who was standing in the tutor's seat, couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Ha ha ha, this MS. Lu, you are taking yourself too seriously, aren't you? Don't forget that you are merely one of the 300 invited plus guests today, while I am the mentor invited by the program. Do you think that after you yell over the security guards with this voice, they will kick you out or kick me out? Wang Su smiled playfully, his eyes glancing at Director Zhou who stood in the distance and smiled at him, his heart not panicking at all. To drive me out? Little sister, you are afraid that you don't know that the backer behind me is the biggest station manager in the whole theater, right Zhou? Wang Su looked at Lu Rui with a playful smile. There is a backer behind the station manager, and the station manager is also a member of the Avengers Alliance organization. I don't believe that I will still be scared by such a shameless woman like you today. Wang Su looked at Lu Rui with a smile on his face. Wang Su looked at Lu Rui with a smirk on his face and a look of a village bully. And after seeing this confident look of Wang Su, not to mention the fact that Lu Rui's smug face was instantly a bit flustered, not to mention that the producer, MS. Fong, who stood in the distance and was responsible for the program's editing and directing, the whole person was furious for a while and scratched her ears. This MS. Fong was the planner and director of this program, and at the same time, she was also a loyal supporter of women's rights in the field. Originally, her original intention of founding this program was to use this platform to promote feminist ideology in a big way. Even, in order to let this program enter the public's field of vision in the first place, she insisted on convincing the TV station to let this program start the whole live broadcast. However, what she never expected was that the program had been carried out until now, and the publicity effect she wanted to achieve had not been achieved at all. Instead, it was stirred into a mess by this suddenly appearing tutor Wang Su. This asshole. Originally, I saw that he had some poise and thought that I could subvert him at the end of the program. I didn't expect that he'd come to break up the show. Which person's backdoor did this kid go through to be put on the show? I'm going to go and expose him with the station manager right now. This guy is the enemy of us feminists. He must not be allowed to appear on our program. MS. Fong, the choreographer, gritted her teeth as she thought, turned around and ran towards station manager Zhou, who was standing in the distance. She knew that this station manager Zhou had always been gentle and good at talking, plus she herself had some good looks and was good at pampering herself. So she thought that as long as she pampered herself with station manager Zhou, the station manager would surely make a decision for her. MS. Fong thought with confidence. Twisting her water snake waist, she came to the side of station manager Zhou, and said in a fluffy voice, "Director, I suddenly have something I want to ask you. Can you promise me?" Looking at this editorial director who suddenly came up, Director Zhou frowned unhappily. Why did this annoying woman come over? I've emphasized 3 times that I shouldn't be disturbed when I'm watching the program. Why doesn't this woman have a long memory at all? Director Zhou thought with annoyance in his heart. To be honest, he purposely put off his other work today and came to the program site to watch Wang Su's performance, in order to have a close look at the wonderful performance of this segmented player Wang Su. And just now, during the process of watching, Director Zhou was also satisfied with Wang Su's wonderful performance. It could even be said that he was extremely satisfied, especially after seeing that always lawless Master Mimon being sprayed by Wang Su as a shrunken head turtle. He was even more relieved, and the whole person was indescribably happy. But just when he was so happy, this whiny female editorial director came over. Tell me, can this not be angry? What is it? You say it first. Station manager Zhou coldly looked at her and said indifferently. Station manager, what I want to say is about the tutor on stage law. MS. Fong beamed and pouted. It's that tutor on stage called Wang Su. You must have seen it just now. This person is also too arrogant and domineering. And to the other tutors we invited, he also hit and scolded them, not giving them any face at all. I don't know which asshole from our stage invited such a mentor without any quality. I think the guy who invited Wang Su must be trying to make our station's reputation bad. I even think that the guy who invited Wang Su may be an undercover agent sent by another station, or even a traitor among us. That's why I suggest to station manager Zhou, you should immediately tell this guy called Wang Su to roll down now, then ask him nicely who that guy behind him is. By uncovering that traitor among us this way, our station can develop better. MS. Fong, the choreographer, spoke with an air of righteousness. In her description, she was simply the Baotian who was dedicated to the people, the great good guy who discerned between the loyal and the treacherous, and that Wang Su, and the person who promoted Wang Su to be his tutor, was simply a villain who wreaked havoc on the country and left a lasting legacy. Such a picture of righteousness. If there was a different scene, a different person to talk to, Ms. Fong might really be successful in reporting. But, unfortunately, she did not know that the traitor she had been cursing. There is a traitor in our midst. The traitor in her mouth was no other than the station manager Zhou in front of her. Therefore, when she cursed the traitor, the harder she cursed, the more ugly the face of the station manager in front of her became. Until finally, when Ms. Fong finished the sentence uncovering our traitor, our station will develop better. Director Zhou's face was already as black as an iron pot. Ahem, Mr. Fong, aren't you using too many words to say that the person who invited Wang Su here is a traitor? I think that person. It's not that bad, right? Desk Zhou took a long breath and said word by word, while Ms. Fong, the choreographer, heard Director Zhou's question. She mistakenly thought that Director Zhou was asking her in such a serious manner because she had convinced him, and that this was a backward step to test whether or not she dared to be brave enough to expose her own colleague. The station manager, this is definitely testing me. Ms. Fong, the choreographer, felt a thrill of excitement in her heart, so without hesitation, she said aloud, "No, it's not too much, that guy is definitely a traitor. Director Zhou, there's no mistaking it, I'm sure I'm not wrong." "Fong, don't be so sure, it's possible that you're wrong." "No way, I didn't see it wrong. This kind of shameless is simply a tumor to our station." "Station manager, it can't be wrong. As a matter of urgency, we should hurry up and pull down that guy Wang Su, then follow him and find out that tumor behind him." Station manager, can't wait," the choreographer director party said anxiously. Station manager, we should hurry." "Enough." Station manager Zhou snorted coldly, his entire face instantly gloomy. "Station manager, what's wrong with you?" Ms. Fong was a little confused for a moment when she saw the suddenly furious station manager Zhou, but without waiting for her to react from her confusion, station manager Zhou raised his hand and slapped her, but straight away he threw himself at her. Chapter 48, The Courage to Admit Mistakes. Lu Rui, Director Zhou's palm, made a strong slap to the shoulders of Ms. Fong, the choreographer. Then after gently dusting the ash on her shoulder, he revealed a kind smile and said to her, "Ms. Fong, in response to your report just now, I'd like to give you some praise. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't have known that there was such a traitor among us." When Director Zhou said the last sentence, although he had a smile on his face, he actually finished his sentence by biting off one word, and when he had finished, he controlled his emotions for a moment, and then said, with a smile on his face, "But we need to focus on the big picture now. You go and take a look at the program's current broadcasting data before you think about whether or not to remove Wang Su." Faced with Director Zhou's proposal, choreographer Ms. Fong froze for a moment, then glanced her eyes towards the data monitoring station. Once she looked, her entire instantly went numb. At this moment, the ratings of the program, Tonight's Couple, had already reached a mind-boggling height. If it was said that the peak of the ratings of the Magic City TV program in the past was 5, the ratings of the program Tonight's Couples had now skyrocketed to 20. 20 versus 5. A four-fold difference. And this is still just 1 hour after the program started. According to the past experience of doing the program, the ratings of this program has not yet reached its peak at all. Moreover, if you add in the more than 1 million people that had already flooded into the program's live broadcast room, the potential value of this data was even more limitless. Hiss. After the choreographer, Ms. Fong, saw this, her entire body was instantly stunned. How? Ms. Fong muttered with wide eyes. "How?" Choreographer Fong, are you still sure you want Mr. Wang Su to come down now? If he comes down, this program can only be forced to abort. And just how much loss would be incurred by the sudden suspension of such a good program? Have you thought about that? Station manager Zhou spoke in a serious tone. The writer-director, Ms. Fong, fell into hesitation. "Don't forget, if the program catches fire, you, the program writer-director plus planner, will have a bonus. I think, Mr. Wang Su's performance is still very good. Let's not pull the program first." When Ms. Fong heard that there was a bonus, her entire body instantly sobered up. Right, if the program was on fire, she would get a bonus. No matter how important Master Chicken Soup is, it's not as important as money. Furthermore, if I make this program a hit and kick Wang Su out in the next episode, then I can still invite Mi Meng to promote our idyllic feminist ideology, right? Fong complacently thought. The more she thought, the happier she was. Then she also stopped snitching with Director Zhou, directly twisting her hips, step by step, back to her own position. And after seeing Fong choreographer leave, Zhou station manager's original forced smile suddenly disappeared, and then coldly looked at this woman who left, and couldn't help but think, when Mr. Wang Su makes this program hot, the next issue I will kick you out. Still want to promote women's rights in this program? Still want to invite those two shameless chicken soup godmothers? And most importantly, you call me a tumor? A traitor? Well, I'll be damned. I see that I'm just too much of a face for you women. Director Zhou's heart was in a frenzy of cursing, straight scolding his own dizziness, some lack of oxygen before stopping, and just when Director Zhou and editorial director Fong were chatting, the other end, the stage of the studio, Lu Rui, after realizing that she really couldn't do anything to Wang Su, and that the two godmothers of chicken soup that she originally relied on couldn't be relied on either, the whole person suddenly panicked. She panicked not because she was worried that she didn't have a backer, but she was worried that her loser husband would be fooled by this guy called Wang Su, and in the end, he wouldn't forgive himself, and then everything would be over. After all, her purpose for being here today was to beg for forgiveness. She couldn't live without Han Sanxian as an ATM. After all, in this world, it would be too hard to find another guy like Han Sanxian, who was a wimp, stupid and rich. Compared to leaving such an ATM, Lu Rui didn't even care about going on this kind of program to admit that she had cheated on her husband. After all, in Lu Rui's mind, cheating? That's bull *********. I have money is the most important thing. Lu Rui thought so, immediately no longer pay attention to Wang Su, turned to look at their husband Han Sanxian. A look of pity said, "Husband, I know I did wrong. I did not do enough before. Did things that I'm sorry for. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you and never talk back. I just hope that for the sake of us being a couple for so many years, and also for the sake of our 3-year-old child, just forgive me one more time, okay? I swear, I will never make this mistake again. I'll go back and delete that junior high school friend of mine and never contact him again, and the other members of the opposite sex in my cell phone. I'll never get too close to them again. Just trust me one more time, okay? There really won't be a next time. If there's a next time, let me be struck by heavenly thunder." Lu Rui spoke pitifully, and in the end, even her eyes couldn't help but redden once again, the corners of her mouth twitching in aggravation. She was actually originally quite good-looking, and after crying like this, her entire person even exuded a pearly beauty. Therefore, after seeing this scene, Han Sanxian's heart, which was originally determined to be accountable, suddenly softened a bit. How to say, she is also my wife. To be able to admit that she was at fault in front of so many people, it seems that she is indeed willing to sacrifice for the sake of our relationship. Han Sanxian couldn't stop thinking about it in his heart, and for a moment, his resentment towards his wife became 3 times shallower, and after seeing Han Sanxian react like this, Wang Su's heart is a burst of hatred. The authorities are confused by the observer. Although in the whirlpool of Han Sanxian is very easy to be Lu Rui's sweet words deceived, but, standing in the bystander's point of view, after hearing Lu Rui say the above words, Wang Su knows that this woman is pure bull ********, will never be truly repentant. But what should he do to make this woman say her true words? Wang Su couldn't help but ponder over it. Afterwards, one thing came to his mind violently. That is, when he drew the lottery yesterday, he seemed to have won 2 cards, called Mind Reading Card, and Truthfulness Card or something? According to the system, these 2 cards, each had their own special abilities. When the first card is used, you can instantly see the other person's heart, and when the latter card is used, it can make the other person spit out his or her heart in 10 minutes. If these 2 cards are really so powerful, now, it's a good opportunity to use them. Wang Su thought so, then no longer hesitated, directly asked the system the way to use these 2 cards to. Chapter 49 Skill Card Usage. While Wang Su was communicating with the system on how to use the 2 cards, on the stage, after seeing that her husband had a tendency to waver, Lu Rui no longer hesitated and continued to increase her acting skills, and with a wow sound, she directly cried out and said with a sniffle, "Husband, do you remember when I first got together with you? Husband, do you still remember when I was just with you? At that time, your legs are not good, often come back at night shouting pain, so I saved 2 months of wages to buy you a massage chair. At that time, you love to eat fish and meat and kung pao chicken. I then secretly go to learn, in your birthday, personally due to you to eat, in order to do the dishes. My hand was also burned by the oil. At that time, you often work very late to come back, so I fell asleep on the sofa every night waiting for you to come back, and then hot rice for you to eat. Later, we had a baby. You worked even harder, and we were even more in love. Sometimes, you come back in the middle of the night, once you fall asleep, snoring to the sky. I can't sleep at all, but all without saying a word, until you wake up in the daytime to go to work and go away, and only then do I start to sleep. Sometimes, you also said to me, work is too tired, nutrition cannot keep up, I will buy you the most expensive supplements, and wait for you to get off work hot for you to eat. Hubby, don't you remember all these? We used to be so close to each other. Can't we go back to that? Can I never lie in the same bed with you again? Our children, are they going to have no father, or without a mom? Lu Rui spoke with tears in her voice. She had to admit, her narration was very convincing, and her voice was very nice. With this kind of crying, Han Sanqian's originally soft heart was even softer for a moment. Indeed, the stories Lu Rui told were all true. They once had so many beautiful memories. Even if there is no cheating this matter, Lu Rui is indeed considered to be the perfect wife who is good in the hall, good in the kitchen, and has outstanding looks. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is really as Lu Rui just said. If he is a little more generous, they could have been a loving couple. Han Sanqian mentally kept convincing himself. Then, he thought of his son, who was only 2 years old, and the soft places under his heart became even softer for a moment. That's right, I can't let my child be born without a complete family. Han Sanqian's body trembled. After thinking about all of this, the anger that was originally hidden deep within his heart had gradually been extinguished. And at this time, Wang Su had also finally figured out how to use the mind-reading card in Truth card. He originally wanted to use the truthfulness card on Lu Rui at the first time, but in his heart, he carefully chose to use the mind-reading card on her first just in case, wanting to see this woman's true thoughts. Thus, the mind-reading card skill was instantly activated. The next moment, an ethereal voice came from deep within Lu Rui. Ha 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 ha, Han Sanqian, this simpleton, really doesn't have much of a brain. I got rid of him again in just a few words. Alas, a fool will always be a fool. With his virtues, no wonder I cheated on him so many times before he only caught me twice. If he knew that I've actually cheated on him an average of 2 or 3 times a month since we got married, would he still go crazy? Mimaun was right. You have to marry an honest man like this, and your life after marriage is simply too good to be true. When the recording of this program is over, I have to go back and tell my Big Eagle brothers about my wimpy man. I think they must be even more excited in bed when they hear about it, right? The last time that little brother I brought to the house for a kiss under the wedding photos, he was so excited when I called him my husband. Alas, think of this, I next time to find a man, but must pay attention, or Han Sanqian this dog thing. If the dog anxious to jump over the wall and then divorce me, I cannot have the heart to say so meaty words with him again. Do not want so much. Han Sanqian this loser looked at me. It seems that he is ready to forgive me. I have to continue to act, or let him see my little heart words, but it is not easy to explain. Nope, I'm worried my ass off. With an IQ like his, how could he possibly see what's in my mind? Unless I say it myself, no one will be able to find out a bit of my true feelings. Lu Rui's voice surged into Wang Su's ear sentence by sentence, and when Wang Su finished listening to all her inner monologue, he only felt that his 3 views exploded all of a sudden. Is there such a ING woman in this world? Is this ING talk still human? Hypocritical to this extent towards her own husband? Wang Su stared at Lu Rui with glaring eyes, and a touch of deep loathing flowed out from the bottom of his eyes. Such a woman. Don't ING poke her and keep her home for the new year to wreak havoc on her family? Wang Su pondered, and it was at this time that Han Sanqian, who was on the other side of the stage, raised the microphone in his hand. Looking at his demeanor and movements, it's not hard to guess that this man is ready to forgive his wife. Alas, Wang Su looked at him and revealed a sympathetic look. Then, when Han Sanqian was about to speak, he interrupted out loud and said, Mr. Han, wait. A voice full of magnetism cut across the entire stage, the entire studio. The viewers who were originally expecting a loving couple to get back together, all froze after hearing these words. They looked at Wang Su in unison and frowned unhappily. What's wrong with this Mr. Wang? People have already forgiven each other. Why are you jumping out again? Can't it be that this guy wants to break up the loving couple again? Don't do it. As the saying goes, it's better to break up 10 temples than 1 marriage. Mr. Wang Su, don't come out to destroy it, okay? The audience under the arena, all of them were mocking Wang Su in their hearts. Even Master Mimaun, who had been silent for a long time, was ready to come out again after seeing this scene. At this time, Wang Su smiled and raised the microphone, then spoke. Everyone, don't be nervous, I have no malice. I'm happy to witness a loving couple joining hands again. The reason why I asked Mr. Han to wait is because, I think, in the face of such a big event as a relationship reunion, we can't be so casual. Therefore, I have an immature little suggestion. I would like to grossly recommend myself to be the witness of Mr. Han and MS. Lu's relationship getting back together, and ask them a few sincere questions, and if they dare to answer in front of so many of us, it means that they are indeed genuinely willing to get back together. It is also considered that we all witnessed the reunion of this relationship. What do you all think? After a few words, the viewers who were originally skeptical of Wang Su nodded their heads. Indeed, Mr. Wang Su was right. A big event like a relationship reunion can't be ended hastily. We should witness it together. Godmother Mimon also nodded with a smile at this time, withdrawing her short legs that originally wanted to stand up, and continued to sit back in her position. Thus, after confirming Wang Su's proposal, everyone turned their heads to the female guest of honor, Lu Rui. With their eyes, they asked for her opinion. Lu Rui, who was originally worried that Wang Su was going to cause trouble again, found out that this guy said a bunch of bull and just wanted to ask himself a few questions, so he directly agreed with a smile. Just kidding, don't just ask a few questions that don't hurt. Anyway, I won't tell the truth. If you want to ask, just ask. Lu Rui nodded affirmatively towards Wang Su, and after seeing that the whole audience agreed with his proposal, Wang Su didn't hesitate and directly ordered the system. Truth card use, target, Lu Rui. Ding dong, detected host using system skill card. Skill card has been triggered. Ding dong, truthfulness card skill used successfully. The target of the skill release, Lu Rui, will answer with truthful words if there is an answer in the next 10 minutes. Chapter 50, Cool Multisport Jagged Girl. Since everyone has no comments, I'll start asking. Wang Su finished. The entire audience nodded. Afterward, the lights of the stage suddenly hit, and 3 magnesium lights shone on the heads of Wang Su, Han Sanqian, and Lu Rui. In an instant, the 3 of them became the center of attention of the entire audience. At this time, Wang Su opened his mouth and asked, "First of all, I want to ask Mr. Han Sanqian once in front of everyone. Mr. Han, you just picked up the microphone. You are ready to accept your wife again and get back together with her, right?" "Yes." Han Sanqian nodded affirmatively. "Good. In that case, then I will ask Ms. Lu Rui again." Wang Su nodded towards Han Sanqian, turned his head to look at Lu Rui and asked, "Ms. Lu Rui, you also heard just now that your husband, indeed, is ready to readmit you. Then I hope that you can sincerely answer these following questions of mine, and you're sure that what you're going to say next is sincere, and that you'll never go back on your words after saying them, right?" "I'm sure," Lu Rui returned with a firm tone. "Good. Then my first question is are you sure that you've really decided to change your ways this time? Take back your heart from now on, no longer screw around outside, and will live a good life with Han Sanqian, right?" After Wang Su asked the above question in a serious tone, the audience who had some doubts about what question Wang Su would ask, were a little disappointed for a while. Alas, they thought that the host would ask some powerful questions. This question, even if it's a naive person, it's not a good question. This question, even a stupid idiot would answer with a yes. Everyone couldn't help but spit out the words. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, a scene that made everyone fall down and their eyes appeared. Only Lu Rui snorted coldly, glanced at Han Sanqian with a sneer in her eyes, and said, "How can that be? There's still more than a dozen little fresh meat out there waiting for me to get laid. How can I live a good life with him? The only reason I'm making up is because I don't want to lose him as an ATM." After finishing a heartfelt speech, the entire audience hadn't reacted yet. Lu Rui herself covered her mouth first and froze. How could this happen? I clearly wanted to say, from now on, I'll hold hands with Han Sanqian and grow old together. But how? How is it that the words are on the edge of the mouth, but the words in the heart are set out? She was filled with dismay, and at that moment, the audience, who were quietly listening in the room, instantly boiled over. Similarly, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally still a bit disinterested, instantly became unsettled when they heard this. Is this Lu Rui so daring to say, "I go"? This is grandmother's. This is so honest. She directly said her true feelings out? I don't know. Did this woman drink before recording the program and just got a headache? Why is she spitting out the truth? Ha 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 ha. No way. I'm dying of laughter. What's wrong with this woman? Is she hitting her own face so loudly? Lu Rui, this is awesome. She doesn't follow the rules at all. What kind of operation is this? I can't understand it at all. Right. What the hell? What kind of god is brother Wang Su? She's telling her to speak from the heart. This isn't some kind of magic spell, is it? There's a dozen or so fresh meat outside. This woman, is she that horny? There's also an ATM. This, even Truth or Dare wouldn't dare to play like this. Cluck cluck cluck. Everyone, look at Han Sanqian. He's completely confused and can't find his way out. In the pop-ups of the audience in the live broadcast room, the originally calm stage once again became the center of attention. And at this time, Wang Su's sharper question was then asked. MS. Lu Rui, you just said that you still have more than a dozen fresh meat outside. Is this true? Or is it a joke? Could it be that you have cheated more than twice? Or, in fact, you have been hiding from your husband and have lovers outside? Wang Su's tricky questions echoed throughout the stage scene along the studio's loudspeakers. It had to be said that the questions he asked were indeed exceptionally sharp. Many of the audience who heard Lu Rui's answer just now actually wanted to ask these few questions at this time. It was just that they didn't expect that Wang Su would directly ask them without blocking them. This is such a bold question. Lu Rui is a pig. She won't admit it, right? This time, she will deny 3 times. Everyone thought so. But something unexpected happened again. Lu Rui's expression was extremely flustered after facing this question. Underneath her heart, she also constantly reminded herself to stop talking nonsense. Even, in order to better express her meaning, she also thought about her words for a full minute, wanting to die as soon as she opened her mouth and admit that she had only cheated on her husband twice, and never say anything else. But, let her own dumbfounded things happened, only to see her words just out of her voice. The prepared words once again disappeared, and turned to say, involuntarily, "Host, you asked me is it true that there's fresh meat waiting for me outside? Ha 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 ha, that's definitely true. By asking that, are you questioning my old lady's charm? I'm not afraid of everyone's jokes. I'm here to truthfully say a few sincere words to you all. So listen up. In fact, in these 3 years since I married Han Sanxian, I've always had 2 cell phones, one for my normal social life, and the other, a cell phone specifically for teasing my little brother. I use the second cell phone almost every day, to log into apps such as Tan, Stranger, and Jaeger, to flirt with little brothers in the same city. In addition, every day that Han Sanxian, the loser, is not at home, I actually ask men to come to my house, and it's even different every time. And, every month, I would say to Han Sanxian, in the name of work or traveling, that I'm going on a trip, and he doesn't doubt it at all. But in fact, I'm not going on a trip at all. I'm going to a different city, and dating a different man, and the one Han Sanxian just mentioned. The man who called me cutie is right. I did have an inappropriate relationship with him, and not only that, my first time, I still gave it to him when I was in middle school. I still like him after all these years, only he's not as rich as Han Sanxian, so I didn't marry him. As for what I just said, Han Sanxian comes home every night and falls asleep, snoring to the heavens, making it so noisy that I can't sleep that thing. Actually, it wasn't that I couldn't sleep at all, but because, at that time, there were other men in the house, and it was only after Han Sanxian fell asleep that we could start moving around to our heart's content. That's right, for so many years now, I have indeed been maintaining long-term inappropriate relationships with different men. Even with many of Han Sanxian's classmates and co-workers, they all had some intimate dealings. Especially, after Han Sanxian bought me a villa last year, I would often still call my friends to come and have a party when Han Sanxian wasn't around, so as to hold a multi-person sport that is unimaginable to normal people. These things, does it sound like peak Sanxian to everyone? Ha ha ha, there's really no need to make a fuss. After all, as far as I'm concerned, I don't like Han Sanxian at all. This wimpy and slovenly IT man who doesn't understand romance at all. What I'm looking for is just his money, and what he's looking for is just to take me out for a long face. We all take what we need. After all, my volunteering since I was a child was to be a scum girl, play with people's hearts, not be sad, not be happy, and be prodigal. How can you people who don't understand life understand my great life ambition as a scum girl? Chapter 51. What would Mr. Wang Su say? Lu Rui finished these sincere words above with a frank face. When she said it, her eyes carried 3 parts of thinness, 3 parts of sneer, and 4 parts of carelessness, while the corners of her mouth were hooked out in an arc, vaguely revealing a wave of disdain, and her voice, with a hint of gorgeous artifice, the whole person with a king's contempt posture, call out the whole scene. However, after she finished speaking, her entire body instantly froze, her face turned pale. She didn't know how she could say such words. Obviously what I wanted to say wasn't these Lu Rui anxiously scratched a cold sweat on her brain, and just then, after she finished her impassioned speech, everyone present, including the 2 tutors, Mimao and Shengua, froze dizzily in place with wide eyes, an expression of seeing the world collapse. There was no way. The impact of this Lu Rui's heartfelt confession was too great, completely beyond everyone's imagination. Me groove. Brothers, I didn't just hear it, did I? What did this woman just say? Chatting, a date, sex, multiple sports? Did I hear right? Bro, don't be confused. You didn't hear it wrong. This woman just claimed to be a boss in full view of everyone. My 3 views were just like yours. They were directly shattered, and are now being put back together again. Too bullish. It's so awesome. Other than in a small island movie, This is the first time I've seen such an outspoken woman. If I were her husband, I'd have a heart attack. Stop it, guys. I'm sorry. I originally thought that this woman was just, but I didn't realize that she wasn't even a person. She was actually a bus. Yuck. How can she be a bus? I apologize for the bus. I insulted it. I apologize too. Apologize +1. Apologize plus 10,086. I suggest that this Lu Rui should be renamed Pan Jinlian in the future. Yuck. How can she be compared to Sister Golden Lotus? I apologize to Sister Golden Lotus. Apologize to Sister Golden Lotus +1. Apologize to Sister Golden Lotus plus 10,086. Cool multisport scum. TSK TSK TSK. I bet this will be the headline of tomorrow's news. No, it's more than that. This is still a scummy girl who still graciously admits she's a scummy girl. Not bad for a woman who loves multiple sports. I only have one word for her: bullcrap. That's 2 words. Bro. Ugh. This woman is ing pissing me off. A barrage of pop-ups poked straight into the live broadcast room towards a sharp dagger. At this moment, almost everyone did not begrudge using the most vicious language to attack Lu Rui. And just when the crowd were all talking about it, Wang Su's interview was still continuing. MS. Lu Rui, you just said that you have maintained an inappropriate relationship for a long period of time after marrying Mr. Han Sanqian. So let me ask you seriously, are you sure that your child is Han Sanqian's? Wang Su finished asking. Han Sanqian, who was originally standing on the stage and had already fallen into dementia, snapped back to his senses, his body trembling as he looked at Lu Rui. His eyes, at the moment, were filled with anticipation and fear. He expected that Lu Rui could tell the truth, but was inexplicably afraid that after Lu Rui told the truth, his entire body wouldn't be able to help but collapse. There was no way. This man had already suffered too much stimulation tonight, and at this moment, the child was already his last dignity. After hearing Wang Su's question, Lu Rui was extremely flustered, and she hurriedly wanted to say the child is Han Sanqian's. She wanted to say the child is Han Sanqian, in a hurry, but when she opened her mouth, it was still the same as before, and when the words came to her lips, they suddenly changed. Of course it's not his. I don't even want to look at Han Sanqian's ugly face. How could I let my child have his genes? My son. I took the seed with a supermodel handsome guy I hooked up with on the internet before. That handsome guy has a good figure and a high face value, and the child I have with him, I guarantee that the figure and features will be the top choice in the future. My son will definitely thank me when he grows up. As for Han Sanqian, I'll ask you honestly, with your dry and thin body, do you think the child born from your genes will be good? Don't blame me for hurting people by telling the truth. Nowadays the country advocates eugenics. Your genes are really too bad. The reason why I take seeds outside to have a child is also for the sake of our future children. Think about it. When you go out in the future, bring me such a big beautiful wife like a flower, and a child with a jade-like figure. Isn't it very dignified? Besides, no matter who I have a child with, won't it still end up with your surname? You're taking a big advantage of it. Buzz. Lu Rui Sum from the Heart monologue has not yet finished. The whole audience has been mute. If shameless has an upper limit, then Lu Rui should be touching the ceiling. If there is an alternative to the adjective, the most poisonous woman's heart, then Lu Rui should be the best alternative. No one expected, even the godmother of chicken soup, MS. Mimaun, did not expect, his own idyllic feminist camp. There is such a alternative thinking, ultra-flammable and unorthodox woman exists. This is not only the scum of women, this should be the scum of women that even women hate. I'm going to strangle you to death. After hearing such a shameless reply from Lu Rui, Han Sanqian, who couldn't bear it anymore, finally exploded completely at this moment. Although he was usually weak, inferior, and somewhat afraid of his wife, after facing such a humiliation from his own wife, even if he had no more blood in his bones, he really couldn't hold back any longer. At this time, the time for the use of the true words card ran out. After standing on the stage and spitting out some true words, Lu Rui realized that she could finally control herself from talking nonsense, so she hurriedly closed her mouth. But at this time, his husband, however, rushed up with red eyes, and she hurriedly said again, trembling, "Old hubby, it wasn't like that. What I just said was not true. It was all a joke with you just now. I don't have a man outside, and our child." Also, Lu Rui's voice trembled as she opened her mouth, wanting to once again turn black and white and create something out of nothing. However, when she just wanted to say the sentence, "The child is also indeed your own," she couldn't help but get stuck again. However, this time it is not the reason why the truth is stuck, but because, she suddenly thought, if she again sophistry, this Han Sanqian back to do paternity test, and then the paternity test came out, she is no matter how to hide not passed. So, after thinking of this, Lu Rui chose to remain silent. and after seeing his wife speak halfway through her sentence and suddenly not say anything, Han Sanchen knew that her wife was acquiescing to the fact that her own words just now were true. Thinking of this, the last bit of hope in Han Sanchian's heart instantly dissipated, and his whole person, his disheveled, collapsed on the ground, tears along the nose and mouth, flowing all over the face. To destroy a man is never difficult. Take away what he is holding on to, he will easily fall. The wife he loved for 3 years, the son he thinks of every day when he's tired, the family you've worked so hard to build. In this moment, it fell apart. It can be said that Han Sanchen has lost all the faith he had in his life to live in just 1 hour tonight. This man may even have the heart to die at the moment, and all the viewers in the room, and in the live broadcast room, quickly noticed this. They were originally preparing to vociferously denounce Lu Rui for a while, but at this moment, after seeing this man who had lost everything show his vulnerable side, they subconsciously chose to remain silent. That's right, Han Sanchian, such poor people. There must be hateful places. Imagine, if he did not condone his wife cheating time and time again, then maybe his wife today will not be so. But as the saying goes, the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. The scene, as well as the live broadcast of many men, most of them have a wife, or have a girlfriend. No matter what, they also have a longing for the future of the other half. However, after seeing Han Sanchian's unfortunate marriage, they have a fear of future marriage, as well as the fear of women. Could it be that women in this world are all like this? This Lu Rui's 3 views can't be the mainstream thinking of contemporary women. Could it be that all truly attractive women should learn like Lu Rui? The crowd had fallen into deep thought. In the next moment, the scene, as well as the live broadcast room, inexplicably fell into a hanging silence. Ahem. And right at this moment, a light cough came out, and teacher Wang Su, once again, made a sound. Everyone who heard the sound could not help but look at Wang Su. They didn't know what Wang Su was going to say, but at this moment, they didn't want to listen to the segment. That's right, the atmosphere of the scene today was not suitable for gags. What the audience needed at this moment was someone who could tell them, would the world still be good? Are all attractive women really like this? And Wang Su, will he answer these doubts of everyone? Or is he going to continue to tell segments to wash away the haze in everyone's mind? Chapter 52, Don't You Ever Sleep? Wang Su picked up the microphone. Only, this time, unlike in the past, he wasn't going to dislike anyone. It's not that he doesn't want to, but because, in the face of someone like Lu Rui who is so slagged to the point of human and God's wrath, no matter how much more he dislikes her, he thinks that she will not be able to get into the oil and salt, and will not have any effect at all. In the heart of such a woman, cheating and whatnot, husband and wife loyalty and whatnot, think it is all a big joke. Such a woman, already hopeless, rather than continue to crown some words to persuade her to go from good to good, it is better, through this woman's things, to properly educate the other women who are watching this program. After all, there are still countless good women in this world who have not been victimized by the idyllic feminist ideology and will have an incomparably bright future. As for Wang Su, he's not just a segment player who only tells segments to make people laugh. He hasn't forgotten his main role tonight, emotional mentor and mediator for couples. A good jockey can bring joy to everyone, but after laughing, people will quickly forget about him. On the other hand, a host with deep thoughts and the ability to spread correct values, the audience will always remember him as a spiritual mentor in life. With this comparison, Wang Su decided to do the latter at this moment. So, he picked up the microphone and said, to be honest, just now, after Ms. Lu Rui finished those words, there was actually a moment when I was quite happy. Wang Su smiled as he finished his opening remarks. He spoke in a very soft voice. However, the audience under the field, as well as in the live broadcast room, instantly shook after hearing it. No, what did this host just say? He said he was quite happy? What's going on? This host, isn't he a defector? Now he's speaking on the side of that woman, Lu Rui? The crowd couldn't help but think about it. There were even a few viewers who couldn't help but want to send pop-ups to accuse Wang Su. And at this time, Wang Su's voice came again, and what I mean by having that moment of being happy is that I was seeing the female viewers in the arena, after hearing what Lu Rui did, were in an angry mood, not praising, so I was happy. I'm happy that people have not been completely poisoned by the idyllic feminist ideology, and still have a conscience and proper values. I'm happy that even though at the beginning of today's program, all of you girls would have followed Mimon's poisonous chicken soup godmother and chanted that cheating is not sinful. At this moment, after seeing the true face of this woman, Lu Rui, you chose to think instead of continuing to aid and abet her. Dear girls, I don't care what previous poisonous chicken soup godmothers like Mimon told you. I just want to tell you first today true feminism is not about bashing this and defending that, but that you are self-respecting and self-loving enough to stand up for yourselves. A truly charismatic woman is also not like Louis, who casually sleeps with people just because she has some looks, but when she was young, she was able to work hard to cultivate her inner self, be strict with herself, be independent in spirit, have her own unique view of the world, and be brave and kind and optimistic. All of these endearing traits. A woman who is easily chased by men and then goes to bed with them. A woman who is easily chased by men and slept with by them is not only unattractive, but a cheap commodity. Men will not rejoice in such a woman, but on the contrary, they will find such a woman cheap and vulgar. An attractive woman's face value is only part of her charm. More of her charm comes from her inner abundance and learning. Everyone can go online and take a look at those women who are truly independent and self-reliant. Those women simply won't feel proud of how many men they can date, much less capitalize on their youthful looks. Instead, it's just the opposite. They are disciplined, self-respecting and self-loving. Not only do they not have chaotic relationships with men and women after marriage, but even before they get married, they only treat relationships as part of their life. In life, they spend more time in studying hard, working hard and trying to improve themselves. Maybe in the eyes of many people, their lives are plain and boring, but in truth, their inner spiritual world is a million times richer. In their teenage years, they are full of yearning and curiosity about everything in the world, and struggle to become a perfect woman. In their youth, they see the beauty and ugliness of the world, but still choose to love this less than perfect life. In the middle age, they have knowledge and cultivation, as well as a significant other who will be with them for the rest of their lives, and a career they love. In their later years, they are filled with gratitude for the world, for the other half with whom they have grown old, and for the gifts and love that the world has given her. Dear girls, true feminism is when you can have the freedom to love everything and embrace it as much as a man in this mundane world, instead of going to extreme ideas and fighting this world to the death. I sincerely hope that all the girls in this world will have a bright future, that all lovers can be united in love, all can be happy in the earthly world, as well as, can all, facing the sea, flowers blossom in spring. As Wang Su finished his words from the bottom of his heart, the whole room was silent. Wang Su's every sentence was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind at this moment, especially those girls who were originally full of malice towards the world. They were quietly pondering over every word Wang Su said at the moment. Hai Zi's poem Facing the Sea, Blooming Flowers in Spring had actually been written a long time ago in this world. However, because poetry was not flourishing in this world, this song had never appeared in the public's view. At this moment, Wang Su used his magnetic voice to read out the second half of the poem. Everyone in the room, almost everyone, was shocked. Pa pa pa. The first female audience who reacted, took the lead and stood up, gazing at Wang Su eagerly and clapping. Immediately after that, pa 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 pa. The second female audience member also clapped. The third, the fourth, all the way to all the females in the entire audience. All of them finally stood up and excitedly applauded towards Wang Su. Then, followed by all the males in the audience, they all stood up and applauded collectively. Their eyes looked at Wang Su, and each of them showed gratitude and admiration. Unsurprisingly, everyone in the audience was shocked by Wang Su's speech again, especially the sentence Facing the Sea, Flowers blossom in spring. It instantly aroused the desire of countless people for a better life. As for Wang Su, after seeing that the people really listened to his words, a pleased smile appeared on his face. He was right. These girls who were deeply baptized by the poisonous chicken soup were not hopeless. They were only guided by the wrong thoughts. As long as they were taught the correct values, they would still embrace the goodwill of the world again. Wang Su thought so, and turned his head to look at Lu Rui, who was standing on the stage with her head lowered. This woman, there is no need for Wang Su to accuse her anymore, because after this woman just made some appalling remarks, she has already lost her face, and after going back, she will also become the object of the neighbor's scorn. A person, living in this world. In fact, there are two kinds of death. One is physical, refers to the physical death. One is social, refers to when the community has been difficult to establish a foothold. As for Lu Rui, after experiencing some monologue just now, her social status, I think she has already died through and through. Since tonight, on the Chinese mainland, everyone should know the ugly side of this woman. She will probably be a street rat in the future, right? Such a punishment is actually more painful than killing her. Wang Su thought so and decided not to say anything more, but after he turned around in silence, he found Han Sanqian, but with trembling lips, looking at his wife again. "And, what's going on? Can't it be that you are still ready to forgive your wife, brother?" Wang Su was puzzled. Then he heard Han Sanqian say towards Lu Rui, "Although Mr. Wang Su just said so much, I still hate you. After we go back, let's divorce. I won't bother you in the future. You can just hook up outside. I just thought about it for half a day. but I can't figure out one thing, and that is, you usually have to work and take care of the kids too. Where do you even find the time and energy to date so many men? Sometimes, I work overtime until 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, send a text message to you, you will return me good night. Don't you ever sleep for a date? Chapter 53, Wang Su's little fanboy. Could it be that you don't even sleep for a date? Han Sanqian's question, which came from the depths of his soul. It was full of an honest man's emotional entanglement and simple questioning of his cheating wife. From his question, it can be felt that he seems to really want to know the answer to this question at this moment. But after hearing his question, his wife, Lu Rui, instantly reddened her face and stared at Han Sanqian with malice in her eyes. That's right, although Han Sanqian just casually said a sentence, but because Lu Rui endured a night of ridicule and disgrace. At this moment the heart is already vulnerable and weak. So Han Sanqian's simple sentence, in Lu Rui's ears, was no less than humiliating her in a different way. So in an instant, Lu Rui's entire body screamed in exasperation. Han Sanqian, what do you mean by asking that? Are you falling on your sword to taunt me? Ha! I can't imagine that you, Han Sanqian, have also learned to curse in a crooked way nowadays. Don't you just want a divorce? There's no need to be so gloomy. Right, I just have more time. I have good health. I have a lot of energy every day. You're envious, aren't you? Old me is the master of time management. Just proud. Just proud. What's wrong with that? Lu Rui roared at the entire audience like an angry lion. Then she took off the earphone from her neck and struggled to slam it to the ground. Then twisting her waist, she huffed and puffed, then walked towards the backstage. And at the same time, the water friends who saw the scene in the live broadcast room were instantly happy. Asterisk. This woman surnamed Lu is so rigid. Time management master? Contemporary labor model? Is she so bold? Ha 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 ha. I'm impressed. My goodness. I told you why the bags under this Lu Rui's eyes are so big and dark. So there's such a story behind it. Upstairs, please pay attention to your words and behavior. The girl with black bags under her eyes says she's offended. I'm also offended +1. Also offended plus 10,086. Even though it will seem like I'm out of line to say this, I still want to say, where is your time management course coming out? MS. Rui Lu? Please do let me know. I'll be sure to enroll. Ha ha ha. Are you serious upstairs? A time management course? My god, I'm signing up for that too. Ha ha ha. Hats off to contemporary time management guru Rui Lu. +1 for contemporary time management guru Rui Lu. Tribute for contemporary time management guru Rui Lu. Plus 10,086. The water friends in the live broadcast room frantically swiped their pop-ups to flirt with the departing Lu Rui. And in the midst of such bickering, the first couples issue of this program came to a close. Han Sanqian on the stage. On the other hand, at the first moment after his wife left the stage, he also bowed to Wang Su and the others, said thank you, and left disheartened. To be honest, if we look at it from the perspective of the program's purpose mediating conflicts between couples, in fact, Wang Su's mediation on the first marriage was a failure. After all, in a sense, he had just destroyed a marriage with his own hands. But at this moment Wang Su, the heart does not have a little bit of guilt. On the contrary, he felt that he did not wrong at all. Life, rather than abuse, especially love, not to be a little unfaithful. With the departure of the first pair of guests, although there were a few minutes of awkwardness on the field due to Lu Rui's final spill, the program was soon pulled back under the host's professional hosting standards. So after a few minutes, the studio resounded with the host's magnetic voice again. And, thank you, Mr. Wang Su, for teaching this couple just now. So next, let's move on to the second group of lucky viewers and see what kind of questions they will have. Buzz. With a command from the host, the glass tumbler placed on the right side of the stage spun once again, and then the second group of lucky couples was chosen on stage, number 89. The young couple holding number 89, after hearing their number appear on the big screen, then excitedly walked slowly onto the stage to the sound of BGM. They then spoke about the relationship problems they were experiencing. Contrast the odd experiences of the first group of marriages. This second group of marriages seemed much more normal. This couple was considered elitists, both graduate students from colleges and universities. The problem they encountered is that because of each other's busy work schedules, there is a lack of communication in their lives, so their relationship slowly faded over time. Their purpose of coming to the program is to consult their mentors on ways to improve their couple's relationship, so that they will not lose their passion in their dull marriage. That said, such problems can actually be found everywhere in life. Almost a large portion of the audience under the floor also have this kind of confusion. So after the second group of couples raised their doubts, it quickly resonated, and they all raised their hands to signal the tutor to talk about this issue properly. And for this question, tutor seat of Mi Mang and Xinghua, after hearing, the first time this time wanted to boast, good on the line to say something, but just opened his mouth. then heard the side of Wang Su coughed violently after the two people and instantly wilted. Alas, have to say, this night, Wang Su brought to the two of them deterrence is not small, especially Ni Meng. After experiencing Wang Su's previous beating and scolding of her, especially Ni Meng. After experiencing Wang Su's previous beating and scolding of her whole heart had a small shadow underneath. It seems that as long as this guy is still here tonight, the road of publicizing my idyllic feminist ideology won't work. Mimon sighed, then decided not to struggle any longer, salty pointing out the second pair of guests' 2 sentences. Then shut up, and the side of the sinking fruit teacher, since also very good at reading people's eyes, learned from Mimon blurted out 2 sentences, also did not say a word. As for Wang Su, after watching the 2 idyllic feminist godmothers not to fire off their guns, he was also happy to have a free time, and chose to remain silent throughout the whole process. The second group of couples then ended in such a bland review. Subsequently, the host, after sending off the second couple and realizing that there was not much time left, smiled and finished the closing words of the program. Finally, the entire audience then left the stage in an orderly manner to the sound of the departure BGM. The live broadcast room, also at this time, ended scattering flowers, and then turned off, and on the stage, Mimon and Fruition, after realizing that the camera was turned off, the originally forced smiles instantly disappeared. Then gritting their teeth, they got up and each left their last words to Wang Su saying, Wang Su, right? You wait for me, we'll see in the future. I won't spare you. Young man, don't be too crazy, the road is still long. You will fall into my hands one day. After the 2 vicious words were said, Xinghua and Mi Meng no longer stayed, and directly walked towards the backstage with a cold face, without contacting any of the staff in the process. And when they left, the host of this program, however, walked quickly to Wang Su and said excitedly, saying, Mr. Wang Su, you are too manly today, you're really quite a man for us. I, Wei, have never been satisfied with anyone in my life. You definitely count as one. I don't know if it's convenient for Mr. Wang to add a contact information. I hope I can work with you again when I have the chance in the future. After the host finished, he took out his cell phone excitedly, as if he was afraid of Wang Su's refusal. He took the lead to open the sweep. It has to be said that this host is also an anti-field women's rights fighter, and like Wang Su, he has no good feelings towards Mi Meng and Xinghua. Therefore, after seeing Wang Su's performance this whole night, at this moment, he has already transformed into Wang Su's loyal little fan. Chapter 54, Director Zhou's Invitation. For the host who was incarnated as his little fanboy, Wang Su, since he was very casual, took out his cell phone and tapped on the QR code, accepting his friend request. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shock value from Wei Wuji +2. This shock value is a favored value. After a prompt came from his mind, Wang Su was instantly happy. It seems that this Wei Wuji's brother really wants to make friends with himself. Also flattered value. This shock value is too interesting. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we can provide shock value, we are good brothers. Wang Su thought so, and boldly chatted with Wei Wuji. Afterwards, Wang Su heard from the host that Director Zhou had just witnessed his entire performance and was so excited at the moment, he was waiting for him in the office. So Wang Su happily followed the host and walked towards the station manager's office. Mr. Wang Su, sit down quickly. Wang Su is our big star tonight. You don't know. I just listened to you disliking the chicken soup teacher surnamed me and my mouth was grinning to the back of my head. Ha ha ha. Mr. Wang is awesome. It's awesome. Wang Su had just taken half a step into the station manager's office when he heard the station manager's excited voice. Then after he was warmly neighbored into the office by Director Zhou Yuan, he saw Lu Xiaobo who was sitting in the director's office and looking at him with a smile. Teacher Wang, I won't say anything else. What I dare to confirm to you is that after tonight's program, plus the publicity from the members of our alliance, you'll be on the front page of all the major news before the night is out. As long as nothing goes wrong, you will become a rising star in the acting industry. I guarantee that with your talent, your future will be unlimited, Lu Xiaobo said excitedly, and the station manager Zhou, who was on the side, also nodded approvingly at this moment. That's right, Mr. Wang. I was just discussing with Xiaobo about hiring you as our station's gold medal host. I intend to hand over one of our station's primetime programs that has just been aired to you to host. I don't know what you think. Director Zhou finished with an excited expression, and when he finished speaking, Wang Su had not reacted yet, but the host Wei Wuji who was standing by the side got excited. Desk, station manager, you, that program you're talking about, it can't be the Big Brother Tonight that I'm hosting, right? That's right, it's none other than Big Brother Tonight that you're hosting. Haven't you been complaining to me that it's too much of a strain for you to host that program alone, and you want a partner? What? Are you dissatisfied with Wang Su being your partner? No, 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 no. After Wei Wuji heard the station manager's question, his entire body was instantly agitated beyond words, waving his hands in denial before exclaiming, I'm very satisfied. Very satisfied. If Mr. Wang Su was willing to come and host my program, I'm sure that with Mr. Wang Su's talent, he will definitely be able to bring the program Big Brother Tonight to glory. I just don't know. What does Mr. Wang Su think? Wei Wuji finished, his eyes blazing towards Wang Su. At the same time, Director Zhou and Lu Xiaobo also looked at Wang Su with an expectant face. As for Wang Su, he was moved the moment he heard that Director Zhou was going to invite to be the gold medal host of Magic City TV. After all, he had to know that compared to Wang Su's original Magic City radio station, the Magic City TV station that Zhou Yuan had invited him to join was much more powerful. It was much more powerful. If the size of Magic City Radio was 10, then the size of Magic City TV could be considered 100. The larger the scale of the platform, the larger the traffic, the wider the influence it can generate, which for Wang Su, who was eager to obtain more shock value, was simply like a tiger adding wings to the heavenly good. But after experiencing some initial excitement, Wang Su quickly calmed down and thought of another thing. That was, the radio program he was in charge of at the moment, Your Moon My Heart, was likewise a heartfelt program that was difficult for him to part with. Wang Su was a person who didn't want to give up halfway. He still remembered that the day before yesterday, when he was at the end of the program, he still vowed to make the program Your Moon My Heart the #1 radio program in the country. If he now gave up his original vow for a better platform, maybe in the short term Wang Su could obtain better resources, but in the long run, this is actually irresponsible to the audience of his original program. This kind of behavior, for Wang Su, a host who had been doing the show for 2 lives, was absolutely not something he could do. After all, for a host, a program is like his child, and it is always difficult to do this kind of thing by cutting off at will. Wang Su could accept to participate in the recording of a TV program as a temporary guest like tonight, but if he was to completely resign from the original program, honestly, he was a bit unable to accept it. Therefore, in response to the expectant gazes of the 3 station managers, Wang Su could only shake his head in the end and sighed. I'm sorry station manager Zhou, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your good intentions. My job, after all, is a radio host, and my current ambition is also to make this radio program I'm doing now the #1 in the country. If one day in the future, I realize my ambition, I'll consider switching to a TV program. For now, I may have to refuse the station manager's good intentions first. After Wang Su finished his sincere words, all 3 of station manager Zhou sighed with unmistakable regret, but they finally chose to accept Wang Su's choice. Afterward, the 4 of them met for a meal. Then, Wang Su bid farewell to the 3 and took a taxi home. And seeing Wang Su's departing back, Director Zhou finally couldn't help but shake his head with regret on his face. What a good seedling. I'm sure that if Mr. Wang Su was willing to come to our Magic City TV station to develop, our Magic City TV will definitely be the #1 in the country. It's a pity that. It's a pity. Director, don't be sad. Really can't. Why don't we make a counter trick to snatch Mr. Wang Su from Mordor Broadcasting Station? Lu Xiaobo whispered. No way. This kind of corner-cutting thing absolutely cannot be done. Since the day I, Zhou, became the head of the station, I vowed to be fair and just, and absolutely cannot play small tricks. Zhou Yuan finished seriously, then after a pause, but then bitterly laughed and said, Alas, brother Xiaobo, do you think I haven't thought of digging in? I thought of it a long time ago, but you think that Director Wu of that Magic City radio station is a little cutie, is he? Would he let such a good seed like Mr. Wang Su come to me? Unless this Director Wu's brain is kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe that such a good thing could happen in the world. Zhou Yuan sighed continuously. In his opinion, to make Wu, the director of the Magic City radio and television station, give up such a good seedling like Wang Su, unless this guy was a pig, he would definitely not do such a thing. But, in the near future, he would quickly realize that this Director Wu might really be a pig, and after bidding farewell to the 3 of them and leaving, Wang Su quickly returned home. The day's fatigue, in addition to the several bottles of beer during the evening meal, made Wang Su, who returned home, unavoidably a little groggy. So, after he set his cell phone into flight mode, he fell down and slept directly. And just as Wang Su was slumbering, the various members of the Avengers Alliance, however, mobilized their power to make various short videos of Wang Su's performance on tonight's couples, and transmitted them to various short video apps in the country of Huaxia, and pages such as Weibo's WeChat public number. So, just as the early morning was approaching, a discussion about more sports for married wives directly exploded all over the net. Various big V media and marketing number public relations also quickly smelled the value of this topic. instantly mobilized the power, smell the wind, began to frantically report on today's program. A battle without smoke ensued, but before this battle came, the igniter of the battle, Wang Su, had already snored in his sleep. Chapter 55, No. 1 in Hot Search, 11:30 midnight. UC browser with an article shocking. A wonderful young woman in Magic City is actually keen on multi-person sports? UC browser fired the first shot to publicize the program Tonight's Couple with an article titled Shocking. A wonderful young woman in Magic City is enthusiastic about multisport? Penguin News, a network of hotspots, did not show any weakness and directly published an article entitled The Man Who Disliked Mimaun, the godmother of chicken soup. What is he really like? The article sent the name Wang Su to the hot search. Immediately after, Beidou News published an article. Is she a contemporary Pan Jinlian, or a time management master? This 90s young woman will tell you her story. Phoenix News pushed the article anger spraying the whole field feminist whore. This post-95's young brother becomes famous in one battle. New Vision Channel published the article shocked. Husband forgives wife for cheating on him, but she chooses to date. Shocking. An endless stream of news headlines, whooshing to the front page of all major browsers. Tonight in China is destined to be a sleepless night. These various news, like a bomb detonated in the middle of the night, directly woke up more than 1 billion people in China from their sleep. For a moment, from the flowery students graduating from middle school, to the 60-year-old menopausal moms, all joined in this sensational eating movement that stirred up the entire network. And the Avengers Alliance members who witnessed this all collectively realized that teacher Wang Su was on fire. Their Avengers Alliance was going out of the loop. The war against idyllic feminism. They had finally won one. All the members of the Alliance cried tears of joy and hugged each other at this moment. If there was music, they really wanted to play an Internation Nair. And just over 10 minutes after these news had gradually fermented, Battle of the Gods, the teenager who slaughtered Our Lady of Chicken Soup. This name successfully reached the #1 spot on the Weibo hot search list. It became an explosive post with a heat level of 100 million. Immediately, a large number of melon eaters swarmed to Weibo, watching the top program excerpts under this hot search. 5 minutes later, after countless people watched the video excerpt of Wang Su call out chicken soup Holy Mother, the entire comments section of the hot search phrase instantly fell. Asterisk. What is this Mr. Wang Su, so rigid? I'm so damn relieved to see him dislike Mimaun. Nyo. This teacher is fun too, talking and funny, strong aura, and the key is that he's so handsome. Whoa, powdered. This woman called Lu Rui is also too damn shameless. If I see her one day, I'll have to beat her up. Brothers upstairs, calm down. Wait for me to finish properly consulting this MS. Lu's time management secrets first, then you can't beat him up as well. Brothers, all stop for now. I'm going to clarify one thing about my dark circles. I swear my dark circles are because of work, not because of multiple people exercising. Brothers on WeChat, don't delete me. I can't carry it. Cluck. Bro, you're so miserable too. I'll top you. My dark circles are also because of work. I declare, no bad habits. This night, countless young people who were ready to go to sleep on the entire Chinese continent boiled over. Among them, some were frantically retweeting Wang Su's blooming beauty. Some were setting Wang Su's paragraphs as their friend circle quotes. Others were frantically clarifying the real cause of their black eye circles in their circle of friends. And more, they were praising Wang Su's angry dislike of Mimaun was just too much. This was destined to be a sleepless night. After this night, the name Wang Su would probably become the dream lover of many girls' hearts. And more likely, it would turn into the idol of many boys who were deeply oppressed by the idyllic feminism. And on top of that, the name of the woman, Lu Rui, would also become the new face of the contemporary Pan Jinlian along with a torrent of abuse. It flooded into the emoticons of thousands of brothers and sisters. It must be said that this melon that fell from the sky was indeed a pleasure to eat. The netizens ate with great relish for more than an hour, seeing that 1 a.m. is approaching, before each decided to reluctantly go to sleep. However, just when the spirit of the guys decided to sleep, another sudden melon appeared violently. Airborne hot search list first, directly once again caused the whole nation to boil. As mentioned before, this night is destined to be extraordinary. This post that parachuted to the #1 spot on the hot search list at 1 in the morning. It was titled, Famous Fish Shaking Anchor Dangling Small Knife Soul Questioning. Dish on dish how? Famous shaky fish anchor? Dang shout out? Soul questioning? What's wrong with being a vegetable? What's wrong? This strange and bizarre hot search quickly caused a crowd of people who ate it to gather around in a fiery mob. For most young people today, the profession of anchor is not unfamiliar, but the name Dang Shout Ao, after all, was still a celebrity within a small range. Most people still felt unfamiliar after hearing it for the first time, but unfamiliar does not matter. The crowd's surprised point is, a well-known singer anchor. How dare to shout on the street? Dish on dish how? Is not the anchor? Is not through the beautiful singing skills, to let the people watching feel cool? How dare an anchor ask? What's wrong with being a chef? Who the hell is this dagger guy? He dares to shout what's wrong with the food? And, with this shouting on the micro-wrestling hot search, and the heat directly over the multi-person sports Lu Rui and chicken soup godmother nemesis Mr. Wang Su. What exactly is happening here? Countless people with these doubts and thinking, point into the micro-wrestling hot search strip, and as the saying goes, it doesn't matter if you don't look. It's a shock to look. Almost everyone after watching the video collection under this hot search post, and after listening to the rookie song in the video, one by one instantly burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha, I can't do it anymore. The voice of this dagger is too funny, isn't it? What's the origin of this song? It's also too brainwashing. Asterisk 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 I've never seen an anchor with such a thick skin. Which live studio is this dang shout out from? 3 minutes. I want all her information. A dish is a dish. What's wrong? I can just sing. What's wrong with me? Oh, my god. What the hell kind of lines are those? I can't stop humming along. LOL. This girl is so much fun too. I've never seen such a cute anchor. I'm going to see what she looks like. I think someone who can say something this cute must be a beautiful woman. No way no way. This song is too brainwashing. My head is filled with this melody after listening to it. I can't stop it all. Who the hell is dang shout out? What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm missing out on a billion. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 56, The Song of the Rookie. At 1 a.m., the name Dang Xiaodao was familiar to thousands of young people all over China overnight because it appeared at the top of the hot search list. But in the third hour before 1 a.m., that is, at 2200 hours the night before, Dang Xiaodao this name, but because of the heat is too low, and almost by some water friends named Shakefish Platform Single Day Heat Lowest Female Anchor. The lowest heat female anchor this name. Although at first glance, it is very embarrassing, but actually think about it, if it is really the lowest heat, may not have the opportunity to obtain this title. On the contrary, it is precisely because Duo Xiaodao once reached the top of the heat list, became the hottest anchor in a single day, only then someone with a sarcastic approach, to give her such a title, and the direct reason for triggering this title, in fact, is not because of the chattering knife live room is really miserable to no one to watch, but because, Shakefish Live Platform, in this night, there is a named young lure anchor, because the live heat is too hot, and will be chattering the knife's wind directly suppressed. Even in the meantime, because of young lure anchor style, and chatter knife some similarity, so also will chatter knife live water friends also sucked over a lot, and such a phenomenon, also led to, this night, although on the surface, just chattering small knife live room heat is not as high as usual, but secretly, some people who perceive that the small knife live room is not as high as usual, but the small knife live room is not as high as usual, but secretly, some perceive chatter knife and yang lure is fighting secretly water friends, but loudly spread chatter knife cool. The hotness of Dagger's live broadcasting room has been killed by dumb girl. The knife has gone out of fashion. The news. After less than an hour of broadcasting, the live broadcast pop-up screen was wildly brushed up with hurry up and get off the air. Don't come out to disgrace yourself and other such comments. These comments, although in the past days also have, at the same time, Dang Small Knife as a many years of anchor, also has long seen strange, but for some reason, tonight's chattering Dagger, during the live broadcast, was extremely depressed. This led her to make frequent mistakes while singing over and over again, and even the most exaggerated one was that not only did she sing out of tune, but she even sang the lyrics in a string. This kind of operation, which made people laugh and cry, quickly attracted some black fans to mock her even more mercilessly. These guys, almost catching a mistake of Rao Xiaodao, quickly turned on the mocking mode, intensified and began to spray Rao Xiaodao rookie garbage. Some keyboard warriors even mobilized the most vicious vocabulary in their lives and greeted Duo Xiaodao's entire family. The worst part was that under the increasing ridicule, Dagger's mood became more and more unstable, and he made more and more mistakes. This ultimately caused some of the water friends who were originally encouraging and cheering for Dang Xiaodao, also gradually sighed and silently exited the live room. The situation was bleak, the heat was getting lower and lower, the state is getting more and more depressed. Dang Small Knife, also finally in the 21st singing mistakes serious run key, ushered in the management of a warning if this goes on, or end the live broadcast, otherwise the fans fell too serious. Maybe tomorrow the platform will not give the recommended resources. What a cruel world. Looking at the fires of heat that were gradually dying out in her live broadcast room, Duo Xiaodao sighed bitterly. It occurred to her that it had taken her 2 whole years to get to where she was now, but now the popularity slipped to the bottom, only used a short one night. This night, she was named Young Lure New Anchor, took away all the halo, and even be completely trampled underfoot. The knife inexplicably feels some size. Suddenly, she thought of the words that the previous Shaky Fish's hottest anchor had left her when she had defeated him to take his place. Sooner or later, one day, you will experience what I experienced today. After that person finished speaking, he withdrew from the live broadcasting. Jianghu waved his hand and didn't take away a cloud. And at that time, Deng Xiaodao, also relying on his youth, did not take that person's words to heart at all. However, at this very moment, on this night when her live broadcast was completely suppressed by Yang Luer, Deng Xiaodao instantly understood the meaning of that person's words. She could even, for an instant, feel the desolation of the man when he said this. Watching him build a tall building, he was a man who had a banquet for his guests. Watching him, the building collapsed. So that's what it feels like. Deng Xiaodao was dumbfounded, and then when he thought of that person's depressed back when he left, a touch of fear inexplicably surfaced in his heart. Could it be that after tonight, I have to go away and the building will collapse from now on? No, Don T. I can. Even if I occasionally sing out of tune, I can still be the first sister of Shake Fish. Rao Xiaodao shouted angrily under her heart, and along with this angry shout of hers, a ghostly voice suddenly surfaced in her mind. What's wrong with being a dish? What's wrong with me if I can't sing? I'm just the most vegetable anchor. What are you going to do with me? Hey! The song was accompanied by rhythmic drum beats that thumped in Deng Xiaodao's head. In a flash of aurora, the chattering dagger seemed to have grabbed the straw that saved his life and instantly smiled. There it is. I still have brother Wang Su. I won't go out of fashion. I won't. Chattering Dagger redisplayed his fighting spirit. Reaching out, she grabbed the microphone and turned on the musical accompaniment that had been prepared long ago. Then to the merciless taunts of the screen full of black fans. Lattice, he shouts. Lattice, and gentlemen, thank you all for your support and love for so long. Next, I will give you all a song to comfort your hearts in this late night. Dang, 857. 857. Don't mean it. The music is playing wrong. Start over. Ahem. Yo. Su-hey su-hey su-hey. A passionate music, along with the brainwashing magic voice of Deng Xiaodao, boomed out in the live broadcast room. This sudden change in style, some of the black fans who were copying and pasting cursing phrases were startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on here? Is this anchor crazy? Why is he suddenly singing DJ? Yeah, I was shocked too. What's going on? This anchor couldn't have been sprayed by us and become unhinged, right? Doubt +1. Sit and wait for the anchor woman to lose her mind. Let's see what kind of tawdry maneuvers she can come up with. A group of black fans exchanged glances with wide eyes. At this time, the music intro in the live broadcast also ended at this time, and the crowd of fans soon heard Chattering Dagger pulling out his voice and singing. Everybody get high. What's wrong with me if I can't sing? I can't sing. What's wrong with me? I'm the worst anchor. What are you going to do to me? Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 57, Shaky Fish Falls Apart. Put. Ha 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 ha. I can't. What is this brainwashing godly song? I can't take it anymore. It's too much fun too. Cluck 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 cluck. I can't either. Where did Dagger learn this song? It's too brainwashing. And with her cute needy voice, it's too much fun. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it either. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Dagger is so powerful. I feel like I'm going to turn from black to pink. Add me to the list of Black to fans. I've never realized that Dagger has such a cute and comical side. I'm in. I'm a fan too. Dang Xiaodao. You have to use this voice to broadcast live from now on. This voice is too cute. It's so funny. Same request +1. Same request +10. 000. You guys are so insincere. Chattering Dagger. This is 20 rockets. Take it. From now on, use this voice to broadcast live. Ding. Fan Principal Wang presents 20 rockets. Ding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Principal Wang is bullish. Greetings to Big Brother. Big Brother, I want rockets too. Woohoo. Begging for Big Brother's adoption. Big Brother, I heard you recently got a new girlfriend. Is that true? In Dagger's live broadcast room, under Dagger's song Rookie Song, the bad reviews gradually turned into good reviews, and even in the end, the entire live broadcast room became the scene of rocket bombardment by various hidden tycoons. And just like this, under the rising heat, the popularity of Dagger's live broadcasting room has increased. The popularity value of the Chattering Knife live broadcast room, all the way up, in just less than 10 minutes of time, once again on the top 3 popularity list tonight. It's pointing directly at the first place Yang Luer. At this moment, Yang Luer's live broadcast room, some about Chattering Small Knife rise of voice, also a moment of clamor, only to see the water friends who wandered over from the live broadcasting room of Deng Xiaodao. Frantically brushing Deng Xiaodao is great. In Yang Luer's live broadcasting room, the knife is singing. Deng Xiaodao's voice is too cute. Everyone go and listen to it. It didn't take long for a group of fans who couldn't stand the compulsion in Jan Lure's live room to flock to Dagger's live room next door, and these left the water friends. In the Small Knife live room, experience chatter Small Knife 10 minutes cute to burst doll sound baptism. Each Oling ran back, and then pull away a group of fans. Thus, in this way, after 4 or 5 large-scale water friends jumped ship event, the original heat cooled to the end of the chatter knife. Once again honored Shakefish platform tonight hotness of the throne of the first sister. What's wrong with Dish on Dish? The lyrics of this song. It has also become the most popular pop-up screen on the entire Shivering Fish platform tonight. Against the backdrop of Shakefish's national revelry, the one who was slapped on the beach was the new female anchor Yang Lure, who could have reigned supreme tonight. Only, at this moment, her hotness can't be compared to Dang Xiaodao at all. A rookie song came out of nowhere. Not only did it bring the precarious Dagger back to her position as the first sister of Shivering Fish, it also shattered all of Yang Lure's hopes of becoming Shaky Fish's first sister. And that's not all. More than an hour after Dang Xiaodao reigned supreme over the entire Shivering Fish platform, 1 o'clock midnight came. A post titled Famous Game Anchor Rao Xiaodao Soul Question, What's Wrong with Being a Vegetable? A post titled Famous Game Anchor Dang Xiaodao Soul Question, What's Wrong with Being a Good Cook? Was directly pushed to the top of the microblogging search list. The immediate effect of this was that less than 5 minutes later, the entire Shivering Fish platform was flooded with a large number of Weibo fans. This caused Shivering Fish's servers, which were already overloaded tonight, to instantly crash. Thus, without any surprise, Shivering Fish server crashed was directly pushed up to the second hot search. The passion of the millions of melon eaters that blossomed on this night was extremely terrifying. When the hot search Shivering Fish crashed was pushed to the top of the hot search list by the water users, it was destined that the employees of Shivering Fish would not want to sleep tonight. The first to be woken up is the behind-the-scenes boss of Shake Fish, Chen Xiaojie. Chen Xiaojie, who had been working late into the night, almost just closed his eyes and was woken up by a continuous bombardment of phone calls from his subordinates. The urgency of this continuous bombardment of phone calls, not even giving Boss Chen time to get angry. Directly in the first second after he connected, he shouted, "Boss, something big has happened. Our Shivering Fish is on the hot search." On the hot search? What's going on? I don't remember that I've been buying hot searches lately. Boss Chen's eyes were sleepy and he looked a little confused. It's not that you bought it up, boss. It was a female anchor who came out from our platform, who relied on an original song she composed and wrote lyrics for to bring our platform onto the hot search. What? Female anchor? Original song? What's all this nonsense? The more Boss Chen heard, the more confused he became. You just tell us what happened to our platform. Our platform server crashed. What? The server crashed. Are you kidding me? Our server is capable of holding 40 million people at the same time. How many people are going to enter Shivering Fish's live room tonight? The entire country's netizens might want to enter our live room tonight. What? What did you say? In short, Boss Tatsu, don't go to sleep now. Our platform is on fire. Our Shaky Fish is out of the ring. You know what? Just in the past hour, the downloads of our Shivering Fish app directly exceeded 100 million. Boss, you have to wake up. Your WeChat is blowing up. Buzz. With one of his subordinates roaring at the top of his lungs, Chen Xiaojie was fully awake at this time. He probably rationalized the causes and consequences of what happened tonight. Subsequently, he no longer hesitated and directly bounced up from the bed, gripping his cell phone. He then woke up all the various department managers and supervisors in his address book one by one. Notify all programmers. Now all get up and work overtime. Overtime wages will be tripled tonight. Get up and maintain the server. Within an hour, I want the Shivering Fish server to hold 100 million people. Whoever can do it, I'll give him a 100,000 yuan bonus. Ding, ding, ding. One WeChat message after another was sent from Chen Xiaojie's cell phone, directly to all the departmental groups within Shivering Fish. Thus, almost within half an hour after the post Shivering Fish collapsed hit the hot search, the programmers of Shivering Fish, who had originally gone to bed, all sat around the company's computer room and started a new battle. Operations Department. This anchor called Dang Xiaodao. I want her name to be hung for 3 days in a row in the most prominent position on the Jitterfish platform. Editorial Department. I want this anchor called Chattering Dagger, the rookie song she created herself, to be set as the platform's main song. Finance Department. I want you to quickly allocate money. Continue buying hot searches tomorrow. Maintain today's heat until this time tomorrow. In the Shivering Fish Company, Chen Xiaojie's voice rang out over and over again. The entire Shivering Fish Company was plunged into an unprecedented busyness, and in the midst of this busy sound, Dang Xiaodao, who was originally singing in the live broadcast room, got off the air early due to the sudden crash of the server. She turned off her computer, picked up her cell phone with a red face, and prepared to dial the name in her WeChat address book that she had been thinking about for a long time. That name was Wang Su, Chapter 58 Dismissal Notice. Unsurprisingly, because Wang Su's cell phone was set to flight mode, Rao Xiaodao didn't make the call. So the sad Rao Xiaodao could only choose to leave a message to Wang Su, and then he went to sleep reluctantly. And Wang Su? He was unaware of all this, and slept drowsily until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when he woke up leisurely. And when he woke up, he was actually still a bit unfulfilled, because he dreamt in his dream that his system's alert sound had been going on for the whole night, and the shock value had already reached more than 1 million. Over 1 million shock value in one night? This kind of good thing, you just have to think about it in your dreams. Wang Su sighed as he recalled everything in his dream, but then, when he glanced at the system's shock value balance, he instantly froze. Asterisk. Is this really at ing million? Wang Su opened his eyes wide and reread it, realizing that he really didn't see anything wrong. The system's shock value balance had indeed exceeded 1 million at this moment, and it was still rising. This can't be. I clearly remember that when I went to bed last night, my shock value was only over 200,000. What exactly happened last night? Wang Su couldn't wait to open his cell phone and turn off the flight mode, so he instantly heard the continuous beeps coming from his cell phone. Ding 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 ding. WeChat message 99+. News pop-ups 99+. After looking at the messages that kept popping up, Wang Su couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, and then one by one opened. 10 minutes later, Wang Su raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, he already completely knew everything that happened last night. He knew that he was on fire. Tonight's husband and wife is also on fire. Chattering dagger. It's also on fire. Gulp. Wang Su gulped. At this result, he was actually shocked himself. He should know that just a few days ago, when Wang Su had just traveled to this world, he was still worried about how to get 1,000 shock value in order to have a chance to draw a lottery. And today, just a few days later, he was already a millionaire in shock value. Happiness came too fast, simply catching people off guard. Wang Su couldn't help but sigh, and then glanced at the Ultra Mode Lucky Draw labeled with 1 million shock value for one lucky draw opportunity on the Invincible Lucky Draw system, and a touch of excitement appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Originally thought that this lucky draw mode would be unattainable for him forever, but he didn't realize that he seems to have the chance to have a glimpse of its real face now. Thinking like this, Wang Su almost couldn't help himself from clicking on the Start Super Order Lucky Draw Mode button in the next second. However, just when he was about to make a hot decision, a phone call suddenly rang, directly waking him up. Lu Yuan? Wang Su froze as he looked at the caller alert on his phone before he suddenly remembered that it was the pretty intern from the Year Moon. My heart program. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? It's still 3 hours before work. Could it be that she also read the microblogging hot search and called to congratulate me? Wang Su was puzzled and tapped answer. Then without waiting for him to react, an urgent shout rang out from the phone. And, brother Wang Su, I finally got through to you. Ah, what? What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Lu Yuan? Wang Su was a little confused by this shout and asked with a trembling voice. Something's wrong. Heavenly big thing. Brother Wang Su, you went to tonight's husband and wife last night to be the guest of honor on that show, didn't you? Lu Yuan spoke in an excited tone. I saw your performance on Weibo this morning. It was so wonderful. Worthy of being brother Wang Su. It was actually average. Average. Ha. Wang Su waved his hand and laughed he. It seems that this intern little sister really called to congratulate me. Alas, I guessed it again. Wang Su suddenly had a kind of trouble if people are too red and can't help it. However, just when he was feeling so smug, he heard Lu Yuan's next sentence and said, but, brother Wang Su, let me tell you, after the director of the broadcasting station found out that you went out privately to pick up another station's program, the whole person went on a rampage this morning, and when I came to the company in the afternoon, I heard everyone saying that the director of the station is ready to fire you on the pretext that you're not doing your job. Brother Wang Su, come to the radio station quickly. If you come late, maybe the station manager will directly call the termination letter to you. Ha, what the hell? Fire me? Wang Su, who was originally wearing an expression of enjoying the bragging, suddenly stared with wide eyes. That's not right. According to reason, when the boss finds out that his subordinate's performance is too good to be on the news, shouldn't he praise him profusely and immediately promote him and raise his salary? How could he think of saying that I'm not doing my job and firing me? What the hell kind of logic is that? Is this station manager out of his mind? Wang Su had an expression that he couldn't figure it out no matter what. At this time, he heard Lu Yuan continue to say, brother Wang Su, don't worry. In fact, I feel that the reason why the station manager wants to fire you is not all because of the reason why you went out to do the program privately. There is another reason that I heard from my colleagues in the company. They said that the reason why the station manager wants to fire you is because Choi Hao snitched and said that you maliciously looked for the water army to go to his poetry conference program to mess up last night, which caused you to go to his poetry conference program to make trouble. Program to mess up, causing the ratings of the program he hosted last night to drop by 10 percentage points. Holy, isn't this ing pure bull? How can I? Don't worry, brother Wang Su, I also know that you would never do that. But the station manager just believed Choi Hao's words. People say that it's because Choi Hao's sister is the station manager's adopted mistress. She blew the station manager's ear off, and the station manager believed it. I don't know. After hearing Lu Yuan recounting this dog blood plot, Wang Su immediately felt only a head of black lines. To be honest, since crossing over, Wang Su had never dealt with this director Wu, but he didn't expect that nowadays. The first time the two of them crossed paths was because the other party wanted to fire himself? Brother Wang Su, are you still there? When can you come to the company? Choi Hao. Choi Hao just came to me and said that he is ready to take over the program Your Moon, My Heart again, and said that you are no longer qualified to host this program. Brother Wang Su, when are you coming? I'll wait for you. I will never be Choi Hao's secretary. Brother Wang Su, I'm your secretary. I'll follow wherever you go. Lu Yuan spoke in an excited tone. From her sincere confession, it can be heard that this little girl seems to have really fallen into Wang Su's talent and face value. Alas, accidentally, woe to another little girl. Wang Su couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then softly coughed and said, Don't panic, I'll be right there. Chapter 59 Angry Director Wu. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Wang Su rushed to the downstairs of Magic City radio and television station. At this time, it was still very early from the evening working hours. There weren't many people in front of the radio building, but Lu Yuan stood timidly in the cold wind, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Brother Wang Su, you're finally here. After Wang Su seemed to get down from the cab, Lu Yuan excitedly jogged over and directly pulled him aside. Brother Wang Su, I've already made the data sheet for the last 2 nights for you to host the program Your Moon, My Heart with the tuner of our program, Xiao Wei. Bring it with you when you go up to meet the station manager. I believe that after he sees the results of the program you hosted, he will definitely understand your talent and won't be biased to listen to that guy Choi Hao's slanderous words. After the little secretary Lu Yuan finished speaking, she directly pulled out a dozens of pages thick document from the file bag in her arms and handed it to Wang Su. From the thickness of the document, it could be seen that Lu Yuan had indeed put in a lot of effort, and after seeing everything that Yuan had done, Wang Su's heart inexplicably warmed, reached out and took the document, patted Yuan's shoulder and said, Yuan, thank you, there's no need to be so polite. Brother Wang Su. Hearing Wang Su call himself Yuan, Lu Yuan instantly became excited and confused, and Wang Su hadn't noticed these emotions of the other party since. He just thanked Yuan and then walked towards the radio station building. At the moment, although he was holding the radio station listening data report given to him by Lu Yuan, what he was thinking was not that he was going to show the report to the station manager after going upstairs as suggested by Lu Yuan. Instead, he was ready to resign. Just kidding, a job with a monthly salary of 3,000 only. Do you really think Wang Su, can't live without it? His account now has a balance of 8 million, and there are 3 school buildings real estate certificates in the closet at home. Will he look at a boss whose brain has been kicked by a donkey for such a crappy job? If last night I had any hope of making Your Moon, My Heart a bigger and better show, then right now, I have no idea what to do. Right now, I don't have a single thought left. Wang Su thought angrily. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, especially when he thought that last night, he had refused the invitation of the TV station's director Zhou to hire him as the station's gold medal host for the sake of this radio program. He was even more instantly furious and his brain hurt. If later on, this station chief Wu really decides to remove my host position in the program Your Moon My Heart and let Choi Hao do it, then I guess there's nothing to stay in this Thai radio station. Wang Su sneered. Reaching out, he pushed open the door of the station manager's office. Squeak, the door slammed. Wang Su just showed half of his head to go in, and just wanted to say report, but he saw a scene that made him fall into a big surprise, only to see that the station manager is turning his back to him, hugging a demonic woman sitting on the desk and kissing her with impunity. Kissing, caressing, touching. Who? The station manager winced when he heard the door being pushed open and turned around to see Wang Su. Which ing department are you from? Don't you know how to knock? Get out. The station manager was instantly furious, and while organizing his attire, he cursed at the top of his lungs, while Wang Su, after seeing this demeanor of the station manager, his heart was completely dead to this kind of scum, and without saying anything, he directly pushed the door open with a big grin and walked in, saying, I'm the host of the program Your Moon My Heart. I heard that the station manager wanted to fire me. so I came over to inquire about the reason for firing me. Wang Su sat on the sofa of the office without any politeness at all. While station manager Wu heard his answer, he became even angrier. He waved his hand towards the woman on the table, signaling her to go out. Then after straightening his tie, he roared at Wang Su and said, "So you're ing Wang Su, a dog that has no respect for the leader at all, and you still have the qualification to ask me why I fired you? Don't you know the ban that you can't just go out and take orders to host without the approval of the radio station? Also, you instructed the Water Army to attack a colleague's program, causing our radio station's hottest poetry conference ratings to directly drop by 10 percentage points. After doing so many lawless things, you still have the face to ask me why I fired you? I've given you face by not directly criticizing you in a ing circular," the station manager questioned furiously. From his statement, it could be heard that he did know Wang Su's sins very well. It seemed that the order to dismiss Wang Su was indeed given by him. On the other hand, after listening to the station manager's angry rebuke, Wang Su shook his head with a cold smile, and without saying anything more, he directly touched out a resignation letter from his bosom and threw it on the table. "It seems like station manager Wu is determined to fire me. Then I won't say anything more. Under a dog like you, I feel sick to my stomach even if I stay for one more day. Might as well tell you, I'm here to resign today as well. I hope you remember your decision today, and don't regret it later and come begging me to come back." Finished speaking, Wang Su did not hesitate and directly got up and slammed the door, leaving station manager Wu standing alone in a daze. Are young people nowadays so rigid? They barged in without saying a word and didn't know how to apologize. They even dare to talk back to the leader? Is there any law here? Is there any virtue in respecting the old and loving the young? Bravo! Good for you, Wang Su, right? Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll remember that. I don't believe it. I still can't rule you. I'll notify all the radio stations in Magic City right now. You won't be able to work as a radio host in Magic City in the future. Reacting to this, radio director Wu was shaking with anger. He then picked up the phone on the table and literally made a call. Speaking of which, although this person, Director Wu, would often do some brainless things because of his lust, but his interpersonal relationship was not bad, especially in the broadcasting circle of Magic City. He still had some face. Therefore, after he called his old brothers one by one with anger to explain the situation, these brothers gave him face and promised him that they would never admit Wang Su in the future. Director Wu's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he expressed his gratitude one by one. In the end, after calling all the radio station circles, he thought that Wang Su, this brat, also went to participate in the Magic City TV station to record a program last night. Television station. This field, to be honest, Director Wu was somewhat unfamiliar with it. However, with his anger washing over him, he ended up finding out the phone number of Shou, the director of the Magic City TV station, without realizing it, and dialed it as well. Afterwards, Mr. Wu made it clear to Mr. Zhou that he had just dismissed a host named Wang Su from the radio station and hoped that the other party would not accept this person's request, and at the same time, he said a whole lot of bad things about Wang Su that he had learned from his life's work. Finally, he hung up the phone with thanks. Only, after hanging up the phone, after being complacent for a long while, station manager Wu inexplicably felt that something was wrong, because it occurred to him that just now, in the course of talking on the phone with station manager Zhou, after he talked about dismissing Wang Su, the other party actually froze for a long time, and also repeatedly confirmed to himself 4 or 5 times. Could it be that this station manager Zhou and Wang Su have deep friendship? Station manager Wu guessed, then but quickly dismissed his thoughts. Are you kidding? Wang Su is just a guest who participated in a new program of the TV station. With such a status, what qualifications does he have to know the TV station director? He's been in my broadcasting station for a year. Didn't I only know him yesterday? Ha! There's no way that Director Zhou would know this Wang Su. No way. Unless my brain is kicked by a donkey. There's no way this is possible. Chapter 60, I Showdown. I am the rent-collecting big brother. Magic City Television Station. Director's office. After Zhou Yuan smiled and hung up the phone a bit, he propped his hands on the table and launched his entire body motionlessly. At this moment, in Zhou Yuan's office, apart from him, there was a second person sitting opposite Zhou Yuan. That person was the president of the Avengers Alliance Association, Liu Xiaobo. Liu Xiaobo had come to the television station today to find Zhou Yuan to discuss the planning matters for the next installment of tonight's couple, and the two of them were also having a good conversation before Zhou Yuan picked up that phone call just now. Only, let Liu Xiaobo feel strange. Zhou Yuan, this guy, after hanging up the phone just now, but seems to have suddenly changed like a person, the whole person motionless to start a dull, and also occasionally issued 1 or 2 inexplicable odd seconds of strange laughter? This guy is listening to what good thing? How can he be so happy? Lu Xiaobo looked at Zhou Yuan's giggling appearance and couldn't help but guess wildly, and he guessed and guessed for a whole 5 minutes, but found that this guy Zhou Yuan still didn't have half a point to share with himself. Lu Xiaobo finally couldn't help himself, reached out and shook his hand in front of Zhou Yuan's eyes, saying, "Hello? What's the matter? Are you so happy? If you don't say it again, I'll beat you up. Ha 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 ha. Good thing. It's absolutely great. To be precise, it's a heavenly good thing. How should I describe it to you? Let's put it this way. This matter is equivalent to, you went to rank to play a match. The enemy side came out with a hero that can fight 5. You just lamented, if only this hero was on your side. But in the end, after you finished speaking, you realized that this hero really became on your side, and it was still sent over by a collective vote of the remaining 4 teammates on the other side. Ha 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 ha." Zhou Yuan was laughing as he spoke, his excitement simply overflowing. Lu Xiaobo, on the other hand, after listening to Zhou Yuan's description, his entire body became even more confused, and he couldn't help but urge once again, saying, "Hey, Zhou Yuan, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Get to the point straight away. The point is dash." Zhou Yuan excitedly held Lu Xiaobo's hand and said, word by word, "Mr. Wang Su was just fired by the director of the city radio and television station." What? Lu Xiaobo was instantly shocked at his words. How is that possible? Is the director of that broadcasting station a pig? Would he be stupid enough to fire a talent like Mr. Wang Su? I didn't believe it either, but it turns out that the other party seems to be really a pig. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes with a smile, his eyes carrying a gloat that he couldn't hide. The other end. Magic City radio and television station. Downstairs. When Lu Yuan heard about Wang Su's initiative to resign, she didn't say anything and directly picked up her bag, then ran out after Wang Su. "Brother Wang Su, you wait for me. Where are you going to work next? I'll go with you." Lu Yuan ran to Wang Su with a red face and reached out to stop him. Wang Su, on the other hand, looked at this old stubborn girl and froze with tears and laughter before asking, with a smile, Yuan, are you sure you want to follow me? I'm a hobo now. I have no future. And you've just graduated from university. You need this job. If you leave now, you won't get this month's salary. Are you sure you want to do this?" "I do." Lu Yuan lifted her chest, stubbornly flooring her good-looking face and said, "I believe in Brother Wang Su's talent. As long as you don't leave me behind, Brother Wang Su, I'm willing to accompany you to find a new company to start your internship all over again. I will never regret it." Wang Su looked at this stubborn girl and scratched his head for a moment, not knowing what to do. To be honest, in fact, after he resigned the position of radio anchor in anger just now, he had intended to first go to those sets of school district houses that the system had given him to take a look at. After all, that was the reward that he had exchanged for with 200,000 shock value, and it had been 2 or 3 days since then, but he hadn't had much of a chance to take a look at it. Now that he is unofficial, he can consider becoming a rent collector. Therefore, for Wang Su at this time, this matter of resignation could have been considered a very cool thing, but inexplicably, because the intern Lu Yuan suddenly also followed his own departure, and also ran to mix with himself in a righteous manner. This made Wang Su have a kind of inexplicable guilty feeling in his heart. What should he do now? Is it difficult to take this little sister and let her go with me to collect rent? It's not good, is it? After all, the human little girl has not graduated from university. If this time after, follow me to live on this kind of lazy not progressive, lying to make money work, will not hit her passion for struggle? This kind of damage to the flowers of the motherland. If you do, or personal, Wang Su thought with a sad and angry face, then raised his head, patted Lu Yuan's shoulder in a serious manner and said, "Good job, Yuan. Surprisingly, you trust your brother Wang Su so much. Then Brother Wang Su, I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. I have 3 school district houses, so I'm not worried about getting a job. Go collect rent with your brother Wang Su." Lu Yuan, what? The intern went with Wang Su? In the office of the director of the Magic City radio and television station, Director Wu's entire face was stunned after hearing his subordinate's hurried report. "My Nima, that Wang Su, is he really that attractive? I heard that the intern has only been here for less than a week, right? And he was hooked up by Wang Su? And I remember that these interns are still fresh graduates, right? Is it that they don't even want their first month's salary anymore?" Director Wu yelled excitedly. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Then he couldn't help but ask, what about the others? Is there anyone else who left together with Wang Su? Nope, the debriefer said timidly, and after a long moment of silence, he suddenly said, "However, there is one thing that I have to report to Director Wu, and that is, the program called Your Moon My Heart hosted by Wang Su, the night before last, the ratings were suddenly very high, and even exceeded 10 percentage points at one point. This figure has already broken the highest listening record of our Magic City radio station in the past 10 years. Director Wu was instantly stunned when he heard his subordinate's report. You're just saying such an important matter now? No, station manager, I came to your office yesterday to report. It's just that when I came yesterday, you weren't here. There was only Brother Chui Hao's sister in the office. And when I thought about it, Brother Chui Hao is also the host of the program Your Moon, My Heart, so he must have known about the program's data. So if he knows about it, then his sister knows about it. And won't you also know? The debriefer bravely finished the last sentence, a cold sweat welling up on his brain. It seemed that the matter of Director Wu having an affair with Chui Hao's sister was already an open secret in the Magic City broadcasting station. And after listening to his subordinate's report, Wu station manager, at this time, the whole person couldn't think about this problem, but instead, he was instantly frozen when he thought that he was actually completely unaware that his subordinate had come to report on this matter. Invisible, he seemed to capture what he missed, the key point, Chui Hao's sister, hiding the matter of Wang Su's record-breaking program from her. And this program hosted by Wang Su, it was originally hosted by Chui Hao, and Chui Hao, the day before yesterday, he was dropped to the poetry conference program. As a result, the poetry conference program's ratings dropped drastically. The program hosted by Wang Su has broken the record. But it broke the record? Right after that, yesterday, Chui Hao came to complain about Wang Su. Chui Hao's sister also came to badmouth Wang Su. Could it be that? Director Wu instantly thought of a possibility, then raised his head and asked his staff, who's hosting the program Your Moon, My Heart tonight? Brother Chui Hao. How are the program's ratings? How's the feedback? Still, we haven't tallied it yet. Go get the stats. I want all the listening logs for this program for the last week. All of them. Chapter 61 Phone Bombardment. After watching his subordinate trot all the way out of the room, Station Chief Wu sat back in his chair in a furious rage. At this moment, he was in a very depressed mood, because he had guessed in the dark that he seemed to have been tricked by Chui Hao and his sister, Chui Pinger, who had teamed up with him. If I find out later that all this is really the work of these two assholes, I definitely won't be able to spare them. Director Wu gritted his teeth and thought. For some reason, at this moment, he inexplicably had the feeling of an old emperor being tricked by a traitor. But then, it occurred to him that if Chui Hao was a traitor, then what was Wang Su? A loyal minister? Bull ********. How does that kid deserve it? How can there be a loyal official who dares to contradict his boss to his face? I won't use such an asshole even if he's capable. Absolutely not. I swear, even if I starve to death today, even if I am allowed to jump from this building, I will never hire this bastard Wang Su again. Station manager Wu swore in a wrathful and stern voice. Ring ring ring. At this time, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, who is it? Station manager Wu asked in a muffled voice as he picked up the phone. Old Wu, it's me. You're the Lunyo of the Magic City Eli broadcasting station. You just called me back. A male voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Old Lu ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the caller ID. What's wrong? What's the matter? Suddenly call me. Wu Deshang said with embarrassment. Then his eyes turned and asked as if he thought of something. Could it be? Is it the guy called Wang Su that I just told you about? Applied for a job at your broadcasting station? That's not true, but I'm calling to talk to you about this matter. That, old Wu, are you sure? You want to fire this Wang Su guy and never hire him again? The Lunyo Lu station manager on the other end of the phone hesitantly asked. His voice seemed a bit tentative. Right. Yeah, why? Is there something wrong? For some reason, after hearing the other party's questioning accent, Wu Deshang's heart inexplicably thumped, as if he had some ominous premonition. It's like this, old Wu, if you're sure you don't want this Wang Su host, then old Lu, may have to be unrighteous for once this time. Lun Yo gritted his teeth and said, you shouldn't blame my brother for doing this. If I think it's good, it should be very soon. All the radio stations in all of Devil's capital should be grabbing for this host named Wang Su. Old Lu, how many dishes did you eat today? Drinking like this? No. Why? What are this guy's virtues and abilities that he can be the object of competition for the entire Magic City broadcasting station? Wu Deshang stared with a shocked face. Old Wu, it's not that I'm talking about you. Your people probably haven't shown you the listening data sheet of the program hosted by this host called Wang Su a few nights ago, right? Lun Yo's tone became agitated as he said this. The staff of the radio station on my side just showed me the day before yesterday and the day before the big day before yesterday. The listening data of our Magic City's entire radio station. Do you know what I saw? Your radio station's program, Your Moon My Heart, in the night before last, reached a terrifying 18 percentage points in listenership. and the total number of online messages exceeded 1 million. Old Woo, you're also in broadcasting. You should know what the concept of a listening rate reaching 18 points is, right? Unprecedented. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. A whole 18 percentage points of listening share is something I'd never seen before in my 10 years of practice. That's why when I heard this data this afternoon, my whole body was instantly excited, and I thought to congratulate you. Old Woo, Magic City Radio has produced such a talented host, but I didn't expect that. My staff then said to me that the host of the program, Your Moon My Heart, is Wang Su. I was confused at that time. The name Wang Su, isn't it the name of the host that you just told me that your radio station fired? So I went to check. Originally I thought it was a rename, a mistake, but after I carefully compared that Wang Su's information that you gave me, as well as comparing the host's information of the program Your Moon My Heart given to me by my men, I knew there was no mistake. The two of them were indeed one person. Not that I'm saying, Old Woo, did this host called Wang Su really do something great that offended you? Letting such a good seedling go unused. What are you thinking, Old Woo? A whole 18 percentage points of listening rate. Old Woo, do you know what this means? Nowadays, looking at the entire Chinese mainland, there is no municipal radio program in any first-tier city that has a listening rate of more than 15 points, and this host, on the other hand, has directly achieved 18 points. Old Woo, this is a big story that will be reported to the provincial radio station, or even the central-level radio station. If we operate it properly, we can directly bring this program to a national level. No matter which way you look at it, whoever owns this host will have a brilliant addition to their resume. And I just went to listen to this program. I have to say, this host is indeed very talented. His ability to react on the spot, knowledge reserves, as well as hosting the program's rhythm of control, can be said to be the superior level. Old Woo, this is talent, and it is very likely that my Magic City 10 years rare wants a great talent. How can you not figure out to dismiss him? After hearing Lun Yo's impassioned statement, the entire person was completely confused. Alas, I won't listen to your Old Woo's reasoning. In short, Old Woo, don't blame me, Old Lu, for not giving you face this time. If this presenter comes to our radio station, I will definitely keep him. This time, let's say my Old Lu owes you one. After Lun Yo finished his last sentence, he directly hung up the phone. The stupefied Wu Deshang, on the other hand, froze and snapped the phone back. Afterwards, before he could fully react, ring, 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 ring. Another call came again. Hey, Old Woo, I'm Old Wang from Star Radio Station. I want to tell you that I might have to say a word of apology about that matter of not admitting Wang Su. Ring ring ring. Hey, Lao Wu I'm Lao Zhang from Daily Radio. I want to tell you about that matter of not admitting Wang Su. Yes, that's right. I might have to say a word of apology. Ring ring ring. Hey. Throughout the evening, Wu Deshang was in the midst of such ringing and apologizing sounds, constantly picking up the phone, snapping it off, picking it up, snapping it off, until more than an hour later, when Wu Deshang has been completely numb to the name of Wang Su, he finally had to admit, hastily dismissed Wang Su. This matter seems to have done wrong. It can even be said that it is a big mistake. The mistake is outrageous to the extreme. However, after admitting it, at this moment, Wu Deshang's heart still held a trace of stubbornness and fluke. I don't believe it. Without this Wang Su, the program still really can't be done. Isn't it just a host? Since Wang Su has already made the program hot, I don't believe that this Chui Hao can still crash the program in one night. Wu Deshang stubbornly roared, and at this moment, a knock sounded on the door. The reporter who was responsible for reporting the listening data of tonight's program stood at the door and, Station manager, the listening data for tonight's program Your Moon My Heart is out. Chapter 62 Chui Pinger pleads for mercy. Come in. Wu Deshang yelled towards the door, then sat upright and gathered his expression, and after hearing the voice, the reporting clerk then hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in, placing the piece of collected data onto Wu Deshang's desk, carefully saying, Director, this is all the data from tonight's Your Moon My Heart, including the change in the program's listenership curve per minute, the number of messages from the audience, and the feedback from the program, as well as, and some other data sheets. The debriefer gently spread out one of the regular data sheets, and then as he picked up the last few pages, his verbal expression was a bit evasive, and at the same time, the look on his face was inexplicably unnatural. This odd scene, since it was quickly captured by Director Wu. What other data information is there? Why don't you say it? Station Chief Wu asked coldly, reaching out to receive those data that were covered at the bottom by the debriefer. He then saw, amidst the debriefer's apprehensive look, that the first page of those data read in large letters, Program Complaints Summary Sheet. Complaints? Complaints? When Director Wu saw these words, his entire face expression instantly twisted. if he remembered well. For a program, the form would only be generated if the number of complaints accounted for more than 2% of the number of listeners, and the 2% complaint ratio, although it looked low, it was actually quite high. Imagine a program with 20,000 listeners to have 2% of the complaints ratio. It means that there are 400 people complaining, which in real life is almost rarely happen. But tonight's program Your Moon, My Heart generated a complaint list? Could it be that 2% of the viewers were dissatisfied with Choi Hao as the host? Director Wu thought with a dark face, and a strong feeling of hatred for Choi Hao was born in his heart. Immediately afterward, when he turned over the complaint report, intending to take a closer look at the content of the complaint, the whole person saw the first page, but his eyes went black, almost fainted directly. Nima, is this Choi Hao a pig? 50% complaint rate. How hated does he have to have so many people complaining? Wu Deshang covered his chest and cursed. That's right, on the first line of the first sheet of the complaint report, the words 50% complaint rate were written in black bold font. Just after the program Your Moon, My Heart had just entered the public's attention by breaking the record of 10 years of listening rate. In less than 2 days' time, Choi Hao, with his amazing talent, managed to break another record. 50% complaint rate. Cough, 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 cough. Exasperated and trembling all over, Director Wu coughed violently. He then stretched out his trembling finger to point towards the door, and spoke to the debriefing officer, saying, Go and call this asshole kid in. I won't spare him. Back to the station manager. Choi Hao, he might not be able to come. The reporter stammered with a tangled expression. Choi Hao, he was hosting the program just now, because the hosting, it was so bad that the message board was swiped by the audience. And there was even a period of time when the entire message board was written with the words let Choi Hao roll, change Wang Su to come back. And then during the fan linking session, there were 5 consecutive listeners who called in to directly scold him face to face. Later when the program went on for 40 minutes, Choi Hao he just couldn't take the collective abuse from the listeners anymore. And in a fit of rage, he directly let the staff ban the entire message board. But this ban on the miserable, the listeners found themselves in the middle of being banned. Have collective on the beginning of the complaint. Station manager, you get this complaint statement. Is the program after 20 minutes when the complaint record? Moreover, there are individual listeners with more impulsive emotions. Just complaining isn't enough. They even called our radio station directly, saying that they want to teach Choi Hao a good lesson after he gets off work. When I came here just now, I heard from other co-workers that there were already dozens of men surrounding the entrance of the station downstairs, and I heard that they were all waiting for Choi Hao to go out. The debriefer tried his best to calmly finish recounting the night's proceedings. However, Director Wu heard from his men's report Choi Hao had stirred up a big mess this time. As a radio host, he had the audacity to choose to directly confront his listeners and ban everyone for 20 minutes because they complained about him. What the hell? Simply asking for death on his own. So Choi Hao, where is he now? He's gone home? Director Wu asked with a gloomy face. I heard that it's to look for his sister. The debriefer said softly. Looking for his sister? This asshole can't live without his sister? Looking for her sister for everything? I'd like to see. How dare his sister come to plead with me this time? Director Wu furiously slapped the table in anger. Choi Hao's sister, Choi Pinger, was the head of the planning department of Magic City Radio, and was also Wu Deshang's underground lover. In the past, when Choi Hao encountered any tricky things, Choi Pinger would come to plead with Choi Hao, and Wu Deshang was generally able to forgive this kind of thing. But this time, after Wu Deshang heard that Choi Hao was trying to find his sister to help him again, his whole body could no longer control his rage. Choi Pinger, if you dare to come and plead for your brother's favor this time, I'll open you up together. Knock knock knock. At this time, the knock on the door yet again sounded. Then, a woman's delicate voice came from outside the door saying, Deshang, are you there? It was Choi Pinger. After Wu Deshang heard this woman's voice, his entire face instantly darkened like an iron pot. Good she really came. Come in, Wu Deshang said in a cold voice, then waved his hand at the debriefer, signaling him to back off first. Squeak dash. The door was then pushed open, and a woman dressed in a flamboyant manner, twisting her water snake waist, walked in. After seeing the debriefer, her eyes first paused, then after her eyes glanced at the information on Wu Deshang's desk, her entire heart thumped. Deshang, you know all about it? For your brother's matter? Wu Deshang did not answer Choi Pinger's question positively. Instead, he asked back in a cold tone. After hearing Wu Deshang's cold tone, Choi Pinger subconsciously guessed that this old man seemed to be really angry this time. However, after getting angry, Choi Pinger would not think that Wu Deshang would really do anything to her. Thus, Without any sense of crisis, Chui Pinger crossed her waist and took the lead in complaining. Yeah, Da Shang, look at the current audience. One by one, they are just too shameless. Are they all bandits? How dare they call and curse the host? The most outrageous thing is that they even dared to come downstairs to block my brother? All of this must be the work of that asshole called Wang Su. Da Shang, you must make my brother do something about it this time. He's really too aggrieved, being bullied every time he hosts a program. You say, if it's really not possible, don't let him be the host of this thankless job. Let him come to you as the station manager's assistant, so that you can also train him to be your successor in the meantime. That way, no one in the station will dare to bully him in the future. Do you think it's good? Chapter 63, The Teased Gui Tian Tian. Do you think it's good? After Chui Pinger's dainty voice finished those words, her entire body was already half paralyzed on station manager Wu's body. At this time, the reporting clerk had already gone out, and only 2 people were left in the large station manager's office. Station manager Wu and Chui Pinger. Therefore, Chui Pinger no longer had any scruples and seduced Wu Deshang as usual. In the seduction of old men in this regard, Chui Pinger can be said to be a veteran. In the ride on the line before the director of this line, Chui Pinger is relying on their own flirtatious evening a leader in her county, only to have the opportunity to the development of the Magic City. Therefore, Chui Pinger is very confident in her own means. She is sure that Wu Deshang, the old sex ruffian, will be like the old days. She was seduced by the 5 fans, and then surrendered. So she was as usual, leaning her breasts in Wu Deshang's arms, gently rubbing, while her hands were wrapped around Wu Deshang's neck, the whole person ambiguous to the extreme lying in his arms. However, what surprised Chui Pinger was that today's Wu Deshang didn't seem to be the same as usual. This usual lustful wolf whose eyes would light up as soon as he saw her come over. Today, he was not interested in her at all like, when her body just touched his own. He stood up with a sound of miso, letting Chui Pinger pounce on her. Ta, desk manager. What's wrong? You don't like Pinger anymore? Chui Pinger said in a resigned tone as she looked at Station Chief Wu's perverse behavior. Like you? Ha! It's because I like you so damn much that I've been screwed over like this by you and your asshole brother. Desk leader Wu angrily picked up the stack of materials on the table and threw them in Chui Pinger's face, then angrily roared, saying, take a good look at what your brother has done. 50% complaint rate. I've been a station manager for 15 whole years. I haven't had a thing like this. Do you know what a 50% complaint rate means? It means I may not be able to keep my job as station manager. I'll be fired soon. And you're thinking of asking your brother to be my assistant station manager? Are you thinking that I didn't die fast enough and you want to screw me over again? Station manager Wu's angry roar echoed in the station manager's office. At this moment, he was simply more furious than when he fired Wang Su in the afternoon. No, not furious, but remorseful. As soon as station manager Wu thought about his dismissal of Wang Su in the afternoon, his heart was overflowing with remorse. Originally, God had given him such a golden egg as Wang Su, which was equivalent to giving him a pair of king bombs. But he, however, was stupid enough to directly dump this piece of card out and throw it to someone else. I'm just a pig's brain. Director Wu cursed himself with hatred. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was, to beg Wang Su to come back quickly. You'd better pray now that Wang Su will still come back, and pray that he won't hold a grudge against you guys, or else, if I get a complaint, you and your brother, no one will have a good time. Station manager Wu angrily pointed at Chui Pinger and gritted his teeth. When he finished saying this, he simply hated to strangle his old horny self. Firing the gold medal host. 50% complaint rate. TV station under siege. This one thing started because of his colorfulness. Brother Wang Su, you must come back, right now. Only you can save me. Wu Taijun looked up at the sky and left tears of remorse at the fantasized shadow of Wang Su. And on the other end, after arriving at the Songjiang Garden neighborhood with Lu Yuan, Wang Su sought his 3-block school district house situated next to the Songjiang River. This school district house is a little bit more grand than he thought. Each building is 25 floors high. Each floor has 4 households. All floors sit in the north and face the south, surrounded by mountains and water, warm in the spring and cool in the summer. Definitely counted as the middle and upper grade of the district property in Magic City. So, Wang Su, who was satisfied, sent Lu Yuan into the neighborhood to inspect the environment inside. He, on the other hand, with his backhand, inspected the geographical environment around the neighborhood. This was the first time since his rebirth that Wang Su had observed the world in such a leisurely manner. Of course, he was not just wandering around. This Songjiang Garden neighborhood is surrounded by various elementary schools, middle schools and high schools, as well as office buildings, which is the place where all kinds of white-collar and blue-collar people who are looking for jobs live. Wang Su can integrate into this parallel world more quickly by strolling around here in close proximity. While Wang Su was wandering around here, A camera crew carrying cameras and other equipment was also wandering around the place. At the head of their group was a pretty woman holding a microphone and wearing a tight uniform. This woman was in her early 20s, wearing exquisite makeup, with a small sign on her chest that read, Magic City TV host, was sweet. Tian Tian was the host of Magic City TV's career-to-career program. Her daily work was to look for unemployed or unemployable youths in all the major office districts in Mordor, and invite them to look for jobs on her TV program. Because of her sweet looks and gentle voice, she could easily gain the closeness and goodwill of strangers, so the station appointed her as the head of the dispatch crew. At this time, just arrived at the Songjung Garden neighborhood near the Gua Suite. After instructing the staff debugging equipment, she pinched the microphone in the crowd to find today's first pickup. Wang Su, with his handsome appearance and fit body, soon attracted the attention of Gui Tian Tian. Of course, in Gua's sweetheart's mind, such a handsome and extraordinary man would definitely not be without a job. The reason why she instantly locked on to Wang Su was because the other party was really too handsome, especially among a group of mediocre people. It was even more remarkable. Thus, Gua's sweetness, who couldn't help the excitement in her heart, directly reached out her hand and waved it towards the men behind her, and then she jogged and took the lead to rush towards Wang Su. Handsome brother, you wait. Gua Sweetie ran to Wang Su with a flushed face, put on a sweet smile, introduced herself and said, this handsome man, hello, I'm the foreign host of Magic City TV's career-to-career program, Gua Tian Tian. Can I delay you for a few minutes to do an interview? Wang Su was suddenly accosted and his complexion was a bit dazed, but after he saw the host license of the Magic City TV station on the other party's chest, he didn't think much about it and directly nodded his head. Yes, okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to take the liberty of asking you, do you have a job today? I just quit my job this afternoon, and now, sort of jobless. Well, since you have a job, I'd like to ask you about your job. No. Gua Sweetness smiled halfway through her sentence, and suddenly reacted. The other party just said what seemed to say that he himself was a hobo? Sir, you just said that you don't have a job, right? Yes, that's right. Great. No. What I mean is that our job-to-job column group is exactly responsible for finding jobs for people like you who have just lost their jobs. May I ask if you want a job with a monthly income of over $10,000? Our platform can provide it. Gua Sweetheart asked excitedly. No, I have 3 school district buildings. If I collect rent every day, I can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Wang Su said indifferently. 3 school district buildings, monthly income of several hundred thousand? Gua Sweetie's face instantly stiffened when she heard the other party's answer. However, she politely asked back another question. And, so you're a rent collector, then have you ever thought of earning more per month? There are several companies on our side with good growth potential. You can choose to invest to support them. Don't want to. The money I earn now is already enough for my daily consumption and looking for my little sister. Wang Su smiled and waved his hand, ready to turn around and leave. But then, after he glanced at the camera that was filming him behind Gua Sweets, he was suddenly playful and couldn't help but skin a word and said, I suddenly have a question for Ms. Gui as well. May I ask if you want to earn $2,000 a night? Nightly income of 2,000? Gua Sweetheart was directly confused by Wang Su's question and froze in place stupidly. After Wang Su saw that his little sister didn't respond, he felt bored and didn't wait for her to reply. He directly smiled and turned his head and left, straight when he walked out about 30 meters. Gua Sweet, who froze in place, suddenly came back to her senses and ran in front of Wang Su again, and asked with a red face, that, handsome, where do you live? Can you leave a phone number? I turned back to think about it. Go to you at night. Chapter 64, Double Showdown. After Gua Sweetheart shyly finished the above sentence, her face was already red to the neck. She was originally the kind of girl who had a serious face control tendency, and had always been unable to walk when she saw a handsome little brother. And Wang Su was the kind of handsome to the point of being disastrously handsome. Gua Sweet just closed and Wang Su said a few more words. The whole person heart has been dear thumping up, and then thought about how to and Wang Su wanted contact information. However, she didn't expect that Wang Su was even more direct and took the lead to invite her. So, under the excitement, Gua Sweet which still cares about the girl's reserve, directly all the way to run to stop Wang Su. As for Wang Su, after seeing such a bold confession from the host of the Magic City TV station, he was in a state of tears and laughter. In fact, originally, he really just held the mindset of joking, casually teasing each other. But he didn't expect that the unintentional willows would turn into shade, and the little fish even took the bait directly. That, Wang Su, who never refused, naturally exchanged contact information with her without any hesitation, and then watched the girl daintily waved her hand at him and left. Alas, the life of handsome-looking people is often so plain and boring. Wang Su softly sighed. Then he continued to wander away. And just when he was wandering on the street in a loose manner, downstairs of the Magic City radio and television station, a group of Your Moon My Heart listeners who came from all directions to show their support had already surrounded the entire exit of the building. During this time, a few brothers who came early, after talking to the building employees, already knew the news of Wang Su's dismissal. After that, with the spread of these people, most of the people downstairs almost all know the inside story of why Your Moon My Heart suddenly changed its host. After learning all this, the brothers who rushed to support the show almost all blew up at once. Asterisk. This sand sculpture radio station, is their director a pig? Yeah, it was so hard for me to find a favorite program, and it was only 2 days ago that it was withdrawn. That Chui Hao and his sister Chui Pinger, what kind of dogs are they? Brightly and openly, they dared to force Wang Su's brothers back. Is this small radio and TV station so dark? Is this radio station director's brain in water? I think he doesn't want to do the position of station manager anymore. The crowd all cursed in a variety of ways. They didn't even know each other before tonight though. But friendships between men are always built quickly, and without chatting for a couple of sentences. Each one of them made common cause and called themselves brothers and sisters. And just as these people were chattering and discussing, the sky gradually became cloudy. The lights of the high buildings of the Magic City television station, one by one, gradually went out, until finally, the last employee out of the building, directly carry the lock. Gesture will be the building door lock. At this time the crowd of onlookers, only each panic around the past, asking why the boy surnamed Chui and the radio station director did not come down. And also at this time, everyone just from the mouth of the radio station employees learned that the original station manager and Chui Hao in order to avoid the headwinds, but also directly gray from the underground garage car slipped away. Grass. This dog thing, he ran away from the monk. Ran away from the temple? I don't believe he won't come tomorrow. Right. I don't believe it. Nowadays, radio stations are too rampant, not to mention banning viewers when broadcasting a program. But now they don't care about public opinion and just slip away? Is this station manager still a man? The angry crowd cursed once again. Actually, it wasn't like they had to do anything when they came here today. It was just that they were momentarily angry that Chui Hao, that host, had banned all of them, and wanted to come over to make a claim. But what they didn't expect was that the station manager even fled overnight, leaving without saying a word, completely taking them as era. Now the crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Each one of them was full of anger and discussed how to teach this station manager a lesson. And just at this time, a tall man in the crowd was the first to make an example. He directly asked everyone to gather around him, then pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Everyone is not in a hurry. Calm down first. To be honest, everyone, my name is Mama. I am the vice president of the Magic City Avengers Alliance Association, and I am also a loyal supporter of teacher Wang Su, who is not only my favorite radio program host, but also an anti-Tian Yuan feminist fighter that I, Ma Mao, admire. This time, I'm also angry that mess. Wang Su was fired, but we can't just show off our reckless bravery like we did tonight. Not only will this not solve the problem, but in the end, if a large gathering causes a traffic jam, we might get into trouble ourselves. So I suggest that we should outsmart ourselves and stop being so disorganized and undisciplined. And in response to outsmarting, I first want to tell you all something." The man paused after saying this, and then only after all the people had gazed at him did he fumble out a piece of identification from his bosom, and slowly said, with a solemn face, "All right, gentlemen, I'll stop pretending. I'll show my cards. This is my ID. Under my name, the Deputy Director of the Magic City Broadcasting Bureau. Ma, Magic City Broadcasting Bureau. Deputy Director?" When Ma De revealed his identity, the group of big and thick men around him were first stunned, and then instantly became nonchalant. Asterisk. Guan, Television Bureau? Bro, you're talking about the one that has the power to approve all entertainment programs over or under review. TV Bureau? Oh my god, no way. Brother, you're so plain looking, I didn't expect you to have such a big head. Brother, you're too good. Ha. Brother Turbo is awesome. Looks like the radio station chief is going to be a game over this time. Brother Turbo, you're making a personal visit, aren't you? It's too awesome. Ha. The crowd all cast admiring gazes towards Motor with fluttering eyebrows. After feeling the admiration in the eyes of the crowd, Mada smiled lightly and pressed his hand again, and then said softly, "Don't make a sound. Brothers, I say my identity, not to show off to everyone, but want to tell everyone, I will use through my unit tomorrow, to the Magic City radio station to issue an investigation order. This will be compliance and law, because after a program's complaint rate is higher than 10%, our Radio and Television Bureau will have the right to law enforcement and accountability at that time. I'm saying this to you all in the hope that when I file an investigation order with this radio station tomorrow, the big guys can cooperate and tell us what happened tonight, and consider it as evidence collected for the purpose of severely punishing the director of this radio station. Big guy, are you willing? Motor finished with a righteous face. The crowd gathered around then applauded and cheered. Each of them then nodded their heads, indicating that they would completely cooperate with his actions. And it was also at that moment. Suddenly, another person crossed the crowd and walked to the center of the crowd circle and opened his mouth, saying, "Ahem, originally, I still wanted to act as a normal crowd and be an ordinary melon-eating crowd, but since this motor brother, for the sake of teacher Wang Su, is willing to show off his identity, then I won't hide it either. Little brother." After saying that, this man fished out a document from his bosom and said, "Brothers, this is my ID. Under discipline, prosecutor. I'm a member of the discipline inspection. I'm the deputy of the organization. I'm a member of the organization. Officer, Chief, Zhao Dafeng. I'm now seriously Wiley, this radio and television station director. There are bad lifestyle problems. I will also issue an inspection order with this brother Ma tomorrow. I hope the big guys will also cooperate with me in the forensic investigation." Chapter 65, The Avengers are out in force. Discipline, prosecutor, committee, organization, vice, member, members, chairman, Zhao Dafeng, hiss. The crowd all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this showdown of a middle-aged, short man. Discipline, prosecution, commission? What does this mean? It means the official organization has spoken. You know, the discipline, prosecutor, commission. It's an organization that specializes in monitoring state administrators. The director of Magic City Radio, as an administrator assigned by the state, is naturally subject to its supervision. The vice chairman of such a powerful organization has spoken. It seems that this radio station director is going to be completely cold. The crowd all fought excitedly and couldn't help but celebrate. Asterisk. Big brother awesome. To the commissioner. Commissioner. Long kneel. Big brother, please accept my knee. Committee. Commissioner. Long. I don't want to say anything else, but I'll leave you a message on WeChat. Brothers engaged in foreign trade. The future lack of what imported goods. Come to find brothers, to give you a proper deal. Sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I can do it. WeChat also add me a. Little brother is engaged in broadband. The future of the home network is not good at any time to call. And me. Little brother engaged in the decoration. The future home to buy a house can find me a. The whole house is customized. OP style. Oh who? Mr. Wang Su's fans are too good. This is only a few dozens of people, but there are two big brothers. Mr. Wang Su's fans are all bulls. Sorry, I've disgraced my fans. Sorry, I've also embarrassed the fan team +1. The crowd of onlookers chatted excitedly. On the other hand, Motor, who was the first to show his identity, showed excitement after hearing that there was a second big brother present. At first, when Mada showed his identity, apart from wanting the crowd to cooperate, there was still a concern that he was worried that if he didn't inform the crowd of his identity, he would be a bit outnumbered when he went to give the inspection order tomorrow. But at this moment, after hearing about Zhao Dafeng's identity, that last bit of concern in his heart was dispelled. He really didn't expect that Mr. Wang Su had harvested such a big shot with only 2 short nights of live radio broadcasting. This time, there was no need to worry about what tricks that station manager would use, as long as tomorrow's broadcast, TV, Bureau and Discipline, Inspection, Commission, Department at the same time, coupled with hundreds of thousands of listeners of the joint complaint, the director of this station absolutely to bad luck. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets, and at this time, he suddenly thought that he can not only unite the listeners of the program Your Moon, My Heart, he also has the Avengers Alliance the brothers in the Alliance. After watching Mr. Wang Su's wonderful performance last night, now one by one, they also worship Mr. Wang Su, and they think that if they can unite with them, then the power to denounce the director of this broadcasting station will be even greater. Mada carefully outlined the power he could mobilize in his mind, and finally his eyes revealed a light full of power. He said he would do it. He directly picked up his cell phone and began to post the news of Mr. Wang Su's dismissal in the Alliance's group, in order for his actions not to be detected by Mr. Wang Su in advance. Mada also purposely chose a management group where Wang Su was not present. Subsequently, the Avengers Alliance's management group, a moment because of this news in shock waves, time, in the crowd's planning, little by little, it passed. Wang Su knows nothing about this. After inspecting his school district house, he directly took Lu Yuan little secretary, went to rub a spicy crawfish, and then went home to sleep. In the meantime, although he received more than a dozen phone calls from his colleagues at the radio station, He directly blacked out one by one and didn't pick up a single one. One night passed. Time quickly came to the next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Director Wu, who had a hard night's sleep, arrived downstairs at the broadcasting station in a special car. In the meantime, Director Wu, because he was worried that there would be another mob of undesirable elements downstairs, he directly ordered the driver of the car to drive the car to the underground parking lot, without stopping for a second in front of the building. To be honest, for last night's 50% complaint report, Director Wu was still very afraid. After all, this kind of thing it cannot get. He maybe lost his hat, but, after all, he has been the station manager for many years. Some methods of guiding public opinion are still there. After last night's thought, Director Wu decided to fire Cui Hao and his sister when he arrived at the radio station early this morning, as a way to divert the audience's anger at his own mismanagement. And then he also decided that today he must go to Wang Su to ask him to come back, no matter how much it costs. No matter how much it costs, he vowed to take Wang Su, the gold medal host, back again, because he knew that Wang Su was the core focus of this conflict. As long as he was fixed, all the problems would be solved. Director Wu, who had figured out all this, was in a much softer mood this morning, even after thinking that there would be people who would continue to block the radio station when he arrived this morning. His whole body was not too nervous. Only, when his special car drove to the downstairs of the radio station, what surprised Director Wu was that not a single listener had come downstairs to block him today. Could it be that these complaining listeners were all 3-minute hotheads? And after one night, it was just a non-issue? Radio Director Wu thought with some excitement. After all, if that was really the case, then all the plans he thought of last night could even be dispensed with. Cui Pinger, that small wave hoof, he can also continue to keep. When Director Wu thought of this, his heart loosened up a few more points. So after getting down from the car, he wobbled and got on the elevator, intending to go to his own office and properly replan up his program. Only, what made him a bit puzzled, the radio station today seemed to be particularly quiet. From the time he got on the elevator to the time he arrived at his office floor, he did not encounter a single radio station colleague. Could it be that everyone was late today? Director Wu guessed, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Magic City radio station, but there were more than 100 employees. How could they be collectively late? Could it be that today was the weekend? It wasn't. Today was clearly Thursday. Director Wu's frown grew tighter and tighter. Walking on the aisle of the radio station's office floor, Director Wu looked at the empty offices on both sides, and the entire floor without lights on, and for a moment felt an inexplicable depression. The man's intuition told him that the situation was not right. He slowed his steps and walked softly. The various office doors that were wide open on both sides blew a gurgling, gloomy wind. Director Wu shivered and winced. The uneasiness under his heart grew 3 times stronger. This ing. Where are the people? Where is everyone? Where are the people on the morning shift? Get thee out. Mr. Wu took out his old demeanor and cursed. But in truth, at this moment, his heart was in a batch of panic. Ta-da-da-da-da. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and a series of them, unceasingly, and a sound, on all sides. Who? As Director Wu listened to the footsteps coming from all directions, he froze in place and became even more flustered. And the next moment, he saw the entire office building floor in all directions, rushing over a group of stout men. Who the are you guys? Who let you guys in? Desk leader Wu let out a hiss, his pupils revealing a fearful glow. The 18 Luohan of the Avengers Association are here. Director Wu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The one leading the group let out a loud shout and charged up with a raised step. Behind him, a dozen or so burly men all swarmed up as well. Afterward, the entire room was filled with male rough laughter, and the last scene in Director Wu's line of sight is 18 smiling faces with exposed Mori white teeth. Chapter 66. Take a secretary to work. Magic City radio and television station. The reason why there is no employee at this time, because this morning, the motor with the Broadcasting Bureau of the People, directly in the downstairs blockade, the employees are isolated in the first floor hall. The intention of the motor to do so is to want to wait for a rabbit. Directly on the first floor will be the director of the Wu station to take away, and upstairs the Avengers 18 Luohan in. Just he sent to the director's office to search for last night's radio station complaint statement data paper information, but he never expected is Wu, director of this goat, even directly bypassed the first floor, ran upstairs. Under such an unlucky circumstance, when Ma De knew the situation and rushed upstairs with his men, he found that Director Wu had already been beaten into a fat pig by all the people. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to file a complaint. You guys, I'm going to have my lawyer sue you guys for trespassing on the broadcasting building. Woo woo. After Matter rushed into the office, he heard Director Wu's pig-killing roar from afar. Thus, he lightly laughed and walked to Director Wu's side, signaling the crowd to stop before saying, Director Wu, I'm Mama, the Deputy Director of the Radio and Television Bureau. I've received a letter from the public saying that your radio station's program has violated the rules and insulted the people. So please come with me to the bureau. Ha, WH. What? When Radio Director Wu heard Motor's voice, his eyelids, which had been drooping, opened wide, and what surprised him was far from over. Only at this time, another person walked in, flashed his credentials at him, and said, "Good morning, Director Wu. In my name, Mordor Discipline, Prosecutor. I'm the Deputy Director of the Mordor Discipline Inspection. I'm the Deputy of the Mordor Discipline Inspection Office. Mr. Zhao Dafeng. I've received a report from the public that you have a long-term illicit relationship with a female employee and have abused your power to falsely accuse your subordinates. Come with me." In a flash, like 5 thunderbolts, Director Wu's fat face was instantly scared white. Until this moment, he didn't understand what a stupid decision he had made by offending Wang Su. What he had sent away was not only a ladder that would allow him to further his career, but also a hidden big brother with a deep background. Director Wu was sent to the Disciplinary, Prosecution, Commission and Broadcasting, TV, Bureau to make a report on the matter. Wang Su knew about it by looking at his cell phone when he woke up from his sleep after 11 o'clock. At that time, the whole group was at him, but Wang Su's heart didn't have a little ripple when he looked at the station manager Wu, who was punched into a pig's face. This kind of lustful and greedy leader with no motivation should have been taken down a long time ago. Now that he was found out to have problems, he can only say that he deserved it. What Wang Su was more excited about at that time, after reading the group message, was actually another thing. That is, the members of the Avengers Alliance. All of them strongly invited him to become a host in the Magic City TV station. Looking at the group members' neatly formed slogans, Wang Su could guess that this must be Zhou Yuan and Lu Xiaobo's push behind the scenes. As expected, not long after Wang Su opened his cell phone, Lu Xiaobo's message was sent over drop by drop. Lu Xiaobo, Mr. Wang Su, I heard that you lost your job. I wonder what are your next plans. What do you think about the program the station manager told you about yesterday? DDT. Lu Xiaobo, it's that program Big Brother Tonight. Seeing the message from Lu Xiaobo, Wang Su was silent for the first time. He didn't rush back to the other party because he had some concerns in his mind at that time. Magic City TV. Whether it was from the development prospect, influence, or the number of audiences of the program, it was far beyond Magic City Broadcasting Station. This was unquestionable. If Wang Su went here, he would definitely get a better development prospect, and the shock value he gained would be far more than what he has now. This could be seen from the previous tonight's couple. The reason why Wang Su hesitated at this moment was because he knew that the system of the TV station and the radio station were different. Working in a radio station, he could just say quit and go in style like he did yesterday, without having to worry about anything at all. But if he went to work for a TV station as a host, he would have to sign a contract with the station. Those contracts can be for 10 or 20 years, which can almost be said to bind a host for life. During that time, if the host does not follow the instructions of the TV station, go out and take other programs, but to compensate the TV station a very high liquidated damages. With the precedent of radio station director Wu's accountability, Wang Su was much more cautious at this time, because he knew that as long as he had the system, it would be a matter of time before he left the Magic City TV station for a bigger stage. In this case, if he was rashly bound to the TV station now, it would actually be unfavorable to his development. So after he thought clearly about all this, he talked to Lu Xiaobo, and told him all his doubts, and to his surprise, Lu Xiaobo seemed to have guessed his concerns a long time ago, and directly sent a voice to him saying, "Mr. Wang Su, you don't need to worry about the contract. This is something that Director Zhou and I have already discussed. We will hire you as our TV station's special program host. In the meantime, if you have any other activities that you want to participate in, as long as it's not during the recording time of the TV station, you can arrange it as you like. Moreover, if you have greater ambitions in the future and want to go to a bigger platform, we won't stop you at all. Don't worry, Mr. Wang Su, in the hearts of me and Director Zhou Yuan, you are not only a host, but also the idol of our Avengers Alliance. We will never condescend to you." Lu Xiaobo had just finished his words. Wang Su's eyes lit up. He never expected that Lu Xiaobo and Zhou Yuan would be tolerant of him to such an extent. Hired as a special host, can leave at any time. Such lenient conditions could simply be said to be a treatment that only those super tier 1 hosts would have. Unexpectedly, directly in the heart of Director Zhou's weight is so heavy. Thinking of this, Wang Su's heart was a little warm for a moment. However, he still did not agree to it at first, because he thought of another unkind request. "Brother Xiaobo, I might have another request." Wang Su paused for a moment and lowered his voice to ask, "I would like to ask, TV station, will I be allowed to bring a female secretary to work?" Chapter 67 Little Brother Fei Yuqing. Magic City. In a Soho apartment, Lu Yuan was hugging a bunch of rent collection materials that Wang Su handed her yesterday with great interest when the door was pushed open. Lu Yuan, why are you still at home? Didn't you say yesterday that you would be looking for a new internship today? Why did you stay at home all morning? A tall girl walked in, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, whose body was scrunched up on the table, her eyes showed a touch of surprise, as well as mockery. Hey, did you come back because you couldn't find an internship? Ugh. I said yesterday that you shouldn't have quit so impulsively. That one called Wang Su. I admit, although he does have talent, but what's the use of having talent? It's hard to find a job in this world now, and even if he finds one, I don't believe he can still bring you into work. Lu Yuan, wake up. We've graduated from college. We can't be as innocent as before. You're going to suffer in the future if you just quit your job now for a guy you've only known for a few days. The girl chattered on and on. She and Lu Yuan were in the same class and were also intern employees at Magic City Radio together, so she knew about Wang Su and was clear about Lu Yuan quitting her internship for Wang Su. It's okay, sister Little Flower. Brother Wang Su told me that it won't take more than 3 days at most for him to find a new job. I trust him, he won't leave me behind, Lu Yuan said with a smile, two sweet dimples showing at the corners of her mouth. And the woman named Little Flower, after seeing that Lu Yuan still had an expression of not knowing what was going on, sighed with disdain in her eyes and said nothing more. Ring ring ring. At this time, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Caller ID, Wang Su. Hello, brother Wang Su. I'm here. Go ahead. Yuan excitedly picked up the phone. Then she heard Wang Su's lazy voice coming from the phone saying that, Yuan, you pack up at noon. We'll go to Magic City TV station to work in the afternoon. You dress nicely. We are going to record a big program this time. Also, I'll send you the information about the program to be recorded in the evening to your mailbox, so take a look at it in advance. Ha ha, that's it, bye. Da. The phone hung up with Wang Su's gangly laugh, and Lu Yuan, who was holding the cell phone, was still dumbfounded in place for a long time. Magic City, TV station, afternoon, going to work. Yuan slowly mulled over the few keywords Wang Su had left her with, her pupils dilating. What's wrong, Yuan? What did that scum Wang Su call about? It couldn't be to borrow money from you, right? Little Flower guessed gloomily. No, Wang Su's brother said. He told me to go to work in the afternoon. He found a job. The location is Magic City TV station. Pa-dash. When Little Flower heard Lu Yuan's reply, the lunchbox in her hand directly fell to the ground. Magic City TV station. The ideal mecca that all those studying journalism and communication in all of Magic City wanted to go to. This place recruits very few undergraduates every year. Only 1 or 2 spots. And they're all reserved for graduate students. The likes of her and Lu Yuan never even dared to think about it. I didn't expect that now. With one phone call, Lu Yuan would be placed directly into the program? Suddenly, her roommate, Little Flower, felt that the plum and vegetable buckwheat in her hand didn't smell good anymore. Little Flower, your brother Wang Su, does she still lack a secretary? I think I can. Humph, you think beautifully. Brother Wang Su is mine alone. Cluck cluck cluck. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Lu Yuan wore a competent uniform and put on exquisite makeup and rushed to Magic City TV station, Wang Su had already been standing downstairs waiting for her for a long time. In 2 short days, yesterday she was waiting for Wang Su, but today it became Wang Su waiting for her. This faint sense of destiny let Lu Yuan heart born out of a sense of sweetness and love, so she jumped out of the cab with a red face, and ran towards Wang Su pacing, and after running to Wang Su's side, what made Lu Yuan's eyes light up was that she realized that Wang Su was wearing a suit today. Does this mean brother Wang Su does take today's program seriously? If that's the case, then I mustn't hold him back. Lu Yuan thought apprehensively. She couldn't help but squeeze the program planner in her hand. This program planner was the program that Wang Su was about to host tonight. It was called Big Brother Tonight, an evening talk show created by Magic City Television, and Lu Yuan had just watched it 4 or 5 times on her way here. Therefore many little details about this program were now clear to her. This program, to be precise, was actually a celebrity interactive program. It would invite a celebrity to the program every episode to promote that celebrity's work by showcasing the celebrity's record or upcoming movie. Its present-day host of the program is Wei Wuji. Wei Wuji, the same host who hosted tonight's couple a few days ago and shared the stage with Wang Su. Speaking of which, this host has been in the Magic City TV station for 5 to 6 years, and is definitely considered a gold medal host in the TV station. Calling him to host the program Big Brother Tonight, he was definitely considered a heavyweight host. It was only because Wei Wuji's hosting style was on the serious side, while the initial positioning of the show Big Brother Tonight was actually on the entertainment and humor side. This made the program and the host style mismatch, which indirectly led to the program's ratings not being good since it started broadcasting until now. This is also an important reason why Zhou Yuan has been trying to invite Wang Su to host the program. What Zhou Yuan valued was actually Wang Su's talent for humor. He was almost 1,000,000% sure that as long as Wang Su came to host this program, the ratings of this program would definitely see an explosion. As for Wang Su, he naturally felt the other party's expectation of him. He made up his mind to do a good job on this program tonight. Only, Zhou Yuan's anticipation alone was not the reason for Wang Su to come over in a suit. The reason why Wang Su was dressed so formally today was actually related to the content he was preparing to host, what he was talking about in the evening. In the afternoon, Wang Su was looking at the program planner that Zhou Yuan had sent him and found out that for this program called Big Brother Tonight, the flow of how it would proceed was: invited celebrity guest sings a new song, host introduces singing a new song, host and celebrity guest interact, celebrity guest sings the ending song, end of the program. This is a very bland process, and other than that flow, the show is devoid of specific details. All the rest of the flow transitions had to be thought up by Wang Su himself. It had to be said that this was indeed a major test for Wang Su, who had never hosted any large programs before. Therefore, Wang Su had tried to think of many methods and strategies to advance the flow of the program at home before he came, and also dismissed many ideas. Later, when he finally decided on tonight's hosting program, it was actually when he saw the news about tonight's invited stars that Zhou Yuan passed to him. He got the news that the invited star tonight was a girl who just recently made her debut. Her name was Chen Xiaoyun. Her name is Chen Xiaoyun, and the song she is bringing to the program tonight is called Love Cha Cha. The song Love Cha Cha, in the world before Wang Su crossed over, was actually available and was released in 1992. It was a Minnan song, but to be honest, when the song first came out, it actually didn't have much fame originally. However, in the world before Wang Su traveled here, it later became one of the top 10 enduring songs in southern Fujian. Relying on that, it was actually a man that covered the song. That man was called Fei Yuqing. He also has a nickname, Little Brother. He also has a nickname, Little Brother. He has a nickname known to all as the Demon King. This elegant-looking man, in the world before Wang Su crossed over, had relied on his varied voice and endless dirty paragraphs, and had been popular on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and in 3 places for 4 whole decades. Until the time when Wang Su crossed over, he was a popular celebrity on variety shows. Therefore, at that time, after Wang Su saw the names Chen Xiaoyun and Love Cha Cha, the first thing he thought of was Fei Yuqing's pouting ass and singing this song, so he immediately went to search for the news about Fei Yuqing in this world, wanting to see if the Fei Yuqing in this world had ever publicized this song, and the result made him shocked. He found out that, in this world, there was no such a male singer as Fei Yuqing. This shocking news, after Wang Su repeatedly confirmed it and realized that it was true, Wang Su instantly became nonchalant. If you don't copy it at this time, when will you wait? Little brother, forgive me, in this life, let me proclaim your vast and profound knowledge of the tainted Demon King to the world. Wang Su thought excitedly, and at that moment, he went to the suit store and bought a set of Fei Yuqing's same yellow suit with a delicate tie. Before waiting for Lu Yuan to arrive at the TV station, he woke up the system again and asked the system about the number of times he had used the imitation master that he had won, and learned that he still had one more chance to imitate Fei Yuqing's voice and tone. After learning that he still has one more chance to imitate Fei Yuqing's voice and tone, he was already 100 times more confident in hosting tonight. My name is Wang Su, the king of dirty demons, and I'm here. Chapter 68, the program begins. When Wang Su brought Lu Yuan and walked into the TV station's recording studio to prepare for the evening program, extremely valuing this time's program, Lu Xiaobo had already been in the Avengers Alliance Association management group, making a big fuss over Wang Su. Brothers, all come out. There's a big announcement. Lu Xiaobo sent out a few talk about big things special emoticons, and quickly blew up a few of the water group's water friends. Chairman Lu, speak quickly. The brothers are all here. Chairman Lu, wait, let me guess if it's about Mr. Wang Su. President Lu, please start your show. President Lu said, hurry up, otherwise I'll send razor blades. A WeChat message whooshed and popped. It could be seen that the Avengers Alliance Association still had a lot of respect for their President Lu. Almost 30 to 40 people quickly replied to the message in seconds. When President Lu saw the enthusiastic response of the brothers of the association, as well as a few of them had guessed that what he was going to say was related to Mr. Wang Su, he was sure of one thing in his heart: Mr. Wang Su had a very strong influence in the association at the moment. So, he quickly and excitedly sent a message saying, brothers, tonight at 9 p.m., the Big Brother Tonight that Mr. Wang Su is involved in hosting will be aired simultaneously on Mordor TV and Mordor TVAP. By then, brothers must come to the live broadcast room to support the show. Boom! Lu Xiaobo's message had just been sent out, and before a few seconds had passed, The management group of the Avengers Alliance Association instantly boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really about Mr. Wang Su. Mr. Wang Su is mighty. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Teacher Wang Su is going to start showing his paragraphs again. I wonder what surprises he'll bring this time. Looking forward to it. Ooh-hoo. I was still having a hard time not hearing Mr. Wang Su's radio program last night, but I didn't expect to have the chance to see Mr. Wang Su in real life today. It's too good. Looking forward to +1. Looking forward to Mr. Wang Su's program tonight +5211314. I've made a reservation in advance. I'll be sure to watch on time tonight. I've asked my mother-in-law to make a note of it, so I'll be on time tonight after she reminds me. Yo, the brothers upstairs are great now. They dare to call their wives their mothers-in-law? Brothers can Humph. That must be. After Mr. Wang Su fought against that Mimon guy's poisonous chicken soup, my brother's status at home is as high as the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bull batch. In an instant, with President Liu's question after the question, the majority of the group's groupies reacted enthusiastically. Subsequently, the news of teacher Wang Su will host Variety Big Brother tonight spread out from this group like a starburst. Almost more than an hour later, the tens of thousands of members under the Avengers Association all knew about this news, and immediately afterward, these association members, in turn, spread this news out in a big way, just like this, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Soon, most of Wang Su's fans who had accumulated from his original program knew about the news that Wang Su was about to debut on stage to host a new program. So, when Wang Su entered the studio of Mordor TV at 7 p.m., rehearsing for the evening program, there were almost more than 100,000 of Wang Su's fans who had entered the live studio of Mordor TV early, waiting for the program to start. And inside the Magic City TV building, Wang Su and Wei Wuji, holding the hosting script with not many words, on the stage to the hosting speech not 5 minutes, will be the process all over again. After the process, Wang Su's expression was relaxed, while Wei Wuji, who was on the side, looked a bit worried. Wei Wuji of course is not worried about Wang Su's strength. He knows clearly that Wang Su's strength is definitely not going to give the program dragged behind. He is worried that he himself will not be able to hold Wang Su's terrain at that time. He will become the accompaniment of the program. Was completely robbed of the limelight by Wang Su, so rehearsal is over. He continued to frown to the side to continue to think about the evening's speech. Wang Su, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. After the rehearsal, he held a microphone by himself and danced on the stage with a smile on his face. The dance steps were extremely strange, a bit girly, but inexplicably joyful, and Wang Su danced on his own, making Lu Yuan on the side laugh and tremble. Meanwhile, the staff who accompanied the studio together, after seeing the different performances of the two hosts, their hearts also developed different attitudes towards them. First of all, it was Wei Wuji, who was a familiar face in the station, and the staff in the studio admired his business ability. At this moment, after seeing that Wei Wuji was still working hard on his homework when the program was about to go on air, a wave of admiration surged in his heart. Worthy of being Mr. Wei, always conscientious and meticulous, simply a male god, and so handsome too. Yeah, Mr. Wei is extremely conscientious every time he works, no matter how big or small. It's just too nah. The crowd looked at Wei Wuji, their eyes each flashed with a bit of admiration. Subsequently, when they turned their heads and saw Wang Su again, their complexion inexplicably went cold. Although Wang Su had previously participated in the recording of Magic City TV's tonight's coupled program, it was recorded by a different group of field workers and director cameramen. Thus, the staff at the scene, almost all of them did not recognize him, although there were a few people who had seen the clip of Wang Su's program, but their impression of Wang Su was more, or the other party as a guest tutor of the program, whether Wang Su could do a good job as a moderator. The people present were doubtful in their mind. At this moment, after seeing Wang Su after the rehearsal, not only did he not continue to study the script like Mr. Wei Wuji did, but instead, he danced alone. He was even more disgusted with Wang Su's perception. Therefore, many people at the scene had silently regarded Wang Su as an incompetent who came in through the back door, thinking that he would never be able to host tonight's program. After all, they have never seen any host who was able to attract people to watch the program by doing this strange dance in the sky. And so, time, in this way, passed by minute. Soon, it was 8:55 p.m. The program started broadcasting right away. In the country of Huaxia, many viewers who were originally loyal fans of the program Big Brother Tonight had tuned their TVs to this station. Although their number was not large, according to the ratings, it was less than 1% of the same time period, but if compared to the radio audience, it was still a huge number, amounting to millions. Many of these viewers were old fans of the program, but the Magic City TV station didn't publicize it too much in advance. so they didn't know that there would be a second host, Wang Su, on tonight. Therefore, when 5 minutes later, at 9 p.m., the opening music of Big Brother Tonight started, and Wei Wuji and Wang Su stood jointly on the stage, many viewers in front of the TV set were puzzled. Some of them, although they had seen Wang Su's appearance through brushing up on Weibo, at this moment, they did not, at first glance, connect the host in front of them with the man who had the impression of railing against idyllic women's rights. Who is this new host? How come I've never seen it before? This question, for a moment, became the question on the minds of many viewers in front of the television set. Contrary to this, many viewers in the live broadcasting room of Magic City TV, after seeing Wang Su appear on stage, at the first moment, they frantically swiped their pop-up screens and shouted and cheered. Yo, teacher Wang Su has appeared. Mr. Wang Su is powerful. Dredge. Mr. Wang Su wore a khaki suit tonight. Too handsome. Mr. Wang Su. Looking forward to your performance tonight. Go Wang Su. Fan Yifan rewarded anchor 100 fishballs. Fan Moodwan rewarded anchor with 10 hot pots. Fan Hanli rewarded the anchor with 3 rockets. The live broadcast room was soon filled with cheers from the crowd of viewers, floating up all kinds of virtual gifts. On the stage of Big Brother Tonight, a beautiful woman in a black dress with a graceful figure came on stage. She was the invited guest of tonight's program, Chen Xiaoyun, only to see the young and beautiful Chen Xiaoyun, gripping the microphone lightly, slowly walking to the center of the stage amidst the music of BGM, singing the hit song she brought tonight, Love Cha Cha Cha, with tenderness in her eyes. The bustling night city, Huanhuai is Shake 7. The neon lights are flashing, Ding Mors IMCM fine. Charming music plays again, Mei Wolf IMGA and Hianqi, I'm thinking of you. Chapter 69, Love Cha Cha. The song Love Cha Cha, a Minnan song, was actually a sad song to be precise, although it had a somewhat upbeat tempo. The lyrics within the song that, such as, charming music plays again, drawing me to think of you. Wanna dance cha-cha-cha with you, wanna dance cha-cha-cha with you, don't know you go grips go. With a cup of love wine in my hand, I want to bless you. It's a pity that the person next to me is not you. These sad lyrics build up the picture of a lovelorn woman strolling in a bar, thinking of her former love and feeling lonely and despondent in an instant. Therefore, when Chen Xiaoyun finished singing a song, Wang Su could vaguely see the corners of this female guest's eyes, shedding a few faint teardrops. It seemed that the female star who came tonight had sung herself into emotion. Seeing this scene, Wang Su guessed with some shock in his heart, and when he looked up, he found a scene that shocked him even more. He only saw that many of the field colleagues present who knew Minnan language had a few teardrops hanging from the corners of their eyes as well. I rubbed. This song is so tear-jerking? How did I not get it at all? Isn't this a happy song that is cheerful and chappy? A look of horror appeared out of the corner of Wang Su's eyes. He was somewhat unable to understand the crowd's reaction, and Wang Su couldn't actually blame the audience for such a reaction. Instead, he had to blame Wang Su for his own 2 lifetimes of experience. When the song Love Cha Cha first came out, it was indeed popularized as a sad love song. In the world before Wang Su crossed over, many people in the 90s sang this song with an extremely sad feeling of lost love when they first ordered this song on the street. The reason why this later turned into a cheerful song in many people's minds, but also due to the little brother Fei Yuqing's brainwashing action of twisting the buttocks and shaking the legs, so that the crowd's view of this song changed. And all of this, Wang Su did not know. The people in this world had also not experienced the baptism of Fei Yuqing's enchanting dance steps. Therefore, many of the viewers in front of the TV set, and in the live broadcast room, who understood the Minnan language, after listening to the song Love Cha Cha, the first reaction was that the mood was also plunged into sadness and sorrow. Especially, now is still late at night, this human emotion is the most easy to hurt spring and autumn. Many have feelings of girls, but also the eyes slightly red. Ooh-hoo, the song sung by this invited female guest today is too sad, isn't it? She must be a person with a story. Right. I can see the tears in the corner of this female singer's eyes. She must have written this song under extreme sadness. Sister Chen, don't cry. Girls have to be strong. We can live just as well without those smelly men. Right. Don't shed tears for those stinky men. We'll meet better ones. Accompanied by the gusts of comforting voices from the lovelorn girls in the live broadcast room, the lights of the stage lit up once again. Wei Wuji, as tonight's #1 host, then took a step to the side of singer Chen Xiaoyun. Wei Wuji, who was good at observing people's emotions, had just noticed that tonight's guest Chen Xiaoyun was in a very low mood when he was on stage. So with a soft voice, he softly asked, "Ms. Chen, I can see that you seem to be in a very low mood. Did you think of any painful memories when you were singing this song just now? Is it convenient to talk to everyone?" Indeed. I thought of a failed relationship I once had, and just, suddenly I can't help it somewhat. Chen Xiaoyun nodded with red eyes. Then it seems that Ms. Chen really does have a story. I wonder if it's convenient to share with everyone your motivation for creating this song? The motive for creating this song. It's actually very simple. It's just that after a failed relationship, I once went to a bar alone to drink, and saw a boy on the dance floor who looked a lot like my ex-boyfriend. So I had the feeling to write this song. Chen Xiaoyun spoke in a soft voice. The Chen Xiaoyun of this world was currently just a small third-rate singer, not considered a big star, and the person was also young and very simple, so she wouldn't be able to cover up anything when talking about her love story. And when she finished her story of writing songs, many fans in the live broadcast room, at once also touched, have swiped the screen also told their own stories. Ooh, I also thought of my ex-boyfriend. I haven't been in a relationship for 2 years. Damn. Suddenly I'm a bit greedy for men. What's going on? Sisters upstairs, don't cry. I've been a maternal solo for 25 years. This kind of thing of being horny and thirsty, you get used to it when you're thirsty and thirsty. Upstairs sisters, don't brother, I am also single. We can make a pair. Stinking man, get lost. We are sisters chatting. None of your business. While the men and women in the live broadcast room were bickering, on the studio stage, Wei Wuji started to comfort today's female guest. And, Ms. Chen, don't be too sad. A singer having rich life experiences is rather helpful to her artistic career. I believe that your song will definitely touch millions of boys and girls who have also fallen out of love. Because, even I, an old man, just now thought of some past memories from your song. Ha 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 ha. Wei Wuji's voice was gentle and delicate, very much giving people the feeling of a spring breeze, and at the end of his speech, he even made a salty joke, making many people chuckle. This was Wei Wuji's hosting style, giving people a sense of comfort, but invariably giving them a sense of distance. Hence, the show Big Brother Tonight has made it to today. Many viewers have a deeper impression of the show, that the host of this show is soft-spoken, without feeling that he is a humorist. Especially today, the show has also invited a female singer who sings sad songs, which seems to be even more contrary to the purpose of the humorous show it is trying to create. Wei Wuji, who was on stage, was also quick to sense this. He knew that he was a person with little sense of humor, and if he continued to chat like this, the show would probably become even more boring. So without hesitation, he kicked the ball to Wang Su, wanting to see how he would solve this crisis. He only heard him say with a smile, Mr. Wang Su, what do you think of Mr. Chen Xiaoyun's song just now? Did it impress you? Wei Wuji finished speaking. Soon, the attention of the entire audience was focused on Wang Su on one side. At this moment, although most of the viewers in front of the television were extremely unfamiliar with this host, however, in the live broadcast room, a group of Wang Su's fans quickly stared straight at him after hearing Wei Wuji cue Wang Su. In the crowd's speculation, Mr. Wang Su would definitely say something different. Wang Su, on the other hand, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, looked towards Chen Xiaoyun and slowly smiled, saying, Teacher Chen's song has a distinctive rhythm and moving voice, which is excellent since, but I have a different point of view on the emotion of this song. I feel that this song of Teacher Chen's can actually be viewed not only as a sad song, but can also be performed as a cheerful song. I wonder if Mr. Chen Xiaoyun could give me a chance to re-perform this song with you, to give everyone a taste of another emotion of this kind of song? Chapter 70 Essence, but pouting, clutching little hands. Ha, a cheerful form? A reinterpretation? In front of the TV and in the live broadcast room, the viewers each had a puzzled look on their faces after hearing what Wang Su said. They didn't understand why Wang Su would say that the song was joyful, because in their understanding, it was clearly a very sad song. How could it be joyful? Everyone looked at Wang Su in confusion, especially in front of the TV. A few middle-aged men, after seeing Wang Su's playful expression, they even felt that this host was a bit oily for no reason, thus giving birth to a wave of dislike. Of course, the deeper reason why they loathe Wang Su is because Wang Su's appearance really occupies too much of Chen Xiaoyun's camera, greatly affecting their appreciation of beauty. You know, when a man reaches middle age, with the decline of physical function and the increase of life pressure, his hobbies and interests are also gradually reduced, and turning on the TV to watch beautiful women becomes one of the few hobbies and interests of many middle-aged men. That's why, for Wang Su to add drama to himself, occupying the female guest's camera, the men will feel very upset. And just when all the people were looking at Wang Su with complicated faces, Chen Xiaoyun, the protagonist on the stage, was also looking up at the good-looking host with a magnetic voice with puzzled eyes. At this moment, although Chen Xiaoyun didn't quite understand what Wang Su meant by the cheerful form, but after a few seconds of silence, she quickly nodded her head and agreed to Wang Su's request. Thus, after obtaining the female guest's consent, Wang Su also no longer hesitated, and directly smiled and straightened his collar, and then commanded the system in his head. Imitation Darren is on. Imitating the other party, little brother. Fei Yuqing. Ding. Mimicry activated. Imitation character Fei Yuqing has been loaded into the host's body. The system's icy voice sounded in Wang Su's mind. Afterward, Wang Su only felt a shiver run through his body, and his entire body radiated an elegant aura. Coming. Wang Su's eyes instantly lit up, and when he gripped the microphone, he said, he. When it comes to the joyful mode of the song Love Cha Cha, my idea is actually quite simple. I just simply want to imitate Miss Qin Xiaoyun's movements when she sang just now from a male perspective. Do you all remember Miss Qin Xiaoyun's dance steps when she sang just now? Wang Su, who was possessed by Fei Yuqing, was speaking with an indescribable gentle and easygoing manner at this moment, and this delicate voice traveled down the microphone to the ears of the audience in the live broadcast room and in front of the TV station, which instantly made everyone feel an indescribable comfort. Oh, how did Mr. Wang Su's voice suddenly become crispy? It's also too good to listen to. My ears are simply getting pregnant. Yeah. When Mr. Wang Su appeared on stage, he was obviously gangly and handsome. How did he turn into a refined type of handsome man in the blink of an eye? But no matter which side, I like it. Everyone, don't be hypnotized by Mr. Wang Su's voice. He's asking if we've noticed Mr. Chen Xiaoyun's dance steps when he sings. Right. Can't get distracted. Mr. Chen Xiaoyun's dance steps? It's quite beautiful. Ms. Chen has such a good figure, and she dances beautifully. Upstairs, you look like a fake fan. When Ms. Chen Xiaoyun sang just now, she didn't do too many dance steps probably because she didn't let go. I was curious, but I didn't expect Mr. Wang Su to notice it too. Right. However, I now want to see teacher Wang Su dance even more after hearing him say it. Ha. Seconded. I want to see it too. The crowd in the live broadcast room spoke in a variety of ways, and right at this moment, Wang Su on the stage, however, also cupped the microphone and continued to pontificate, saying, when it comes to Miss Qin Xiaoyun's dance steps, I have to start with Miss Chen's figure. You may not know that Miss Qin Xiaoyun, she has always practiced yoga. That's where her figure front, convex, back, curvaceous, the reason. And what about such a figure? When she sings a song, her waist sometimes has to make an effort, and with this effort, Ms. Chen displays her excellent body language. Let me imitate Miss Chen's movements. Wang Su finished with a smile, then cupped the microphone and sang a line on the side. The cha-cha of love can't forget. He raised his head, pouted his butt, clutched his small hands, and walked around in place in an extremely enchanting manner. His strange movements were already hilarious, coupled with the fact that he was at the moment premised on imitating Chen Xiaoyun's dance steps, so when the crowd saw his movements, they all couldn't help but associate it with Chen Xiaoyun's appearance when she danced just now. And all of a sudden, as soon as the two images intersected in their minds, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha. Mr. Wang Su, so what the hell action? This is obviously the action of going to the toilet. Okay, Sister Xiaoyun is so beautiful. Which has you like this? Ha. LOL. I thought Mr. Wang Su was just a paragraph player, but I didn't expect that he was also a body mimic. This is too funny. Ha. I can't. Mr. Wang Su hasn't even started singing yet. As soon as he dances, I want to laugh. Ha. I can tell from the dance steps that Mr. Wang Su's performance later will be absolutely wonderful. The live broadcast room was immediately filled with a cheerful atmosphere due to Wang Su's quirky moves. Even the TV viewers who were watching the program couldn't help but be attracted by Wang Su's actions, thinking that this guy did have comedy bacteria. Chen Xiaoyun, who was the subject of Wang Su's imitation, couldn't help but snort out a laugh after seeing Wang Su's pouting buttocks twisting around and his expression of enjoyment and intoxication. Such a funny host was indeed something Chen Xiaoyun had not seen before. Elegant and humorous, handsome and elegant, the whole person exuded indescribable charm. For a moment, Chen Xiaoyun was even more excited about how this young man would interpret his dance music. On the other hand, Wang Su, after sensing that everyone's attention was focused on him, he no longer simply imitated the movements, only to see him gently smile, reaching out towards the music teacher behind him. He compared a gesture and said, "Alright, now then, let's bring the essence of Mr. Chen Xiaoyun's movements to see the joyful mode of this love cha-cha-cha song." Dang, dong, dang. Huge and high-pitched music boomed out with a call from Wang Su. The entire stage, for a moment, was surrounded by waves of music, and at that moment, Wang Su, upon hearing the accompaniment taste the climax, suddenly pouted his ass, half-squatted in the center of the stage, with eyes full of intoxication, jammed to the beat, and roared out that most classic prelude in this music. And a charming and enchanting chant, rang out from the microphone. The music then followed, singing, thump cha cha cha, pouting, hands up, cha 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 dash, twist, cha-cha dash, twist again, thump thump thump, twist around, twist vigorously, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, lift your hips, clench your little fists, and twist again, cha-cha-cha-cha. Eyes fluttered, mouth corners were mesmerized, and the body was enchantingly twisted, driven by the music. Wang Su, who was wearing a khaki suit, twisted recklessly in the center of the stage, instantly transforming into a hip twister, and his mesmerizing little eyes vividly interpreted 3 points of thinness, 3 points of ridicule and 4 points of carelessness. What he clutched in his little hand did not seem to be a microphone, but a shaking glass of red wine. This elegant but extremely sand sculpture scene, through the scene camera, a moment to thousands of households in front of the TV and cell phone screen. Anyone who saw it could not help but smile, staring intently at Wang Su's reckless performance, and then listening to him sing. The Prosperous Night City, Manhwa Jiao Chapter 71, Sassy Wang Su teasing girls online. The song Love Cha-Cha, under Wang Su's flirty and performance, displayed its new charm, cheerful dance steps, distinctive rhythm, catchy Manon magic voice, and Wang Su's expression as he flung his hands and shook his head reverberated and converged on the entire big screen. If the original tone of Chen Xiaoyun's song was to awaken the listener's desire for a new and better life through the disillusionment of a lost love, then Wang Su's new rendition of the song was a great success. Then Wang Su's version of this brand new rendition of Love Cha-Cha could be said to directly show the audience a better life. There's no way Wang Su sang the original sad lyrics too cheerfully. Even his knitted brows showed the charm of the dance to the fullest. These two combinations directly triggered the emotions of all the viewers in front of the screen. In the audience of the live broadcast room, some were rolling on the bed with their stomachs covered in laughter. Some were singing and dancing along with Wang Su. The large screen of the live broadcast room was filled with pop-ups from hundreds of thousands of listeners. At this moment, many viewers felt as if it was New Year's Eve, and each of them twisted along with the rhythm of the music in a joyful manner. The viewers who were originally watching the program in front of the TV couldn't help but stare at the TV screen and nod their heads. Even many children who were writing at home, after hearing Wang Su's singing voice coming out from the TV, they couldn't help but gently push open the bedroom door and look at Wang Su through the doorway. And this look, many small children can't help it. They even directly probe the head, pouting buttocks, hiding behind the door. Also learn Wang Su hip-hop dance. It must be said that little brother Fei Yuqing's charm was indeed for young and old alike. And with the support of the system of imitation master, Wang Su, who imitated Fei Yuqing perfectly, became the most beautiful boy on the stage in an instant. No way, no way. I feel like I'm in love with Mr. Wang Su. Mr. Wang Su, you are also too charming. Humorist, charming man. Mr. Wang Su is also too available. No, no, no. I'm going to send a friend circle and swear to chase Wang Su's husband. Oomph. Upstairs, you are thinking of farts. Teacher Wang Su is such a funny and interesting man. He's mine. Ha 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 ha. I can't. This dance plus this music is just too magical. Mr. Wang Su is really wearing the most serious clothes, dancing the most immodest dance. It's too much fun. Ha 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 ha. And Mr. Wang Su's clenching of his little hand. Did you see it? It's too cute too. An endless stream of favorable comments swished and scraped and rolled across the screen of the live broadcast room. On the stage, Chen Xiaoyun, who stood closest to Wang Su, after seeing Wang Su's twisting and turning mesmerizing dance steps, at this time, she had also long laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. At this moment, she even forgot that when she originally wrote this song, her mood was sad. How did it turn into? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiaoyun covered her cackling mouth and laughed. Nowadays, she was only in her 20s, with delicate skin and a graceful figure, far from the out-of-shape middle-aged woman in Wang Su's last life. Therefore, when she laughed, her breasts, chest, trembling, many men who saw the scene through the screen could not help but gulp, and Wang Su, who was closest to Chen Xiaoyun, had since noticed the change in her chest. So Wang Su, who also gulped his saliva, didn't hesitate and boldly walked straight forward, extending his hand like a gentleman, inviting Chen Xiaoyun to dance with him. As for Chen Xiaoyun, after seeing this handsome man wearing a suit and tie in front of her, she almost didn't hesitate at all, and reached out her hand directly to Wang Su's hand. Then, in the sound of the song Cha-Cha-Cha, she followed Wang Su's cute and playful voice. She then followed Wang Su's cute and playful movements and twisted together on the stage. As soon as the image of this duo dancing together came out, some big men in front of the screen instantly lost their calmness. They could almost feel their hormones all over their bodies, soaring dramatically with Chen Xiaoyun's jiggling white bunny in front of her chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Exciting. Fun. The program can still be done like this. This breast of Miss Xiaoyun is also, it's too powerful. Not to mention, brothers, I'll go wash my nosebleed first. Sister Xiaoyun, this body. This is simply the amount of. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get out of this. The amount of enough shucks, what the heck am I talking about? What I'm clearly trying to say is, Sister Xiaoyun, I'm your fan. No, a fan. A group of boys in their adolescence were attracted by Qin Xiaoyun's mature and sensual body, attracted by the five, fascinated and dying of lust. Not so for the older men, who have seen the world after all, and just laughed lightly with a cloudy smile, muttering some adjectives that the author couldn't understand. 35? No. 36. No, this has to be 40. TSK. Young people nowadays are not to be outdone. Nutrition is too good. Definitely not A. Not to mention B. This has to be C or D at least. Well, I'll bet on it. I'll go with D. The song Love Cha Cha. Just as the crowd was enjoying themselves so engrossed. Slowly but merrily, it went on for 4 minutes. Until, after the last note ended and Wang Su and Qin Xiaoyun stopped dancing at the same time. Only then did the crowd walk out from the intoxicated mood. However, after walking out, at this moment, more viewers were looking forward to the past 4 minutes. If only they could do it again. After all, this visual and auditory feast was too good, to the point that even Qin Xiaoyun herself, who was involved in the song and dance steps, couldn't help but feel her heart fluttering, wanting to hold the hand of the elegant man at her side and play another song. And at this time, Wang Su also caught the warm eyes of the female partner on his side. He then lightly smiled and took the microphone, his voice delicate towards Qin Xiaoyun on his side, and said, "How does Ms. Chen feel about my interpretation of your song? Do you still feel sad now? Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang Su, you're being redundant with this question, aren't you? How can I still be sad now? I'm dying of laughter from your movements. Ha 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 ha." Qin Xiaoyun laughed with a big grin as she held the microphone. She was actually a cheerful girl in her own right, and the reason why she had acted a bit reticent as soon as she appeared on stage just now was entirely due to the fact that she had just boarded an unfamiliar stage and was just a bit mildly nervous and fearful. At this moment, her whole mood, under Wang Su's infection, was already on fire, and she changed back to the original character of the brisk woman. And Wang Su, after seeing such a transformation in her character emotionally, at this moment, he also laughed happily. Sure enough, this life's Qin Xiaoyun, just like her last life, is a bold and cheerful character. In that case, I don't have to worry about embarrassing the girls by telling dirty jokes later. Wang Su smiled as he thought, his eyes flowing, then he looked at Qin Xiaoyun and opened his mouth, saying, "Then since Ms. Chen likes my dance steps so much, how about I tell you another funny paragraph by the way, so that Ms. Chen's emotions are soothed and relieved after she just finished dancing. How about that?"